She is a demon by nature. How could it be possible that she was led astray only after she met me? A human being? Those critics are always saying some ridiculous things. In a certain year, when Cardinal Lanqi was interviewed by a reporter and asked about his past with that exiled princess of the remaining descendants of the demon race, as well as the recent signs of the resurgence of the demon race, he stated, "I have made too many efforts to safeguard world peace. I am very certain that under her leadership, there is absolutely no possibility for the demon race to restore their country." In the winter of 1802, the demon race successfully restored their country. Chapter 1. Given the circumstances, let us first dine. The window was adorned with leaves so thin they approached transparency, allowing the gentle and warm morning sunlight to filter into the room. A delightful aroma of wood wafted throughout the space, creating an invigorating atmosphere. A cool breeze from the courtyard caressed his body softly, sending a shiver through him, prompting his eyes to flutter open involuntarily. What captured his attention was not the modern European furnishings that filled the room, but rather the reflection in the nearby mirroring attractive visage, with cool emerald eyes, that concealed a hint of bewildered slumber. It was as if he wished to keep others at arm's length, while simultaneously appearing harmless. He raised his hand to touch his face, and the youth reflected in the Aurora boy with black hair and green eyes mimicked the gesture precisely. "Where am I?" he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. It seemed he had traversed realms. The familiar visage staring back at him belonged to a character from the newly developed game by his company, Thorn Lionheart. As the lead artist of the game, he had been engaged in a ritual with colleagues to pay homage to the project's planner, when suddenly it felt as if his consciousness had severed. Indeed, upon opening his eyes, he found himself in this perplexing reality. Simultaneously, a torrent of information surged into his mind, and he struggled to comprehend the situation. Soon, his brow furrowed deeper in concern, for he had not transcended into the role of a limitless hero or a nefarious villain. Instead, he found himself as a swiftly discarded minor character in the game's side story, The Rise of Talia. The youth known as Lanqi possesses little beyond his striking appearance, affluent background, and a lack of intellectual prowess. By virtue of his assignment to illustrate the pivotal character Talia, he has also rendered all the figures within Talia's narrative, including Lanqi himself. Little did he anticipate that he would become the mere supporting character Lanqi. Fortunately, he has imbued Lanqi with an impressive charm, adhering to his professional integrity. He rests his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation. What could have led this wealthy young master to his downfall? Though he belongs to the art department, he has engaged with the game and has acquired some character design documents. Soon enough, he recalls that a certain individual has set their sights on the life of Lanqi, the wealthy heir. That individual is none other than Talia, the protagonist of the side story and the designated future antagonist princess of the demon race. At this juncture, Talia, the great demon, has yet to rise to power. She appears merely as a downtrodden vagrant girl, yet her strength is formidable. To survive in the realm of humanity, she has been diligently concealing her true self. Only when pushed to the brink does she unleash her inner ferocity and malevolence. In the side narrative, Lanqi becomes the first human to provoke Talia into a fit of rage following her exile. The spark of enmity is ignited when Lanqi strikes down Talia's familiar, the dark messenger pigeon, which she had dispatched for reconnaissance. When Talia finally locates Lanqi 2 days later, the young master, who had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, not only failed to offer an apology, but also unleashed a bara of scorn upon Talia, who bore an unfortunate resemblance to a beggar. He even audaciously threatened to roast her other familiars, promising her an extravagant barbecue party. Ultimately, the reckless ranch sought his own demise and was swiftly vanquished by Talia, resulting in a shower of gold coins and the confiscation of his family's treasured ancient relic, the compassionate poem. The wealth acquired from this plunder would prove to be an invaluable seed fund for Talia's quest to restore her demonic heritage. In a certain sense, our benevolent Mr. Ranch truly became a significant benefactor for Talia. I refuse to be Talia's #1 supporter. Seated upon his bed, Ranch clutched his head as if awakening from a haunting nightmare. Calm down. Think positively. It's not as dire as it seems. Since I am aware of the grievances between Ranch and Talia, all I need to do is avoid all of this. I must not provoke this powerful demon lord and ensure her safe passage out of my territory. All right? At this moment, in this newly unveiled world, Ranch felt a long-lost motivation and vigor welling within him. Surely, it was the merit of his past life, marked by adherence to laws and virtuous deeds. Thus began the promising life of a wealthy young master. Financial freedom, no more overtime, wealth, and influence, such a dreamlike existence. Just then, a gentle knock at the door interrupted his reverie. "Young master, have you awoken? You asked me to wake you early yesterday." That a faint sound from within the room caught his attention, accompanied by a delicate feminine voice from outside the door. "Are you awake?" Ranchi replied, rising from his bed, only to nearly trip over a scattered array of empty bottles at the foot of the bed upon touching the floor. He paused, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, ever since he turned 16 last month, he had succumbed to the pernicious habit of excessive drinking. Consequently, the memories of the past month felt somewhat fragmented. It appeared that his previous self often engaged in reckless antics and foolish behavior while intoxicated. The original narrative of Ranchi provoking Talia might very well have been a consequence of inebriation. Thus, one could argue that alcohol is a truly detrimental vice. As Ranchi pondered this, he dressed himself appropriately. Upon stepping out of his bedroom, he noticed the maid standing by the door, trembling with trepidation. The maid seemed reluctantly tasked with executing the whims of the nefarious young master, fearing the wrath that would befall her if she disturbed him. "Thank you for your efforts," Ranchi said in a calm tone. The maid's expression transformed into one of astonishment, her voice escaping her lips instinctively. It seemed she was assessing Ranchi's mood for the day. Realizing her lapse, she quickly composed herself and informed him, "Your lordship is already awaiting you in the dining room." Ranchi nodded in acknowledgement. He was aware that his parents were still alive. He was not an orphan. However, they had been preoccupied with the affairs of their business for years, adopting a hands-off approach towards his upbringing. Lost in thought, Ranchi traversed the corridor of the estate. Every servant, without exception, recoiled in fear, bowing deeply before hastily retreating. "It appears that the former self frequently caused disturbances for those around him," lamented Lanqi inwardly. Although he retained little memory of his drunken escapades, it seemed that the previous incarnation would become irritable and hurl objects when intoxicated, which naturally led fear in the servants. Before long, Lanqi arrived at the dining hall. At the far end of the long table sat a middle-aged man, his father. "You are late again today," his father stated, devoid of any reprimanding tone, merely presenting a fact. "Apologies, I shall refrain from excessive drinking in the future. There would be no need for self-destruction going forward." Lanqi felt quite content with the life of a wealthy young man. His singular life goal was simple: to live freely, steadily, and with peace of mind. "Please, take a seat." The demeanor of all the servants in the hall suggested surprise at Lanqi's attitude. "Certainly." Lanqi settled into his chair, gazing at the lavish spread before him, which defied his definition of breakfast. For some inexplicable reason, he sensed something peculiar. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze towards a dish at the center of the long table. There, presented with a golden, crispy exterior, was a roasted pigeon. It was generously coated with aromatic seasonings and retained its flawless form even after being sliced. "What is this?" Lanqi inquired, his expression one of bewilderment as he slowly raised his finger to point at the pigeon. The more he looked, the stronger the sense of déjà vu became. To those around him, Lanqi appeared quite strange to dare remarkably gentle. In fact, his father glanced up at Lanqi, responding in a nonchalant manner. "You drank too much last night, don't you remember?" Lanqi. "Yesterday?" In an instant, Lanqi felt an overwhelming sense of unease. He hastily reached for an unfamiliar dish, feigning composure. Even though the roasted pigeon on his plate was already unrecognizable, a closer inspection of its shape and contours convinced Lanqi beyond doubt that it was indeed the pigeon of the great demoness Talia. After all, he had sketched her familiar himself. "Are you all right?" Lanqi's peculiar behavior could not escape his father's notice. "I'm fine, just the aftereffects of excessive drinking alcohol is truly detrimental." Lanqi smiled at his father and continued his breakfast. Glimpsing the pitiful state of Talia's familiar, Lanqi felt a lump in his throat. In a past life, you were indeed born anew, transforming someone's familiar into this state, and then intending to mock her. If she doesn't kill you, it would be a disgrace for a demon lord. Lanqi couldn't help but ponder whether the charred yet tender pigeon before him could still be salvaged. The answer was no. Thus, it became abundantly clear what the most reasonable course of action was. He ought to obliterate the evidence and regain his composure to recover from the hangover. Finally, he extended his hand, lifted the pigeon leg, and took a bite of the savory, oil-infused, crispy meat, allowing the delightful flavors to cascade in his mouth. Utterly satisfied, perhaps he would save the bone for the dog later. Chapter 2. Why is Talia glowing? After finishing his breakfast, Lanqi immediately sought out the butler of the residence. The butler awaited him outside the dining room, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the young man who had unexpectedly approached him. "Master seems to be in good spirits today," he remarked, his voice deep and resonant, reminiscent of a weary father. Yet, the mere sound of the butler's voice sent a shiver coursing through Lanqi's body. In the memories of his predecessor, the butler was the most trustworthy individual in the household, the one who usually attended to his needs. However, Lanqi soon realized that his former self had overlooked the fact that this seemingly affable butler was, in truth, the most perilous figure within the estate. At that moment, the butler wore a facade of a perfectly crafted smile, yet before him stood a young scion whom the household regarded with a mixture of fear and disdain. "I'm well enough. I have a request to make of you," Lanqi replied nonchalantly. "Please, do speak," the butler responded. "Oh?" Lanqi's words evidently surprised the butler, who seemed to study him with renewed scrutiny for a brief moment. Could it be that this young master was considering the affairs of the household? Was this a fleeting thought, or had he encountered some other trouble? Nevertheless, the butler did not pursue further inquiry and inclined his head slightly, saying, "At your service. Additionally, I would like to request your assistance in locating a certain individual. Please describe her characteristics. She is a woman of roughly my age, with gray hair and golden eyes, likely clad in a tattered dark gray cloak, appearing akin to a beggar. Also, please ensure she remains unaware that I am searching for her." As Rancher spoke, he gestured animatedly. This, however, caused the butler to display a look of concern. "I shall do my utmost. Yet, young master, you must comprehend the vastness of this border city. I cannot guarantee a swift discovery of her. Of course, if you could provide more precise characteristics, I could significantly reduce the time spent on investigation and screening. Did I ask that so? Then if I were to draw her, how long would it take you to find her? Within a day, I assure you, I can locate anyone who has ever laid eyes on her within this town." The butler's smile returned, recalling that Rancher had indeed once possessed the talent for drawing, though he had not seen him pick up a pencil since his parents had begun to needle. CT him that it was around that time that the young master's disposition had begun to deteriorate. Rancher nodded. "Very well, my good sir. I shall take my leave. But do remember to draw with utmost diligence. I should be able to assist you in fulfilling the first task by noon." With a cheerful demeanor, the butler clasped his hands behind him and walked toward the kitchen, offering a reassuring reminder. Rest assured, Ranchi's greatest talent lay in his artistry. He could depict Talia with his eyes closed. He was confident that no one could capture Talia's likeness as exquisitely as he could. A sigh of relief escaped Rancher. Indeed, concealing evidence would only complicate the process of uncovering the truth for Princess Talia of the demon race. From what Rancher understood, Talia possessed a magical ability to see through lies with a modicum of patience. There was hardly anything she could not unveil. And given Talia's notorious penchant for holding grudges, to truly resolve Talia's animosity, it is imperative for one to confront her directly. However, for the time being, I shall focus on my artistic endeavors until noon. At that moment, Ranjia had just ascended to the second floor when he encountered the maid who had awakened him earlier that morning, instilling a tinge of trepidation within him. "I shall prepare for you, young master," she announced, accustomed to her duties as she set about procuring fine wine and the latest literary works for Ranjia. Yet, she abruptly halted her movements upon hearing his words. "I intend to visit the study." This declaration incited a wave of anxiety within the maid. "Excuse me, did you say the study?" Her tone was hesitant, causing Ranjia to furrow his brow in confusion. Indeed, he affirmed that he wished to peruse some materials in the study and sketch Talia's likeness to present to the steward. Until he ascertained Talia's whereabouts, he had no pressing matters at hand. However, upon opening the study door, he was met with an unexpected sight. The room lacked a desk and even paper, yet was adorned with numerous exquisite bottles of wine. "Please forgive me, young master," the maid implored. "What is the matter?" Ranjia inquired, turning his gaze towards the anxious maid. "Two have yet to complete the morning tidying of the study," she murmured, her head lowered as if bracing for reprimand. "Is that so? A day or two without cleaning is of little consequence. Just ensure that my painting supplies are ready. I can manage in another room as well." Ranjia sighed with resigna. "Tio and N.O., young master, that simply cannot be," the maid exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she stared at Ranjia. In a fleeting moment, she found herself somewhat at a loss, surprised by Ranjia's unexpectedly amiable demeanor today. She hastily remarked, "Just give me 15 minutes, and I shall render the study spotless. I will also prepare the tools you require, I assure you with my professional integrity." "Then I appreciate your assistance," Ranjia replied, unperturbed by the brief wait. Talia's underlying menace caused him a slight unease, yet it was not overwhelming. He already had a strategy in mind that in one could thwart his pursuit of a comfortable and leisurely existence. Approximately 10 minutes later, the maid fulfilled her promise, having meticulously cleaned the study and presented Ranjia with the finest painting tools the estate had to offer. Ranjia examined the brushes of this world. Though they differed somewhat from those he was accustomed to in his previous life, he swiftly grasped their use. He then positioned himself before the canvas, composing his piece, and with an air of tranquility, began to depict Talia's portrait. The thought of having once painted the most exquisite figures, including the illustrious demon princess Talia, now relegated to a beggar's appearance, elicited a twinge of amusement. From Ranjia, without the need for extensive contemplation, his hand moved fluidly, the brush dancing as if guided by instinct. He had painted Talia countless times. With years of honed skill, Ranjia wore a gentle smile, his movements calm and proficient. He bore no resemblance to a remarkable artist, rather. He appeared as a composed homemaker preparing for dinner. However, gradually, his attention became entirely absorbed in the painting before him, as if he had lost all sense of time. He was utterly oblivious to the maid standing nearby, whose eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth slowly transforming into a small round shape. As time slipped away, Lanqi's painting was nearing completion. On the canvas, the young girl, clad in a tattered cloak, radiated a beauty akin to a wolf amidst the snow. A gentle breeze caressed her face, causing the gray strands beneath her hood to flutter delicately. In her elusive golden eyes, hidden beneath layers of ice, blazed an intense fire. Her solitary figure could hardly be mistaken for that of a fragile being. The more the dust concealed her, the more it failed to obscure the nobility and strength coursing through. Her veins, finished, Lanqi smiled, adding the final delicate touch. Only then did he scrutinize the painting, as if realizing he had unwittingly poured his heart into it. "My goodness, young master, have your artistic skills truly reached such heights?" A gasp erupted from the side. "I was just imagining whether you had been possessed by the muse of art. This is the first time I have witnessed such a breathtaking masterpiece." At this moment, the maid could no longer contain the excitement reflected in her eyes. She had watched Lanqi paint several years prior, when he still wore a warm smile, never displayed anger, and crafted scenes as beautiful as his own soul. Many of the servants in the household eagerly anticipate the day when the current Ranqi might suddenly awaken to his true potential. They cannot fathom how their lives might unfold should he continue down this path of decline and eventually assume his role as the rightful master of the estate. Will they be cast as eyed entirely? The maid ardently wishes that the signs of today are not mere figments of her imagination, but rather a sincere transformation of the young master into a person of grace and underst. Ending that, "Yes, that's so," Ranqi said with a slightly bashful smile as he scratched the back of his head. He is indeed a remarkable artist, yet the admiration in the maid's eyes makes him feel as if he has been compared to a resurrected Picasso or Van Gogh. While painting earlier, he felt as if he had inadvertently immersed himself in his work, pouring his heart and soul into it, and upon completion, he experienced a moment of dizziness. "Esta, surely," he mused, "it could not warrant such praise that I assure you. You are destined to become a celebrated painter throughout the kingdom." Even His Majesty the King will wish to acquire your works, and even the most esteemed card craftsman will seek to engage you in discussions about your artistry. The maid clasped her hands tightly, gazing earnestly at Ranchi. After a brief silence, a sudden realization struck Ranchi. Ah, indeed. And I am the chief artist. In this world, many things could be said to bear his signature, including prototypes of numerous rare and exquisite magical cards. According to the game's premise, magical cards encapsulate skills, equipment, or summons, characterized by their portability, tradability, and the convenience of versatile combinati. In this realm, rather than incurring exorbitant costs to master spells, one can simply acquire corresponding magical cards, which, upon binding, grant immediate access to the desired incantations. Additionally, individuals may adapt their skill sets to confront formidable adversaries as needed. Furthermore, within the most challenging dungeons of the game, challengers are randomly matched with unique identities and circumstances from alternate timelines, rendering them unable to bring any external items with them, save for the magical cards bound to their souls. Thus, magical cards are indispensable for various endeavors, whether for domestic affairs, mercenary pursuits, or settling disputes. These highly valued magical cards can be produced not only through dungeon rewards, but also crafted by skilled card artisans. The art of painting is inextricably linked to the creation of these magical cards. It appears that besides being a prominent artist in this world, I may also possess considerable potential in card crafting, mused Ranchi, resting his chin upon his hand in contempla. That he had long suspected that the magical cards within the game were rather extraordinary. The developers had claimed that without a multitude of mothers, he would not dare to implement those cards. Young master, is the lady in the portrait someone you admire? A gentle probing voice interrupted Ranchi's reverie. The maid, who had been waiting nearby, noticed a peculiar gentleness in Ranchi today, which caused a ripple of unease among the household staff. However, after observing him for some time, the maid sensed that his demeanor was genuine. Coupled with his sudden display of artistic prowess, she arrived at a startling conclusion. He might be in love. Ranchi raised his head with an unusual expression, gazing at the maid, uncertain of how to respond. In the painting lies a woman who could potentially bring about my demise. However, after a careful examination of the artwork, he pondered the implications. Given the astonishment that the inhabitants of this world exhibited towards his creations, entrusting the butler with the painting to seek opinions would likely incite unnecessary complications. Thus, Ranch pushed the easel aside. With deft hands, he prepared a fresh canvas, intending to create a more conventional portrait of the Talia refugee. Yet, as he began to lay down a few strokes on the new piece, a wave of intense dizziness overwhelmed him, rendering the canvas nearly indistinguishable. The maid watched with concern as Ranch writhed in discomfort, hesitant to interrupt his artistic endeavor. After a moment of hesitation, she concluded that perhaps today, the young master would refrain from misdirecting his frustration onto others. Swallowing hard, she ventured to speak. Master, if you are feeling particularly unwell, it may indicate that you have succumbed to a state of magical exhaustion. It seems that when you paint, you pour your heart and soul, along with your own magical essence, into the work. I have heard tales of great artists and card masters from history who sacrificed their very lives for the sake of their art. I shall cease, Ranch declared, immediately setting aside his brush. This was no mere matter of enduring a late-night session. He distinctly sensed something peculiar within him ing away during his artistic process. Please take this painting to the butler. Have him review it and act according to my instructions, then ensure it is stored away safely, without being taken from the house. Ranch instructed, gesturing toward the earlier completed piece. As soon as he relaxed, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him. The feeling of exhaustion surged over him like a receding tide, causing his head to nod involuntarily. He realized that at this rate of depletion, he would likely lack the energy to create a second portrait of Talia that the butler could clearly recognize in the near future. And no matter what, be sure to wake me before dinner, he instructed, and with that, Ranchi fell silent. Understood, understood. The maid replied cautiously, using magical tools to expedite the drying and sealing process of the painting. On one hand, the value of the artwork was incalculable on the other. The young master had already succumbed to a deep slumber in his chair. She was immensely pleased with the transformation in the young master today and found herself increasingly curious about the caliber of his work. Thus, she surreptitiously employed an appraisal spell and finally beheld the true nature of the painting. Portrait of the mysterious princess. Type. Artwork. Grade. Epic. Rank. 1. When Ranchi awoke again, his eyes fluttered open to the familiar view outside the window, revealing that it was already afternoon. The sun was gradually sinking in the west, casting a golden hue tinged with red that bathed the clouds, and the light filtering through the window created rippling patterns, adding an ethereal quality to the room. He noticed that a letter had appeared at his bedside, penned in the butler's elegant handwriting, detailing Talia's whereabouts. Ranchi shook his head. He had slept particularly deeply. However, as he sat up and stretched, he discovered a painting in a conspicuous spot within his room. The mere presence of this painting imbues the entire room with an air of artistic elegance. Lanqi sat upon the bed, furrowing his brow as he gazed intently at Talia's portrait. Surely, both the maid and the butler had misinterpreted his intentions. It was not his desire for them to assist in framing the painting for display in his chamber. What he truly sought was their aid in concealing it. For if the subject of the portrait were to witness someone rendering her likeness with such seriousness, how utterly mortifying that would be. Never mind. Lanqi sighed in resignation as he rolled off the bed. After all, Talia would have no opportunity to enter his room. Successfully persuading her to depart from this realm would suffice. Chapter 3. Ranchi was adept at navigating contracts. Even though the golden hues of dusk had long since faded, the illuminated cityscape at night revealed a beauty that rivaled its earlier splendor. Alongside the ancient edifices, pedestrians donned an array of garments, their faces adorned with serene smiles. In a corner of the residential district, several hundred meters from the city gates, the only sources of light were the torches mounted on the walls by the guards and the flickering lamps emanating from the windows of the inhabitants. Once Ranchi's eyes adjusted to the darkness, he gradually approached his destination. He could discern a multitude of curled-up creatures nestled beneath the wall at the street corner, fragile beings trembling from the cold. Ranchi continued onward, the sounds of life drawing him nearer. Upon halting and crouching down, he opened the lunchbox he held. Instantly, an enticing aroma began to waft through the air. As he tossed a piece of cooked chicken onto the ground nearby, an array of kittens began to approach him, drawn by the scent. At that moment, he appeared oblivious to a figure not far across the street, leaning against the wall, a girl who resembled a homeless waif from the slums. This corner of the street, though not particularly inviting, was desolate, inhabited only by feral cats and devoid of other vagrants, with guards scarce. Talia despised humanity, finding a peculiar comfort in this solitude. Little did anyone suspect that this girl, dressed as a beggar, was once a princess of the demon realm. Time flowed on, and the kittens were nearly all drawn to Ranchi's side. He watched with pure delight as they feasted on the morsels he provided. He learned from the steward that Talia had been sleeping rough on the streets for the past few days. Therefore, before dinner, Ranchi requested the chef to prepare a generous portion of specially seasoned chicken, delectable enough for both cats and humans alike. Later, he deliberately came to this spot under the pretense of feeding the cats. Despite the fact that Ranchi did not cast a glance in Talia's direction during those few minutes, she had already taken note of this intruder in her territory. Had he remained unobtrusive, she might have dismissed him as inconsequential. Yet, why on earth would that insufferable human offer such exquisite meat to stray cats? Reflecting on her years of hardship, Talia could only conclude that even the cats fared better than she did. Finally, unable to restrain herself, she turned her gaze toward Ranchi. However, out of a sense of dignity, she found herself at a loss for words to reprimand him and could only glare at him in silence. Ranchi, oblivious, continued his task as if she were invisible. Could you feed the cats elsewhere? She spoke coldly. I frequent this place more than you do, he replied, asserting his claim over this territory as if to declare his sovereignty. At his words, Talia let out a faint, derisive huff and chose to ignore him. For the human was indeed telling the truth. Ranchi said no more, for what he had stated was accurate. As a native of the town, he had certainly frequented this area more than Talia, who had only recently arrived and had not witnessed his previous visits to feed the cats. However, Talia possessed a stubborn temperament. She harbored a deep disdain for ranch, yet she refused to abandon her position, which she had occupied for 2 days. In this moment, it seemed that yielding would signify defeat on her part. Thus, she sat in the corner, enduring her hunger while striving to coax herself into slumber. Time passed in this manner until a sudden voice pierced the quietude of the street. "Could you do me a favor?" Ranch's voice rang out unexpectedly. Talia lifted her gaze slightly in his direction, confirming that he was indeed addressing her. "What?" Initially, Talia had no intention of responding to him. Yet, according to the customs of the human realm, when someone solicited her assistance, it was only reasonable to expect some form of recompense in return. She found herself in dire need of various rewards. Upon finishing his request, Ranch raised the box in his hand and added, "The excess is yours." Talia fell into silence. If this was not mere charity, but rather a transaction, she could entertain the notion. However, for demons, adherence to the principles of trade was of utmost significance, often tied to their very dignity. The nobler the demon, the more resolutely they would uphold the rules of engagement, even unto death, rather than breach the tenets of a pact, even if this human remained oblivious to her true nature as a member of the demon royalty. Talia would rather starve than contravene the sacred rules of trade for a mere morsel of food. She mentally counted the cats, ensuring that she would still have a modest portion of chicken left to consume. Deal. Talia concluded that accepting this transaction posed no issue. Although she struggled to comprehend the joy that humans derive from the act of feeding cats, Ranch temporarily closed the food container, placed it on the ground, stretched his back, and leisurely departed. On the following morning, in the residence of a wealthy merchant within the town, a day of discipline commenced anew. After rising early and finishing his breakfast, Ranchi departed from his home. The plants in the courtyard appeared to be enveloped in a misty hue, illuminated by the ascending sun, while canaries perched in the trees sang melodiously. This delightful ambience uplifted Ranchi's spirits as he walked through the yard. However, upon stepping beyond the gate, he suddenly halted. There, across the street, sat Talia, as if lying in wait for him. Yet, he remained unperturbed. It was unlikely that she had swiftly uncovered his misdeeds. Talia approached him briskly, while the guards stationed at the entrance of the mansion immediately became alert. Ranchi raised his hand to signal the guards to remain calm. Their tension was futile. If she intended to unleash chaos, no one here could impede her. She merely lifted her hand and handed him the takeout box that contained the chicken from the previous night's meal. Talia's promptness in seeking him stemmed from the town's gossip surrounding the dark-haired, green-eyed youth, revealing the notorious reputation of the young nobleman. Yet, she sensed a disparity between the tales recounted by the townsfolk and the young man she had encountered. Despite his somewhat foolish and lethargic demeanor, he did not strike her as a person of ill temper. Ranchi gazed at her with curiosity. Selling the fine china from home could yield at least half a pound, she stated flatly, referring to matters beyond their transaction. Ranchi nodded in acknowledgement and reached out to accept the box. The demon princess has evidently exerted considerable effort to disguise herself as a human, meticulously adhering to the strictures of human society. Before Lanqi could utter another word, Talia turned on her heel and departed with an air of indifference. "Did you not eat much?" Lanqi inquired, gazing at Talia's fleeting figure, cloaked in deep gray. "I have fulfilled our agreement," she responded. "I see," Lanqi murmured, lowering his gaze to the box in his hands. It was apparent that this demon placed significant emphasis on the notion that this was a transaction rather than an act of benevolence. Her pride would not permit anyone to bestow charity upon her, nor did she wish to repay any kindness. She was acutely aware that what is offered for free is often the most costly. Thus, his intention to bestow a kindness upon Talia was swiftly shattered. With a sigh, Lanqi handed the food container to a nearby guard. Indeed, attempting to mitigate the animosity he held towards her through acts of generosity proved to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, he had foreseen this outcome. Lanqi signaled to the guard trailing behind him to remain at ease, for he wished to speak with the lady privately. The guard, hesitant to voice any objections, complied with Lanqi's directive and stationed himself at the entrance of the residence. Subsequently, Lanqi hastened to catch up with Talia. She turned her head, regarding the seemingly significant yet feeble human who had approached her once more, her expression tinged with confusion. She failed to comprehend the intentions of this individual, who appeared to hold a notable status yet seemed so impotent. "I wish to propose another transaction," Lanqi stated with utmost respect, "and I assure you of its fairness in the name of my family." Talia's golden eyes fixed intently on Lanqi, as if seeking to penetrate the depths of his very soul. It is not a falsehood. She possesses the magical ability to discern the truthfulness of others' words. Moreover, she has previously engaged in a transaction. This affluent individual does not appear overly nefarious and should be capable of providing the remuneration she currently seeks. Let us hear more. Regarding the details of the transaction, I implore you not to inquire further into my reasons." Lanqi's expression turned somewhat grave as Talia nodded in understanding. She felt no need to delve deeper, for no one could deceive her with lies. "There exists a nefarious individual in this town who wishes to take my life. Thus, I wish to commission you to keep a vigilant eye for any suspicious figures near my residence and to eliminate any threats to my safety, for which I shall offer you appropriate recompense." Lanqi appeared somewhat hesitant, his eyes betraying a flicker of concern as he gazed intently at Talia. "It is not an insurmountable task." After hearing Lanqi's proposition, Talia was convinced of his sincerity. "Your household in this town must be quite affluent and influential, and surely you have ample means to ensure your safety." She contemplated this, glancing towards the formidable guards in the distance, and voiced her skepticism to Lanqi. "Given that an assassin may be lurking nearby, I cannot place absolute trust in anyone around me, and therefore require as many reliable safeguards as possible." Lanqi seemed particularly taken with Talia, his eyes openly reflecting his admiration for her integrity in returning the box and her lack of bias against him due to his identity, status, or reputation. "So you believe I am more trustworthy than those guards at your side?" Talia appeared to tacitly acknowledge her own strength in this matter. She comprehended that Lanqi possessed a discerning insight characteristic of astute merchants. "Indeed," he nodded. "Hiring me comes at a considerable cost," Talia remarked. She had been assessing the veracity of every statement made by this individual, yet thus far, he had spoken no falsehoods. Among all the humans she had encountered, this was a rare quality. Based on her judgment, he appeared to embody the traits of honesty, integrity, and kindness, making him a promising business partner. £3 a day. This agreement shall remain in effect as long as you reside in the city." Lanqi produced a checkbook emblazoned with the insignia of the Wilford Chamber of Commerce and a pin from his pocket. It seemed that carrying pound and half-pound coins was too cumbersome for him. Typically, £30 sufficed for a common family to live on for an entire year at the southern border of the Kingdom of Hedon. Talia was momentarily taken aback, not solely by Lanqi's affluent demeanor, but also by the currency, pounds, a unit she had not encountered for quite some time, especially as an undocumented individual in the kingdom. This was an offer difficult to refuse. However, she harbored absolute confidence in her own capabilities. Thus, this was not a favor but a transaction. Most crucially, the power to terminate this agreement resided with her, ensuring her freedom remained unaffected. "It's a deal," Talia softly declared. "Then I shall trouble you." Lanqi directly handed her the checkbook and pen, leaving her momentarily stunned. Talia gazed down at the check in her hands, pondering the implication. Did this mean she was to fill in the numbers herself each day before cashing it? Indeed, he is a wealthy and generous individual, endowed with qualities such as kindness and integrity. However, such a person often finds themselves at odds with the denizens of the demon realm. A twitch of his lips betrayed his struggle to suppress a smile. At present, Talia remains oblivious to the fact that the very person she wishes to eliminate, Lanqi, is herself. Even if she were to uncover the truth behind Lanqi's actions against her familiar, she would be powerless to act against him. For she is bound by a singular rule: as long as she resides within this city, she must safeguard Lanqi and, in return, receive a modest sum of £3 each day. Chapter 4. Lanqi's study of law is frightening. The cobblestone streets of the border city-state of Nanwantina appeared ancient and tranquil under the gentle morning light. Lanqi strolled leisurely, a bright smile illuminating his face. Thus, Talia's murderous intent was effortlessly dispelled. It posed no challenge to him. Next, he intended to visit the library of the border city-state, a destination he had never ventured to before, yet to Lanqi, it resembled an infinite treasure trove. Although the library pales in comparison to those in major cities or the renowned royal library of the kingdom, it houses numerous and valuable tomes that one might struggle to find at home. Lanqi had a plethora of books that piqued his interest, and he felt an urgent need to peruse them. The mere thought of returning to a tranquil existence filled him with anticipation. As long as he evaded Talia's lethal intentions and ensured she did not acquire the crucial funds to initiate her restoration plan, it seemed he had inadvertently spared this world from chaos, rendering it a better place. As for the meager sum of £3 promised to her daily, even if she were to linger beside him until her last breath, it would hardly equate to the restoration of her homeland. By the time she had earned enough to avoid the hardships of travel, she would likely have grown weary of this mundane town and would soon choose to depart. After all, she was unlike him. He merely aspired to live as an ordinary citizen, free and unencumbered, while she harbored lofty ambitions. With these thoughts in mind, he arrived at a bakery fervently recommended by a maid, procured his breakfast for the day, and cradled the paper bag as he continued down the bustling street towards the library. The library was not too far from his residence, even at a leisurely pace. It would take approximately 30 minutes to reach. The shops lining the streets had already opened their doors, welcoming the day's commerce. With the air rich with the enticing aromas of freshly baked bread and coffee wafting along the cobblestones, the morning light and mist danced among the buildings, while verdant moss adorned the winding path ahead, seemingly narrating tales of history's weight and brilliance. Every structure visible was monumental in its grandeur. He bit into his cheese and fruit-stuffed pastry, inhaling the crisp morning air. Before he realized it, he stood before the grand library. In the days to come, his thirst for knowledge would undoubtedly render him a frequent visitor. The imposing façade of the edifice was graced with a row of majestic stone columns rising above the broad steps, its exterior constructed from stones imbued with the essence of time. Upon stepping inside, he beheld arched windows adorned with intricate patterns, reflecting a gentle luminescence. He made his way directly to the counter, swiftly processing his library card, and then ventured into the expansive reading area. Guided by the indoor map, he located the section dedicated to legal literature, lightly tapping the spines of the books as his gaze swiftly flowed over the titles. Soon, he retrieved a hefty tome entitled The Codex of the Hutton Kingdom from the shelves. Satisfied, he settled at the long table and began to peruse its contents. Having entered such a fantastical realm, one would typically be eager to explore their innate talents or to delve into the possibilities of magic. However, for Lanqi, his focus lay elsewhere. He sought to master the law. While magic and power undeniably hold significance in this world, illustrated by the magical card decks that can bestow unimaginable wealth and extraordinary abilities, Lanqi was convinced of his own promising talent for card creation. Yet, becoming an accomplished card master could not be achieved overnight. It required a wealth of knowledge in magical engineering, alongside diligent practice and perseverance. In his current perspective, knowledge and wisdom represented the foundation of his existence. Understanding the law could mean the difference between a lifetime of incarceration for an adversary or an immediate execution for oneself. Thus, he was in no hurry to study magical card crafting. He believed that upon arriving in any place, the foremost priority was to comprehensively understand the nation's laws or fundamental regulations. Consequently, Lanqi had risen early that day to visit the town library, where he sought out the latest revised edition of the Codex of the Hutton Kingdom, intent on meticulously studying it word by word. A staunch adherent to the law, he would never engage in any actions deemed illegal until the sun set beyond the horizon. The warm glow of the setting sun poured through the window, enveloping the library in a serene atmosphere. At a desk, Lanqi lingered over a book, gently brushing the delicate pages as he read. The orange-red sunlight filtered through the glass, illuminating his face, adding a touch of softness and grace to his features. Is that literary youth not exceptionally handsome? Indeed, so earnest and focused. He had spent the entire day engrossed in legal texts, clearly a prodigious scholar. Yet, wait, is he not the scion of the Wilford family, the notorious Lanqi Wilford? But it is evident that he holds a genuine reverence for the law. Perhaps the rumors are not as true as they seem. The girls seated behind the counter whispered among themselves, occasionally stealing glances at Lanqi. His silky black hair and clear emerald green eyes complemented his innate aura of a poet and artist, and when he shed his debauched demeanor, he seemed to undergo a remarkable transformation. Nevertheless, immersed in his studies, Lanqi appeared oblivious to the passage of time, completely unaware of the distractions within the library. It was only as the light outside gradually dimmed that he became slightly aware of the impending closing time. When he finally shifted his gaze from the pages, he felt a long-forgotten ache in his eyes. Raising his head, he noticed that the library's patrons had dwindled to a sparse few. Tomorrow, I shall delve into the foundational knowledge of magical engineering in this world, Lanqi mused, marking his place in the legal code before closing the book. In addition to borrowing the unfinished tome of legal code, he had likely compiled his own reading list. For instance, several books he had inadvertently glimpsed while searching for the code piqued his interest. Principles of detoxification, strategies for resisting psychic interference magic, and methods for preventing curses. After all, once he delved into the kingdom's laws and regulations, the next step would be to study magical cards. The mere thought of others potentially wielding these spells against him sent an uncomfortable shiver down his spine. And, should fate ever compel him to employ such potent magic himself, he would need to discern how to circumvent these defenses. As the adage goes, knowing oneself and the adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Chapter 5. Talia had gone the entire day without sustenance. The gentle breeze beneath the night sky carried the fragrance of blossoms and the freshness of greenery, softly caressing the steps of the border library. The moonlight cascading onto the stone stairs took on a tender glow, akin to the harmonious notes of time. compelling the few passers-by on the street to pause and listen. Talia sat motionless on the steps outside the library until the twilight deepened ever so slightly. At that moment, the imposing doors of the library creaked open and Ranch emerged, cradling a legal tome in his arms. Although Talia had her back turned to him, she subtly tilted her head, clearly sensing his presence. Ranch, taken aback by the familiar silhouette, hurried to her side. Have you been waiting here for me all this time? He settled leisurely beside her, maintaining a comfortable distance. Having received your remuneration, I shall naturally attend to your needs. Talia spoke with an expressionless demeanor. Unintentionally, she caught a glimpse of the codex of the Kingdom of Hedin in Ringi's hands. She was unaware that Ringi had been engrossed in a book all day long in the library. Now, she finally grasped the answer. This fellow must aspire to become a lawyer or a judge. Indeed, he embodies the quintessentially proper human. Have you not had lunch? Ringi observed Talia, whose poise resembled that of a statue, and realized that she had likely been standing here all day, perhaps even hungry. She adhered to the terms of their arrangement with a rigidity that surpassed his expectations. Perhaps this was the pride of the demon royalty? Talia remained silent, merely casting a somewhat displeased glance at Ringi, seemingly acquiescing to his remark. I happen to be preparing for dinner as well. Shall we go together? Ringi stammered awkwardly, offering a sheepish smile. She would not accept the unwarranted kindness of a human. Today was my oversight. I shall ensure to communicate in advance how long I intend to remain here in the future, Ringi earnestly explained, his words laden with remorse. So, as compensation, allow me to treat you to a meal. Yet, Talia stood there unmoved, as though she had not heard Ringi's words at all. In our residence, we boast the finest chef in town, renowned for his mastery of the exquisite flavors unique to the southern borders of Vantina. He employs only the most select ingredients, ensuring that his culinary creations are unparalleled, offering delicacies that are seldom savored in other city-states. Among his specialties are the most luxurious mango milfud, mocha hazelnut crispy tart, and platinum strawberry mousse cake. As Ranci's incessant chatter filled the air, Talia's eyes flickered momentarily, hinting at a fleeting interest, only to be followed by a furrowed brow. No, she replied coldly, turning her head away, dismissing Ranci with a single glance, her intention clear as she descended the steps without a second thought. His words lingered in her ears like a devil's whisper, steeped in temptation. For reasons unknown, in that fleeting moment, she experienced a disorienting sense of distance. As if a cunning strategist of the demonic realm stood beside her, and she believed that with his unwavering support, she could reclaim her homeland. Yet, this was absurd. Clearly, such thoughts belonged to a benevolent, lawful human youth, utterly disconnected from her kin. Indeed, it was her fervent yearning for restoration that had conjured this nonsensical illusion. How lamentable. Ranci rose, dusting off his trousers, one hand cradling the substantial kingdom's codex, and with a smile, he briskly followed her. Though Talia remained as aloof as ever, it was evident to Ranci, whether intentionally or not, that he had discerned something significant. She was an exceedingly disciplined individual. She has consistently adhered to a strict regimen of dietary principles and practices, which include rising early, jogging, meditating, and taking cold showers. However, she refrains from indulging in sweets. And when she does find the rare opportunity to enjoy dessert, she permits herself only the most exquisite options. Ranci could not help but harbor serious doubts. Could it be that Talia is a concealed gourmand, yet fears succumbing to her appetites? The greatest vulnerability of demons lies in their overwhelming desires. At times, these desires are perceived and manipulated by even more malevolent beings, leading them into madness. The higher the rank of the demon, the more adept they become at restraining and concealing their cravings. Ranci silently chuckled to herself. It is indeed fascinating how demons are. The sky over the border city darkened further. Under the cloak of night, Ranci's home shone with an extraordinary brilliance. The crystal chandeliers in the courtyard and the luminous lights from the windows casting a warm glow. On the second floor of the estate, in a spacious and elegant study, sat a formidable middle-aged man, his temples graying slightly, yet his leader-like demeanor remained undiminished. He wore a meticulously tailored, antique suit, every edge impeccably arranged, reflecting an air of meticulousness. He was Ranci's father, the master of the house. No. Beside him, the butler was pouring tea, accompanied by the distant sound of approaching footsteps. The door to the study slowly opened. A youthful boy with black hair and green eyes appeared at the threshold, a look of mild perplexity upon his face. "You have arrived," No remarked, leaning back in his chair behind the desk, scrutinizing Ranci as if he had been waiting for her for quite some time. "I apologize. I was unaware that you wished to see me today." No nodded. However, he was taken aback when Ranch entered, holding a copy of the Codex of the Kingdom of Hutton adorned with the emblem of the border library, although No could not immediately comprehend why it was a codex. At that moment, Ranch bore an uncanny resemblance to a dignified priest or scholar, exuding an almost imperceptible aura of a judge who holds dominion over life and death. No then pinched the bridge of his nose, realizing it was merely his own illusion. His wayward son had no semblance to a clergyman. It was a stroke of fortune that he had not been ensnared by a cult. At times, he genuinely harbored concerns that Ranch might fall under the sway of those nefarious zealots. In the worst-case scenario, he could even become a fervent devotee, worshipping those malevolent bishops, akin to natural disasters. Fortunately, No was convinced that Ranch lacked the audacity to provoke those entities darker than night. Chapter 6, A Masterpiece of the World, One Filial. One joy for a moment, the study was enveloped in silence. The atmosphere shared with his father likely led Ranch to surmise that this conversation held significant weight for them both. Observing his father's expression, it was evident that they were about to engage in a dialogue concerning the future, responsibilities, and the honor of their family. Thus, Ranch refrained from speaking before his father did. As his gaze gradually shifted, he noticed the butler smiling at him, that same sly smile reminiscent of an old fox. Ranch felt a twinge of discomfort and quickly averted his gaze. His attention then settled on the neatly arranged array of books upon the towering shelves, as well as the oil paintings suspended along the walls. It is said that this is an ancient masterpiece, a family heirloom, illuminated by an elegant magical lamp, infusing the entire study with an artistic ambience. Yet, it is evident that it pales in comparison to Ranchi's paintings. After a considerable pause, No finally seemed to have composed his thoughts and spoke. Following this, a brief silence ensued, a moment of waiting. No was uncertain whether Ranchi would become irate upon having his act exposed. The changes in Ranchi over the past few days appeared to him as a temporary performance strategy. It was likely that Ranchi had realized the household would begin to impose restrictions on his extravagant spending and reckless behavior. Thus, he must have been suppressing his mischievous tendencies, attempting to navigate this ordeal by feigning compliance. However, to No's surprise, Ranchi's gaze remained clear and calm. After reflecting on the matter, he earnestly nodded and replied, "I sincerely apologize. I assure you I will refrain from actions that tarnish our family's reputation." This left No momentarily taken aback, causing him to squint in disbelief. He scrutinized Ranchi once more. Indeed, he appeared to be a good young man. For a fleeting moment, No felt a sense of pride for having such an erudite and bright-eyed son. This lad had either genuinely experienced a profound transformation or was merely putting on a brave face. Although No hoped for the former, he was well aware that the latter was more probable. Surely, it could not be that this foolish boy had undergone a complete change of spirit due to some fortuitous event. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Regardless of whether Lanqi is acting or not, No has a way to fundamentally discern how to treat him next. Clearing his throat, No straightened up and fixed his gaze on Lanqi. "How prepared are you for the entrance examination of the Alchemy Institute?" His tone seemed to soften slightly, yet the underlying message was more severe. "Do keep in mind that although I am often occupied with international commerce in the Empire, it does not imply that I am entirely indifferent to your affairs. My leniency is predicated on the assumption that you are genuinely striving to lead a meaningful life." As the words fell, a subtle smile crept onto the butler's lips, standing behind No. 3 parts of his amusement stemmed from the delight in the young master's predicament, while 7 parts were fueled by curiosity regarding how the young master would respond. Lanqi remained silent for a moment, startled by the revelation. In the memories of his former self, he had never truly studied. The Alchemy Institute that No referred to is a branch of the ancient Exiled Academy located in the capital of the Hedon Kingdom. This esteemed institution annually enrolls promising youths of appropriate age from Hedon and neighboring nations, earning a notable reputation across the southern continent. The Alchemy Institute, renowned for its expertise in alchemical techniques and theoretical research, boasts an entrance examination so challenging that the former self had given up before even attempting to prepare. Moreover, he had perpetually deceived his parents into believing he was diligently striving for admission into the Alchemy Institute, thus gaining their trust and squandering a substantial amount of pocket money on frivolous pursuits. Cursed be this wretched former self, having enjoyed all the benefits. The burden of consequences now falls squarely upon me. Lanqi fumed inwardly. However, in the course of its original development, the predecessor would not have encountered the current predicament. For Talia would assist this foolish wealthy heir in resolving the troubles of his existence. At this thought, Ranch frowned suddenly. "Father, are there any other enterprises in the world sharing the name Wilford Trading Company?" Ranch inquired. I cannot assert whether there are similarly named small enterprises. But there is only one large trading company that conducts commerce between the Kingdom of Hutton and the Empire of Crisia. Ours, No replied. After No's statement, Ranch's expression remained unchanged. He merely nodded silently. Having altered the fate of being killed by Talia and survived, he would consequently confront situations that the typical foolish heir would not encounter. Ranch had long felt that his surname, Wilfort, sounded somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall the specific context. Upon hearing No's words, Ranch finally remembered that in the main storyline of the game set 2 years hence, there existed a side quest titled The Wilfort Tragedy. The task notification indicated that a multinational trading enterprise had abruptly collapsed overnight for unknown reasons, with the senior management of that company subsequently meeting gruesome fates. Players could choose whether to investigate, and the task level was exceedingly high. His surname was indeed Wilfort, and his family's enterprise was also known as the Wilfort Trading Company, the only large multinational corporation of its kind. It seemed to be unequivocally his own. It appeared that he could not afford to remain idle. At the very least, he must strive for a year and a half to investigate and resolve the potential hazards threatening his family. The family's fortune relies entirely on the assurance of retiring at the age of 20, and it must be safeguarded with utmost diligence. Reflecting on the memories associated with the Academy of Exiled, I am confident that I will successfully pass the entrance examination. In truth, I harbor no objections to attending this illustrious institution located in the capital. In fact, within the remnants of my previous memories, it has always been a dreamlike academy. Renowned for its cutting-edge magical engineering techniques and abundant advanced facilities, all under exceptional protection. Currently, as a mere first-tier unclassed individual devoid of any combat prowess, I lack the strength for self-preservation and the status that would compel influential figures to regard and protect me. Recklessly venturing into the heart of the potential troubles in the Krite Empire would be tantamount to courting disaster. It is far wiser to first explore my potential within the Kingdom of Hutton, if I desire to rapidly elevate my reputation, or even garner the favor of certain powerful entities or formidable beings in this world. Establishing connections is paramount. Thus, becoming a master card creator seems to be the most fitting shortcut aligned with my innate talents. Utilizing the resources of the Magical Engineering Academy at Exiled is undeniably more efficient than laboring alone in this border city to study card creation. The capital also presents a more suitable stage for me to truly showcase my abilities. Ultimately, if I can attain wealth and success in the capital of Exiled, I will find a way to dismantle my father's Wilfort Trading Company, thereby averting the doom of our family. No raised an eyebrow, unaware of Rengi's deeply filial intentions, and merely questioned his confidence regarding enrollment. He believed that his foolish son, whose demeanor resembled that of a petty thug, would reveal his true nature upon arrival. To his surprise, aside from a slight frown, Ranqi remained obstinate. Ranqi's reactions today were indeed beyond No's expectations at every turn. Although No did not invest much energy into Ranqi's daily affairs, whenever he inquired with the butler and maid about Ranqi's condition, both made efforts to shield him from scrutiny. However, No was not naive. He could roughly discern the state in which Ranqi typically navigated through life. Since you assert this, if you successfully pass the entrance examination, then I shall have misunderstood you, and I will apologize, No said in a deep voice, his gaze piercing into Ranqi's emerald eyes. But if you fail to pass the Academy's examination, does that not imply you have deceived our trust in you? Certainly, that is a fair point. I shall not disturb you further today. Focus on your studies, he continued. I will arrange to purchase your train ticket to the capital in advance, so you need not worry about that. Having observed Ranqi's firm promise, No felt satisfied. Since Ranqi chose to remain obstinate, No did not mind utilizing this opportunity, with reason and evidence, to ensure that Ranqi would ultimately accept the consequences of his actions after experiencing some setbacks. In truth, No did not believe Ranqi could pass the Alchemy Academy's examination, or rather, it seemed utterly impossible, given the complexity of the exam, the number of subjects involved, and the exceedingly high standards required to pass. It would take at least 2 or 3 years of diligent preparation, with the entrance examination for the Exiled Academy commencing in just 3 months. Even the least talent-demanding Alchemy Academy was beyond Ranqi's grasp. Only when he arrives in the royal capital and encounters his equally gifted peers from the other 3 academies will he truly comprehend the folly and tragic nature of his own laziness, arrogance, and short-sightedness. I understand, Lanqi asserted confidently. Although his father harbored persistent doubts about him, he always spoke with a remarkable emotional intelligence and even planned to send Lanqi to the royal capital, which made Lanqi feel respected. As long as you are convinced that I can go to the royal capital and showcase my abilities, I assure you that you will receive news of my successful admission to the Exiled Academy in the royal capital." Noel nearly chuckled at this remark. He took a sip from his teacup, stifling the laughter that threatened to surface. "Showcase your abilities? You're merely going to take an entrance exam. How could you possibly create any significant impact?" Noel had not anticipated that today's conversation would unfold so smoothly. He had prepared himself for a rather unpleasant exchange between father and son. Punishment for Lanqi was inevitable, as he needed to teach the arrogant and overly confident boy the consequences of his actions. However, today, due to Lanqi's sincere attitude, a favorable peace accord was unexpectedly reached. To Noel, the distinction lay in allowing Lanqi to experience the world before imposing any punishment. After all, Lanqi would only embarrass himself in the entrance examinations for Exiled Academy. As for letting Lanqi go to the royal capital, Noel felt no concern that his son would become a wild stallion. In this small border town, Lanqi could behave arrogantly. But in the royal capital of Exiled, a place teeming with influential figures, he would undoubtedly fail to stir up any significant commotion. After all, Noah had a profound understanding of Ranch, recognizing him as the quintessential paper tiger, an inept and frivolous young man, rather than a chaotic rebel who would evolve uncontrollably in the right circumstances. This realization brought him a sense of comfort. Chapter 7. Ranch understands enrollment. The floor clock in the study ticked serenely, the sound of its gears distinctly audible. Gazing at the magical desk lamp that emitted a warm amber glow, Noah removed his glasses, closed his eyes, and gradually relaxed his furrowed brow. Regardless of whether Ranch was feigning his demeanor, the latter's unhurried attitude offered Noah some solace. "Father, before the examination, I require some funds. Could you ensure that I have ample resources for the next 3 months?" Just as Noah presumed Ranch was about to depart, the latter's voice compelled him to open his eyes once more. "What do you intend to do?" Noah inquired, his tone laced with suspicion. Fearing that Ranch might seek to deceive him for as much money as possible before the entrance exam, indulging himself in the process. "Creating magical cards necessitates a significant amount of materials, and I also need to hire a suitable teacher," Ranch replied, his expression and tone remaining remarkably calm, devoid of any indication of deceit. He spoke the truth. After completing the legal code, he would embark on the study of magical cards. "You can create magical cards?" Noah asked, astonished. "Not yet," Ranch admitted. He required the perfect rhetoric to gain his father's trust and elicit his wholehearted investment. At that moment, the butler, who had been standing silently behind Noah, interjected, "I assure you, young master will indeed produce exceptional magical cards." He slightly bent over and spoke beside Noah. "If you could see the painting in the young master's room, you would no longer worry about him." "Oh?" Noah turned his head to gaze at the butler, surprised by his words, but soon his astonishment transformed into delight. He then looked at Ranch with keen interest. "Ranch, have you taken up painting again recently? If Hans praises it so highly, it must be quite a remarkable piece." Hans was the name of the butler, yet it was rare for anyone to call him directly by name. Ranch followed the customary practice of addressing the butler simply as "you." Not just that. The butler smiled and shook his head. It was evident that the master had yet to grasp the level of talent the young master had achieved in his artistry. Anyone could discern that Noah's previous comment was made in a tone befitting a child. "Hans has always been very supportive of me. He tends to exaggerate." Ranch briefly pressed his lips together and interrupted the butler before he could finish. It would be best if Noah never laid eyes on the portrait of Talia hanging in his bedroom. Otherwise, should Noah encounter Talia in town, an absurd misunderstanding might ensue. "I see." The only thing that took Noah by surprise was Ranch's humility. Generally, one would expect Ranch to seize the opportunity to boast about his talents in pursuit of investment. Upon hearing Ranch's words, the butler decided not to pursue the topic any further. "Very well, I hope you succeed in the Alchemy Institute's examination." Hans. Noah spoke with a sigh, offering polite words of encouragement to Rancher, before instructing the butler Hans to provide the necessary financial support for Rancher's needs. It was only out of respect for the old butler and in light of Rancher's amiable demeanor today that Noah readily acquiesced to Rancher's request. After all, he had already bestowed a considerable sum upon this foolish lad. One could only hope that he would soon come to his senses. May the goddess bless him. If today's composure and humility were genuine rather than a mere fade, it would indeed be a most fortunate occurrence. As night deepened, the wall sconces in the spacious corridor on the second floor of the estate emitted a gentle glow, enveloping the entire residence in a serene and tranquil atmosphere. Most of the household staff had concluded their duties for the day and retired to rest. Of course, some servants remained on duty. As Rancher pushed open the door to the study, he encountered a waiting maid, an empathetic soul named Francine, who, unlike the other servants, did not appear to fear him as much. Rancher noted that it seemed she and the butler were the only ones willing to treat him with sincerity. After exchanging a brief, polite greeting, Francine followed him with a hint of concern, whispering, "Young master, are you certain you are not deceiving the master?" She had overheard the conversation in the study and was well aware of how Rancher had spent his time each day. The entrance examination for the Alchemical Academy encompassed a written test that included subjects such as kingdom arithmetic, pharmacology, material processing, basic magical engineering, and the principles of alchemy. Even if Rancher were to hire the finest tutors and study fervently now, it would be far too late. A mere entrance examination. Ranch chuckled lightly, closing his eyes. His tranquil demeanor seemingly indifferent to the difficulty of the test, showing no inclination to intensify his study efforts. Frankson observed this and began to question whether Ranch had truly given up from this moment, indulging in a final revelry. The young master could certainly strive dynamically in the capital, and merely selling paintings would surely yield a substantial income. Rest assured, I shall investigate the examination rules tonight. Sensing the maid's concern, Ranch smiled reassuringly, his tone affirming, his gaze as clear as when confronting a legal code. That is reassuring. Examination rules? Frankson suddenly realized. She felt there was more to Ranch's words that met the eye. While it is indeed a commendable habit to thoroughly read the instructions prior to an examination, what could possibly warrant such scrutiny of the Alchemy Institute's entrance examination regulations? Soon after bidding farewell, Ranch quickened his pace towards his bedroom, leaving the maid in the corridor. Her face a canvas of tangled confusion. Upon returning to his chamber and closing the door, Ranch retrieved the entrance reference book for Exiled Academy from the bookshelf. He approached his desk, leisurely sat down, and slowly picked up a pen. Gazing at the book in his hand as he began to outline his schedule for the upcoming 3 months. Regarding the matter of admission, he was earnest. He had indeed assured his father of his successful enrollment. However, he had not specified which division he intended to join. Though I am not naturally combative, I possess an understanding of conflict. Should it come to that, under my preparation, I do not believe I would emerge defeated. Within this academy, there exists a focus on theoretical research and backup support, notably within the Alchemy Institute and the Engineering Institute, where swift examination passage proves challenging. Conversely, the Sage Institute and the Knight Institute emphasize direct combat and tactical application. Rengi's approach is straightforward. He intends to utilize a roundabout method for enrollment, planning to switch his application from the Alchemy Institute to another department at the appropriate time. While the evaluation criteria for the practical-focused Magic and Knight Institutes may differ significantly, the underlying principles remain consistent across the years, assessing candidates' adaptability, character, and practical combat abilities. This is intrinsically linked to the world's most formidable dungeon, the Shadow Realm. Over the next 3 months, should he successfully craft several unique magical cards that embody his distinctive style, and procure a few additional cards readily available in the market for synergy, Rengi could potentially execute maneuvers that would leave the leaders of all academies astounded. Chapter 8 Talia found humanity perplexing. In the skyline of the border city-states, a handful of stars continued to twinkle faintly, reminiscent of a poem on the verge of vanishing from the night sky. It was not until the dawn's gentle light quietly descended, casting a soft blush on the horizon, that it adorned the Rengi residence with an ethereal hue. In this tranquil moment, Rengi's bedroom radiated an extraordinary serenity as beams of light filtered through the delicate curtains, resembling pure, dancing sprites. Yet, Rengi was already awake. He shifted his body, pushing the blanket aside, letting his feet dangle before gently placing them upon the carpet, where he savored the soft texture beneath him. How could I dream of being in the underworld, where the king of hell is on an extended holiday, and I am entrusted to sign the ledger of life and death in his stead? After stretching luxuriously, a wave of relaxation coursed through my body. Ranch straightened his back and rose from the edge of his bed. After completing his morning ablutions, he did not hasten downstairs for breakfast. Instead, he drew back the curtains by his desk, basking in the gentle warmth of the morning sun. A soft breeze caressed the leaves outside, and nearby, birds chirped melodiously from the treetops. A cascade of crisp notes floated through the window, filling Ranch's bedroom and permeating the delightful dawn. In recent days, the books on his desk had multiplied significantly. In addition to the legal texts, he had requested the steward to procure several foundational books available for direct purchase at the Card Masters Association in the city-state. The study and application of magic in this world are as perplexing as the mathematics of a doctoral field. If one cannot grasp it, one simply cannot. Ranch had come to the realization that he lacked the innate talent to become a traditional mage capable of wielding magic solely through his own abilities. However, The beauty of this world lies in the fact that anyone can utilize magic through magical cards. Yet, there exists a limitation on the number of magical cards that can be bound to a soul. Consequently, these cards do not diminish the uniqueness of combat roles. Rather, they empower the strong. Ordinary individuals can also employ magical cards to access various convenient minor life spells. This is precisely why magical card creators are such a highly esteemed profession. The art of card creation, in contrast to the crafting of other magical items, demands a profound understanding of magical engineering principles, along with exceptional creativity and intellectual prowess, as well as the cultivation of remarkable artistic skills. Fortunately for Lanqi, the knowledge pertaining to magical engineering, such as the crafting of magical artifacts and the principles of magical devices, surprisingly struck him as quite straightforward, even with a cursory glance. He could swiftly comprehend the material. Of course, it is also possible that the caliber of the textbook authorship is particularly high. Lanqi gazed at the stack of reference books on his desk with a sense of admiration. Curiously, all these textbooks were penned by the same author, Fundamentals of Magical Engineering in the Kingdom of Hutton, 7th edition, by Paleo. Common Misconceptions in the Crafting of First-Level Magical Cards, by Paleo, and Ethical Standards for Card Crafters, by Paleo. It was said by members of the Card Crafters Association that Professor Paleo is indeed a mentor at the exiled Academy's Department of Magical Engineering. Unfortunately, Professor Paleo does not take on students. Otherwise, Lanqi would have been tempted to strive diligently for 100 days to apply to the Department of Magical Engineering. However, in contrast to the complex and demanding academic environment of the department, which has dedicated mentors, he preferred the more liberating and flexible course structure of the Sage Academy and the Knight Academy, fewer compulsory courses and a plethora of electives, allowing one to graduate simply by completing all required courses and accruing sufficient credits. As for those courses within the magical engineering department that suited him, he could incorporate them as elective subjects into his curriculum later on. This was the conclusion Lanqi arrived at after diligently researching the information regarding the exiled Academy. Having studied the theory, it was now time to experiment with the crafting of magical cards. Lanqi felt that the mana he had expended during the recent portraiture of Talia had sufficiently replenished, and today he could rent a card crafting workshop from the Card Crafters Association to practice. As the departure to the royal capital looms just 2.5 months away, it is imperative to ensure that matters concerning Talia are well arranged. Though she belongs to the demon race, there exists a mutual dependence between them. Perhaps, in the future, they could evolve into esteemed trading partners. Lanqi gazed out of the window, his eyes quickly locating a gray figure outside the confines of his estate, in a corner where the sunlight had yet to reach. A young maiden stood with an elegance reminiscent of a living statue, her form as exquisite as fine porcelain, delicate and gentle. In the gentle breeze, the deep gray cloak enveloping Talia fluttered lightly, enhancing her enigmatic allure. In this tranquil moment, she seemed to merge with the surrounding environment, embodying the essence of a painting, as if her presence was the singular focal point within it. Lanqi rested his chin on his hand, gazing intently at the demon princess, flawlessly disguised as a human. Alas, she was rather ancient, no less than several centuries old, he mused. Although Talia was considered young among her kind, according to human standards, referring to her as an old hag would not be entirely inaccurate. Of course, Lanqi remained oblivious to the potential consequences of actually calling Talia an old hag. In the distance, as if sensing his gaze, Talia's eyes flickered towards the direction of the second floor of the mansion. "Good morning." Lanqi smiled and waved gently towards the distant figure of Talia upon making eye contact. However, Talia paid him no heed. Her silver hair cascaded like silk over her shoulders, quietly settling upon her cloak, while her gaze remained indifferent, fixed ahead. She was merely intent on ascertaining any movements that might pose a threat to the inhabitants of the estate, since it was Lanqi herself. Rather than others who might pose a threat to her, she had no intention of paying any further heed. It was as if she was solely concerned with fulfilling her duties to safeguard her employer, indifferent to the employer's essence. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she harbored a persistent feeling that the young boy's inner thoughts were unusually vibrant, and he appeared to be contemplating some rather troublesome matters. However, Talia could not articulate the source of her intuition, nor could she fathom what precisely was occupying the boy's mind. No matter how one looked at it, he was merely extending a friendly greeting. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. After all, since the fall of the demon realm, she had begun to harbor a disdain for humanity, even with someone as gentle and harmless as Lanqi. She occasionally found herself grappling with the misconception that he might be a person of exceedingly malevolent character, perfectly camouflaged. Nevertheless, her truth-detecting spells and her own observations had confirmed that this human possessed an impeccable character. Sighing softly, Talia lamented that after wandering through the realm of humans for so many years, she believed she had begun to comprehend these creatures. Yet, it seemed that her aspiration to endure humiliation and seamlessly integrate into human society, seeking an opportunity for restoration, would require considerable effort. Chapter 9. Rengi prepares to craft cards draped in her coat. Rengi picked up the legal codex borrowed from the border library and exited the room. As the morning light gradually intensified, the outside world became increasingly discernible. After enjoying her breakfast as usual, exchanging a few pleasantries with the butler Hans and bidding farewell to the maid Francine, Rengi strode out of the estate, heading towards the corner she recalled from memory. Soon, he spotted Talia standing by the wall. "Good morning, Tata," Rengi greeted the waiting Talia. Previously, when Rengi inquired about Talia's name, she had not revealed her true identity, instead stating that she was called Tata. Although Rengi was already aware of her real name, he had to feign ignorance. Otherwise, inadvertently uttering the name Talia could lead to significant trouble. As an ordinary citizen, he had no reason to know the true identity of the demon princess. Thus, Rengi naturally referred to her as Tata. Talia merely nodded, offering no further acknowledgement to Rengi. Once Rengi commenced his day's itinerary, she maintained a discreet distance, following him closely yet unobtrusively. Approximately half an hour later, Rengi and Talia arrived at the Card Master Association's branch located in the southern border of the Kingdom of Hutton. In Ventina, before Rengi could touch the imposing door, a mysterious energy began to emanate from it, with a subtle vibrating sound. The gap in the door widened from narrow to broad, revealing a scene entirely distinct from the outside world. The interior of the association exuded an air of antique elegance. Aside from the orderly delineation of counter areas, there was little excessive ornamentation. The overall layout imparted a sense of meticulous organization. Despite it being only morning, the association was already bustling with industrious staff. Numerous visiting guests awaited at the counters, engaging in discussions pertaining to magical cards and the realm of shadows. As Lanqi stepped into the grand and magnificent edifice, he abruptly halted. "Talia, I cannot ascertain when I shall finish today. Would you accompany me inside?" Talia, devoted to her role as a bodyguard, had previously awaited him outside, whether he was at the border library or the Cardmakers Association, until his return. Though her presence was formidable, Lanqi had informed her that there were places where her company was unnecessary. He was acutely aware that Talia lacked the credentials to enter these establishments. Presently, she was merely an undocumented migrant in the Kingdom of Hutton. Should she be investigated for trespassing into these prominent associations, it could lead to considerable complications. "No," Talia replied, her tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet her voice remained characteristically distant. Lanqi sighed, placing his hands on his hips as he gazed at her. "I may need to frequent this place for extended periods. If you linger outside every day, it might draw more attention." His words rendered Talia silent, as if she were contemplating. "Do you not think it would be far more convenient for your work if you were free to enter and exit the Cardmakers Association?" Lanqi inquired further. "The truth is, I intend to rent a workshop within the association. There will be no one else in the card-making room besides myself. You could pass the time there. If anyone from the association inquires, I shall simply state that you are my bodyguard." As Rengi spoke, he produced his savings crystal card, evidently of the highest caliber. The Cardmaker Association of the border city-states would not dare to slight such an esteemed guest. After a moment's hesitation, Talia nodded slightly and followed suit. In truth, she had long wished to enter the Human Card Maker Association rather than wait outside. Regrettably, her lack of legal status had hindered her. These humans always seemed to unwittingly render her desires fulfilled. Not long after Rengi escorted Talia into the association, a steward approached him to extend a warm welcome. Although he was not a registered card maker within the association, the staff recognized Rengi as a businessman. After all, the Rengi family was renowned in the region as part of the distinguished Wilfort Trading Company of the South Wantina borderlands. "I would like to rent a high-end private card-making workshop, and I also require some materials." Rengi succinctly articulated his request to the steward, handing over a list. The steward nodded respectfully, gesturing for the two to follow him. Under the steward's guidance, they navigated through the expansive first floor of the association until they reached a floating staircase that led to the third floor. The corridor here bore the marks of decades past, yet it had been preserved with an artistic sensibility, avoiding excessive renovation. At the end of the passage, a room adorned with a purple sign caught the eyes of Rengi and Talia. The steward opened the door for them and stepped aside, indicating that they could enter. "Mr. Rancy Wilford, the rental fee is £1 per hour. You may settle the rental bill upon your departure, and I shall deliver the materials to you later. The steward operated a small magical device in his hand for a moment before returning the crystal card inscribed with Rancy's identity. Very well, thank you. Rancy conversed with the steward at the entrance, while Talia stood silently nearby, surveying her surroundings. It became immediately apparent to her that this spacious card-making workshop was equipped with a complete set of high-end facilities. In a border city-state, possessing such amenities was quite impressive. Talia could scarcely recall the last time she had encountered these familiar tools, yet at this moment, she felt no desire to engage with them. The magical cards she crafted, inscribed with demonic script, were not to be traded casually within human realms. Should any trace lead the Council of the Human Kingdom Alliance to investigate, it would undoubtedly result in dire consequences. Before long, the staff promptly prepared and delivered the materials listed on Rancy's order. In addition to standard supplies such as blank cards, energy crystals, imprinting stones, and magical core liquids, there was also a plethora of scrolls. The primary materials required for crafting the three major types of magical cards varied significantly. Equipment cards necessitate prototypes along with enchantments and encapsulation tools. Summoning cards demand materials like monster cores or soul crystals. Conversely, the creation of spell cards requires magical scrolls as a foundational element for processing and rewriting. As a practice endeavor, spell cards undoubtedly present the most advantageous choice. For a large portion of the materials and techniques needed have already been integrated into the magical scrolls, in contrast to creating from scratch. The crafting of spell cards is akin to a process of reworking. You are free to leave at any moment, as long as you locate the steward from earlier, who will escort you inside. Ranchi moved a chair to a position not far from the workbench, indicating it was for Talia. Talia nodded. Disliking the notion of standing idly for an entire day, she approached the chair and gently seated herself, her back straight, hands delicately folded upon her lap. Resembling a regal queen, her gaze remained aloof, fixed upon the distance, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. However, upon sitting down, she realized that her only pastime would be to observe the young man before her as he busily crafted cards to pass the time. Chapter 10. Is there something amiss with the magic cards created by Ranchi? Bright lights illuminated the card-making workshop, reflecting off the magical instruments and vessels. The tools exuded an ancient aura, as if they had borne witness to the glorious rise of many card makers. At this moment, Ranchi was wholly engrossed in his workbench. He meticulously counted the base materials, retrieving a partitioned tray, and carefully selected the necessary items, placing each into the designated compartments. Talia watched his selection with an unconscious furrow of her brow. What purpose could he have for so many materials? Amidst her confusion, Ranchi gradually completed his preparations. The once thrifty and destitute Talia had nearly forgotten that she had once known affluence. Ranchi rolled up his shirt sleeves, his face alight with anticipation, fully prepared to embark on the creation of a magical card. He clumsily began to blend the already ground attribute-less magical crystal powder with the magic core liquid to create ink, diligently monitoring the magical fluctuations with a measuring device. Lanqi, still inexperienced in synchronizing his own magical energy with the ink's formulation, had to rely temporarily on magical tools for assistance. This task was not overly challenging. It merely required guidance beyond mere reading. Talia observed Lanqi's novice attempts with an impassive gaze, lacking any interest or obligation to instruct this human youth devoid of magical talent. At this point, Talia had already discerned Lanqi's intended creation without needing to continue watching, for he had unfurled the magical scroll intended for transcription, extraction, and engraving. This scroll prominently featured the first-tier mental spell, Mental Disruption, in contrast to a one-time use magical scroll. Crafting it into a magic card would allow for repeated use of the spell, Mental Disruption, category, spell card, grade, blue rare, tier 1, effect, effective only against enemies within a 3-meter radius, briefly incapacitating them. The mana consumption and duration of effect depend on the mental disparity between both parties. Cooldown time, 120 seconds. Typically, a magic card derived solely from this scroll would yield similar effects, with only slight fluctuations in control duration. However, if the card maker possessed exceptional skill, it might be possible to produce a higher grade, purple rare, card, potentially enhancing the effect or adding supplementary features. Of course, even if it is merely a first-tier magic, its blue precious quality presents a considerable challenge for novice card crafters. To avoid a card explosion or to produce a white common, inferior version would be commendable. Talia is yet unable to comment on the boy's talent or predict the nature of the card he might create. Typically, individuals with innate talent would have embarked on their card crafting journey much earlier, rather than beginning their exploration at this late stage. Clearly, Rancy's family is not lacking in resources. If he possessed genuine talent, he should have been provided with the finest educational opportunities from the outset, rather than dabbling in card crafting out of mere curiosity now. Tata, do you understand card crafting? Rancy inquired, seemingly sensing Talia's gaze upon him as he studied the scroll in his hands. For him, having someone to converse with in the workshop felt rather pleasant. Talia, however, chose to ignore him, shifting her gaze away with indifference. She was unwilling to fabricate a response for such trivial matters or to divulge information that the human did not need to know. Rancy, perceiving her disinterest, offered a subtle smile and ceased his attempts at conversation. Much like the Card Crafters Association's perception of his worth, as a merchant, he held a certain trading value. Yet, as a card crafter, he appeared devoid of any merit. Thus far, the only individuals who seemed to support him were the butler, Mr. Hans, and the maid, Miss Francine. As Rancy pondered this, he continued to pour the prepared magical ink into the engraving pen. From this moment onward, he could no longer afford to be distracted, for he was about to embark on the most critical phase of crafting the magical cards. The first-tier mental magic primarily involves subtle mental interferences, while more potent forms of mind control typically necessitate closer proximity for activation. To alter the effects, one requires not only exceptional magical creativity, but also numerous experiments and refinements. A challenge far beyond the realm of ordinary crafting. Ranchi focused entirely, channeling all his mental energy into the task at hand. The magical structure of the cards cannot be rendered by just any magician or artisan. It is a process that intertwines understanding, creation, and incantation. Without a remarkable talent for profound comprehension, even if one could replicate a similar appearance, the card would lack the requisite power. Ranchi held his breath, seemingly on the brink of his greatest challenge. The most daunting task was inscribing a delicate circle of magical runes onto the card, those twisted symbols resembling ants scurrying about. Without sufficient insight, one could scarcely comprehend them, let alone replicate them. He furrowed his brow and began to etch slowly, much like an artist painstakingly crafting a magnificent masterpiece. Each stroke was exquisitely detailed yet imbued with a sense of gravity. This quality momentarily drew Talia's attention, sharpening her gaze upon Ranchi. Setting aside the discussion of the simplicity of the card he was attempting to create and his lack of experience at that instant, Ranchi exuded an aura that transcended that of a mere novice. He resembled a masterful artist of unparalleled skill. Thus, several seconds passed. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. It had detonated. Talia, in the faintly diffused haze, she subtly shook her head. Truly, a prodigal squanderer of wealth. Even though she lacked a profound understanding of the intricacies of human magical script, she could discern that Ranch was engaged in some bewildering endeavors. He seemed unsatisfied with merely crafting mental interference. Rather, he endeavored to inscribe it while simultaneously rewriting it into a more intricate spell, intending to encapsulate and produce it directly. It was akin to a novice attempting to master flight before having learned to walk, or even run. Such audacity could only stem from either an exceedingly arrogant genius or a fool with grandiose aspirations. How could it have exploded? Ranch stared in bewilderment at the magical card in his hand, which had detonated like a firecracker, as if the very essence of his card-making dreams had been shattered in an instant. Fortunately, the lightweight barrier in the workshop had shielded him from harm. In the next moment, as if struck by a sudden realization, Ranch hastily exited the card-making workshop. This fellow, Talia mused with a furrowed brow. Even if the employer was feeling disheartened and wished to leave, it was inexcusable for him to dismiss her so carelessly. Her greatest disdain lay in being cast aside by anyone. "You're not leaving?" Talia inquired. "Not at all. This is merely the beginning. I just want to ask the steward for a few more supplies," he replied, seemingly undeterred by the setback, his eyes alight with fervor and anticipation. As if he were filled with an insatiable thirst for knowledge in the realm of card-making. She exhibited remarkable patience, sitting here daily to earn a modest £3. And she bore no resentment. Yet, she pondered how long humanity could endure repeated failures before surrendering. Soon, the steward presented Rancher with several books and a few materials that had previously gone unused. Rancher eagerly accepted the texts and became engrossed in rapid perusal at the long table. For an entire afternoon, he tirelessly detonated cards and recorded failure data, immersed in his studies. Thus, 2 weeks elapsed. Each day, Rancher and Talia attended the card-making workshop, one detonating cards while the other observed. Nearly the entire day spent in this manner. Nevertheless, Rancher had yet to produce a single decent mental disruption card. Talia remained seated in her chair, gently cradling her book, turning its pages leisurely as she fulfilled her duty to protect her employer. However, her attention towards Rancher's card-making process waned. She merely browsed through human literature to pass the time. To her, Rancher's failures were entirely normal, even with such intensive training. One as inexperienced as Rancher would likely encounter numerous setbacks before successfully crafting a blue rare quality card. Rancher seemed devoid of talent. Those with true aptitude might have already produced several usable first-tier magic cards. Indeed, some prodigies could create blue rare quality cards upon their initial foray into card-making. Unlike Rancher, who had spent a fortnight yielding nothing but scrap, accompanied by a faint glimmer at the periphery of her vision, even while her focus remained on the book in hand. Talia anticipated the imminent sound of a magic card bursting, because Ranchi had lost count of how many times he had failed at this step. However, as the light intensified until it extinguished, this time there was no sound, unlike before. Talia could not help but shift her gaze slightly from the pages of her book. She observed Ranchi, who was intensely focused, akin to a craftsman completing the final stroke of a masterpiece. The magical card in his hand began to emanate a faint halo. It seemed he had succeeded, and Ranchi let out a sigh of relief. At last, a card that could be deemed a finished product was successfully born amidst the mist. Ranchi displayed a contented smile as he gazed at the card's surface. He appeared quite satisfied with its quality, even as a card maker. He could not resist admiring it for a moment longer. The card shimmered with a purple crystalline glow. Even Talia found herself glancing at Ranchi in surprise. To create a first card of such rare purple quality without any formal instruction? Although Ranchi had indeed invested considerable time and resources, there were certainly more extravagant talents among the demon race. What astonished Talia was that a mere chance encounter with a human could reveal such a gift. Indeed, even fate seemed to favor humanity. A sense of helplessness inexplicably began to spread within her heart. In this moment, it seemed to her that in this era blessed by the divine, the resurrection of the demon race felt like an ephemeral dream, utterly unattainable. Tata, come and see my masterpiece. Ranchi's cheerful voice lifted Talia's downcast eyes slightly. Yet, for her, a first-tier purple card was not particularly remarkable. Moreover, compared to the materials wasted by Ranchi, the value of this card scarcely covers even a fraction of the loss. Even if it were the purple grade, mental disruption, it ultimately remains a relatively low-cost mental magic, not a necessity, and hardly qualifies as a versatile card. More often than not, it would be favored by melee professionals rather than ranged ones. Yet, as she pondered, Talia discerned the effects of the card in Ranchi's hand, her brow furrowing in contemplation. For she observed that this mental disruption enhanced spell bore the following attributes: basic etiquette, category, spell card, grade, purple rare, level 1, effect, effective only against enemies within a 3-meter range, compelling them to kneel. Mana consumption is determined by the mental disparity between both parties. Cooldown time, 120 seconds. Note: Sir, please refrain from peering through the door crack, and do not let pride cloud your judgment. She mused that such cards typically immobilize close-range enemies for a brief moment, right? Although the effect produced by Ranchi's card was somewhat similar, it might indeed grant a slightly longer control duration than mental disruption. However, certain thoughts remained unspoken. Are you selling this card? After some contemplation, Talia finally inquired. This marked her first initiative to converse with Ranchi, given the few dozen pounds she had earned from Ranchi. Acquiring a basic purple rare magic card was not a daunting task. Of course, this held true only for conventional cards. Ranchi's unique spell card was not available in the market, rendering its price indefinable. Its value lies not in its usability, but in the imperative that others must not wield it. Thus, it is preferable to maintain control over it oneself. Ah, no, I must keep this card for myself. It is indeed a remarkable life-saving card. Lanqi cast a slightly astonished glance at Talia, seemingly taken aback by his admiration for her, and then shook his head with a smile, declining her statement. Talia responded, a remarkable life-saving card? Are you certain this card can be relied upon for survival? Perhaps you might not perish in a fight. However, once this card, with its inherent powerful rage and taunt effects, is employed, the outcome becomes much less certain. Chapter 11. Lanqi's new scheme. Talia diverted her gaze from the card emanating a purple glow, her eyes betraying a hint of resignation as she let out a barely audible sigh. Having not crafted cards for quite some time, she had nearly forgotten the radiance that accompanied the flow of magic within them. Particularly during their creation and activation, the colors would be exceedingly vivid. This grade largely reflects the card's strength, value, and rarity. The lowest tier, the white common, is ubiquitous and constitutes the majority of circulating magical cards, mostly comprising everyday spells with minimal additional effects for summoned beings. The blue rare, magical cards possess complete and practical effects, representing exquisite craftsmanship that requires stable and exceptional skills to produce. New card artisans who can create cards of such quality often display remarkable talent. As for the higher tier, purple rare, magical cards, both their value and strength undergo a qualitative transformation, rendering them unaffordable for the average individual. For the affluent nobility and the majority of formidable warriors, purple-grade magical cards are often pivotal in complementing combat professions, forming the cornerstone of their personal systems. Such cards, even when possessing modest values, may yield unexpectedly advantageous effects if they include practical supplementary abilities. As for the higher grades, most individuals remain largely oblivious to their existence. After all, pink holy grade magical cards serve as distant symbols and emblems for the vast majority of humanity. In the border city of this kingdom, it is likely that the presence of holy card bearers is scarcely witnessed throughout the years. Their rarity is attributed not only to their inherent scarcity but also to the careful consideration required prior to binding one's soul to them. Under ordinary circumstances, magical cards do not irreversibly bind themselves upon usage. However, as the grade ascends, the cost of severing the soul bond increases significantly. Yet, once a pink holy grade magical card is involved, it cannot be unbound or rebound at will, unlike the previous 3 grades, necessitating a convoluted resealing process that inflicts prolonged damage upon the binder. Regarding orange epic grade cards, they represent the highest tier of magical cards perceptible in the world and within the consciousness of living beings. Each epic card possesses a unique essence, anchoring itself within the fabric of reality and traversing the corridors of history. Once bound to one's soul, the cost of severing this bond becomes exceedingly burdensome, with forceful termination resulting in irreversible devastation and harm to both the user and the card itself. Thus, the white, blue, and purple cards possess remarkable maneuverability, allowing for tactical reconfiguration at any moment. In contrast, while the pink and orange cards boast greater power, one must carefully consider their alignment with one's own system, even when the opportunity for binding arises. In the ancient legends of the demon realm, there exists a grade beyond the epic, though it has not been seen for centuries. With the fall of the demon clan, clues regarding such cards have become increasingly elusive. For the well-versed Talia, the noble purple cards of rare quality are hardly remarkable. She has crafted countless herself. However, what astonishes her more than the quality of the cards produced by Lanqi is their peculiar effects. Generally speaking, a card maker's early works reflect their stylistic evolution, yet predicting what more outrageous creations Lanqi may conjure in the future remains a challenge for Talia. Lost in her thoughts, Talia's silence envelopes the card workshop in a renewed tranquility. Noticing her reticence, Lanqi refrains from further interruption. The gentle afternoon sunlight quietly filters through the clouds, casting shifting shadows on the brown floor. After 2 weeks of relentless toil, the fruits of their labor begin to materialize, allowing Lanqi to gradually unwind. Leaning back in his chair, he finds a rare sense of drowsiness during this midday interlude. Time in the card workshop seems to momentarily freeze, suffused with an extraordinary serenity. The tools upon the workbench, engraving pens, alchemical jars, ink bottles, seem imbued with a soul, whispering lullabies in this enchanting realm. As Lanqi teetered on the brink of slumber, much like the delicate notes of a string instrument swaying in the wind, Talia's inquiry jolted him back to consciousness. "How old are you?" Her tone remained as frigid and unyielding as ever, devoid of any emotional resonance. "I will celebrate my 17th birthday next year," Lanqi replied, lifting his gaze to meet Talia's. He hesitated, uncertain whether admitting he was merely 16 would be deemed a falsehood by her. While his physical form was undoubtedly 16, perhaps the age of his soul should be reckoned from the time before his arrival here. "Then it is not too late for you to pursue card crafting," Talia remarked, scrutinizing the youth before her. Over the past few days, she had observed Lanqi's transformation from an utter novice to someone displaying a modicum of skill. It was evident to her that he possessed little prior experience in card crafting. Drawing from her extensive travels across the continent, from its northernmost reaches to its southern lands, she concluded that this boy named Lanqi, despite starting his studies late and holding a low rank among human card crafters, could already be regarded as a prodigious magical artisan. "Tata, do you think my magical cards are commendable?" Lanqi inquired, his face adorned with a natural smile. His words were not laced with arrogance, rather, they reflected a genuine belief in Talia's extraordinary knowledge, prompting him to seek her guidance earnestly. If we could mass-produce them, once they enter the market, they might become a new universal card. The reason for this card's universality was simple. It would appeal to everyone. Once this card gained circulation, the nature of combat could very well be transformed. Forcing an adversary to kneel might prove more significant than merely determining victory or defeat in a fair contest. This also serves as a deterrent. If you dare to compel me to kneel, I shall reciprocate and bring you to your knees as well. It may be unnecessary, yet it cannot be absent. The mere thought of having to be perpetually vigilant against the enemy's use of such a sword tomb spell fills Talia with a profound resentment towards Lanqi. However, in the grand scheme of things, if the martial spirit of humanity becomes muddled, it would inadvertently benefit her ambitions for restoration. Thus, she would not actively impede Lanqi's reckless exploitation of this card, which tarnishes the integrity of humanity's magical card system and environment. Lanqi picked up the card labeled Basic Etiquette, glanced at it, and a hint of a friendly smile graced his lips as he turned his gaze toward Talia. This one cannot be yours, but I am willing to sell you the next one. Considering the probability of success, it would likely take several more days. I'm currently preoccupied with exam preparations and can only assist you after they conclude. How much? Talia inquired, slightly taken aback yet without hesitation. Her tone carried no hint of doubt. Any question uttered from her lips transformed into a statement. She understood that before this versatile card entered mainstream circulation, it remained in a state of scarcity, undoubtedly possessing the utmost value. As a first edition, it also contained the intrinsic worth of its formulation. Since Lanqi was willing to trade the second card with her, the cost would undoubtedly be substantial. Chapter 12. Talia had not considered becoming a teacher. I am not in need of money, Lanqi shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Talia fell silent once more upon hearing this. Transactions have always been predicated on fulfilling the needs of both parties. Just as Talia, despite her formidable strength, finds herself hindered by a lack of funds in the human realm, so too does Lanqi, who possesses ample wealth yet is in dire need of protection. In this way, they can mutually satisfy each other's requirements, culminating in a flawless exchange. Now, as Talia seeks something beyond mere monetary gain from Lanqi, he, in turn, aspires to obtain from Talia a trait of greater significance to him. It is time to seek out a card-making instructor. For delving into the intricacies of second-tier magic cards alone proves to be a daunting endeavor. Their brief conversation dissipated the weariness that had begun to cloud Lanqi's mind. Absent-mindedly, he rose to his feet, tidying the scattered card-making tools and the densely scribbled pages strewn across the table, murmuring to himself. Furthermore, he contemplated borrowing the family heirloom, the ancient artifact known as the Poem of Compassion, which Talia would have otherwise appropriated in the original narrative, to craft his own magical card. However, Lanqi harbored little confidence in successfully utilizing such a rare material to create a magic card on his first attempt. He required a skilled mentor, a collaborator. Thus, the once potential recipient of the Poem of Compassion, the demon card master Talia, stood as the most advantageous choice. Do you wish for me to teach you card making? Talia inquired, her gaze fixed on the elusive green of Lanqi's eyes. Her words bore neither a definitive affirmation nor a rejection. Lanqi's earlier insinuation had been rather overt. Evidently, he hoped that Talia would impart her knowledge of card crafting to him in exchange for a first edition of Basic Etiquette. During the days that Lanqi spent in the company of Talia, he would, both intentionally and unintentionally, seek her insights on the arcane art of magical card creation. At times, Talia would casually share snippets of information, while at other moments, she would choose to ignore his inquiries. Talia remained uncertain as to how this human had discerned her proficiency in card crafting from the very beginning. Yet she had no desire to probe further or to deny it. Perhaps it was due to his unique perception, his adeptness at conjecture, his keen intuition. Or perhaps it was simply that she had lingered too long, entranced by the tools of magical card creation. Regardless, even if she eventually accepted her own expertise in the craft, Lanqi would remain oblivious to her true capabilities as a card master. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I was convinced of your extraordinary prowess. At least, during my years in the border city-states, I have never encountered anyone with such an aura, one that exudes beauty, strength, and an ageless quality. Lanqi momentarily set aside the parchment in his hand. Meeting Talia's gaze with earnest intent, his eyes locked onto her golden irises. I have always trusted my instincts, so I thought I might as well take a chance. What if you truly are a card master, a once-in-a-lifetime encounter? He appeared to have made the decision to confess to Talia, revealing that the initial two transactions had not merely been serendipitous, but rather held an element of inevitability. Talia listened silently to Ranchi's words. She discerned with clarity that this individual was not merely paying lip service, but was genuinely speaking from the heart. Furthermore, such a reverent attitude suggested that even if she were a demon, he would willingly seek her power. After all, Tata, since you have chosen to remain by my side to protect me, wouldn't it be a splendid arrangement if you could also teach me card crafting, and in return, I share the crafted cards with you? Ranchi added. Initially, she would never consider teaching a remarkably talented human, allowing them to grow wild and untamed. However, there existed a rare exception, unless this individual posed a greater threat to humanity than his talents could offer. Ranchi undoubtedly belonged to this category of card crafters with immense potential for havoc. Thus, if he was willing to pay a substantial price, she might consider instructing him. Yet, Talia had never anticipated taking on a student, nor had she envisioned demons serving as teachers to humans. I shall only teach you up to the second tier. If you can accept this, I will establish a pact with you. Although she possessed expertise in demonic script for card crafting, her knowledge of human magical script was limited. However, the fundamental principles of magical engineering for cards were largely universal, and practical skills were far more crucial than theoretical knowledge, making it entirely feasible for her to teach Ranchi, a novice. Very well, I have no objections on my end. At this juncture, the joy that had briefly illuminated Ringi's face faded into a semblance of concern. However, in a little over a month, I may find myself journeying to the capital. Might I trouble you to instruct me in card crafting while simultaneously safeguarding my person during the voyage and upon my arrival in the capital? I shall fulfill the agreed-upon compensation. What is your purpose in going to the capital? Talia inquired, her brow furrowing. For many years, she had traversed the southern expanse of the continent, mostly along the borders of various human kingdoms. If it were possible, she would prefer to avoid venturing into the vast capital of such a significant human territory without cause. I intend to partake in the entrance examination for the Ikralite Academy, and I am increasingly apprehensive that assassins may trail me, striking en route. Thus, I require your protection all the more. Upon uttering this, Ringi seemed to recall something important and hastily added, since you are my privately commissioned secret guardian, we must devise a suitable disguise for you to avoid arousing the suspicions of any potential assassins. I shall present you as a member of our household, allowing you to better shield me. Seeing Talia's lack of skepticism towards his words, Ringi displayed a more sincere smile, devoid of any pretense. Every utterance he made was rooted in truth. Subsequently, Ringi enthusiastically began to elaborate on how to leverage the Merchant Guild's connections to create a flawless new identity for Talia. Initially inclined to decline Ringi's request, she found herself momentarily captivated by his words once again. Lanqi naturally presented an irresistibly enticing condition, akin to the temptation of a devil. Her dire circumstances stemmed predominantly from her lack of legitimate human nationality. Her endeavors, employment, transactions, and mobility were severely constrained. Even a temporary identity offered as an addendum to a transaction would bestow upon her a freedom and convenience she had never dared to imagine. Chapter 13. Lanqi sets forth on her journey. Once Lanqi had elucidated the entirety of this transaction's details, she declared, "Starting tomorrow, I shall teach you how to forge cards." Talia, without indulging in any unnecessary hesitation, acquiesced to Lanqi's proposal. "Very well, by tomorrow I shall also arrange your household identity. You may choose between that of a maid or a steward." Steward. Before Lanqi could finish his query, Talia interjected with a frigid tone. Lanqi nodded earnestly, wary of inciting her ire. Although he perceived his reaction as somewhat cowardly and was confident that Talia would not easily inflict harm upon him, the inherent disparity between them as beings instilled a modicum of fear within Lanqi, particularly in close proximity. The tomes on demonology in this world state that demons kill humans without reason and bear no sense of guilt. If they are struck by an inexplicable notion, they will act upon it. At this moment, although Talia's behavior mirrored that of a human, she essentially concealed her inherent brutality and cruelty in an effort to assimilate into human society, even if one's actions could be likened to courting danger. There is no need to unnecessarily provoke this fierce tigress, thereby laying a multitude of traps for oneself. Indeed, if one imagines themselves as a gentle little kitten, then Talia undeniably resembles a mother tiger, even if the tiger promises not to harm the kitten. The mere presence of the kitten beside the tiger would induce tremors of fear. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Ringi's lips involuntarily curled into a faint smile. However, this caused Talia to furrow her brow. She sensed that this human boy was contemplating something rather troublesome, yet she possessed no tangible evidence, merely an inexplicable intuition. "Then, please take care of me, Teacher Tada," Ringi's voice rang out with newfound clarity, his face adorned with an innocent smile. This form of address seemed to cause Talia some discomfort. As was her custom, she chose to disregard Ringi's remark. Yet this time, she did not outright deny their mentor-student relationship, instead tacitly acknowledging it. A month and a half later, on a morning where summer was waning and autumn was approaching, the sun awakened the earth, accompanied by the gentle sound of dewdrops falling. The morning light radiated like soft golden feathers, gracefully sweeping across the deep gray platform and the cold metal tracks, imbuing them with a touch of warmth. The bustling train station of the Samventina border city was alive with the movement of travelers, the idle chatter of fellow passengers waiting for their train, the farewell words exchanged between loved ones, and the announcements of arrivals and departures melded together to create the unique melody of this space. On one side of the platform, butler Hans lifted a suitcase and extended it towards Ringi, who received it steadily. "Thank you, Hans. Take care of yourself, young Master Ranch," the butler said with a low, yet softened tone. With no away in other provinces, only Hans remained to bid farewell on behalf of Ranch's father. With merely 2 weeks remaining until the start of the school term, Ranch and Talia arrived at the station. Today, they were set to embark from the southern border of Wantina towards the heart of the Kingdom of Hutton, specifically the royal capital of Irite. Traveling by magical energy rail would take over a day. Upon their arrival in the capital, they would rest for 3 days before the entrance examination commenced. Safe travels, young Master Ranch. The maid's face betrayed her concern, her words laced with sorrow. Logically, the previous misdeeds Ranch had committed in town had only succeeded in distressing No. However, should No discover that Ranch had misplaced the family heirloom, the compassionate poem, he would undoubtedly be consumed by rage. Over the past 2 months, Ranch's cheerful and easygoing disposition had transformed the household's perception of him, leading to a growing fondness among the staff. Even his closest maid, Francine, had begun to speak with him more freely, shedding her initial timidity. It's nothing. Ranch's smile remained unperturbed, as if it could ease the worries of all who cared for him. If his father No were to witness the magical card they had crafted using the compassionate poem, he would surely be left astonished, collapsing into his chair in disbelief. He would not cast blame upon him. The butler Hans chuckled nonchalantly, shaking his head as he listened to the conversation between Ranchi and the maid, Francine. He could surmise the reason behind Ranchi's apparent fearlessness. His gaze then shifted to Talia, who had completely transformed her appearance behind Ranchi. Her fitted coat accentuated her figure, while a silk tie was neatly fastened beneath the collar of her dress, exuding elegance and precision. Talia, having shed her disheveled, ragged guise, now sparkled like a newly polished gem. "Miss Talia, I entrust you with the young master," Hans said earnestly. Initially, when he had traced Talia through Ranchi's painting, the butler was utterly astonished that the foolish young master had developed an interest in such a formidable and perilous woman. However, witnessing the harmonious rapport between them gradually assuaged Hans's concerns. Though Talia appeared to be of similar age to Ranchi, her composed and icy demeanor suggested a maturity far beyond his own. Having accepted payment, she would undoubtedly fulfill the terms of their agreement, even without the butler's request. She would act accordingly, whether it be to protect Ranchi from harm or to serve as his mentor. In this brief moment of silence, a blurred silhouette appeared in the distance, accompanied by the sound of a horn at the end of the tracks. Soon, the vibrations on the rails intensified, heralding a deep rumble as the shape of the train became increasingly distinct. Sunlight glinted off the metal surface of the train, casting a shimmering glow. The headlights of the locomotive gradually brightened, piercing through the layers of morning mist, guiding the steel behemoth towards its destination. Lanqi retrieved his ticket, glancing at it briefly to remember the location he and Talia would seek later. Just as the moment of farewell approached, the butler Hans suddenly seemed to recall something, his lips curling into a slight smile as he began to speak. Ahem. However, before the jovial butler could finish his thought, Lanqi hastily interrupted him with a couple of coughs. Lanqi was certain that although the butler meant him no harm, his intentions were far from benevolent. "What painting?" Talia, suddenly addressed, turned her gaze towards Lanqi and inquired. "A portrait of a poor, pitiable old lady, my early work." Though it seems Hans and Francine both hold that piece in high regard. At that moment, a train with deep gray and reddish-brown streaks thundered into the station, the sounds of its brakes and wheel on track merging to overshadow Lanqi's words. The train gradually slowed until it came to a complete halt. Since it was entirely unrelated to her, Talia lost interest in the topic and shifted her focus away from Lanqi. Warm light spilled from the windows, illuminating the faces of passengers within the carriage as the doors slowly opened, allowing a brisk breeze to waft out and greet them. Meanwhile, The waiting passengers on the platform began to move towards the entrance of the train. Then I shall take my leave. Chapter 14. Talia's professional judgment most of the time. They silently gazed out at the landscape beyond the window, remaining still. The strange yet beautiful scenery rushed past them in a blur, only to be gone in an instant. After a day of travel, it was now midday of the second day. Lanqi rested his chin on his hand, diverting his gaze from the picturesque landscape rolling by outside the window to glance at the clock aboard the train. As sparse buildings and pastoral scenes of the outskirts gradually emerged, he sensed that they were nearing their destination. By the way, Tata, what is your understanding of the shadow world? Having seemingly grown weary of the scenery, he posed a question to Talia. As a realm that had yet to be fully developed in his previous knowledge, the shadow world was a subject he had encountered extensively in the books of this world. However, the enigmatic shadow world was far more intricate than he had comprehended. In this tangible realm, it had transformed into an endless array of perilous dungeons. The Ikritet Magic Academy, to which he was about to journey, was originally established with the aim of training individuals capable of conquering the shadow world. Naturally, the entrance examination would be related. Ignoring the potential calamities that could arise from neglecting or failing to conquer the shadow world, success would yield both power and wealth. Lanqi nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiries. Just as the books had described, to the people of this world, the shadow world resembled a double-edged sword. Successfully navigating it would grant substantial rewards, including essential materials for crafting magical cards, as well as naturally powerful magical cards that surpass those created by human hands. Conversely, failure could trigger disasters in some part of the world, and if left unattended, the shadow world would automatically close after a certain period, resulting in calamities that would encroach upon the present reality. Thus, various nations and powerful entities across the globe are exerting their utmost efforts to cultivate talents adept at conquering the shadow world. Talia added a remark. Yet both had grown accustomed to this manner of communication that was often succinct and to the point. I see. Lanqi pondered thoughtfully to himself. The tomes housed within the border library document that the shadow world periodically opens, presenting an inexhaustible array of realms, each potentially possessing divergent timelines and worldviews. Some of which are simple and lighthearted, while others pose extraordinary dangers. This results in the prohibition of any weapons, costumes, or ordinary magical artifacts from being brought into the shadow world, save for the magical cards bound to one's soul. This explains why magical cards have become the quintessential tools of this era, as they provide indispensable assistance in navigating the shadow world. Evidently, there exists an intricate relationship of cause and effect between the shadow world and magical cards. The raw materials for these cards must be sourced from the shadow world itself. Yet it is through the possession of these cards that individuals from the present can more readily traverse the shadow world. One cannot help but wonder how the ancient beings, during the initial emergence of the shadow world, managed to conquer those hellish dungeons without the aid of magical cards. We've arrived. Talia's voice, akin to the sound of water droplets upon ice, interrupted Lanqi's reverie. He turned his head to behold the scene outside, which had gradually come to a standstill, revealing a station constructed from ochre-red bricks with a roof of the same hue. The towering spires at either end lent an air of solemn grandeur to the entire edifice. While the station's interior was adorned with intricate decorations, marble columns, murals, and stained glass windows, all of which bore testament to a rich historical legacy. Unlike the border city of Nanwantina, the majestic royal city of exiled not only boasts grandeur and prosperity but also retains an abundance of historical elements. Without hesitation, Lanqi retrieved his suitcase from the luggage rack and departed the arriving train alongside Talia. As they traversed the hall of exiled Central Station, the cacophony gradually faded into the distance. Lanqi and Talia arrived at the expansive square, where they boarded a charming small carriage to commence their new journey through the city. The afternoon sun bathed the carriage, creating a gentle sway that exuded leisure and comfort. In the distance, the Royal Botanical Garden revealed clusters of tulips and calla lilies, their vibrant hues resembling a gossamer mist, lush and verdant. The carriage glided along the winding canal, where a soft breeze stirred the water's surface, producing ripples that mirrored the willows delicately brushing against the water. Shall we explore the academy together when we arrive? Lanqi inquired, turning to Talia. What do you think? Talia retorted, her seemingly cordial tone masking a hint of boldness in response to Lanqi's audacious invitation. Given her duty to protect Lanqi, she felt she had no choice. Even though, after 3 months, she remained entirely perplexed about the identity of the individual intent on harming him. All she knew was that Lanqi's claim of a threat against him was undeniably true. As they passed beneath an ancient stone bridge, the weathered beige bricks bore witness to the passage of time, while the canal water gently lapped against the stone supports, producing a tranquil sound. Above, a flock of seagulls circled freely in the sky. It is of utmost importance for me to visit the academy today. Lanqi closed his eyes and shrugged his shoulders, stating that unlike the Alchemy Institute and the Magic Engineering Institute, the Knight Academy and the Sage Academy commenced their initial assessments during the application process itself, specifically through attribute testing. Should one's inherent attribute growth potential prove inadequate, it could result in disqualification from the formal evaluation. Given that the Knight Academy and the Sage Academy aim to cultivate rare talents capable of conquering the higher echelons of the shadow world, entering this realm entails not only significant peril for the challenger, but also jeopardizes the survival of their comrades, along with the potential to shield the present world from catastrophic calamities. Consequently, both academies impose stringent requirements regarding the practical abilities of their candidates during the entrance examinations. Upon successfully passing the initial attribute test, candidates proceed to the second phase, which involves an artificially simulated shadow world to assess students' real-world response capabilities. The final assessment, comprising the third phase, is a functional combat test arranged by the respective departments. After meticulous research into the academies, Lanqi ultimately opted to shift his application from the Alchemy Institute to the Sage Academy, which specializes in practical magic combat. Due to his innate attributes and functional affinities, he harbored little hope of qualifying through the Knight Academy's initial hurdle. Talia remained silent, fully aware of Lanqi's itinerary and the examinations he would soon confront. However, despite her extensive experiences gathered over the eons as an immortal, traversing the demon realm and numerous human kingdoms, she found herself at a loss regarding how to categorize Lanqi's potential combat vocation. Such a perplexing dilemma was best left to the Academy of Light. Regardless, the one destined to face adversity would not be her. Chapter 15. Talia's self-doubt. Unbeknownst to them, the carriage glided into the bustling commercial district, passing by an array of restaurants, cafes, bars, and unique shops as the vibrant essence of urban life increasingly permeated the spacious streets. From the ancient classic edifices, such as the iconic Ecrite Central Station and St. Brian Cathedral, to the modern, magical glass facades of Hutton Walk Plaza and the Erica Magic Tower, the architectural styles coexisted harmoniously, greatly enhancing the skyline of Ecrite. As the afternoon approached, the sightseeing carriage arrived near the Academy, the legendary Ecrite School of Magic. Nestled in the heart of the royal capital, the Academy was devoid of walls. Rather, this area, along with all its buildings, was collectively referred to as the Ecrite School of Magic. Lanqi, with his suitcase in tow, entered the campus alongside Talia. Not long after, Lanqi seemed to be welcomed by the melodious chimes of a distant bell. The sound emanated from the iconic red brick bell tower, ringing thrice before abruptly ceasing, signifying that it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The bell tower stood majestically in the center of a vast lawn, surrounded by verdant trees, as sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting a kaleidoscope of shadows upon the lush green grass. He and Talia followed the map displayed on the signpost, traversing through a myriad of architectural marvels. Among them was the Gothic-style Sage's Tower Library, its exterior adorned with exquisite reliefs, housing countless mysterious tomes within. There was also the Victorian-style Knight's Arena, its pointed arch windows exuding an air of classical elegance. Within the realm of alchemical laboratories and magical engineering institutes, a wall composed of enchanted screens reflects the azure of the sky and the shadows of the surrounding verdant trees. After a leisurely stroll of several minutes, Lanqi arrived at his destination, a grand edifice characterized by its sleek lines and unique appearance, serving as a shared learning and educational facility for the Knight Academy and the Sage Institute. Accompanied by Talia, Lanqi ascended to the second floor, where the Student Services Center is located. With the amiable assistance of the staff, Lanqi swiftly completed the modification of his examination information, changing his application from the Alchemy Institute to the Sage Institute. Subsequently, to finalize his registration for the Sage Institute entrance examination, he needed to ascend to the third floor for a tribute assessment. With a small suitcase in his left hand and the application form along with personal information in his right, Lanqi navigated through the corridors until he located the basic attribute measurement room on the third floor. The spacious office was neatly furnished with an array of magical measuring instruments, evoking a sense reminiscent of a radiological treatment room, rather than that of a magical academy. Typically, students aspiring to enter the Knight Academy and the Sage Institute complete their required attribute tests early during the application process. However, Lanqi, having switched his application midway, found himself alone, as it was merely 2 days before the examination and no other students were in queue. The instructor seated behind the desk soon cast a glance toward the visiting duo. To her surprise, there was yet another remarkable newcomer this year. It seems the Sage Institute has indeed struck gold. The instructor responsible for the attribute testing exuded an aura of gentleness, and upon first laying eyes on Talia, her face blossomed with a warm and welcoming smile. The mere presence of Talia, with her composed, understated, and unfathomable aura of magic, left her utterly astonished. "It is not my examination, but his," Talia remarked with a hint of indifference. So, this individual carrying the suitcase is indeed the young master?" Behind the desk, the nameplate inscribed with Teacher Teresa prompted a swift glance toward Ranch. Indeed, upon finally receiving the teacher's astonished gaze, Ranch managed an awkward smile. Talia, having accustomed herself to a life of wandering, possessed little in the way of luggage. Standing alongside Talia, who held a report and bore the appearance of a human girl, Ranch, with his suitcase, evoked a striking resemblance to the narrative of the young lady and I, a hymn. Teacher Teresa cleared her throat twice, feeling rather embarrassed. The misunderstanding she experienced was not solely due to a visual misjudgment. As a mage, she relied more on her perception and judgment of magical energy than mere sight. However, the paltry fluctuations of magical power emanating from Ranch offered little hope for his potential as a distinguished magic practitioner, even without the aid of specialized instruments. Her extensive experience as an educator allowed her to discern that Ranch's magical attributes were notably weak, though his mental fortitude seemed commendably robust. Perhaps he would be better suited to becoming a priest? After all, many of the supportive spells employed by priests are not contingent upon the strength of their magical power, but rather on the vigor of their mental capabilities. Nevertheless, should he aspire to be a member of the clergy, institutions such as the renowned Holy Teaching Research Society or the Sacred Craft Academy in the Southern Continent would be far more aligned with his talents than the Eklite Magic Academy. However, given that he had made the effort to come, she certainly could not utter words that would discourage her student. At this moment, her task was to assist Ranch in completing his attribute assessment. Should the results meet the required standards upon comprehensive calculation, she would proceed with the formal examination procedures. Soon, they conducted and finalized the test. Ranch exhibited a remarkably high aptitude for mental growth and satisfactory physical development. However, he possessed no innate talents in magic or strength. Although in the evaluation of magical professions at the Sage Academy, mental attributes are weighted less than magical ones, Ranch's exceptional mental attribute nonetheless surpassed the passing threshold significantly after weighted calculations. Thus, Teresa began the process of arranging his subsequent assessments. As Ranch awaited Teresa's completion of the necessary paperwork, he occupied himself by reviewing his attribute test results. In the simplest four-dimensional testing method of this world, the magical attribute predominantly influences the damage of spells, healing amounts, and enhancement effects. The strength attribute is directly correlated with physical attack power, while the mental attribute affects the mana limit and magical resistance. Stamina encompasses vitality, endurance, and physical defense. "Classmate, what is your profession?" Teresa inquired, inputting Ranch's specific test results into a tablet-like magical device. However, when she reached the profession category, she lifted her gaze to Ranch, seeking clarification. Based on her assumptions, Ranch seemed unlikely to belong to a highly offensive profession, leaning more towards support or logistics. She truly found herself at a loss for words. Mad sorcerer? Cult priest? None of these seemed quite fitting. In any case, she could not conjure a suitable term to describe the system of cards that constituted Ranch's current abilities. Clearly, "I'm a white mage," Ranch replied with a warm smile. Beside her, Talia involuntarily twitched at the corner of her eye upon hearing this. How audacious. Had she not traversed the realm of humanity for so many years, she would have first doubted her comprehension of the language rather than suspecting any flaws in Ranchi. The most absurd part was that Talia did not even discern that Ranchi was lying. He genuinely believed himself to be a white mage. Teacher Teresa, upon hearing this, nodded with an expression of understanding. "So it is. In truth, I am also a healing mage. If you manage to enroll in the Sage Academy, we may cross paths again in class." This sunny and cheerful youth certainly appears to be a compassionate healer at heart. With a smile, Teacher Teresa handed the pre-exam wristband, already inscribed with information, to Ranchi. Although his healing capacity and support effects might be modest, his mental attributes are intertwined with magical power, allowing him to continuously cast spells, thus ensuring a reasonable endurance. Most importantly, unlike other professions, a healer must possess a gentle and kind heart. For the formal examination 2 days hence, This wristband will grant you access to the 7th level for a practical simulation. Though the exam will be challenging, may the goddess of fate bless you. And may you succeed in your endeavors. Sitting at the long table, teacher Teresa propped her chin on one hand, her face adorned with a gentle smile, and added, I believe that all gentle souls will be met with kindness in return. Even if this young man manages to stand out, the likelihood of passing the assessment remains slim. Thank you, Ranchi replied with a nod of acknowledgement. Accompanied by Talia, whose eyes betrayed her confusion, they departed from the building. Chapter 16. Ranchi did not seek attention. On the day of the entrance examination at the Exiled Academy of Magic, within the Learning and Education building, natural light poured into the interior through expansive glass curtain walls. Ranchi arrived early at the examination hall located on the 7th floor, seated quietly in the waiting area, anticipating the commencement of the test. Although Talia was unable to enter the 7th floor examination hall, she awaited him on the outdoor terrace below, a spacious terrace area. Adorned with wooden flooring and benches for students and faculty to rest, was situated at one corner of the building's exterior. Here, one could relish the picturesque campus view while basking in the sunlight and breathing in the fresh air. Furthermore, a colossal magical screen showcased information about the school directly across from them. Many others waiting in that area mentioned that soon they would be able to witness the live broadcast of the entrance examinations for the Knight Academy and the Mage Academy on any screen throughout the campus. The 7th floor venue featured a vast atrium, open and airy. Several gigantic magical devices loomed, resembling a cadre of silent giants. Light reflected off the magical apparatus, casting mesmerizing and splendid hues. These colossal components of magical machinery, interconnected for dozens of meters, were crafted from mithril and magical crystals, exuding a chill while appearing exceptionally magnificent. Many candidates, witnessing them for the first time in the waiting area, could not help but marvel at the extraordinary achievements of magical engineering. In this examination, the Exiled Academy will activate the breathtaking terminal of the artificial shadow realm, providing candidates with an immersive practical experience within this fantastical dimension. Among the examinees, while some exhibit signs of excitement or anxiety, others appear remarkably composed, as if they are already well acquainted with the methods to conquer the shadow realm. As this practical simulation is a joint assessment for both the Knights Academy and the Sages Academy. The waiting area is populated not only by the more refined candidates from the Sages Academy, but also by numerous candidates who exude a martial aura. Of course, it is also possible that some of them belong to the Sages Academy as well. Only through this assessment will the final evaluations be conducted by professors from both academies. Seated on a waiting bench for what felt like an eternity, Ranchi nervously rubbed his palms together. The examination would be broadcast live, visible to the academy's professors and passers-by on campus. Consequently, over the years, there have often been instances of public humiliation. Many upperclassmen tend to approach the freshman's entrance examination with a sense of amusement, gathering on campus to witness the proceedings. However, on a positive note, the magical screen displays a split-screen rolling format, diminishing the likelihood of him being singled out among so many candidates. Moreover, he has always conducted himself with a steady and low-key demeanor, which should further reduce the chances of drawing attention. Unbeknownst to him, a light-footed presence began to resonate within the venue, overpowering all other sounds and reaching the ears of the waiting candidates. This overwhelming aura emanating from a formidable individual naturally brought an abrupt silence to the once slightly raucous examination hall. Ranchi's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he raised his gaze toward the direction where everyone's eyes converged. A figure emerged from within the venue, and at that moment, the 7th floor seemed to echo solely with his footsteps. As the sound drew nearer, the onlookers could finally discern the newcomer, a young man clad in a classic black suit, complemented by a white shirt and a golden tie, adorned with diamond and cross patterns at the buttons and collar. He appeared to be a significantly younger individual than they had anticipated, with chestnut hair and seemingly not yet 30. However, no one dared to underestimate him due to his youth. The adornments he wore signified that he was not merely an instructor at the Ecliptic Academy, but rather a high-ranking priest within the Church of the Goddess of Fate. His strides were neither hurried nor sluggish as he approached the front of the examination area, surveying the gathered candidates. I am today's chief examiner, Lorraine Clantel, and also the dean of the Academy of Sages. The young man spoke with a gentle demeanor, exuding an air of approachability that alleviated the anxiety of many candidates. In contrast to their earlier imaginations of a stern and formidable examiner, the dean of the Academy of Sages appeared quite affable. The theme of this examination is wisdom and character, Loren continued in a composed manner in the majority of scenarios while navigating the shadow world. One will not be compelled to defeat foes of vastly superior rank, provided they adhere to the correct path in solving puzzles and advancing the main objective. However, should unforeseen circumstances or errors arise, it could precipitate an exceedingly perilous situation within the shadow world. Not only will one encounter adversaries formidable enough to annihilate them in an instant, but they may also find themselves preyed upon in return, or even subjected to a torturous demise. Thus, successfully deciphering and obtaining critical clues from the shadow realm becomes exceedingly vital. At this juncture, Loren's voice faltered momentarily, his gaze growing increasingly intricate. The Icarite Academy had indeed experienced a tragic incident, a disastrous fourth-tier challenge in the shadow realm, where none of the 7 students who participated returned alive. For adolescents, the concept of death may seem distant and abstract. However, many might arrive at this academy unprepared for the gravity of such awareness. The examination hall lay cloaked in an eerie silence, with many candidates appearing visibly shaken. Anticipating the students' reactions, Loren remained silent for a few moments before continuing. The fundamental reason for this calamity was the students' excessive arrogance, which led the mission's trajectory astray and left them ill-equipped to handle the rapidly deteriorating situation. This exemplifies a disbalance between temperament and intellect. Consequently, this year, both the Knight Academy and the Sage Academy will place heightened emphasis on the candidates' mental fortitude and their ability to adeptly navigate crises. Shortly, you will face an examination that replicates a genuine Shadow Realm scenario. Each of you will independently confront an identical solo Shadow Realm, with successful navigation being the criterion for passing. After a brief introduction to the examination process, Loren inserted a key, radiating a dark crystalline glow, into the control console of the artificial Shadow Realm's activation terminal. Subsequently, the space directly before the magical apparatus seemed to gradually distort, its colors deepening into shadows, until it eventually took shape as an ethereal door. Within the vast mirror, countless twisted souls appeared to swirl. This resembled the void gate that could transport individuals into the shadow world. Loren stood quietly in the hall of the venue, while other staff began guiding the candidates, directing them through the void gate into the artificially created shadow world. Meanwhile, the colossal screen suspended on the courtyard wall ceased to display the usual imagery, transforming instead into scenes from the shadow world examination. Chapter 17. The Grand Entrance of Lanqi. As Lanqi complied with the examination order, stepping through the grand void gate under the guidance of the examiners, it felt as though he had been cast into a dark chamber, devoid of all sensory perception. Complete darkness enveloped him, rendering everything invisible, even the sound of his own heartbeat. Gradually, like a singularity in the void, a solitary point of light emerged in his field of vision, followed by comprehensible characters that surged forth like meteors. Welcome to the Shadow World, a simulation created with the technical support of the Magic Engineering Institute. Note: this assessment involves a practical simulation of the Shadow World, and there will be no life-threatening dangers within the simulated environment. In the event of failure or candidate demise, you will be automatically ejected from the Shadow World. However, you may experience sensations akin to death and pain, including terrifying scenarios such as falling from heights or beheading. Do you confirm that you have read the above information and agree to enter the artificial Shadow World? Lanqi did not simply brush aside the instructions for activating the artificial Shadow World. Rather, he meticulously read through the entire manual before his finger gravitated towards the continue button. He recalled having encountered a cautionary note within the text: should one perish in the authentic Shadow World, the challenger would indeed face true death. Thus, in Lanqi's mind, the real Shadow World was an exceedingly perilous realm, starkly contrasting with the safeguarded artificial Shadow World. Furthermore, the regulations of the Hidden Kingdom explicitly stated that novices were required to practice extensively within the artificially devised simulated Shadow World, attaining high evaluations and passing the assessments of the Kingdom Alliance Parliament in order to earn the privilege to confront the genuine Shadow World. Despite this, the mortality rate within the authentic Shadow World remained alarmingly high, underscoring the inherent dangers of that realm. Fortunately, the artificial Shadow World designated for examinations resembled a practice mode, offering a considerable degree of safety. The chief examiner had emphasized that the essence of the examination was wisdom and temperament. Thus, Lanqi mused, it was imperative for him to harness his wisdom and temperament to their fullest potential, to evade the harrowing sensation of death within the artificial Shadow World. As he touched continue, ripples cascaded across the silvery screen, swiftly expanding from his fingertips, vanishing beneath the text while seemingly heralding new content. Before he could grasp the unfolding scene, it felt as though he was plummeting rapidly from the heavens, accompanied by a sensation of weightlessness. Ranqi felt his entire being immerse itself into a wholly new world. In an instant, the surroundings erupted into brightness, illuminating every corner of Ranqi's vision. In that very moment, a bone-chilling cold surged forth, akin to a merciless blade, piercing directly to the heart. He felt the temperature plummet, as if the entire world had been encased in ice. His blood seemed to congeal, that frostbitten air capable of effortlessly penetrating the skin. Hua, what kind of wretched place is this? The breath that Lanqi exhaled nearly crystallized into ice in an instant. He could only grit his teeth, resisting the excruciating sting of the frigid wind. He realized he was standing on an expanse of snow. A vast sheet of white blanketed the ground, the air filled with the howling sound of the wind and snow, causing his mind to buzz. Gazing upwards, the sky was a leaden gray, heavy clouds obscuring the sunlight. The cold wind whipped up a flurry of snowflakes, swirling through the air, sometimes gathering, sometimes scattering, rendering the entire snowy world both enchanting and harsh. "Sir, we shall soon arrive at their home." A voice, seemingly bellowed in desperation, battled against the storm. Although Lanqi had no immediate understanding of the elder's words, he soon discerned that amidst the swirling snow stood a quaint village, resembling a gem lost within the endless white. He found himself within that very village. Simultaneously, information from the Shadow World unveiled itself before his eyes. Shadow World, the flame of hidden winter, level, Tier 1, number of challengers, 1. The chasm between the heart of benevolence and the power of kindness is termed righteousness. To forcibly enact righteousness is indeed folly, yet there will always be those willing to see it through. Winter approaches. As a noble of the northern border, your territory currently faces a fiscal deficit, and your monetary resources are dwindling. As you pause in this village, you overhear the village chief mention that a magical furnace has been stolen today. Your objective is to assist this family in overcoming their plight before nightfall, within the hour, ensuring they can weather the harshness of this cold winter. Note: as a noble of the Holy Kingdom and a devotee of the Holy Ritual Church, it is imperative that you adhere to the law, abstain from harming civilians, and refrain from deceiving them. Any deviation from these principles may result in execution at the hands of the church's enforcers, who are well acquainted with your background. Conversely, should you uncover any criminal acts, the enforcers will assist you in administering appropriate justice. Understanding the requirements of this trial, Ranch gazes ahead. Not far off, there stands a wooden house, its roof blanketed in thick snow, seemingly concealed within this pristine world of white. The elder behind him must be the village chief, while the knight clad in silvery armor is undoubtedly the enforcer. Ranch refrains from hastening towards the house, opting instead to contemplate the situation. Given his current status as a noble in this bewildering land, bound by stringent restrictions, he recognizes that the most straightforward and forceful approaches will prove futile. For instance, he cannot simply seize resources from another household to aid this one, unless he possesses the confidence to confront the fearsome enforcer, an endeavor likely to lead to his demise. Moreover, relocating this family to the village chief's home for a single night would not suffice for enduring the entirety of winter, clearly falling short of the task's objective. If one were to forcefully command a household to accommodate another family for an entire winter, such an abuse of power, akin to a usurper taking over a nest, would likely be deemed illegal. Indeed, the clever tricks that may suffice in ordinary circumstances are rendered futile in this shadowy realm, where all shortcuts have been obstructed. In the midst of the wind and snow, Ranch murmured to himself. Before long, his cheeks became crimson from the biting cold, a thin layer of frost forming upon them. Even clad in heavy noble winter attire, he was unable to shield himself from the piercing chill. It dawned on Ranch that, depending on the physical endurance of the examinees, their time of activity in the outdoor snowy expanse was, in fact, quite limited. Aimless searching would inevitably lead to his demise amidst the storm. It would be prudent to investigate this household for any potential clues. He hastened his pace towards the wooden cabin ahead. In the spacious and well-lit conference room of the Sages Institute main building, chairs and tables were arranged in a circular format, with several large round tables encircling the central projection screen. Seated at each table were 5 or 6 educators from different groups, some intently observing the magical screen, while others engaged actively in discussions. Rather than resembling a conventional meeting, it felt more akin to a seminar or critique session. The screen vividly displayed the scenarios encountered by the examinees upon entering the artificial shadowy world. Without exception, all examinees progressed slowly. After reaching that household, they gleaned from the couple that on the night of the theft, There had been strange sounds emanating from outside the window, followed shortly by the door being flung open as if by the storm, and a sudden drop in temperature within the home. As the couple cautiously stepped out of their bedroom, they were met with the unsettling realization that the magical furnace had vanished. Outside, a few footprints remained, presumably belonging to a tall adult male, but they were quickly obscured by the accumulating snow. When they turned to their adopted niece, a little girl residing in their home, it seemed she possessed knowledge of the situation. However, despite their attempts to engage her in conversation, she remained resolutely silent. Consequently, some candidates opted to investigate other villagers for clues, while others sought to delve into the peculiarities surrounding the little girl. There were, of course, those who, lacking rigor in their examination of the situation, fancied themselves clever and met their demise at the hands of the executioner. One such individual had promised a reward to the village chief for the entire household as support throughout the winter. Yet, given the current state of the territory, the lord could not guarantee the availability of funds, constituting an act of fraud. The astute executioner immediately recognized the deceit and executed the lord. Those who consider themselves exceptionally clever often overlook logical inconsistencies, making them the most vulnerable in the realm of shadows. As names of the eliminated participants were crossed out, Vice Dean Ron sighed, reflecting on the folly of insufficient wisdom. The correct approach lay in recognizing the fundamental clues, the anomalies surrounding the little girl, and gathering vital intelligence from other villagers, thus facilitating the unraveling of the mystery and the apprehension of the criminal. The world of shadows emphasizes the duality of intellect and skill, and at times, the necessity of noble character to earn the goodwill of its inhabitants and unlock the clues. Just as they were engaged in this discussion, several educators observed a candidate employing wind magic to fell trees, subsequently using magic to rapidly dry the firewood, a remarkable display of skill. Even more impressively, some attempted to create fire attribute magical tools as substitutes for the magical furnace, showcasing their unique talents. However, these seemingly impressive feats did not garner much admiration from the teachers. While the shadow world can sometimes offer shortcuts due to its inherent characteristics, it can also lead one into traps. I distinctly recall the original first-tier shadow world being rather repugnant, as the investigation ultimately revealed that a wicked couple had deliberately concealed the magical furnace, intending to freeze a young girl to death amidst the blizzard, thereby swindling the substantial funeral subsidies stipulated by the northern border regulations. Even providing them with kindling or a magical furnace would not save the girl, for the true coldness lies within the twisted hearts of those involved. At times, excessive arrogance in attempting to bypass the mechanisms of the shadow world may result in unforeseen failures, indicative of a temperament that lacks composure and steadiness. A chorus of sighs accompanied the educators as they deliberated on the essence of this entrance examination. For most candidates, who were in the second or third tier, this first-tier shadow world presented no elements that necessitated a display of martial prowess. It merely represented the most fundamental and rudimentary model of the shadow world. Yet it fundamentally assessed whether candidates possessed the aptitude to confront its challenges. Suddenly, a gasp drew the attention of all the educators. Each teacher at their respective desks turned to gaze at the corner of the split screen, where a candidate from the Knights Academy stood out. The visual narrative presented through his lens was strikingly distinct from those of the other candidates. He was not adorned in a noble cloak, but was merely clad in trousers. His muscular physique distinctly outlined as he stood with arms crossed against the biting cold wind, even as the grayish-white strands of his disheveled hair became dusted with snowflakes. He appeared utterly unperturbed by the chill, his deep violet eyes glinting with the tenacity of a lone wolf. What on earth was he doing? Wait. As a candidate of noble descent, the attire he wore still bore some value, sufficient to cover an entire household's expenses through the harsh winter, thereby ensuring the protection of the little girl by the village chief. It was unfathomable for an ordinary person to be so harsh on themselves, seemingly devoid of any consideration for their own mortality. However, the shadowy realm did not mandate that challengers must survive until the end. Sacrificing oneself in the pursuit of righteousness could indeed be a viable option. The brutes of the Knight Academy sometimes produced individuals whose intellect was less than stellar. Yet, this candidate named Fry, one might deem him foolish, yet he possesses a peculiar cleverness. Though Fry completely contravened the intent of the examination, he undeniably fulfilled its requirements through his noble character and exceptional physical prowess. Perhaps the complete abandonment of wisdom and prudence could also be a manifestation of wisdom and discernment. One cannot deny that he embodies many virtues of knighthood, including honesty, compassion, bravery, and sacrifice, albeit entirely diverging from our original evaluative objectives. The Knight Academy had stumbled upon a treasure this year. Gradually, despite the instructor's struggles to provide a fair assessment of Frey's approach to the challenge, they ultimately found themselves unable to suppress their admiration for him. At the very least, as a knight, he is undoubtedly deserving of the title. Suddenly lowering his head while perusing the candidate's information, Vice Dean Ron spoke in a low tone, "I have discovered that this individual seems to be ensnared by gambling. Often left with nothing but a pair of trousers, accustomed to pawning his garments to cover his debts. Thus, it is plausible that he has developed a sort of muscle memory. Upon entering the shadowy realm, he instinctively resorts to liquidating his clothing whenever faced with dilemmas." The atmosphere became palpably awkward as the discourse veered off course, leaving everyone in the meeting room enveloped in an unusual silence. After a brief pause, one could think positively. This fellow is a candidate from the Knight Academy, and the headache should rightfully belong to them. Indeed, the students on our side appear to be significantly more stable. The educators nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of relief. Before long, however, several teachers began to notice that a rather peculiar individual had emerged among the candidates from the Sage Academy. The screen revealed a young boy with black hair and green eyes. Rather than hastily investigating, he, having obtained the village chief's consent, commenced searching the bookshelves and leisurely settled onto a sofa beside the hearth, perusing a few tomes. He even took the time to sip on some hot tea, exuding an air of utmost contentment. Clearly, his unusual behavior captivated the attention of the educators. What on earth is he doing? Is he actually enjoying himself? The teachers who had taken note of Lanqi began to inquire amongst themselves. Soon after, a young teacher let out a soft scoff, shaking his head as he remarked, "Typically, students who abandon their examinations do so in a manner like this, settling into a safe position. However, I have never encountered someone so resolute in their decision to withdraw." The other educators nodded in agreement, nearly deceived by the effortless composure emanating from this individual. Ringi Wilford. The results of his aptitude test were far from satisfactory. He hailed from a prominent family of affluent merchants on the borders of Nanwantina, being the eldest son of the Wilford lineage. Was he merely here to experience life? The vice principal, after rummaging through Ringi's enrollment information, let out a resigned sigh. As the teachers learned of his circumstances, their interest in this laid-back scion of wealth began to wane. Just as the professor's attention shifted away from Ringi, he finally closed the book in his hands and, clutching it, resolutely made his way back to the household that had suffered the theft, accompanied by the enforcer. Knock, knock. Ringi gently tapped on the door, which was soon followed by the faint sound of footsteps against the howling wind and snow from within. As the door creaked open, he was met by a middle-aged man, shivering from the cold. "My lord, has there been any progress in your investigation?" The man inquired, a hint of anxious anticipation shadowing his expression. Yet, internally, he was already chuckling to himself. The direction of this foolish noble's investigation was entirely misguided. All that was needed now was to once again coax this pitiful lord away from his home, allowing him to wander aimlessly in the frigid wilderness, clinging to his misguided sense of righteousness. However, Ringi simply fixed his piercing gaze upon the middle-aged man, as if he had finally come to a realization. The investigation had yielded no progress. "However, when you previously encountered me, did you not bow?" Lanqi slowly raised his hand, pointing at the middle-aged man in the household. The sudden inquiry rendered the man anxious and fearful. He hastily pressed his daughter's head down alongside his wife, bowing deeply and murmuring to Lanqi. He could not fathom what had gone awry to provoke such a drastic change in demeanor from this nobleman. After all, the benevolent lord had not conducted any inquiries within his home, so how could he possibly perceive any hint of impropriety? Lanqi let out a cold laugh. "According to the customs of the northern frontier, you and your wife are obliged to bow to me. Yet, on 2 occasions, you have failed to show me the respect that is due. I find your attitude towards me exceedingly disrespectful, which I perceive as an affront." He opened the legal tome in his hand, sternly admonishing them, as the text explicitly stated this principle. Moreover, he had just thoroughly inquired and confirmed the customs of the northern frontier with the village chief and the executioner. The executioner appeared momentarily dazed. After a brief hesitation, he finally approached to restrain the 3 bewildered individuals. Lanqi fixed his gaze upon the legal code, articulating each word with precision. Subsequently, he watched as they, under the guidance of the executioner, embarked on their journey to the village chief's residence. Amidst the snowstorm, Lanqi, with his hands tucked into his pockets, exhaled a sigh of relief, revealing a satisfied smile. It was evident that this examination was designed to assess the student's legal awareness. Thus, this family would be able to endure a warm winter within the confines of the prison and the church. Outside, The professors who had inadvertently witnessed Lanqi's actions began to twitch uncontrollably at the corners of their eyes. Even the proctor Loren, witnessing all of this in the examination hall, widened his eyes in astonishment. Chapter 18. Talia sat on pins and needles in the sun-drenched, gently breezy Iclite Academy. Numerous areas of the campus were adorned with magical screens reminiscent of commercial streets. These screens provided real-time information, notifications, and academic activities for students and faculty alike, while also displaying a variety of captivating short films and live coverage of significant campus events. Consequently, these screens occasionally became the focal point for students seeking respite, gathering to observe and discuss. At this moment, the annual admission exam broadcast, a source of great amusement for many upperclassmen, was underway. Some were merely eager to witness the freshmen' struggles or mishaps, while others sought to scout potential talents to recruit for their teams. The screen displayed a scene of fierce snowstorms and unyielding whiteness. While other candidates grappled with the icy terrain, Ranch had already met the conditions for passage. Seated comfortably in a warm room beside a crackling fire, he was leisurely roasting snacks, exuding an air of ease and skill, entirely devoid of the tension one would expect from someone challenging the Shadow Realm. It appeared as though he were filming an advertisement for a delicacy from the Holy Kingdom. All that remained was for him to await the conclusion of the artificial Shadow Realm's time limit, after which the terminal would finalize his evaluation. Although only a few students had initially noticed Ranch's actions, a series of gasps soon ignited a flurry of conversation among them. Did you see what he just did? What? He's truly something else. He went straight to apprehend that family. Is this how one ensures a warm winter for them? He indeed fulfilled the requirements, didn't he? How amusing. What a logical genius. On the terrace of the Learning and Education Building, individuals either sat or stood in repose, many gathering around the prominently displayed screen, forming a lively circle. A considerable number began to speculate about the origins of the emerging star named Ranch Wilfort. Yet, none present had previously known of this name. Only a student adorned with Alchemy Institute jewelry mentioned having heard of a company called the Wilfort Corporation, rumored to have a rather troublesome air. However, he had never heard of this young prodigy named Ranch. Talia listened as the discussions about Ranch gradually intensified among the students. Seated on the edge of the terrace, she quietly lowered her gaze, diverting her attention from the magical screen, though she had been closely observing Ranch's movements in the split-screen corner. Upon realizing the nature of his actions and the surrounding gasps of astonishment, she felt an overwhelming urge to escape, as far away as possible. Whispers began to circulate, questioning whether this fellow named Ranch exhibited behavior too peculiar for a mere mortal. Could he be a spy from the Demon Clan? This thought sent a chill down her spine. Talia was determined not to be misjudged as a dangerous individual requiring scrutiny simply for being too close to Ranch. This was not what she had taught. In truth, the past 3 months spent in Ranch's company had gradually unveiled some rather unusual aspects of his thoughts and character. However, it was only at this moment that she became convinced of his rather peculiar afflictions. Staying by his side made it impossible to remain unnoticed. However, according to their agreement, she must protect Ranchi while continuing to serve as his mentor. She felt as though she were being roasted over an open flame. If her long-suffering aspirations for the restoration of her homeland were ultimately revealed due to this human, leading to her downfall, she would wish for nothing more than to perish alongside Ranchi. Now, she hoped Ranchi would swiftly emerge from the examination room so they could leave this place together. Yet part of her wished he would never return, for she did not want anyone to witness their proximity. Ranch, Talia murmured through clenched teeth. Her palms tightly balled into fists, each passing second feeling like a thorn in her side. In the aftermath of her nation's destruction by the demon race, it was the first time in decades of solitary wandering that a human had inflicted such profound anguish upon her. The atrium of the 7-story Learning and Education Building harmoniously blends modern design with natural elements, creating a tranquil and elegant atmosphere. Skylights flood the space with sunlight, casting a dance of light and shadow. Lush greenery embraces the atrium, accompanied by various artistic installations and sculptures that infuse the area with a soft, cultural ambience. Standing in the atrium, the chief examiner, Loren, the head of the Sage Academy, clenched his fists. This examination topic was personally selected by him. According to historians, this first-level shadow world, Flame of the Hidden Winter, originally depicted a dilemma faced by the last sacred emperor of an ancient civilization renowned for its benevolence. Over 10,000 years ago, Loren has always held this legendary figure in the highest esteem, admiring every deed attributed to the benevolent sacred emperor. In fact, during this examination, Loren aimed not only to assess the wisdom and character of the newcomers, but also hoped to impart an understanding of the circumstances and mindset in which the sacred emperor once aided the villagers. He wished for them to grasp the helplessness and sorrow that enveloped the sacred emperor upon discovering the truth, yet remained unwavering in his steadfast belief in benevolence and righteousness thereafter. How infuriating! However, this lad, Ranch Wilfort, seemed to portray the sacred emperor as foolish. Was it truly permissible to sacrifice benevolence in exchange for demonic power? Thus, Loren awaited the conclusion of the examination, his gaze fixed upon the colossal magical screen in the courtyard, where Ranch leisurely roasted delicacies. A fire simmered within him, had he the means to enter the shadow realm. He would have relished the opportunity to kick that infernal oven away. This fellow possesses such feeble magical prowess. Why is he a candidate from our academy? Ultimately, Loren managed to regain his composure, murmuring in confusion. From the moment he arrived at the examination venue, he sensed the magical energies of all the candidates. He distinctly recalled that Ranch's magical intensity was undeniably the weakest among them, even inferior to many elemental candidates from the Knight Academy. Had he not noticed Ranch on the magical screen, he might have initially mistaken him for a candidate from the Knight Academy. If he can successfully pass the first round of attribute testing during his enrollment declaration, it can only be said that his mental attributes will be exceptionally high, compensating for his overall evaluation after waiting. However, how will he manage to succeed in the practical examination? The third round of assessments differs significantly from the previous two. Apart from relying on one's own inherent strength, there are no shortcuts to be taken. Loren is quite certain that Ranch is not a cleric, as he feels no divine aura emanating from him. Thus, Ranch cannot utilize clerical magic cards that influence healing through mental strength. The light filtering through the glass dome in the atrium gradually shifts an angle, akin to the hands of a clock, marking the passage of each moment. The examination is finally drawing to a close. The candidates are being released in the order they entered, emerging one by one from the enormous swirling void gate. It is only after all participants have exited the artificial shadow realm that Loren gently touches the key on the terminal to close the void gate. Subsequently, the terminal of the artificial shadow realm initiates the final calculation of the examination results. Standing atop the platform, Loren gazes out, observing the numerous qualified candidates still lingering in the atrium. Some are unable to mask their joy, while others maintain a neutral expression. Despite being unaware of the progress of other candidates in the Shadow Realm during the examination, it is evident that many are quite confident, firmly believing that their scores in the Shadow Realm will be among the very best. Chapter 19. The Social Graces of Ranch stands in the waiting area of the Sage Academy in the atrium, his thoughts still lingering on the delectable pastries of the Holy Nation. It is said that the food one can taste in the realm of shadows is as genuinely real as that in the tangible world. However, within the artificial shadow realm, it is merely an illusion. The desserts he had just roasted for an eternity bore no flavor at all. As he pondered, he inadvertently overheard several other candidates exchanging their respective completion times. It turns out that the majority of qualified candidates required nearly 40 to 50 minutes to barely meet the passing criteria. It seems that the collective awareness of legal matters among them is still quite lacking. In a fleeting moment of distraction, a delicate voice echoed nearby. "How much time did you take?" Turning his head, he noticed a tall young woman of similar age gazing at him. Her eyes shimmered with an amber hue, exuding a cold and proud demeanor, as if she could survey the entire world with a mere glance. Judging by her extravagant attire and jewelry, she was undoubtedly a member of the distinguished aristocracy in this royal realm. It appeared she had recognized another candidate who seemed particularly at ease amidst the tension, remaining silent. He calculated silently in his mind. In truth, he had only spent about 10 minutes on the entire process, well under the 50-minute mark. He sensed that this seemingly remarkable young lady was likely a haughty and troublesome individual. Therefore, should his completion speed prove to be faster than hers, revealing such information in her presence would surely displease her. Such is the nature of social dynamics. Subsequently, the young lady nodded expressionlessly and shifted her focus away from him. It turned out she was merely an individual unconcerned with the significance of one's performance. Hesperi reflected with relief, realizing she had been misled by his overly composed demeanor. Thus, he should not become her teammate in the third round of assessments. As the daughter of the Duke of Arancel, Hiberlian was already well acquainted with the examination mechanism of this year's third round at the Academy of Sages, which involved grouping students of various specialties to engage in combat with instructors. Typically, within such a team, a supportive mage or healing mage would be assigned. Depending on the ratio of candidates, it might even consist entirely of offensive mages. A proficient healer could significantly diminish the challenges faced by the entire team in the third round, while a lackluster one would greatly elevate the pressure on the other members. It was rumored that this year's grouping rules would reflect the standings from the second round, meaning that candidates ranked higher at the Academy of Sages would likely become teammates, facing formidable instructors together. As a top contender in the second round, Hyberlian, being an offensive mage, naturally wished to avoid being paired with an inept healer during the high-stakes challenges of the third round. Moreover, there were those within the kingdom who did not wish for her to gain admission. Being alongside her would undoubtedly escalate the difficulty of the practical assessments. Only by securing a competent support could she enhance her chances of success. Of course, those powerful figures intent on hindering her admission would spare no effort to manipulate their pawns within the academy, arranging for her to be teamed with the most incompetent of companions, or even imposters. The mere thought of this stirred within Hyberlian an uncontrollable, rippling fury, a desire for retribution that expanded like concentric waves. Just give me a few more years. I shall exact vengeance upon you all, painfully and thoroughly. She thought grimly to herself, yet her expression remained as serene as ever. Amidst the gradually increasing cacophony of waiting time within the examination hall, a youthful figure with disheveled gray-white hair leaned nonchalantly against the wall, arms crossed. Adorned with a pair of small round sunglasses, he exuded an air of languid arrogance. He could distinctly hear the conversations of his fellow candidates. Finally, with a disdainful and contemptuous flutter of his eyelids, he closed his eyes. He could not comprehend why the others measured their passage time in minutes. Furrowing his brow, Fry pondered this conundrum. It was evident that this examination assessed the candidates' ability to think in terms of borrowing and lending. By pawning their belongings for money, they could expedite their progress. Why, then, did it require so long? The chief examiner, Loren, the head of the Sage Academy, awaited the terminal to compute the final scores of the second round of assessments. Hearing the students' discussions, he anticipated that some candidates, who reveled in their 30-plus minutes of passage time, would soon find themselves questioning their very existence. Such a score would typically be considered commendable. Having observed the candidate's performance on the screen throughout the examination, Loren was acutely aware of the passage times that each student would be assigned. Among all the candidates from the Knight Academy and the Sage Academy, barring a couple of exceptions, the fastest time recorded was 25 minutes and 3 seconds. While the majority of the candidates busied themselves with investigations, Fry had already apprehended the entire target family. His time was a mere 7 seconds, as he resolved all issues from the outset. In this not-so-complex realm of shadows, passage speed was the most heavily weighted criterion for scoring, and Fry had undoubtedly secured an extraordinarily absurd foundational score. However, in this world of cryptic shadows, there exists little in the way of a decoding process, rendering any additional scoring enhancements nearly non-existent. Even Loren is unaware of how the terminal will calculate the score for Lanqi, should one successfully navigate through the second and third rounds of assessment. The results from these rounds will be weighted separately, contributing to an overall score. The ranking of the entrance examination's total score will influence subsequent class assignments within the respective academies, the priority for exemptions from recommended challenges for officially registered challengers, and the representation of first-year students in academy exchange activities, among other matters. The artificial Shadow World terminal is about to operate as usual, poised to compute the candidate scores. Suddenly, arcs of electricity flicker across the mithril and magic crystals of the terminal, followed by bursts of electric cocoons erupting around. As the image on the magical screen connected to the terminal abruptly freezes, all visuals and indicators come to a standstill. In the next moment, a chaotic array of pixels renders the screen repetitive and blurred. This disturbance evidently captivates the attention of all candidates, and a cacophony of panic ensues in the 7th-level examination hall. Loren furrows his brow, hesitating little, and with a grave expression, he forcibly shuts down the terminal. Although this action may likely damage the precious magical apparatus, ensuring the safety of all students and faculty present is his utmost priority. Simultaneously, the erratic electric light on the terminal dissipates, allowing many candidates to exhale in relief, albeit with lingering apprehension. However, when Loren attempts to restart the terminal using the key, he discovers it remains utterly unresponsive. It seems that the previous incident has rendered it inoperative. No, Loren shakes his head in anguish, pressing his fingers against his temple. He felt an overwhelming fatigue today due to the exam, and he was particularly reluctant to face Professor Palaio's reprimands at the Magic Engineering Institute, even without summoning the experts from the institute to repair the issue. Loren had begun to grasp the nature of the problem. The artificial shadow realm, despite its sophistication, could never rival the divine craftsmanship of the authentic shadow world. The evaluation of the artificially replicated realm could only be conducted using predetermined algorithms that had been previously inputted. For instance, Frey's unconventional yet straightforward method of clearing levels, while lacking several parameters, still yielded calculable scores. However, the replicators had not anticipated the existence of a method like Lanqi's, which utterly subverted the algorithmic model. This individual introduced a multitude of anomalous parameters. Consequently, the terminal malfunctioned and froze. Based on the speed of completion, it was expected that Frey from the Knights Academy would rank first, with Lanqi from the Sage Academy trailing closely behind. Yet, due to Lanqi's bizarre maneuvers, the specific scores for all candidates could not be determined. The mere thought of having to coordinate urgent repairs with the Magic Engineering Institute left Loren with a throbbing headache. Finally, with a deep sigh, as if to disregard Lanqi entirely, he turned to the other candidates and announced, "We will conduct a manual evaluation of the second round scores based on the examination records, and the third round practical assessment will take place the day after tomorrow. All candidates will receive notifications regarding the specific exam arrangements before the end of the day. Out of sight, out of mind. Everything was a test from the goddess. And as her priest, he must not succumb to anger so easily after proclaiming the important matters." Dean Loren bid farewell to all the examinees in the courtyard as if sending off guests. Chapter 20. The Academic Influence of Lanqi at noon, the conference room. Adorned with soft, pale walls, was suffused with light, illuminating the lush greenery arranged on the spacious windowsill, infusing the space with vitality and liveliness. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in the Sage Academy's meeting room had transformed into a chaotic scene, ignited by fervent discussions on contentious topics. In contrast to the examinee from the Knight Academy, whose wisdom and character were non-existent, our candidates appeared to possess an abundance of both, perhaps excessively so. Most of the faculty, having witnessed Lanqi's performance, were left in a state of astonishment and skepticism, pondering the extraordinary anomaly he represented. What mental state could possibly have driven him to approach the examination in such a manner? They were perplexed. The educators were not only tasked with fulfilling their research responsibilities and reviewing this examination, but also faced the urgent necessity of manually evaluating the performance of all candidates. Clearly, Lanqi had presented them with a conundrum: how to assign him a grade. One cannot deny the remarkable legal awareness this individual possesses. A typical person would not instinctively rush to consult the legal code under such circumstances. No, while our academy recruits individuals from the legal profession, it is the magic of law, not the mundane law itself. Amidst the uproar, another faculty member slammed the table and exclaimed, "He might be better suited for recommendation to the Hutton National Finance and Political Law Academy." Just the thought of someone like Lanqi potentially becoming a judge is enough to provoke contemplation. Within the hearts of the assembled educators, a resolute thought emerged, a fervent desire never to encounter him in a courtroom. The conference room was strewn with various documents, charts, and notes scattered across the table. While the clock on the wall ticked incessantly, the Vice Dean, Ron, remained silent, jotting down key points from differing perspectives on the manuscript before him. Striving to organize the assessment of this candidate, Dean Loren was currently facing reprimand at the Mage Engineering Institute, thus the meeting fell to Vice Dean Ron to preside over. No one from the Sage Academy wished to confront the eccentric Professor Boleo directly at the Mage Engineering Institute. Moreover, should Professor Boleo learn that the terminal for the artificial shadow world had been damaged, he would undoubtedly be furious. Yet, there was no alternative. The third round of examinations required the terminal. A brave individual must approach Professor Boleo to enlist the assistance of the technical staff from the Mage Engineering Institute to expedite repairs within the next few days. Alas, were I in Lauren's position, I would likely seize this fellow named Lanqi and take him directly to the Mage Engineering Institute. Their dean was far too honest and straightforward. After reflecting on this, Vice Dean Ron finally rapped lightly on the table. In terms of the core of the shadow world, he seemed to offer a distinct interpretation of benevolence. With a sigh, Ron acknowledged, albeit reluctantly, the significance represented by Lanqi. Recognizing that the study and exploration of the shadow world were not solely the realm of combat-oriented challengers, numerous theologians, historians, and philosophers frequently engaged in this domain as well. The scholar's excavation and analysis of the narratives within the shadow world could likewise aid challengers in clarifying intelligence and expanding their strategies to conquer the shadow realm. Gradually, the Academy of Sages has embraced the incorporation of various academic research avenues. For instance, the introductory course to the shadow world, a fundamental requirement for new students, stands as the most esteemed doctrine of the shadow world in contemporary society. Once a realm undergoes a continuous cycle of destruction and rebirth, evolving to the point of possessing the capability to bridge into the shadow world, it will establish a connection to it. Subsequently, the denizens of that realm can venture into the shadow world, guided by its essence, to reenact the historical projections of their past. These diverse historical projections, spanning different timelines and world lines, serve as invaluable resources for any being, regarded as exemplary learning materials or repositories of knowledge. The deities aspire for the inhabitants to glean experiences and reflections from the interwoven historical projections across various worlds, fostering cross-disciplinary learning to enhance the stability and beauty of their existing realm. Hence, the duality of the current world and the shadow world emerges, intertwined like substance and shadow. Following the initiation by Vice Dean Ron, a discussion on the resolution proposed by Lanqi will unfold, potentially culminating in a published journal article. Prompted by the simulated artificial shadow world of the entrance examination, I perceive within him a profound aptitude for scholarly pursuits. At the round table of the healing mages, Teacher Teresa gazes at Lanqi's profile and softly remarks. During the application process, she sensed that although the young man lacked significant magical talent, his composed demeanor and refined elegance seemed to embody the essence of a natural scholar. Typically, individuals of such character, if willing to exert effort in their studies, garner the admiration of numerous academic institutions. After all, contributing to research in the logistical departments is equally vital. Indeed, he must possess both heart and intellect, along with morality intertwined with wisdom. Many educators affirm this notion. In essence, his rank is unequivocally positioned before Miss Hiberlian Alansar, placing him at the forefront. Is that not so? Vice Dean Ron lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, hesitating for a moment before articulating his conclusion. Given the inability to define scoring, we must temporarily settle the ranking. This will directly influence the grouping for the examination the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this, several educators present either nodded in agreement or remained silent, their demeanor tinged with subtlety, even bearing a hint of evasion. Although his passage time was remarkably swift, he scarcely touched upon the predetermined scoring points. According to the original calculations set forth by the Magic Engineering Institute, his score may not be particularly high. From the round table of the healing mages, hesitant voices emerged. The vice dean glanced over to see Teacher Teresa, who had welcomed Rangia during the enrollment declaration, speaking up. Teacher Teresa, your stance appears rather inequitable, does it not? Yet, he is undeniably meant to be first. That cannot be altered. Teresa pressed her lips together, reluctant to utter more. Deep down, she recognized the unreasonable nature of her words. Still, she genuinely wished to assist Rangia. For this year, holding the first position in the Sage Academy's examination is far from advantageous. In truth, the most troublesome new student for the Academy this year is neither Fry nor Rangia, but rather Miss Hiberlian. The overwhelming majority of educators are hesitant to associate with her lightly. The reason why the Duchess did not ease the difficulty during the second round of examinations was her concern over a potentially poor ranking, fearing that in the third round, she would be paired exclusively with actors assigned as teammates. A higher rank was essential to ensure she might be allocated formidable allies, one so powerful that even the internal factions of the Academy would find it impossible to undermine her. However, given the current circumstances, if Lanqi fortuitously found himself in the first position, it was highly probable that he would unwittingly become a tool to hinder the Duchess during practical exercises. After all, Lanqi exhibited no remarkable combat abilities. Ferrat, I find it challenging to articulate my thoughts. Nevertheless, I implore you to adhere to the established rules. Otherwise, Lauren will not remain passive. Ron cast a penetrating glance at the young teacher who had interrupted Teresa before speaking. Naturally, the young teacher, known as Ferrat, rose gracefully and bowed to Vice Dean Ron, asserting that within the predetermined regulations, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the assessment of the leading students would fall under his purview. He vowed to diligently eliminate unqualified candidates for their future safety. A confident smile perpetually graced Ferrat's lips. Vice Dean Ron silently turned the page of the document in his hands, wishing to conclude this discussion. Lanqi Wilfort, as a practitioner of white magic, displayed only marginal aptitude. He was fundamentally ill-suited for the Sage Academy. In the true realm of advanced stages, not only was cognitive ability required, but substantial practical skills were also essential. Regardless of the group he was assigned to, he was highly likely to be eliminated in the third round. In a certain sense, fate has orchestrated their pairing, leaving no one to blame for any burdens they may bear. Ultimately, should these two part ways, their prospects for admission remain bleak. Chapter 21. Ranchi's indelible legal awareness as the first rays of dawn gradually dispel the chill of the night, bathing the streets, buildings, and nearby benches in light. The illumination stretches longer. The city of exiled seems to awaken under the benevolence of the divine. Before long, the shops lining the streets begin to open, with enthusiastic proprietors exchanging greetings with neighbors. Beneath the awning of a CAF, delicate tendrils of coffee aroma waft through the air, mingling with the lively strains of jazz that permeate the bustling thoroughfare. The early risers increase in number, weaving through the crowds in the heart of exiled with hurried steps. In this morning breeze, still fragrant with the scent of fruits and flowers, Ranchi walks alongside Talia, a subtle smile gracing his face, bathed in the morning sun. He exudes a tranquil demeanor, radiating a sunny disposition. Ranchi appears to be in high spirits, finding both the school examinations and the world of shadows rather intriguing. In stark contrast, Talia approaches her work with the reluctance one might reserve for a funeral. She is decidedly unwilling to accompany Ranchi to exiled Academy once more. The last time she followed him out, the stares of onlookers left her feeling quite uneasy. Thankfully, the third round of examinations will not be publicly broadcast. Only the faculty will observe from behind the scenes. Otherwise, Talia would have feigned illness to avoid accompanying Ranchi today. Tada, are you feeling downcast? Lanqi has noticed that Talia has spoken considerably less these past few days. Today, her reluctance to be in his company is particularly evident. Talia ignores him, merely gazing ahead as she strides forward. Her expression is frigid, and she continues to disregard Lanqi. Yet, in a fleeting moment, Lanqi inadvertently caught a glimpse of Talia's eyes, which led him to believe that she harbors a profound resentment towards him. He found himself momentarily halted, standing in place, perplexedly scratching his head. Why does her demeanor seem to have plummeted so drastically? The thoughts of a demon are truly inscrutable, especially those of a spinster who has lived for over a century, he mused. As Talia approached him, she turned her face to scrutinize Lanqi. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable urge to harm him surged within her. Yet, he had not uttered a single word, and his expression appeared utterly normal. What is the matter, Tata? Lanqi inquired gently, completely oblivious to her inner turmoil. Nothing, she replied curtly, and with that, she turned away from him and continued on her path, chasing the cloud away. Lanqi hummed a cheerful tune, joyfully matching her pace. Half an hour later, at the exiled Academy, within the Learning and Education Building's 7th-floor atrium, sunlight streamed through the vast glass dome, casting gentle arcs of light that imbued the entire space with a sense of tranquility. As the light danced upon the ground, Lanqi observed the faculty members traversing the corridors around him. He stepped once more into the spacious and luminous examination hall, marveling at the architect's ingenuity. From a distance, the colossal magical apparatus resembling a portal to the realm of shadows appeared to be restored, yet prominently displayed was a sign reading "No forced reboot." The font suggested that the individual who affixed this warning was quite irate. Unlike the second round of examinations, there were not many students or faculty members present today. The third round was overseen by the instructors from the Sage Academy, with the chief examiner for each session directly appearing within the shadow realm. The headmaster, Lauren, was also absent, reportedly occupied with duties pertaining to the goddess of fate's church, which often took him away from the royal capital, Ikrit, carefully navigating around the marble barriers. He entered the waiting area, where he noticed two figures gazing in his direction. One was Teresa, the instructor responsible for guiding the examination, holding a tablet-like magical device. He had encountered her during the entrance assessment, where she had been gentle and greeted him with a hint of a smile. The other figure wore a candidate bracelet similar to his own, clearly indicating that this person was his teammate for the third round. In the notification regarding the examination received the previous day, Ranchi noted that the theme for the third round was combat and survival. In such an examination format, healers and support mages often struggled to operate independently. Thus, the Academy had adopted a team-based assessment approach, pairing offensive mages with support. Typically, these teams comprised 3 members, allowing for an evaluation of the student's ability to coordinate as a unit. After all, in the authentic Shadow Realm, a team's fortunes are intertwined. One's triumphs or failures affect them all. An accident had occurred, likely resulting in total annihilation. There were no contingencies to consider. However, when Ranchi caught sight of his teammate, the distinguished noblewoman, both appeared somewhat astonished. Just 2 days prior, during the final round of the second examination, she had inquired how long it took Ranchi to complete the challenge. Less than 50 minutes? She had asked with an air of amusement. her words laced with a hint of absurdity. After departing the examination hall, she had heard rumors of a dark-haired, green-eyed individual who had managed to finish in merely 10 minutes. At that time, she had wondered if it could possibly be the very individual who claimed to have taken less than 50 minutes. Now, she was certain it was indeed this cunning fellow. Lanqi, feeling a bit awkward, scratched the back of his head. He had not anticipated that the third round would involve such a method of team division. "Do you two know each other?" inquired Professor Teresa, observing their subtle reactions with curiosity. They both shook their heads. "I am Lanqi Wifort, a white mage. However, my abilities extend beyond mere healing." Lanqi introduced himself candidly. The essence of teamwork lies in sincerity. There was nothing to conceal. After a brief silence, the noblewoman hesitated slightly before stating, "I am Shubrian Alansar, a duke's daughter. You may regard my role as that of an assassin." Her introduction was succinct, clearly indicating a lack of trust in Lanqi. He nodded, not inclined to press further for details. His gaze drifted toward the entrance of the examination hall, seemingly awaiting their third teammate. "There is no need to wait any longer. He is unlikely to arrive," Hyberian stated. Her abrupt remark suddenly drew the puzzled gazes of Ranch and Teresa. "Why? If all goes as expected, they will soon receive news during the examination that this individual cannot participate for some unspecified reason. As for the specifics, it may depend on whether they resort to coercion or temptation." Hyberian shrugged, her eyes icy as she spoke. Although her tone carried a sense of resignation, the fury simmering within her was unmistakable. She was all too familiar with the manipulative tactics of the aristocrats. "Ah, Hyberian, this is merely your conjecture, isn't it?" The aura surrounding Hyberian starkly contrasted with Ranch's demeanor, causing a slight chill to creep down Teresa's spine. If Ranch resembled the pure, warm sunlight of spring, then Hyberian was akin to a foreboding entity trapped in a cold, tainted pool of blood, devoid of salvation. Teresa glanced at Ranch, who remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged as ever. Since Ranch had not spoken, she, as a teacher, felt it inappropriate to voice her own opinion. Before long, as the examination approached, Teresa's magical device indeed chimed with a notification. Their teammate had opted to transfer to another academy and had voluntarily withdrawn from the examination. This left Teresa somewhat troubled. Deep down, she likely understood that what appeared to be a mere coincidence might not be so coincidental after all, especially since even Hyberian had foreseen it. "Should I consult the dean or the vice-dean?" Teresa hesitated as she inquired. She was acutely aware that the practical assessment overseen by Felit would be far from easy. Moreover, Felit was among those who did not wish for Zayabolian to gain admission. Given Zayabolian's presence alongside the feeble white mage, Rancy, their chances of success were virtually non-existent. Zayabolian shook her head. When her icy gaze fell upon Teresa, it softened slightly. Although she had never truly felt kindness, having been nurtured amidst mutual malice, she could discern, to some extent, the shades of good and evil in others. The noble elite reveled in orchestrating seamless coincidences, leaving no opportunity for anyone to grasp their misdeeds. With a sardonic smile, Zayabolian mused that even if today's examination were not broadcast to the public, numerous eyes must be clandestinely observing this stage. More audaciously, they could allow Zayabolian's final teammate to attend the examination normally, subsequently playing the role of an actor, or even betray Zayabolian directly. Yet, if their intentions were too blatant, and if Dean Loren caught even a whiff of suspicion, he would likely investigate the integrity of the examination. Thus, the orchestrators preferred to fabricate an appearance of coincidence. "Why do these people not come to seek me out?" Rancy pondered, resting her chin on her hand, seemingly deep in thought. Zayabolian remained silent for a moment, uncertain whether Rancy was genuinely perplexed or merely feigning ignorance. Those individuals also valued their own reputation. If they were to directly bribe two candidates, it would hardly appear as an incident of chance. Zayabolian offered a succinct explanation. Certainly, she believed that an intelligent individual like Ranchi could easily comprehend the underlying truth. Those influential figures did not regard Ranchi as possessing considerable practical skills. Moreover, Ranchi could allow the examination to proceed smoothly, serving as a mere instrument for the burdening of Shiobalian. If indeed Shiobalian were the sole candidate remaining, the Academy would not be cruel enough to compel her to face the chief examiner alone. Rather, it would be far more likely to integrate her into another group, thereby slightly increasing the overall difficulty of the examination. Such a scenario would indeed be regrettable. Ranchi nodded slightly, sighing, his expression resembling that of someone who had missed a lucrative opportunity. "Do you truly wish to be accepted by them?" Shiobalian observed Ranchi's unabashedly lamenting visage and found it rather amusing. What had she done to evoke such blatant disrespect from him? To the extent that he could not even feign respect? Despite possessing a modicum of unique talents, he remained indistinguishable from those malevolent scoundrels. Of course. Lanqi retorted with a cold chuckle, affirming, should they dare to disrupt my examination, I shall certainly gather evidence on the spot. Subsequently donating the ill-gotten gains to the Church of the Goddess of Fate, while also reporting this group for bribery and interference with the integrity of the national examination system. I will invoke the provisions of page 675 of the Hutton Codex, requesting divine intervention from the temple to trace the origins of this erroneous transaction and conduct a thorough investigation. The clerics of the Goddess of Fate will ascertain that I harbored no intention of extortion, merely seeking to collect evidence. Subsequently, I shall receive the Church's accolades and protection, which may very well elevate me to the status of an apprentice cleric. His righteous demeanor suggested that had he possessed a legal codex in hand, he would have undoubtedly opened it on the spot to elucidate its contents to Hyberian. Beside them, Teresa, upon hearing Lanqi's words, found herself momentarily speechless, her lips parting in astonishment. Hyberian soon realized that she had misinterpreted the situation. Chapter 22. The Fortunes of Hyberian in the Courtyard Examination Hall. The light filtering through the glass dome grew increasingly resplendent. Teresa shook her head, sensing an underlying dissonance. How could this youth, radiating such cheerfulness, propose such a scheme? Indeed, judging by his performance in the previous examination, he was no ordinary candidate. Rest assured, as a law-abiding vanguard, I shall not deceive you, Lanqi remarked with a smile directed at Hyberian. He believed that camaraderie among teammates should be founded on trust. Indeed, Hyberian replied, albeit with a hint of hesitation. If this individual were truly an actor, she suspected that he would have already exhausted all avenues for survival in this capital city. While his prowess as a white mage might be questionable, his capabilities as a legal vanguard, she found herself unable to articulate. There was little time for further discourse. Following the established examination protocol, Lanqi and Hyberian were soon escorted by Teresa to the threshold of the Void Gate. Be mindful of the examiner, Felrat Shavinson, Teresa whispered. Perhaps I should not utter such words, but he is quite a stern individual. Regarding Teresa personally, she considers Hyberian and Lanqi to be two exceptional students, and thus, she hopes they do not face any unjust treatment. However, she feels powerless to provide any substantial assistance. Thank you. Hyberian nodded and expressed her gratitude to Teresa. Merely knowing who their examiner was already a significant help to her. Now, it was time to commence the examination. With Teresa's gentle voice, the terminal of the artificial shadow world activated, and a portal to the void opened before the two. This time, however, the portal displayed a countdown, indicating that the candidates needed to enter on time. Without further inquiry, Lanqi stepped through the void alongside Hyberian. Although he was unaware of who Felrat was, it seemed that Hyberian was well informed. He could inquire about it later. Inside the void, the environment was once again shrouded in impenetrable darkness, rendering everything indistinct. The surroundings were far quieter than the seventh-layer atrium, as if all sound had been muted. In the next moment, brilliant light illuminated the space, and he felt as though he were in a dimension resembling a time-space tunnel. Before him appeared a series of prompt characters: Shadow World, Infinite Phantom Canyon, Level, Tier 2, Number of Challengers, 2, Welcome to Phantom Canyon. A map developed by the Mage Engineering Institute, designated for combat training within the Shadow World. Current examination settings have designated the main storyline of the Shadow World as a failure, placing the challengers in a state of desperation. You will face a Tier 4 Hunter, portrayed by the examiner, on a random map. The examiner is prohibited from using magical cards but will employ spells that align with their mastery level. In the realm of the Shadow World, there exists no peril to life. Should a participant fail or meet their demise, they will be automatically expelled from this realm. Furthermore, participants possess the option to withdraw voluntarily, which will be deemed failure. Note, based on the evaluations of Candidate 001, Lanqi Wilfort, and Candidate 002, Shabalian Alansar, from the previous assessment, the difficulty of this examination will be adjusted adaptively. Note, the initial distance from the pursuers has been reduced to 1/3. Note, the rank limitation for pursuers has been adjusted to 5 tiers. Objective: participants are to collaborate and survive until the time limit concludes. Time remaining: 29 minutes and 59 seconds. The map for this assessment is the Aliven Plains. As the light illuminated the surroundings completely, the two found themselves standing upon a vast expanse of grassland, basking under the sun's warm and radiant glow. The distant sky was a brilliant azure, with a few wispy clouds drifting lazily in the gentle breeze, while the verdant grass swayed gracefully, teeming with vitality, resembling a sea of emerald. How high is your score? Really? Shebalian inquired of Ranch upon noticing the one-third initial distance in the five-tiered pursuers. However, when she ultimately saw that the randomly generated terrain was a plain, she could hardly contain herself, her frustration mingling with a strange amusement. Even Ranch appeared momentarily taken aback, unable to ascertain whether someone had tampered with the randomness or if their fortune was simply abysmal, or whether the creator of this infinite phantom canyon was, in fact, somewhat unhinged. He had long heard that the students of the Magic Engineering Institute were anything but ordinary. Now, he was beginning to witness the truth of those words. Generally speaking, these three negative effects could be tolerated when experienced separately. However, when they converged, their nature transformed entirely. It is crucial to note that most examinees are merely at the second tier, like Lanqi, who had only recently reached that level. In contrast, candidates such as Shebalian, who are at the third tier, are but a rare exception. Nevertheless, whether they are second or third tier, they stand no chance against a fifth-tier adversary. Being caught means the end of the examination. In this vast and open plain, with the distance between them drastically reduced, there is no possibility of evasion. Hiki. Just as Shebalian was about to voice her thoughts, she felt that any words would be futile. This group of nobles, who were simultaneously proud yet shameless, displayed a comical absurdity in their every action. Ever since the disappearance of Duke Alansar, she had found herself ensnared in a web of murderous intent, falsely accused of crimes. Unable to discern who sought to aid her and who wished her harm. Ultimately, she had unearthed some clues regarding her father's disappearance, discovering a glimmer of hope, only to inadvertently touch upon deeper, more sinister matters. She could sense that soon, she would inexplicably meet her end in the capital. The only chance for survival lay in her ability to follow the last instructions her father had given her before he vanished, ensuring her smooth admission to the academy. With the protection of the High Priest Loran, the goddess of fate, no one dared to commit acts of violence within the Sages Institute. Yet, those who could not afford to play with such stakes would ultimately thwart her desire to join the Eclide Academy. Are you not fleeing? Shebalian turned her head slightly, raising her gaze to inquire. She noticed that Lanqi beside her also showed no inclination to panic and flee. Abandoning the exam now could spare them some suffering. That's not an option, Lanqi said helplessly. Why not? Shebalian revealed a hint of mockery in her smile. Unlike her own heart, twisted with rage and the desire for vengeance. Nearing a dead end, this boy seemed to lack any compelling reason to pass the assessment. Shebalian thought Lanqi was joking. Yet upon closer observation, she realized that Lanqi had consistently maintained this demeanor. Though he occasionally displayed surprise or confusion, his deeper emotions remained undisturbed, as if his heart rate was perpetually in a state of leisurely afternoon tea. Chapter 23, Lanqi's Logic in the top-floor conference room of the Sage Academy. The third round of assessments was underway, while the faculty convened as before. The central area was dominated by a network of magical screens, and the surrounding walls were adorned in a minimalist white, harmonizing with the sleek marble floor. Here, they were watching in real time as Lanqi and Shebalian participated as candidates, with Fellet serving as the examiner. Their luck. These two candidates surely did not wish to confront Fellet, did they? The faculty members in the conference room either remained silent or occasionally engaged in brief discussions within the examination of the infinite Phantom Canyon. If one could not evade for 30 minutes, the only recourse was to confront the examiner directly. Occasionally, there were indeed confident and formidable students who chose to intercept the examiner head-on. However, every educator seated in the conference room comprehended the formidable prowess of the examiner, Ferhat Shavanson. He was a character of meticulous temperament, a battlefield mage known for his relentless demeanor. Even without resorting to magical cards, he wielded a plethora of highly lethal spells, effortlessly capable of defeating officers of the kingdom's regular forces of the same rank. To take a more extreme perspective, even disregarding rank, Ferhat's extensive combat experience over the years was sufficient to overpower two novices. Moreover, he was currently able to unleash the full might of a fifth-tier warrior. The two parties were simply not of the same caliber. Vice-Dean Ron rested his chin in his hand, silently observing the projection on the magical screen at the center of the conference room. He was acutely aware that this entrance examination was entangled with the interests of certain high-ranking individuals within the kingdom. An invisible force seemed to be influencing the examination, obstructing the admission of Shebalian. After those individuals had systematically elevated the difficulty utilizing Lanqi, the only unpredictable factor remained the extraordinary cunning stemming from Lanqi itself. However, Any potential space for trickery had been effectively sealed by the flat terrain. Ron found it difficult to ascertain whether this was mere coincidence or an inevitable outcome. It could only be said that since the moment these two novices encountered one another, their fortune had been decidedly grim. The shadow world mirrored this reality. Those devoid of fortune, regardless of their capabilities, found survival exceedingly challenging. On the vast expanse of the grassland, dewdrops clung to the tips of the blades, sparkling like precious gems. As a gust of wind, seemingly sweeping down from the heavens, rushed past, the dewdrops trembled and scattered like shattered crystal jewels. A fifth-tier examiner could even soar through the skies using fifth-tier wind magic. Lanqi and Xiaobalian could discern a shadow resembling a distant black dot in the far-off sky. Drawing ever closer to them. "Do you have a strategy?" Xiaobalian inquired. Lanqi's calm demeanor perplexed her. However, she felt that in such a situation, no matter how profound Lanqi's wisdom, it would be rendered futile. "No, the plains offer a blunt tactic," Lanqi replied with a shake of his head. The examiner had lost all semblance of dignity. What else could he possibly do? It was either a race across the plains or a reluctant confrontation. "Are you aware of the examiner's intel?" Lanqi turned to the Duchess beside him. He had overheard Teresa, who had greeted them in the examination hall, mention the name of the examiner, Felix Shavinson, and it seemed that Xiaobalian recognized it. After all, being a native of the royal capital, she was well acquainted with the convoluted web of noble factions and prominent figures therein. Xiaobalian nodded. Viscount Felix Shavinson, a cowardly and cunning little man, who was also a lackey of the opposing faction of the Alansar family. "Ever since my father vanished, they have relentlessly pursued me." Her silver teeth clenched as she recounted what she knew about Felix, revealing a long-standing enmity toward him. Although he possessed considerable magical abilities, he primarily relied on the sheer intensity of his magical power to execute strategic combinations with magic cards. It was evident that he could not handle defeat gracefully. Lanqi nodded, gazing toward the rapidly approaching examiner Felix, murmuring softly as their brief exchange continued. Ferret had visibly drawn closer to their landmark. The mage, utilizing wind magic for flight, moved with a swiftness incomparable to mere running. "Do you have any means to buy us time while ensuring your own safety?" Ringi inquired, as if seeking to confirm one final matter. Though protective magical cards were rare, it was highly likely that Lady Hubrian, as a duke's daughter, possessed some. "I can protect myself, but I cannot guarantee how long it will last," Hubrian admitted after a brief hesitation. "Then trust me," Ringi replied. "Our compatibility is poor." "Your healing magic is of little use to me," Hubrian countered. "Rest assured, after today, you will find that I am the finest support you have ever encountered." Regardless of compatibility, it was akin to the final moments of preparation before the true examination commenced. Their casual chatter scarcely lasted a few seconds before Ferret halted in the high sky at a distance from them. He transitioned from a meteoric trajectory to an abrupt suspension, refraining from advancing further, for the distance was already sufficient for him to unleash a high-powered spell to obliterate them both. The examiner, Ferret, loomed above, gazing down in silence, seemingly observing their condition, which appeared far more relaxed than he had anticipated. "You may withdraw from the examination now," Ferret declared, slightly raising his hand and pointing at Ringi, who stood behind Hubrian. His tone was low, issuing an order that brooked no dissent. Yet, in the next moment, he beheld Hubrian's eyes, brimming with vigilance, as she resolutely positioned herself protectively in front of Ringi. From this angle, it becomes increasingly challenging for him to eliminate Lanqi swiftly. "Why should I withdraw from the examination?" Lanqi inquired, gazing up in confusion. Ferret's index finger tapped lightly against the air, perceiving Lanqi, an irrelevant bystander, as quite a nuisance. He had intended to convey certain directives from the higher-ups solely to Hyberian. However, it seemed that before that could transpire, an obstructive little black mouse remained in the way. "Did she promise you wealth, status, or something else?" Ferret asked, his tone laced with a hint of mockery, looking down upon him. In his view, any compensation offered by this precarious duchess was nothing more than a mere promissory note. Unless, of course, this foolish lad was ensnared by the duchess's alluring beauty, compelling him to assist her. Yet, when he ultimately discerned the true nature of this duchess, he would likely be struck with dread. "Humph." Lanqi chuckled at the remark, as if he had heard an absurd question. Taking a deep breath, his expression shifted to one of sternness as he fixed his gaze upon Ferret and stated, "According to the examination rules, she is my teammate. It is explicitly stated in Article 13 that I must collaborate with my teammates. As the examiner, did you not review this before your arrival?" His tone resembled that of a superior reprimanding a subordinate, leaving Ferret momentarily taken aback. Chapter 24. Ranchi's strange abilities very well. Ferrat's expression remained inscrutable, though the veins on his forehead pulsed slightly. He nodded. Although Ferrat was uncertain whether the youth was genuinely oblivious to his circumstances or deliberately provoking him, it mattered little. Simply evaporate him. The examiner, Ferrat, slowly unfurled his palm in the high skies, each movement of his fingertips embodying unassailable and immutable regulations. In that instant, his eyes became as profound as the starry night. And an overwhelming surge of magical energy began to coalesce around him, poised to initiate a grand magical ceremony. As Ferrat's lips parted and closed gently, he articulated a string of complex and obscure incantations, causing the surrounding air to abruptly heat up, infused with a fierce essence of fiery magic. An invisible wave of magical fluctuation swept across the vast grassland, howling as it stirred immense gusts of wind. In that fleeting moment, the verdant tips of grass beneath him began to turn a withered yellow, as if succumbed to the searing intensity of Ferrat's magic. Even without the use of magic cards, Ferrat's own mastery of spells was sufficient to effortlessly eliminate two opponents. However, underestimating an adversary of lesser strength is not a mark of wisdom. Ferrat was acutely aware that when a lower tier confronts a higher tier, the only opportunity for reversal lies in special mechanisms, such as high-damage return effects capable of dispatching even the mightiest. Before his arrival, despite utilizing all available intelligence resources, he had uncovered no combat records of Lanqi. His history appeared as pristine as a blank slate. Furthermore, Lanqi's unconventional thought processes ignited a sense of caution within Ferrat. Thus, he was initially reluctant to engage Lanqi directly, largely due to the apprehension of triggering special mechanism magic cards like damage return. Ideally, persuading him to withdraw through dialogue would be most favorable. Yet, since this young man was resolutely intent on stirring the waters, Ferrat possessed ample means to contend with him. For instance, allowing the youth named Lanqi to endure a rather remarkable demise, suffering slowly amidst the searing flames. Moreover, Ferrat is quite certain that this duchess possesses a temperament that would rather perish than concede. In this artificial realm where death eludes even the most lethal encounters, after eliminating the unpredictable element that is Lanqi, there will be ample time to deal with her unilaterally. In the distance, upon the grassy plains, sensing the approaching threat's scorching presence, Shibrian's gaze flickered, as if she had uncovered something significant. Ferrat had seemingly been wary of her potential for reflective damage. However, our defenses would not withstand his third-tier magic for long, Shibrian whispered urgently. Realizing that the spell Ferrat was currently chanting was not a fifth-tier offensive area spell, but rather a third-tier continuous area spell with lower damage potential. Rest assured, I mentioned that I am a specialized functional white mage, Lanqi declared, a magical card manifesting in his hand. He had already devised a strategy when Ferrat began his incantation. This card, crafted utilizing the principles of demonic toxins imparted by Talia, was finally poised to be of use. In the conference room, despite most instructors perceiving little suspense regarding the outcome of this examination, they found themselves increasingly engrossed in the unfolding battle. Would this individual named Lanqi finally take action? The teachers had long been curious about the potential capabilities Lanqi could exhibit. White mages, recognized for their role when healing magic constitutes over 70 of their spell structure, are often specialized healing practitioners. The remaining few spell slots will provide various forms of assistance to the team. If one spell structure is specialized in functionality, they are often not classified as a white mage during their vocational identification. Rather, they may be categorized into other supportive roles due to the proportion of their spells. Thus, the instructors are only aware that Ranch carries a plethora of healing spells. Yet they remain oblivious to the true nature of his magical affinity and the identities of the slots beyond those dedicated to healing. Even if he possesses spells with formidable control effects, they can only disrupt Ferrat's casting momentarily. Moreover, given his rank, he is unlikely to exert any substantial influence over Ferrat. As the instructors intently observed the magical screen, discussions ensued. Typically, the more rigid the control effect, the more challenging it is to implement. For instance, effects such as stun and freeze are beyond the reach of a mere second-tier ranch when faced with a fifth-tier Ferrat. The only conceivable soft control that might interrupt the casting is silence. However, Ranch's ability to impose silence on Ferrat is fleeting. Ferrat could easily resume his casting thereafter. The battle on the screen raged on, and the instructors understood that this could potentially be the pivotal moment determining victory or defeat. Should Ranch and his companions endure this onslaught, they would retain the opportunity for further strategic maneuvering. O spirits of the god of flames, hidden deep within the ley lines, unleash the wrath of molten rock. Just as Ferrat was chanting the incantation in the ancient tongue of humanity, His voice abruptly ceased. His gaze, cold and indifferent, shifted to see Ranch holding a spell card emanating a purple haze. Evidently, Ranchi utilized this purple rare quality spell card to interrupt his incantation. Fellett's expression remained stoic, devoid of any discernible emotion. Indeed, he employed silence magic. While it could disrupt Fellett momentarily, it was merely a fleeting remedy. The seasoned professors observing in the conference room lamented that even a second-tier purple quality card could only silence the fifth-tier Fellett for an instant before its effect would automatically dissipate. Furthermore, such spells capable of inflicting silence typically possessed extended cooldown periods. Fellett would soon be able to cast spells once more, and the outcome would remain unchanged. Just as the educators had resolved to cease their observations, a second passed. 2 seconds elapsed. 5 seconds ticked away. Fellett still could not utter a sound. Even Ranchi stood nonchalantly at a distance, one hand on his hip, gazing at the overseer Fellett with the demeanor of a seasoned bureaucrat. Why was he silenced for so long? What card could impose such a potent silence? Impossible. It was merely a second-tier purple rare spell card. There was no conceivable way it could exert control over a fifth-tier Fellett. At this moment, not only was Fellett visibly astonished on screen, but even the professors in the conference room, monitoring from backstage, began to grasp the gravity of the situation, accompanied by gasps of astonishment. The educators finally witnessed the terminal's successful identification and display of the attributes of the card Ranchi had just employed. The magical projection illuminated the screen. Fellett yearned to confront Ranch, yet only peculiar sounds escaped his lips. In that moment, he comprehended the truth. The reason he could not continue his incantation lay in the bizarre spell card Ranch had interrupted him with. It was certainly not silence, but rather mute. Friendly exchange, category, spell card, grade, purple rare, level 2, effect, inflicts minor poison magic damage to the enemy's throat, imposing a mute state, causing their throat to ache as if sliced by a blade, rendering them voiceless. Cooldown time, 15 seconds. Note: you have violated the user agreement and have been permanently muted. Chapter 25. Equally matched teammates. The meeting room, which should have been orderly and composed, had devolved into chaos. Numerous teachers stared wide-eyed at the magical screen suspended above, rising from their seats to grasp the table, unless one possessed the skill of silent casting. This single card, friendly exchange, could utterly frustrate all traditional mages. Due to the convenience and versatility afforded by magic cards, modern mages, even if they endeavor to learn spells to expand their repertoire, rarely practice silent casting with diligence. Could it be that the Mage Engineering Institute has secretly developed new innovations? Even the usually silent Vice Dean Ron could not suppress the twitch at the corner of his eye. He understood that silent casting would soon become a requisite course at the Sage Institute. This repugnant card spreads insidiously like a virus, originating from the esteemed Icrite Academy and gradually permeating the entire royal capital, the Kingdom of Hurton, and extending to the southern continent, ultimately encompassing the entire world. The identity of its creator remains shrouded in mystery. It appears that after the examination concludes, regardless of whether Ranchi succeeds or fails, individuals will seek to engage with him, endeavoring to investigate the origins of this friendly exchange. Alternatively, they may attempt to acquire this card directly from him, endeavoring to reverse engineer the toxic magic contained within, and subsequently strive to replicate its spell-casting principles with utmost expediency. It seems improbable that he could have crafted it himself. Vice Dean Ron rubbed his temples in contemplation. While it is true that students within the Sages Academy engage in the creation of magical cards, it is primarily the students of the Engineering Academy who specialize in card production. The artisan capable of forging this friendly exchange would undoubtedly be a formidable figure within the card-making realm. Presently, it appears that, with Dean Lauren's presence, no one dares to act recklessly towards Ranchi. However, should friendly exchange swiftly proliferate in the market, it would undoubtedly pose a significant dilemma for the Sages Academy. Who is this newcomer that has emerged so abruptly? Lost in confusion, Vice Dean Ron perused the documents in hand. The starkly blank resume became increasingly peculiar upon closer inspection. If the previous evaluation was merely a stroke of chance, then this marks the second instance of Ranchi delivering an unexpected shock. Furthermore, he has yet to exhibit the capabilities inherent to a white mage. His entire being remains an enigma. The records indicate that Ranchi possesses no mastery of any spells. Yet his designation as a white mage is sanctioned by the Magic Tower. Most of the cards in his possession are predominantly healing spells, with only a handful of purely functional spells like Friendly Communication. However, Ron is perplexed by the fact that with such a low magical power intensity, Ringi has chosen to carry such a high proportion of healing cards. Each individual S-soul has a limit to the number of magical cards it can accommodate. The higher the tier of the magical card, the greater the occupation of one S-soul space after binding. For instance, as a second-tier magician, Rengi can bind magical cards with a total tier level of up to 20, and he is only able to bind second-tier magical cards. If he were to ascend to the third tier, he could then bind cards with a total tier level of 30, along with third-tier magical cards. On the other hand, if Rengi, as a second-tier magician, binds exclusively second-tier cards, he would reach his capacity with just 10 cards. However, if he were to bind some first-tier cards, he could accommodate more. The tier level of magical cards can, to some extent, be regarded as a cost. Lower-tier magical cards require less investment. Therefore, some high-quality, versatile low-tier magical cards would not be discarded even when one reaches a higher tier. At this moment, Ron, the Weisstein, reflects that should Rengi fill his deck with cards like Friendly Communication, the high magical capacity and sustained casting ability brought about by Rengi's elevated spirit might indeed render him an exceptionally effective pure functional support. Yet, even if Rengi proves to be remarkably effective, the subsequent challenge remains daunting. The disparity in tier levels is simply too vast. The educators in the conference room began to focus intently on the unfolding battle. What initially appeared to be a foregone conclusion suddenly revealed a glimmer of hope, igniting a sense of peculiar anticipation among them. Yet, they were acutely aware that the fundamental attribute disparity between the fifth tier and the second and third tiers was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Even with mere fists and basic attack spells, Fiorat could effortlessly vanquish the fragile Rancher and Hubrian, let alone the fact that he possessed a few instant-cast minor spells at his disposal. Conversely, the two candidates found it exceedingly challenging to inflict any meaningful damage upon Fiorat. The situation had merely shifted from a 10-0 stance to a 9-1 ratio. On the magical screen, the battle on the Alaven plane raged on. In the midst of his astonishment, Fiorat realized the unsettling truth of his inability to chant spells. At this moment, a chill coursed through him, awakening him to the gravity of the situation. It felt as if something had sliced through the air. Out of nowhere, a figure emerged, and as her form materialized, she lunged fiercely towards Fiorat's chest. The assailant, Hubrian, was alarmingly close to Fiorat, her dagger almost poised to pierce his heart. Moreover, the scorpion-tailed dagger glimmered with an ominous crystalline light, clearly infused with poison. Get away! Fiorat attempted to shout in fury, but only a strangled sound emerged. Simultaneously, a deep crimson halo erupted around him. Even in the absence of chantable spells, he still possessed a repertoire of low-tier, small-scale instant-cast spells at his command. The aura emanated from him, flickering momentarily, and the suddenly appeared Espalion was violently propelled away by the fiery circle. Gasping, she quickly regained her footing after being struck, suffering only minor burns without serious harm. The Espalion that had previously lingered beside Ranchi had dissipated like a fleeting illusion, leaving only a decoy conjured through her invisibility spell. "You wretched creature, you managed to evade me," Espalion muttered darkly. In midair, a crimson line appeared on Filart's cheek, blood trickling down as it dripped. In that fleeting moment, Espalion realized that she could not pierce Filart's heart. Thus, she summoned all her strength to hurl the scorpion-tailed dagger towards his head. Filart, possessing extensive combat experience and a swift reflex, instinctively turned his head to evade the attack. Yet, he ultimately could not completely avoid the treachery of such a close-range strike. Agonizing pain radiated from the wound on Filart's cheek, causing the veins on his forehead to throb incessantly. Clearly, it was merely a graze. Yet he had already succumbed to poison, and the injury proved difficult to heal, despite having cast a delayed healing effect upon himself prior to this encounter. Currently, Filart was ensnared in a silent spell cast by Ranchi, rendering him unable to dispel these adverse conditions through purification magic. He had to endure the searing pain of a knife at his throat, relying solely on his fifth-tier resistance to withstand the lingering effects of the poison. Although the three-tiered poison on the Shibarian dagger posed little threat to the five-tiered felot, a simmering fury gradually ignited within him. The two feeble newcomers on the ground, despite their lack of coordination, were indeed creatures of the underworld. One, afflicted by poison and bleeding, could vanish from sight, rendering him undetectable on the map. Meanwhile, the other, with an enigmatic sealing spell, might still unleash unforeseen horrors. Truly, these two wretched souls had drawn the wrath of the heavens to be thrust together in such dire circumstances. Chapter 26. The moment of Ranci's strike in the artificial shadow realm. A powerful wind surged from the distant grasslands, heralding the arrival of tumultuous clouds. Thick layers of cloud drifted across the sky, resembling a colossal white curtain that obscured the celestial sea. The atmosphere on the prairie instantly grew tense, as if even the floor sensed the impending upheaval. Fellet's expression darkened further as he observed this. He possessed small-scale, instant-cast spells that required no incantation, however. Their availability was limited, still bound by cooldown periods. For the candidates, merely enduring for a full 30 minutes sufficed as a qualification. The wind intensified, akin to an invisible hand wildly sweeping across the prairie. The lush green expanse writhed under its influence, creating waves of grass that resembled a wild emerald ocean. Weeds danced in the gusts, producing a rustling sound reminiscent of the ocean's tides. The slender form of Shibarian flickered in and out of visibility across the prairie. Her body taut, with her center of gravity lowered, she resembled a venomous serpent poised to strike with lethal precision. She could at any moment choose to hurl the weapon in her hand as a covert projectile. Felett was acutely aware that this was a legendary artifact. An heirloom of the Arancer family, now wielded by Xiao Bolian as her primary weapon. However, he had never anticipated that one day this very weapon would pose a threat to him. Even a magical card of relatively low rank, one of high quality, could indeed present complications. Meanwhile, on the magical screen at the center of the Sage Academy's conference room, the attributes of this weapon that could traverse the Shadow Realm were displayed. Purgatory Scorpion Tail Category, Equipment Card, Grade, Pink Sacred, Rank, 3, Note, a Scorpion Tail from the Demon Realm of Purgatory. Individuals possessing magical cards of rare grade or above, without having challenged the Shadow Realm, were predominantly from esteemed noble families. It was exceedingly rare to find a newcomer in the Southern Continent schools who possessed a pink sacred card that resonated with their own sacred magic. The teachers in the conference room gazed at the weapon in Xiao Bolian's grasp, engaging in earnest discussion. Magical cards of such quality were traditionally priceless and elusive. Even many educators relied primarily on purple rare cards. Ultra-high-quality magical cards could only be obtained through remarkable achievements in the true Shadow Realm or by serendipitous miracles crafted by card artisans. Alternatively, they could be ancient cards that had survived the passage of time, passed down through history without the disappearance of their bearers. Hesperian possesses immense strength and magical power. Yet her mental and physical stamina are considerably lacking. This means she cannot unleash spells in abundance and is exceedingly fragile. Consequently, she has chosen to convert her magical energy entirely into enhancements for her physical attributes, opting for physical attacks instead. Apart from her weapon, invisibility spell, and life-saving card, nearly all of Hesperian's other card slots are filled with body enhancement spells. Essentially, she is akin to an assassin. Just moments ago, Hesperian almost succeeded in her endeavor. The margin of failure was minimal, yet Felart's combat experience and perceptive awareness render her incapable of posing a genuine threat to him. Meanwhile, educators from various groups within the Round Table have been engaged in pedagogical discussions since the earlier events unfolded. In truth, she would be better suited to a support mage capable of bestowing enhancement states, rather than a white mage specialized in healing. Seated at the main conference table, Weisstein Ron tapped his fingers lightly against the surface, offering a solemn assessment. It was evident that Hesperian, akin to a fragile artillery piece, does not require substantial healing. Even having Ranch as a summoner would be advantageous, as many summoned entities provide beneficial auras for the entire team. Generally speaking, among cards of the same tier, summoning cards demand the highest magical expenditure, while spell cards vary, and equipment cards typically require lesser mana. This explains the popularity of equipment cards within the Knight Academy. Furthermore, Ranch's elevated mental acuity grants him a high mana ceiling, sufficient to support the extensive use of numerous summoned creatures. Even though the summoned creatures he conjures may possess inferior overall attributes due to their inherently low magical power, the ability to provide support through aura-type summons remains a commendable role. Clearly, at this moment, Hesperian is in dire need of such assistance. Regrettably, it is unfortunate. We shall see if there are any pivotal spells or summons among the remaining slots that could determine the outcome. Upon hearing Vice Steenron's assessment, the assembled faculty members in the conference room nodded in agreement. While they did not harbor expectations that Ranch could possess a card of the same caliber as Hesperian, they firmly believed that he must possess powerful spell or summon cards. Otherwise, his high spirit and mana capacity would be rendered futile. Many of the sages in attendance actually hoped for the admission of both Hesperian and Ranch, as these two newcomers had already demonstrated remarkable qualities under exceedingly harsh conditions during the practical examination. In ordinary circumstances, one would anticipate a brilliantly exhilarating chase. Nevertheless, to secure a victory against the fifth-tier Felett, they still lacked several critical pieces of the puzzle. In truth, many faculty members were well aware of Hesperian's background. They were not alone. The events of today's entrance examination had also drawn the attention of certain influential figures within the kingdom. It is inconceivable that Haberian could triumph over Felit solely on his own, even if Felit were currently silenced in his spell casting. The only glimmer of hope for victory rests upon the uncertain variable that is Ranj. It is he who must create opportunities for Haberian. The crux lies in what additional spells, apart from the considerable healing magic, Lanqi has equipped in the remaining 2 or 3 slots, aside from the silent spell Friendly Communication. Once Lanqi produced Friendly Communication, the educators in the conference room eagerly awaited him to unveil his true prowess. In the artificial shadow realm of the Alavan Great Plains, Felit hovered midair like a deity, his expression icy as he surveyed his surroundings. He had to concentrate much of his attention on the nearby and more perilous Shiobalian. He needed to remain vigilant for the moment Shiobalian might once again create an illusion and turn invisible to deliver a potentially fatal strike, while also guarding against any actions Lanqi might take from a distance. What unsettled Felit was Lanqi's apparent calmness from afar, seemingly devoid of any sense of imminent danger. It should have been Lanqi who felt the pressure as the challenger, while Felit, as the examiner and an unequivocal powerhouse, was ostensibly the one being challenged. Since the examination commenced, the psychological dynamics between them gradually instilled in Felit a perplexing question: who exactly was challenging whom? Regardless of whether Lanqi was genuinely confident or merely pretending, such a demeanor incensed Felit. Chapter 27. Lanqi's healing spell. The strong winds whipped through the sparse trees of the prairie, causing the blades of grass to sway wildly and amid a cacophony of sound. The clouds, propelled by the gusts, rolled and descended as if a torrential downpour were imminent. Amidst the tempest, Lanqi's cloak billowed and crackled, yet his figure remained steadfast. As I said, we have quite the affinity, Lanqi sighed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Shiobalian was able to divert a significant portion of Felit's attention, allowing him to disregard the distant rear support, surpassing by Lanqi's expectations by a considerable margin. This granted him the freedom to cast spells without the need to reposition. Now, it is my turn to heal you, Lanqi chuckled softly, as a new magical card manifested in his palm. With the infusion of mana, the incantations inscribed upon the card unfurled like a scroll, triggering its effects. A gentle and soothing healing energy swept across the plains like a spring breeze, enveloping the distant figure. This was a pure healing spell. Those observing from the shadow realm in the conference room were taken aback. At this moment, Lanqi did not showcase any other functional magical cards. Instead, he conservatively employed the healing spells for which he was specialized. A defensive counterattack was a grave misstep. At the edge of the conference room, a professor, arms crossed, gazed intently at the screen, his expression grave. Lanqi's current ally was the razor-sharp Shiobalian, and it was ill-advised to engage in a war of attrition against the battlefield mage Felit. The decision-making and coordination errors were palpable, leaving the teachers in the Sage Academy's conference room, who had hoped for a miracle from the 2 freshmen, deeply disheartened. However, in the next moment, all the instructors witnessing Lanqi's actions were left in stunned silence. Their expressions were peculiar, struggling to articulate their thoughts, as if they had witnessed a breathtaking maneuver. Lanqi had miscast the spell. His healing magic not only failed to reach Shiobalian, but was instead directed towards the enemy, Felit. What on earth? Can healing spells be miscast? A chorus of questions began to arise. Could it be that he intentionally allowed Felit to endure this? No, that was merely a pure healing spell, devoid of any functional attributes, and not the exclusive toxic blessing of a priest. Felit had evidently received the healing effects. The educators gathered around the treatment group's round table furrowed their brows, speaking with conviction. They were all too familiar with the spell employed by Lanqi. It was a fundamental second-tier healing spell known as gradual healing. Its effect was to bestow upon the target a sustained restoration of health. Healing spells are typically directional. Even the most novice white mages find it challenging to miscast them. If they were to invoke Hefelian, it would likely send their blood pressure soaring. It was only now that they realized Lanqi was the true performer. The anticipation that had been so painstakingly built up by Lanqi was instantly shattered. Wait a moment. Accompanied by the voice of Vice Dean Ron, filled with confusion, soon several educators began to notice Felit on screen, gritting his teeth, seemingly wanting to roar something but unable to produce a sound. Meanwhile, the terminal's backend successfully identified the attributes of the healing magic that Lanqi had just utilized. Erroneous gradual healing. Category: Spell card, grade, purple rare, tier 2, effect, continuously restores health to the target. Healing range significantly enhanced, healing effect weakened. Accompanied by a severe pain negative effect during health restoration. Note: a discarded failure product. This is a reinforced card based on the blue rare quality gradual healing. One of the educators murmured as they read its effects. This reinforcement card is hardly remarkable. It is a quintessential failure. While it significantly enhances the casting range, it simultaneously incurs a debilitating drawback that renders it nearly useless. The market is often flooded with similar discarded cards, typically the lowest priced within their quality tier. They are commonly purchased by card crafters merely to be dismantled for materials. Indeed, the character Lanqi possesses a naturally low magical attribute, and these discarded cards come with the added hindrance of healing debuffs. Observing the meager restorative effect experienced by Felrat, the watching instructors began to grasp why Lanqi could so audaciously heal his adversaries, as the efficacy was virtually non-existent. Thus, what purpose does this card truly serve? After a prolonged hesitation, one instructor raised the most pressing question: what strategy lies in using such a discarded healing card to mend an opponent? And what significance does it hold? The Vice-Dean interjected, stating its purpose is to inflict torment. The instructors collectively pondered this revelation. Furthermore, it allows Lanqi to perpetually inflict pain upon his foes, as his healing spells possess considerable range, making evasion virtually impossible. The continuous healing he applies is classified as a beneficial status, impervious to purification. As long as one cannot eliminate him, they shall remain under his relentless torment. This was the essence of the Vice-Dean's commentary on the seemingly enigmatic healing magic. As the visual display of magic unfolded, Lanqi produced several distinct types of failed healing cards and stacked them all upon Felrat. Meanwhile, Felrat, engaged in battle, was already suffering intensely from the myriad adverse effects brought on by the various healing spells, his eyes nearly bursting from the agony. In midair, Felrat trembled violently, his eyes bloodshot, his voice hoarse, producing only a deep, mournful moan. He yearned to roar and curse, yet no sound escaped his lips. Meanwhile, at a distance on the grass, Lanqi gazed at Felrat with a grin of triumph. Ah, behold the allure of friendly communication. I, as a mere vanguard of the rebellious faction, shall never permit you to utter foul words. After an unusually profound silence enveloped the conference room, they finally comprehended why Lanqi was regarded as a white mage. This unprecedented concept of a white mage, who does not heal allies but instead tends to adversaries, aims to achieve a stable form of mental pollution and disruption. In the Sword Grave, it is purely a game of psychological warfare, to a certain extent. The educators gradually recognized that Lanqi Wilford possessed an innate and formidable talent for provocation. Without even employing any taunting skills, he effortlessly incited exasperation in others, driving them to the brink of desperation to eliminate him. In the artificial shadow realm, on the expansive plain of Eliwan, the clouds in the sky continuously swirled and transformed under the force of the wind. The distant rumble of thunder grew closer, while flashes of lightning sporadically illuminated the darkened grassland, simultaneously revealing three flickering figures. With the heavy thundering resonating, it seemed as though a torrential downpour could descend at any moment. Felrat resembled an enraged beast, devoid of the elegance he once possessed. His teeth clenched, his expression contorted with madness and fury. The anger within him surged like a dormant volcano, unable to erupt, yet intensifying with each passing moment, enduring excruciating torment. He longed to flay Lanqi alive. Chapter 28, all set for Lanqi. The examiner, Felrat, was initially filled with unwavering confidence. Even without the use of magical cards and the majority of spells, he believed he could effortlessly subdue the third-tier Hubrian. However, at that moment, overwhelmed by pain coursing through his body and the pent-up fury that had accumulated since his silencing, he found himself unable to focus on confronting Hubrian. Moreover, Hubrian had become inconsequential. Felrat realized that regardless of the outcome of today's examination, he would not find solace in sleep for the month unless he eliminated Lanqi. In the distance, upon realizing that Felrat's animosity had entirely shifted towards himself, Lanqi instinctively began to flee. He did not forget to deploy a non-cooling error healing card to further torment Felrat, even though Felrat could not articulate a single word at that moment. The intensity of his emotions had transcended verbal expression, rendering his thoughts palpable. Anyone could discern the most genuine sentiment etched upon Felrat's face. If I do not end your life today, I am unworthy to be called a son. After a brief moment of paralysis, Felrat accelerated without hesitation, like a comet, summoning a tempest as he raced towards Lanqi. No one was to approach him. Hubrian, nimble as a shadow, nearly vanished amidst the grasslands, her cold eyes resembling the pupils of a venomous scorpion, fixated intently on Felrat. Her charge, as assigned by Lanqi, was to delay Felrat for as long as possible while ensuring her own survival. In the current state of conflict, the once formidable Felrat, now severely disrupted by Lanqi, no longer poses a significant threat to Hyberlian. The scorpion-tailed dagger emanates a chilling light beneath the ominous clouds, resembling the harbinger of death on a frigid night. On the expanse of the 11 planes, the examiner Felrat finds himself embroiled in a theatrical chase with Hyberlian. Within the confines of the Sage's Academy conference room, a lingering question arises. How can he secure victory? Observing Ranchi's array of magical cards, a teacher cannot suppress their skepticism. Although the situation has been temporarily stalled, it is evident that this stalemate will not endure for long. Hyberlian is exerting every effort to obstruct Felrat, preventing him from approaching Ranchi. Meanwhile, Ranchi has begun to maneuver and cast spells, utilizing his long-range capabilities to torment Felrat as much as possible. However, Felrat is allowed numerous missteps. While both Hyberlian and Ranchi can afford only a single error, even without mistakes, the distance between Felrat, who has previously cast a sustained wind spell, and Ranchi is inexorably diminishing. It is inconceivable that they could prolong this engagement for a full 30 minutes. Should Felrat eliminate Ranchi, with the silence and mental interference lifted, Hyberlian would inevitably succumb in an instant. After casting a plethora of healing spells, Ranchi has inadvertently revealed that he does not belong to the reflective damage category. Felrat may now strike him down without hesitation. Experienced teachers familiar with Felrat understand why he initially refrained from prioritizing an attack on the enigmatic Ranchi. Presently, considering Ranchi's limit of cards totaling a rank of 20, he has already expended an impressive 16 ranks in healing spells, far exceeding the expectations of all the instructors present. In the remaining 4 mana, it is known that there exists a second-tier card, Friendly Exchange, yet the remaining slots are insufficient to construct a formidable counterattack system. Victory seems unattainable, as they are utterly incapable of halting the advance of Felrat. Witnessing the repeated struggles of Sheberlion attempting to block, the educators in the conference room are acutely aware that the entrance examination is nearing its conclusion after a relentless struggle. Unless there lies a trump card in the final slots of Ranch, which seems unlikely. If a change in the tide of battle were possible, he would have employed it by now. Ranch indeed possesses an unknown slot. But any educator present knows that regardless of the power or stringent triggering conditions of first and second-tier magical cards, none could possibly deliver a decisive blow against the 5th-tier assault of Felrat. The sound of metal clashing once again captured the attention of the conversing educators. All eyes now fixated on the battlefield approaching its denouement. Across the plains, Sheberlion, in pursuit of Felrat, hurled a dagger aimed at his head, only for it to be repelled by a magical shield. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes, yet she quickly regained her stoic demeanor. Moving through the grass like a cunning serpent, ever unpredictable, with a few more throws, she could shatter the shield. Meanwhile, Felrat's minor spells are all on cooldown, compelling him to confront her threat once more. Nevertheless, a chill surged from the depths of Sheberlion's heart as she remained locked onto her target. Yet, at this moment, Felrat may not have arrived at this judgment through reason. Rather, driven by fury and instinct, he seized the opportune moment to vanquish Sheberlion. Before Hyberlian could react, a surge of wind magic erupted from Felrat like a razor, sweeping Hyberlian off her feet. Merely a first-tier minor wind spell, fueled by Felrat's wrath, unleashed a force that Hyberlian could not withstand. In the next moment, Felrat rushed madly toward the direction of Ranchi. Damn it! After plummeting to the ground and struggling to rise, Hyberlian gritted her teeth and pursued Felrat. During their earlier skirmish, Felrat had already closed the distance with Ranchi considerably. Under such circumstances, no matter how desperately she chased, it would likely be futile. A second-tier healer, under the assault of a 5th-tier mage, would be reduced to ashes in mere moments. Despite Hyberlian placing all her hopes on Ranchi and adhering to his strategies, she found it increasingly difficult to accept the impending defeat. Ranchi observed Felrat drawing closer, an unstoppable force. He estimated that he was on the verge of entering the range of Felrat's minor spell attacks. With a measured pace, he stopped running, recognizing that escape was futile. Moreover, all the preparations had been meticulously laid out. Ranchi lowered his gaze, regarding the magical card that had appeared in his palm. This card was a product of his collaboration with Talia, crafted using the ancient family relic, the Lamentation Canos. The majority of the card-making process had been executed by Talia herself, with Ranchi merely assisting. Only the step of illustrating the summoned entity's form had been his responsibility. The final product not only exceeded Ranchi's expectations, but also astonished Talia, the primary card creator. He understood that this was the final card in today's examination. Chapter 29, Ringi's Healing Ace. On the other side of the Illawarra Plains, Felrat approached Ringi with a distorted and menacing expression, utterly indifferent to Ringi's last struggles. His bloodshot eyes sparkled with a frenzied fire, resembling a wounded wolf in the night, dangerous and savage, with hatred burning within as if intent on incinerating the entire world. Even if Lanqi attempted to deploy a special mechanism, a single card was insufficient to form a system. Even extreme feedback required at least 3 cards to constitute a set. Ferret understood that, even if he were capable of defying the heavens to spare Xiaobolian, he would never show mercy to Lanqi. How infuriating. Who do you think you're mocking to ensure your own safety? As Xiaobolian pursued Ferret, she felt that all hope was lost. Lanqi's taunt, originating from a healer, surpassed Xiaobolian's expectations, inadvertently bestowing Ferret with a state of frenzy. The crazed Ferret appeared as though he had unlocked hidden potential. Xiaobolian had never perceived him as so formidable. In the distance, on the ground where Lanqi stood, he gazed up at the impending Ferret and sincerely whispered, "Thank you for valuing me so highly, Teacher Ferret." Initially, Lanqi had anticipated that, with a simple, friendly communication, he could help his teammates breeze through this round of entrance examination. Unfortunately, he encountered a stringent examiner. Given the circumstances, he felt compelled to extend a measure of respect to the examiner. Dark clouds loomed over the sky, as if casting an eerie silence upon the entire Alavan prairie. The sun was thoroughly obscured, leaving only faint rays of light to filter through the crevices of the clouds, barely illuminating the expanse of grassland. In Ranchi's eyes, Fellet's figure surged forth like a tempest, unstoppable and unyielding. "Please, calm down." Ranchi's voice was clear and gentle, a smile directed at Fellet. As if hoping to quell the flames of his fury, perhaps he sought to heal Fellet's soul, nearly consumed by anger, with the magical card in his hand. As Ranchi infused the card with his magic, a brilliant orange radiance erupted from his palm. Dots of light scattered and flowed through the air, coalescing into a golden totem. The magical card in Ranchi's grasp gradually dissipated, morphing into a tangible form. A mist of shimmering light surged towards the prairie, spreading like a blessing, enveloping the land and awakening the vitality suppressed by the dark clouds. What followed was a symphony of gentle melodies and fragrant blooms. The once dim sky began to brighten, as beams of light emerged from the gaps in the clouds, piercing through the gloom and illuminating the grassland. In that moment, flowers began to bloom, and clouds gathered in harmony. At the heart of this miraculous scene stood Ranchi. Not only was the conference room of the Council of Sages filled with gasps of astonishment, but the atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic. Even the many craftsmen and teachers observing from the Mage Engineering Institute widened their eyes at the unfolding spectacle. Did he truly invoke an epic card? Epics can be categorized into the mundane and the divine, though it remains uncertain which classification this particular card belongs to. Across the vast expanse of the southern continent, the number of students possessing epic cards is rather scarce. The orange epic represents the pinnacle of magical cards recognized by living beings of this era. Each epic card possesses a unique identity, anchoring itself in the world and weaving through history, once bonded with one's soul. The only means of severing this connection is through destruction, resulting in the permanent obliteration of one's card position and an irreversible fate until death. Thus, the majority of epic cards fade into obscurity alongside their bearers, never to be passed down through generations. This phenomenon results in a limited quantity of such cards across any given era. Furthermore, an epic card may not necessarily align with one's essence, and binding it equates to a permanent occupation of one's card position. Prematurely selecting an epic and its system may not always be advantageous. Both divine and epic cards can forge powerful individuals, yet they possess the potential to equally bring about their downfall. The higher the quality of the card, the more challenging it becomes to dissolve the bond, leading to diminished freedom in combination. This is the inherent cost of the pink divine and orange epic cards. An excessive number of bindings restricts one's flexible card positions, solidifying the system and eroding the tactical variability afforded by the ability to freely combine magical cards according to the circumstances of battle. Therefore, the decision to employ high-quality magical cards warrants careful consideration. A youth like Ranch, in his teenage years, is unlikely to ponder such complexities while binding his magical cards. Let us momentarily set aside whether this epic card truly aligns with him. Can such a gentle card effectively withstand the wrath of Felrat? In the conference room of the Sages Academy, a teacher voiced their concerns. Epic cards often serve as the cornerstone of a system. Yet, this card summoned by Ranchi is evidently not a formidable offensive creature, but rather a delicate, supportive aura summoner. Before them, the magical screen displayed a scene where a gentle breeze wafted, bringing with it the fresh scent of blooming flowers. The dewdrops upon the grass sparkled like countless radiant, transparent pearls, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors. It appeared as though ethereal beings had descended upon the earth, transforming the once dreary landscape into a post-rain paradise. imbued with the essence of a harmonious and tranquil fairy tale world. The floral spirits summoned by Lanqi mirrored the swiftly changing scenery, adorned with the hues of sunlight. Time itself seemed to have paused for her. What a beautiful card! In the conference room, both men and women found themselves momentarily entranced, exclaiming in admiration at Lanqi's summon. It resembled a piece of art, a masterwork of creation, instantly evoking a sense of healing. At last, the hazy light mist dissipated, accompanied by a clear and resonant voice proclaiming, "In this world, there has never been calamity, only boundless love." Clad in a crimson gown, crowned and adorned with thorns, stood a fair maiden with silvery hair, her eyes gently closed as she cradled her hands as if in reverence. In that moment, Felrat's form froze mid-air, his body feeling as though something within had snapped. A hoarse roar erupted, akin to the desperate howl of a monster. As the muscles in his cheeks convulsed in a frenzied manner, seemingly unable to release the turmoil that lay unuttered within. In the next moment, Felrat plummeted from the heights like a bird with broken wings. Even the attention of Hyberian was drawn towards the epic summoning conjured by Lanqi. Upon hearing the praises sung by this flower fairy, she felt herself enveloped in a haze of confusion. The long-suppressed desire for slaughter surged within her, almost compelling her to recklessly plunge a dagger into Felrat's heart. In a flurry, she clasped her heaving chest, striving to calm the tumultuous rhythm of her heart. She understood that the transformation in Felrat and her own disquiet were undoubtedly linked to this epic summoning card. It not only affected foes but also influenced allies. This flower fairy seemed capable of imparting a mental impact on all targets present. At last, as Hyberian endeavored to maintain her concentration while gazing at Lanqi's summoned entity, her pupils dilated sharply. A closer inspection revealed that the summon, possessing an angelic purity, was in fact a succubus with a hint of mischievousness playing at the corners of her lips. Adored poet, category, summoning card, grade, orange epic, class, 1, effect, influences all beings through a seductive rhythm, amplifying their emotions tenfold. Note, love can create all, yet it can also annihilate all. However, at that moment, the examiner Felrat, having crashed heavily to the ground, no longer had the opportunity to employ identification magic as Hyberian did. His rationality snapped the moment the voice of the poet of great love resonated. Emotions that transcended limits surged through his mind, accompanied by a rush of blood. Farrell had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. In the 30th chapter, the identity of Ranch was being coveted in the Elven Plane. Was it said that the artificial shadow realm was devoid of danger? Ranch gazed anxiously at Farrell, who lay motionless in the distance, muttering to himself. It seemed he had struck too hard. According to Ranch's plan, the more opportunities Hyberian could create to elevate Farrell's fury, the greater their chances of victory. However, Ranch had never practiced such a strategy before. He was uncertain how much ire he needed to provoke in Farrell to utilize the poet of great love to the point where Farrell would become so enraged that he would cease to be angry. Thus, Ranch simply implored Hyberian to delay as much as possible. This would provide a measure of safety. To his astonishment, the power of the poet of great love was formidable. Severe cardiovascular damage detected in Examiner Farrell, occurring outside the protective protocol of the artificial shadow realm. Emergency transfer measures are about to be implemented, accompanied by the sudden appearance of a notification in the shadow realm sky. Farrell's form was teleported away from the artificial shadow world. Meanwhile, in the examination hall, teacher Teresa, responsible for coordination, anxiously clenched her fists and stomped her feet. After observing Farrell's condition, she urgently contacted the medical team from the Alchemy Institute, who were hastily bringing a stretcher to the examination hall. Healing spells were predominantly surgical in nature. For less complex pathological internal injuries, there were advanced magics available for treatment. However, cerebral hemorrhage was beyond her capabilities to heal. A specialized physician is required to perform surgery on Farrat for his rescue. Classmate Lanqi, I initially worried that you might be troubled by Farrat. Teresa murmured to herself, her voice filled with a sense of despair. It turns out she had misjudged the victim. She found herself at a loss on how to assess the boy who had candidly revealed himself as a white mage upon their enrollment. The mere thought of Lanqi attending the Sage Academy, or even joining the Healing Mage Department, filled Teresa with dread about the institution's reputation. Lanqi might single-handedly alter the connotations associated with the term Healing Mage. Even in the annals of healing magic history, he would undoubtedly leave a profound mark. The conference room of the Sage Academy was both tidy and solemn, with long tables surrounding a massive circular magical screen at the center. However, the room was now engulfed in chaotic discussions. The latest news from the examination venue revealed that Farrat had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage due to Lanqi's actions. His magical cards were indeed unprecedented. Once this young man gets under your skin, it's all over. He renders you utterly uncontrollable. But if you were in Farad's position, who could guarantee they wouldn't succumb to provocation? Everyone understood the logic. Yet, even though all were aware that Ranchi's angering of his adversaries was a deliberate strategy, when faced with Ranchi, no one could assure they could maintain their composure. Ranchi still possessed a mysterious first-level magical card that had yet to be utilized. Who knows if it is an even more psychologically manipulative card? Moreover, it is certain that Lanqi will devise further tormenting methods in the future. When confronting an adversary, one must either eliminate Lanqi outright, or, even if ensnared by him or his allies, maintain an unwavering resolve until his demise is achieved. Vice Dean Ron reflected upon this assessment, contemplating the recent evaluation. With the Great Love Poet card serving as Lanqi's pivotal trump card, facing him could evoke a myriad of emotions, ranging from rage to astonishment, sorrow, and joy, each potentially fatal. Clearly, Lanqi possesses an extraordinary aptitude for manipulating the psyche of his foes, ensnaring them in extreme emotional states, rendering them as unstoppable as a boulder rolling down a mountain. Perhaps we should investigate his background further, suggested another faculty member. Vice Dean Ron shook his head, dismissing the notion. There is no need to engage in such a disrespectful act towards a student. His lineage has already been verified upon enrollment. The indiscriminate nature of Lanqi's card is something even the demon race refrains from exploiting recklessly, as their desires are precisely their Achilles heel, amplifying to the point of self-destruction. Only one with an unwavering heart, akin to a still mirror, could wield such power without succumbing to its influence. Ron sighed, acknowledging that Lanqi embodies such an inscrutable mindset. His disposition is remarkably optimistic and composed. Regardless of the circumstances he encounters, he has never shown the slightest sign of faltering. The faculty members present could only nod in resignation, though it is difficult to ascertain the current strength of Lanqi, who remains at the second tier. They are acutely aware that none would wish to confront the evolved version of him. His lower limit approaches zero, yet his upper limit is equally daunting. For instance, in this examination, amid heightened difficulty, Ranch and Shibarian not only passed, but also fulfilled the special conditions to defeat the examiner, ensuring they would receive an exceptionally high score. Vice Dean Ron recognized that Shibarian, Ranch's temporary partner, was not the most compatible match for him. If Ranch were to find a truly synergistic companion, it would likely result in an unimaginable calamity. Contemplating this, Vice Dean Ron removed his glasses and began sifting through the freshman forms from the Knights Academy. Upon discovering a particular page, he inhaled sharply. It appeared that this year, their school had recruited a pair of hidden talents. In the Phantom Canyon. Upon receiving the news of their successful examination, Ranch exhaled with relief. It seemed he had managed not to damage the artificial Shadow World terminal this time. However, the terminal indeed posed significant risks. What was deemed a lack of life-threatening danger had been exposed by him. Surely, the professors from the Magic Engineering Institute would be grateful to this freshman from the Sage Academy for eliminating a potential safety hazard. In the distance, Shibarian wearily waved goodbye to Ranch before exiting the examination environment of the artificial Shadow World. In contrast to the unscathed Ranch, she bore several injuries and was in considerable discomfort. Only by leaving the artificial Shadow World could she begin to recover. Ranch nodded in the direction where Shibarian had vanished, then glanced at the epic summon, the Great Love Poet. Seeing this diminutive demon summon, strikingly reminiscent of Talia, Ranch couldn't help but shake his head and smile. When initially collaborating with Talia on the creation of the card titled The Compassionate Cantos, it was he who undertook the illustration. To ensure the card's perfection, he naturally employed his most proficient technique, directly mirroring Talia's visage to imbue the summoned entity with a vivid likeness. Moreover, Talia herself was the principal designer of this summoning card, establishing an exceptionally profound bond between them. Shaping the card in her likeness achieved a serendipitous degree of compatibility that was almost inexplicable, even though Talia ultimately felt a mix of astonishment and anger. Yet, in order to preserve this eminent masterpiece and fulfill the substantial card design remuneration promised by Ranchi, she resolutely suppressed her emotions. In Chapter 31, the poet of great love finds himself in a state of happiness. At present, Ranchi is not only obligated to pay Talia a daily wage of £3, but also owes her a considerable sum exceeding £10,000. Given the inestimable value of the poet of great love, Ranchi and Talia negotiated the production fee to £75,000 in Southern Kingdom United currency. The card was to belong to Ranchi, who was required to repay the full amount within 10 years, along with the corresponding interest, formalizing their agreement. were it not for the fact that the essential material, the compassionate cannos, was supplied by Lanqi and that he participated in the critical stages of card creation. The price might have been inflated by an extra zero, making it unattainable for him. However, even the sum of £75,000 is a considerable challenge for the Wilford Trading Company to produce in liquid cash. Lanqi, unable to settle the amount immediately, must await the gradual accumulation of his earnings before repaying Talia. According to the calculation based on an annual compound interest rate of 4. To settle the debt in a decade, he must repay at least 9,247 each year. Should he fail to do so, the penalties will accumulate, leading to an ever-growing principal and interest. Thus, the great poet of love indeed comes at a steep price. For her sake, Ranch must even resort to a mortgage. However, Ranch is not at a loss. In a sense, he has secured Talia firmly by his side. Initially, Talia intended to teach Ranch only up to the 3rd tier before departing. As long as the debt owed to her remains substantial, she will look after him. Ranch's mind was calculating with a rhythmic clatter, amused by how feeble this opponent truly was. As the great poet of love approached Ranch, she slightly tilted her proud head, emitting a melodious laughter akin to silver bells. Although she bore a resemblance to Talia, their temperaments were starkly different. In contrast to Talia's cold elegance, which kept others at bay, the great poet of love radiated warmth with every smile, yet her eyes concealed an undeniable cunning and arrogance. Witnessing Firett's torment seemed to delight her, as she dropped the pretense entirely. Friendship above all, respect for one's adversary. Ranch quickly closed his eyes and shook his head, silently chastising himself for his transgressions. It is not surprising that epic summons possess independent consciousness. Yet, the combat attributes of the great poet of love are weaker than those of an ordinary first-tier summon, when her special effects cannot be utilized. One cannot expect her to engage in battle, as she serves merely as a mascot. Ranch waved at the great poet of love. Consequently, she leisurely sauntered over to his side. Hey, I wonder, when shall we torment our enemies again? No longer feigning innocence. The great love poet completely lost the previous aura of a pure maiden. Her eyes narrowed like those of a fox as she grinned and inquired. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Lanqi's brow twitched, and he hastily cleared his throat twice. Inflicting torment upon our citizens is indeed a criminal act, potentially falling under the category of abuse as outlined in the Hutton Code. You must refrain from making such reckless assertions. Lanqi earnestly clarified. I harbor no intention of committing a crime. I am merely participating in the national examination through legitimate strategies. The great love poet furrowed her brow. Momentarily taken aback for 2 seconds, she blinked and gazed into Lanqi's bright, emerald eyes, feeling an extraordinary clarity emanating from them. It seemed as though he genuinely spoke of legal matters rather than indulging in some underhanded colloquialisms. TSK, my feeble master, you must hasten to grow stronger, so that I may roam freely and revel in joy. Lanqi pocketed the magical card with a resigned shake of his head. Even if his magical prowess were limitless, he could not allow this troublesome spirit to emerge and act at her whimsy. She possessed the capability to transform a place steeped in negative emotions into Arkham Asylum in an instant. While it is true that independent summons can be granted mana to act autonomously, there are instances where high-level summons can become invaluable companions, even tending to their masters. However, the great love poet exhibited a profoundly malevolent disposition. Except when faced with opportunities to torment and tease, she scarcely heeded Lanqi's words. Next time you emerge, it shall surely be for the purpose of doing good deeds. Lanqi silently vowed within his heart. The great love poet is a magical card that brings joy and happiness to all. It has the power to quell the fury of adversaries and can also be regarded as a means of healing others. Today remains a day abundant in merits. In the Learning and Education Building, within the spacious atrium examination hall on the 7th floor, an expansive open space is surrounded by towering glass walls, allowing sunlight to cascade freely upon the marble floor. The dome, adorned with a soft golden circular beam of light, serves as the focal point of the atrium, extending from the ground to the ceiling, permitting sunlight and air to flow with ease through the circular opening. However, as Lanqi glanced around, he noticed that the instructor Teresa, who was responsible for overseeing the examination, was conspicuously absent. Logically, Teresa should still be conveying important information regarding the post-examination admission procedures. Yet, Lanqi quickly discerned the commotion outside the examination hall, where a stretcher was being hurriedly carried away by medical personnel, and he caught sight of Teresa, who was frantically communicating with them. It soon became evident that Teresa was preoccupied with managing the aftermath concerning the examiner, Fellet. and thus had to temporarily leave the examination hall. Consequently, the second group of candidates, who were on the verge of beginning their examination, found themselves in a state of limbo, awaiting the arrival of a supervisor. Alas, had he emerged sooner, he could have lent a helping hand. Eager and warm-hearted, Lanqi, upon witnessing a competitor in need of assistance, would undoubtedly have stepped forward to offer his support. Within the examination hall, the unintentional murmurings of Lanqi caught the attention of Shi Brian, who turned to look at him. If Fellat had retained even a flicker of consciousness moments ago, he would have seen Lanqi come to assist him onto the stretcher. It seems that one might faint from sheer exasperation. At this moment, Zayubolian is harboring doubts about Lanqi's seemingly sinister nature. However, observing his genuine and innocent expression, she feels conflicted. He truly possesses a touch of natural naivety. Chapter 32. Lanqi's high emotional intelligence. The glass facade shimmered, and the mural in the atrium radiated with a bright yet gentle light, enveloping the examination room in a tranquil ambience that resembled glistening waves. Just as Lanqi was about to greet Zayubolian, he suddenly froze. For he had just realized that the atmosphere in the atrium was far from harmonious. In Lanqi's anticipation, he envisioned a scene where everyone would engage in calm discussions about the examination, leisurely passing the moment of the morning, ultimately extending heartfelt wishes to the next group of candidates who might soon become classmates. However, this was clearly not the case. At the center of the examination room, it appeared that tension was brewing between Zayubolian and a strikingly poised young lady from the second group, who possessed a light golden mane. Had it not been for Lanqi's entrance drawing the attention of all present, there might have been a physical altercation between Zayubolian and the noble lady. Disregarding the decorum of the examination hall, it seemed they were familiar with one another, as the golden-haired girl exhibited an unmistakable animosity towards Zayubolian. Although the other two candidates from the second group did not directly confront Zayubolian, their gazes conveyed an unmistakable sense of trepidation, as if she were a harbinger of misfortune. After the intensive examination today, Lanqi discerned that his teammate, Zayubolian, was evidently a prominent figure in the royal capital of exiled, akin to a personified magnet for animosity. Despite the fact that she seems quite amiable, why does she evoke animosity from everyone? Rengi, perplexed, scratched his head, unable to fathom the pervasive hostility within the noble circles of the royal capital. I believe in camaraderie above all, he began, earnestly attempting to mediate. Harmony is paramount. He wished for his classmates to coexist peacefully, reveling in each other's company. After all, even the irate examiner, Ferrat, was capable of reconciliation with Rengi. Thus, in the realm of love, nothing is truly insurmountable. Upon Rengi's appearance, Hubrian resolved not to engage in feudal rivalry any longer. She shook her head, casting a frosty glance at the noble lady with golden locks. Princess Vivian, should you desire to learn a lesson in the arena after enrollment, I am ever ready for you. With that, Hubrian dismissed the esteemed young lady and walked away. It was not until she approached Rengi that he lowered his voice in astonishment, exclaiming, "My goodness, you are remarkably bold, even daring to treat a princess so casually." The golden-haired maiden, referred to as Princess Vivian, must indeed be the royal of the Hutton Kingdom. It appears that her prowess is formidable, qualifying her to partake in the examination following their group. Consequently, Hubrian's lineage must also be considerable, possessing the audacity to confront royalty so fearlessly. Surely, she could not be of minor nobility. Truly, in the royal capital, one encounters prominent figures at every turn. What an exhilarating experience. You display such a casual demeanor in the presence of me, the Duchess, yet you seem to understand the need to show respect to high nobility? However, Hubelian does not find Landry's attitude off-putting. The more those who have respected her during her rise to power choose to hurl insults at her in her downfall, the more refreshing Landry's sincere and egalitarian demeanor becomes. Amidst their brief exchange, the individual referred to as Your Highness, Vivian, stood not far away, casting a gaze filled with an unmistakable displeasure towards Hubelian and Landry. Landry Wilford, is it? After a prolonged silence, Princess Vivian finally spoke, her tone imbued with an air of condescension. Though I am unaware of how you triumphed over Felrat Shavinson, it is undoubtedly thanks to you. Clearly, it would have been impossible for Hubelian alone to surmount Felrat's challenge. Vivian was all too familiar with Hubelian, having known her since childhood. She had expected Hubelian to leave the artificial shadow world filled with resentment, yet it was Felrat, the examiner, who was carried away instead. Thus, it must be that this elegant nobleman with black hair and green eyes, rumored to have swiftly navigated the flame of Winter's Vale, has accomplished something astonishing. It is not a solitary victory, but rather the result of teamwork. Hubelian, standing aside, did not contest this assertion. While she recognized Landry's humility in such a claim, she felt no obligation to disclose further details. Thus, witnessing Landry's demeanor, Vivian found it difficult to continue her aggressive stance. Ranchi's success in the second round of assessments may have been attributed to a combination of luck and performance. However, his ability to triumph in the exceedingly challenging third round undoubtedly reflects his genuine prowess. If such an individual remains composed and reserved, he will undoubtedly emerge as a formidable challenger in the realm of shadows, and there is no justification for undermining or offending the talents of his own nation. I advise you to maintain a respectful distance from the esteemed Duchess Haberian Alansar. Do not be beguiled by her beauty. Although her words were directed at Haberian, they were evidently intended for Ranchi's ears. Ranchi, bewildered, tilted his head in confusion, sensing that Vivian might have misconstrued the situation. It appeared that the examiner, Fellet, shared a similar misunderstanding. Could it be that aiding Haberian is perceived as an extraordinary act in their eyes? His sole intention was to succeed in the examination. Nevertheless, Ranchi felt that Vivian's sentiments toward Haberian were not merely rooted in pure malice, but rather a complex and ineffable emotion. Princess Vivian, it seems that in your eyes, Miss Haberian is indeed a remarkably beautiful person, Ranchi remarked with a smile, bowing once more to Vivian. This elicited an uncomfortable glance from Haberian towards Ranchi, while Vivian's expression became flustered. No, Vivian vehemently denied, her agitation palpable. There is no possibility of reconciliation between us. Your attempts to mediate are futile. Haberian, eager to conclude the discussion, stated firmly from the side. Upon hearing this, Ranchi looked at Haberian with an O of understanding. Princess Vivian, it appears that Miss Haberian has indeed considered the possibility of reconciling with you. Ranchi smiled gently at Vivian, as if translating Haberian's words for her. No, Haberian vehemently denied. A rare display of emotional fluctuation. Upon hearing this, Vivian, who had been slightly agitated, seemed to wilt, pressing her lips together and averting her gaze. Ranchi maintained her smile, seemingly awaiting the two to express their thoughts further. However, both Haberian and Vivian fell silent. Chapter 33. The Unspoken Secret of Haberian, the Courtyard Examination Hall. Once charged with tension, now descended into an unusual stillness. Haberian and Vivian cast their eyes downward, unwilling to utter a disparaging word about one another. Amidst this profound silence, Lanchi's words astonished the two other candidates waiting nearby, although Lanchi may not have been aware. There was an undeniable air of unique mastery in her handling of the tumultuous scene, even though it wasn't, strictly speaking, a battlefield. Lanchi had opted to step in and mediate from the outset. This spontaneous act sparked within the onlookers a fleeting desire to seek her guidance. Was this not far more practical than mere spells? Their expressions did not go unnoticed by Lanchi, who recognized that her efforts to mediate earned her a newfound respect. The feeling of being esteemed brought her joy. More importantly, the harmonious atmosphere among the students in the examination hall was Lanchi's true aspiration. With a little more respect and understanding, and a little less discord and conflict, the world could indeed become a more beautiful place. Until everyone remained quietly in the atrium for several seconds, accompanied by hurried footsteps. She had finally seen off Ferrat, the examiner from the previous examination, but since her departure, she had been apprehensive about the potential conflict between the unfriendly Miss Haberian and Princess Vivian during her absence. However, before Teresa's words had fully settled, she found herself momentarily taken aback. To her surprise, the atmosphere in the examination room was remarkably harmonious. Could it be that her worries were unfounded? In her perplexity, Teresa shook her head gently, reminding herself to focus on the matters at hand. She hurried over to Haberian and Ranch, stating, "Congratulations on successfully passing the examination." With a warm smile, Teresa continued to address Haberian and Ranch. On the first day of school, you will receive guidance directly at the main building of the Sage Institute. Additionally, the school dormitories will be available for occupancy 3 days prior to the start of classes. And you will also be able to collect your student wristbands around that time from the Magical Engineering Institute. She gestured towards their examination wristbands, indicating that they could exchange these for their formal admission documents at the Magical Engineering Institute when the time came. Thank you, Teresa. Haberian and Ranch expressed their gratitude, and Teresa gently waved farewell to the two. Soon after, she darted over to the second group of examinees, resembling a waitress at a lunchtime restaurant. I apologize for keeping you waiting. We can now prepare to begin the examination. Vivian, however, listened to Teresa's words absent-mindedly, her gaze still following the retreating figure of Haberian. Although Shibelian fortuitously encountered an individual who lent her a helping hand, this stroke of luck was merely ephemeral, destined to dissipate like a fleeting illusion. The reason Lanqi harbors no suspicions towards Shibelian is solely due to the fact that this youth from the border remains oblivious to her secret. Shibelian possesses a lineage intertwined with demonic blood, being the illegitimate daughter of Duke Arancer and a demon. Vivian is firmly convinced that should Lanqi ever uncover Shibelian's demonic heritage, his benevolent demeanor would undergo a seismic shift, potentially aligning him with those who persecute her. In the kingdom of Herdun, once ravaged by the wars waged by the demon race, there exists naught but animosity and dread towards demons. At the exiled Academy, within the halls dedicated to learning and education, a grand staircase, several meters wide, descends in successive tiers, its design both unique and avant-garde. The beige stone and crystal railings harmoniously intertwine, resembling a radiant beam traversing the levels. Each tier serves a distinct purpose. Some wooden steps transform into restful areas for students, while others showcase the Academy's latest creations. The lowest tier connects to a spacious terrace of the building. Two youthful figures ascend the staircase, their steps unhurried, as if immersed in a pressure-free artistic realm. Following the rigors of today's challenging examination, Lanqi's countenance radiates joy, unabashedly reflecting his elation. Meanwhile, Shibelian, maintaining her customary stoicism and concealing her inner thoughts, finds the malevolence in her gaze gradually dissipating in this moment. As Shibelian Lanqi walked, she engaged in conversation with her newly acquainted comrade, Shibelian. You are well acquainted with the capital and possess a broad perspective. How do you believe one might swiftly amass wealth here? Of course, within the bounds of legality. After posing the question, he added, although the criminal code itself serves as a veritable compendium for generating income, one must absolutely refrain from such endeavors. The silhouettes of the two traversed the vicinity, occasionally passing by decorative elements along the steps, newly cultivated plants from the Alchemy Institute, recent academic achievements, and the peculiar artistic creations from the Magic Engineering Institute. Shibelian hesitated, enveloped in silence for a moment. She intended to bid farewell to Lanqi, expressing her gratitude for his assistance and cordial demeanor. Yet, she was acutely aware that forging a friendship with him was unattainable. The secret of her mixed heritage as a demon could not remain concealed from Lanqi for long. Although she had neither deliberately concealed nor deceived him, she knew that even if Lanqi refrained from probing, his kindness would eventually attract the attention of those who sought to harm her. Once they discerned Lanqi as an obstacle, they would inevitably reveal her secret, casting her into a perilous abyss at the most critical moment. The thought she dreaded most was the possibility of a former friend transforming into a stranger, or even an irreconcilable adversary. If my father had not vanished, your remarkable talents would certainly attract the investment of the Duke of Arancer's family. Regrettably, I currently lack the authority to access the family's funds. Shibelian replied helplessly, at least at this moment. She would treat him with the same sincerity that Lanqi had shown her, if one lacked any manufacturing capabilities. The swiftest means of earning money would be to challenge the Shadow Realm. They continued their descent, progressing leisurely down the steps. The enormous glass curtain wall reflecting a tapestry of sunlight, as if the entire space had been illuminated, only to be obscured and dimmed by the marble walls shortly thereafter. Lanqi pondered thoughtfully, nodding slightly. Although he had begun to learn the art of crafting magical cards, he could currently only produce low-tier cards. Moreover, his skills remained rather unrefined, resulting in a low success rate, often leading to Talia shaking her head at his failed attempts. He even lacked the confidence to participate in the registration exam for card makers held by the Southern Continent Card Maker Association. It appeared that his combat profession, the White Mage, was more advanced than his manufacturing profession, the card maker. Chapter 34. Lanqi's joyful day. As they continued their ascent, they inadvertently wound around layer upon layer of winding steps. After hearing Shibelian's words, Lanqi fell into contemplation. Currently, he bore the burden of card debt due to the great love poet. Although this card was worth any price to him, he had not forgotten his initial purpose for coming to the capital, to achieve wealth swiftly. If he could grow stronger and cultivate connections, he would no longer fear the potential adversaries threatening his family's Wafort Trading Company. The judge would wield invincible law to adjudicate all matters, to garner the favor of powerful factions and formidable individuals, aside from achieving renown as a distinguished card creator. Excelling in the challenges of the shadow world presents a viable alternative. Presently, it appears that seeking rapid financial gain solely through card creation may lead to an exhausting existence within the confines of a card workshop. As for selling paintings, Rancher harbors uncertainties about the potential unforeseen troubles that may arise before he becomes sufficiently powerful to manage such endeavors. If his artworks were to accrue significant value while he remains vulnerable, it could indeed precipitate dire consequences, attracting the attention of unsavory characters. Thus, unless financial desperation compels him, he would refrain from hastily selling his paintings, and even in the event of a sale, anonymity would be paramount. In this light, while delving into card creation, it is prudent to elevate his rank to become a high-level card creator, as this represents a long-term strategy for prosperity. Although intense practice in card creation can gradually enhance his mental fortitude, facilitating rank advancement, the pace is decidedly sluggish. The most effective method for swiftly ascending ranks also lies in the challenges posed by the shadow world. Upon successfully navigating the authentic shadow world, one can attain corresponding rank augmentation. Consequently, many card creators opt to become battlefield card creators, engaging in the shadow world to elevate their ranks. This transformation leads to an auxiliary combat profession emerging from the crafting vocation. Notably, challengers in the shadow world acquire a new identity and context, and they are unable to transport any items, potions, or similar objects in and out of the realm. They can only carry magical cards that are bound to their souls, stored within their soul space. The battlefield card master will enter the shadow world equipped with a portable card crafting toolkit, allowing them to create targeted magical cards for their teammates in real time according to the circumstances. Consequently, in numerous instances, even a battlefield card master who may be considered a novice can find themselves welcomed by formidable teams eager to include a tool that enhances overall rewards. Indeed, Lanqi possesses certain latent qualities suited for the role of a battlefield card master. Yet his current inconsistent card crafting skills render him insufficiently prepared for such a position. It can merely be said that having diverse skills is never a disadvantage. During a moment of silence, Hyperion spoke again. Each year, students who achieve particularly outstanding results in the entrance examination may be granted an exemption from the registration challenger qualification exam. If all goes well, you will receive a notification after the start of term, allowing you to complete the necessary procedures to challenge the true shadow world. The structure of the entrance examination closely resembles that of the formal registration exam. If one can pass with an exceptionally high score, the Exiled Academy, as a certified partner of the association, will advocate for the student S-exam exemption. Meanwhile, other newcomers will need to invest considerable time in participating in the Southern Continent's Shadow World Management Association's registration challenger exam before they can embark on their first challenge in the true shadow world. Hyperion is confident that Lanqi's level of performance warrants an exemption. As for teammates, Lanqi need not be concerned. It is likely that many upperclassmen from various departments will proactively seek him out. Oh, I see. Thank you, Hyperion. Lanqi responded hastily with gratitude. Indeed. She is a noble of great repute in the capital. Many details regarding enrollment that remain unmentioned are thoroughly understood by her. It is but a trivial matter. Hyperion merely gazed ahead at the steps, offering a slight nod. Her earlier reminder had significantly uplifted Ranqi's spirits. If it were possible to forego the registration examination at the Southern Continent Shadow World Management Association, then, should all proceed smoothly, he could directly attain the status of an iron-level registered challenger after completing the necessary formalities. According to Ranqi's prior knowledge from the borders of his hometown, the Southern Continent Association recognizes challengers across 7 distinct levels. Each time a registered challenger successfully clears a challenge, the association records their achievements or promotes them based on their contributions. The higher the level attained, the greater the associated benefits, privileges, and societal standing. Commencing from the lowest iron level, the progression continues through copper, silver, gold, platinum, magic crystal, and finally, heroic levels. Excluding the novice iron and copper levels, those who reach the 3rd tier, silver level, are considered seasoned veterans of the shadow world, serving as the backbone of this realm's challenging endeavors. Achieving the 4th level, gold, confers a prestigious social status regardless of location. Once one attains the platinum level, even in other continents, they will be acknowledged by various associations within differing systems, marking them as true superiors of global renown. Through the practical experiences garnered from the 2 entrance examinations, Lanqi has discerned a hint of promising potential as a challenger in the shadow world. He is eagerly anticipating the commencement of his challenger journey. Do you know what level students at this school can attain? Lanqi inquired with curiosity. If a student of a claw can reach the gold level, it is already quite impressive. As for the platinum level, only those in the 4th year and part-time students can attain it. Such individuals have long since rendered their presence in the academy unnecessary, free to depart at any moment. Should she achieve that level, even without the protection of her father or the status of a duke's family, she would no longer fear those who wished to harm her. Unfortunately, she does not believe that her talents can elevate her to the heights of those extraordinary beings at the pinnacle of the academy. Part-time? Lanqi inquired, tilting his head in confusion towards Hubrian. He understood the 4th year, but he was unaware that this academy also had part-time students. Generally, students can apply for graduation by the 3rd year, which bestows them with numerous challenger points or recommends them for positions in various prestigious associations. Each year, a select few exceptionally outstanding students choose to follow esteemed professors for additional academic years, potentially remaining at the academy for several years. These are collectively referred to as 4th-year students. The term part-time refers to a few challengers who already possess considerable experience in the shadow world and engage in part-time studies at our school. We are essentially full-time students, Hubrian patiently explained to Lanqi. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation had led them to the final tier of the long staircase. So that's how it is. Thank you for your explanation. Lanqi expressed his gratitude with a smile to the ever-informative Hubrian, taking just a few more steps forward. Before my eyes lies a vast, intricately designed glass curtain wall, offering an unobstructed view of the exquisite campus, adorned with blossoming trees, magnificent architecture, and lush lawns, a scene of sheer beauty. Before me, the staircase leads to a suspended circular platform where a fork in the path emerges. At the commencement of the school term, I intend to seek out a friend over there. Lanqi pauses, gesturing towards the terrace, bidding farewell to Zayabolian. He is headed towards the terrace area connected to the 1st floor, in search of his waiting demon craftsman, Talia. In comparison to Talia, whose conversations seldom exceed 10 words. Engaging in a normal dialogue with Zayabolian brings Lanqi much more comfort. It seems that older women who remain unmarried often grapple with their own issues. Farewell. Thus, he and Lanqi's shadows diverge, each moving towards their separate destinies. 3 days later, in the early morning, the kingdom of Hutton lies to the south of the Empire of Kreia. A continuous range of mountains separates the two realms, thus transporting substantial goods from the southern borders of Hutton to the northern frontiers of Kreia necessitates a circuitous route, often via merchant ships across the sea. Many cities in the northern part of the Kreia Empire are established atop mountains, where towering edifices coexist harmoniously with the undulating terrain, presenting a picturesque vista of classical architecture embraced by the azure sky and fluffy clouds. Grantweaver City, the principal city of the northern border territory of the Kreia Empire, stands as one of the most prosperous cities in the north, nestled against towering peaks to the north and facing the sea to the east, with its bustling docks teeming with activity throughout the year. In the northern border town of Grantweverly, the upper tier of the citadel is suspended between several intersecting peaks. The architecture predominantly showcases classical styles in deep gray or cream hues. The climate is warm and radiant, infused with the fragrance of blooming flowers and the resonance of ethereal melodies. The streets are spacious and immaculate, bustling with merchants adorned in splendid attire, knights, and clergy. At this moment, within this city-state, on the 4th floor of a building known as the Wilfort Trading Guild, a room adorned with a plaque marking the office of the chairman, a middle-aged man reclines comfortably in an armchair behind his desk, donning glasses. He begins to peruse the Hutton Times from 2 days prior. He is none other than No Wilfort, the chairman of the Wilfort Trading Guild and the father of Lanqi. Given that the Wilfort Trading Guild maintains significant trade routes between the two nations, acquiring newspapers distributed throughout the Kingdom of Hutton is not a formidable task. Although delays of 2 to 3 days can occur, and on occasion, due to the tardiness of merchant vessels, it is not unusual for delays to extend to 7 or 8 days. Let me see what recent news has emerged. No muses contentedly as he scans the freshly acquired Hutton newspaper. He does not indulge in this daily ritual, rather, he occasionally seizes a moment of leisure after attending to his duties, requesting the latest Hutton Times from his staff to catch up on current events. An adolescent from the Holy Teaching Society, cast out by his peers, transformed into a romantic figure out of spite, successfully wooing all their mothers. As his companions, filled with regret and prepared to apologize, approached him, he chose instead to incarcerate their mothers, citing his status as a minor as justification. In the border region of Nanwantina, a man, harboring resentment towards his employer due to excessive overtime, discovered that his boss had an allergy to a particular healing potion. In a fit of rage, he assaulted his employer with hands smeared in the potion, ultimately resulting in severe injuries to the boss without triggering the anticipated allergic reaction. Following a month of detention, the man sued the potion manufacturer, claiming they produced counterfeit and substandard healing potions. He has since received $650 in compensation from the company. Note turned the pages of the newspaper, his lips pursed in disbelief as he shook his head. The Kingdom of Hutton is a land of remarkable individuals and fertile talents. It is not uncommon for legislative amendments to occur, as new and bizarre criminal incidents necessitate the introduction of previously non-existent laws. The Hutton Times, at times, proves to be more entertaining than a typical collection of jokes. Thus, No perused the newspaper, relishing his rare moments of leisure. The walls of the chairman's office were adorned with exquisite oil paintings and intricate embroidery, while a plush carpet covered the floor. A breathtaking view of the sea of clouds outside added to No's enjoyment during this brief respite. Before long, he stumbled upon a report regarding the capital city of Ikrite. During the annual entrance examination for the Ikrite Academy of Magic, the Sages Institute, a serious incident occurred. Examiner Viscount Ferrat Shabanson has been stabilized and is no longer in life-threatening condition. Evidently, the artificial shadow realm still requires numerous enhancements for safety. One could only wonder which unfortunate student had managed to injure the examiner so grievously. Truly, what a misfortune for the family that raised such a child. No chuckled, reveling in the irony of the situation. The mediocrity of Lanqi possesses its own merits. At the very least, he does not incite such calamities. The cost of communication magic is exorbitant, and international communication magic necessitates permits and the establishment of multiple stations. Unless in urgent circumstances, No seldom reaches out to the household in the southern Vantina territory of the Kingdom of Hutton. There is no need for No to inquire about whether Lanqi has passed his examination. As one continues to read, the news is far from over. During the examination period, the terminal of the artificial shadow realm also experienced a malfunction, allegedly due to the unusual actions of a candidate. Professor Baleo from the Ikrite Academy of Magical Engineering stated that the emergency repairs have already incurred a loss of at least 8,000 pounds of Southern Kingdom unified currency for the Engineering Institute. The accompanying image in the newspaper depicts a furious old magical craftsman, his anger barely contained before the camera. Yet the murderous glare aimed at someone is unmistakable. Finally, the report concludes. No shook his head and closed the newspaper. Ah, what a talent! To have damaged the examination terminal, should the Engineering Institute seek recompense, it would surely spell trouble at home. Having perused the latest jest from Hutton, No felt a profound sense of satisfaction, hoping for even more sensational news in the future. Chapter 35. Lanqi arrives alone at Ikrite Academy. On a crisp morning in the capital of Hutton, Lanqi rose early and made his way to Ikrite Academy alone. He traversed the station at the entrance of the school. Witnessing the golden rays of light ascend from the east, illuminating the entire campus, which evoked a refreshing sense of vitality within him. 3 days had elapsed since the conclusion of the entrance examinations. Today, Lanqi was to embark on his journey through the campus. According to the guidance of teacher Teresa, he was to first proceed to the Magecraft Institute to exchange for his student wristband, thereby enabling his move into the academy. Lanqi had already informed Talia that once he could reside in the exceedingly safe Ikrite Academy, she would no longer need to protect him in such a manner. Her remuneration would remain unchanged, and she would only be troubled when he had inquiries to pose. Consequently, Talia now experienced a newfound freedom akin to rebirth. No longer required to serve as Lanqi's bodyguard. Moreover, she had assumed a false identity belonging to the Wilford family. As long as she refrained from drawing undue attention or enrolling in large associations, her disguise would remain unchallenged. In just a few short months, Talia had bid farewell to a life of destitution and wandering, and could now relish a leisurely existence in the capital of Ikrite, enjoying a generous pension daily. This morning, while having breakfast together, Talia appeared somewhat dazed, as if she were retired. Nevertheless, witnessing Talia's improved circumstances filled Lanqi with a sense of contentment. Providing for the elderly master was a filial duty he felt obliged to fulfill. Speaking of which, every time he contemplated her age, it seemed as though she cast a glance his way. Was it merely an illusion? As Lanqi strolled along the main avenue of the campus, he murmured to himself, although the innate ability of lie detection might evolve further towards the realm of mind reading. However, Talia is still far from grasping the threshold of mind-reading magic. According to the established lore known to Lanqi, even 2 years later in the main timeline, Talia has yet to master any telepathic abilities. Thus, there is no need for concern. Her age is trivial, and she is unlikely to be overly bothered by it. With a relieved smile, Lanqi continued towards the old liberal arts building of the Magic Engineering Institute. The floor on either side basked in the morning mist and sunlight, exuding a delightful fragrance. Along the roadside were various flowers whose names Ranchi could not recall, some vibrant, some subtle, and others peculiarly shaped. Accompanied by the melodious songs of birds, the gentle buzzing of bees, and the soft murmur of flowing water, he gradually stepped into a lush meadow adorned with blossoms, where, according to the signposts, the buildings were nestled within a garden. After a few minutes of walking, Ranchi finally arrived at the quintessential Gothic Revival structure located at the edge of the Magic Engineering Institute, the old liberal arts building. Its ancient red brick façade was adorned with statues and reliefs, making it one of the campus's landmarks. This historic edifice once served as a workshop for ingenious magic artisans and was renovated decades ago to provide technical services for students from other departments in need of assistance. Ranchi glanced around and noted the scarcity of students. It seemed that, during these days, the only visitors were primarily first-year students. It was still early, and even the doors of the old liberal arts building had yet to open. Oh dear, I came too early. I forgot that everyone here starts work at 9 and finishes at 5. Being a minute early or a second late simply won't do, Ranchi lamented. He recalled the markedly different work ethic of the Ikrite people, who seemed to embody a serene approach to their occupations. Many shops would close promptly at 5, prioritizing their departure over any potential profits, not to mention the services offered by the school. Thus, Ringi found himself standing on the lawn, arms crossed in boredom, waiting for the staff of the Magical Engineering Institute to commence their duties. Perhaps this was merely an opportunity to embrace the leisurely pace of modernity. Sometimes, the act of idling could be a form of happiness in itself. Indeed, it could serve as a moment of inspiration. Rangi tilted his head to admire the ancient edifice before him, which resembled a magnificent work of art. The fragrance of blooming flowers, the scent of grass, the aroma of soil, and the humid air seemed to envelop him, providing a profound sense of contentment. The old humanities building was crowned with a towering spire, atop which was affixed a meticulously carved emblem of the Ikrite Academy. At the base of the emblem lay a silver shield, symbolizing the resolve and faith of the kingdom of Hedon. At its center was the image of the goddess of fate, cradling a laurel wreath. Surrounded by a halo of sacred light, with the Southern Cross constellation in the background, representing the geographical location of the Ikrite Academy on the southern continent. Upon the white banner at the top of the emblem were inscribed powerful ancient runes, which conveyed the sentiment, "We shall grow in the reverence of future generations." Merely gazing at it filled Ringi with a swell of emotion, as if the last vestiges of morning drowsiness had been entirely dispelled. Unbeknownst to him, he was drawn into its allure, losing track of time as seconds slipped by. Such craftsmanship was undoubtedly the masterpiece of a master sculptor from a bygone era. Ringi stood motionless on the grass, his gaze fixed upon the emblem, murmuring softly to himself. Indeed, it originates from the skilled hands of Garazelt, a master craftsman who graduated from the Ikrite Academy 2 centuries ago. If one were to search diligently, numerous works of his could be discovered within the academy. A familiar voice resonated from not far behind, interrupting Ranchi's reverie. She recognized the speaker. It was none other than Princess Vivian, whom she had encountered previously in the examination hall, and who had a rather strained relationship with her teammate, Shu Brian. Ranchi had not anticipated the princess's early arrival, but upon closer inspection, she noticed that with Vivian's presence, several faculty members from the Academy of Magic were hastily approaching the old humanities building to commence their duties. Indeed, the nuances of human relationships are universally present. Princess Vivian, I apologize for being so absorbed in my thoughts that I failed to notice your arrival, Ranchi said, a hint of a smile gracing her face as she greeted the princess, who had also come to this place to wait. Vivian hesitated momentarily. Initially, she had no intention of conversing with Ranchi, for she had discerned that Ranchi's character was somewhat challenging to navigate. The girl possessed an overly amiable disposition, bordering on naivete. Yet her intellect was undeniably sharp. What do you perceive as the distinction between this sculpted emblem and the manufactured artifacts? Vivian inquired, her gaze fixed upon the sculpted emblem atop the old humanities building, bypassing any pleasantries. After their 2 encounters, Vivian was certain that Ranchi Wilfort, this commoner youth, exhibited none of the customary distance or reverence typically associated with nobility. Rather, he resembled a traveler who had journeyed from a land devoid of noble culture. However, Vivian did not mind. Ringi was indeed a talented individual brimming with potential in their country, and his background was impeccable. She merely wished to converse with Ringi about this ancient masterpiece atop the tower. There was an inherent quality about Ringi, reminiscent of a poet, painter, or artisan, a charm that was both natural and unreplicable. It was a rare opportunity to engage with a peer who could discuss art with her. Vivian seized this moment to probe into his depths. Chapter 36. Lanqi's artistic insights in the expansive gardens of the Magical Engineering Institute. Lush greenery flourished, with dew glistening on the foliage, sparkling like jewels. At that moment, as the staff of the institute arrived, the automated irrigation system in the garden commenced its operation. Meanwhile, Lanqi and Vivian lingered not far from the entrance of the Old Humanities building. This pause was prompted by a sudden question from Vivian. During his time at the southern border of Vantina, Lanqi had not encountered anyone willing to engage him in such discussions. Although the butler Hans and the maid Francine held his paintings in high regard, they had never delved into professional artistic matters with him. Indeed, upon hearing Lanqi's response, Vivian nodded in agreement. While she appreciated his perspective, his insights, rather similar to those of renowned artists, began to feel somewhat mundane after repeated exposure. However, her attention was soon captured again as Lanqi continued. To understand why this piece resonates so profoundly, I believe we must consider the Southern Cross constellation behind the statue of the goddess. Why? Vivian inquired, her brow furrowing in curiosity. Often, the evaluations of this masterpiece are filled with admiration for the goddess, while the exquisite craftsmanship of the background, though remarkable, serves merely as a complement to the central figure. The celestial carvings created by Mr. Jera exhibit only the most subtle deviations from the official emblem, not errors, but merely variations in observational perspective. Once again, Lanqi gazed at the sculpture upon the dome. The clear and focused emerald eye seemed capable of piercing through the positions of each star with precision. He mused. I shall venture a guess. Could it be that the sculptor, Mr. Jera, was inspired by the celestial phenomena that night to craft this piece spontaneously? Perhaps the night sky served as the creator's answer, bestowing upon Mr. Jera the divine spark that infused this work with ethereal grace. In this moment of reflection, he gazed at the heavens, pouring his spirit into his art, making it difficult to ascertain whether he was sculpting lapis lazuli or the very starlight itself. It is precisely this starry backdrop behind the goddess that unifies the entire composition, accentuating her form to the utmost without diminishing her captivating brilliance in the slightest. Lanqi's rapturous discourse evidently startled Vivian. His discerning eye and profound insights into the sculpture were both unique and profound. Vivian recalled that, according to the records of the Exiled Academy, the master craftsman Jera indeed completed this work at night. Although it is impossible to verify the state of mind of the late master Jera during its creation, it intriguingly aligns with Lanqi's assertion. Vivian found herself lifting her gaze to scrutinize the sculpture once more, increasingly convinced of the validity of Lanqi's words. She then fixed her gaze upon Ranch's profile, seemingly questioning whether it was indeed his first encounter with the sculpture. I apologize if my assumptions have caused any amusement, Your Highness Vivian. If I have inadvertently offended Master Jera, I humbly seek your understanding. Ranch sensed Vivian's scrutiny and turned his head, smiling warmly. I have heard that your ancestors were merchants. Does that mean you possess a keen eye for appreciation? Although Ranch had commendable discernment, Vivian remained unaware of the specific genres he excelled in or the caliber of his own creations. Her knowledge was limited, driven merely by curiosity. Vivian was aware that Ranch typically spoke in a manner devoid of ostentation. Yet, if he truly possessed remarkable artistic prowess, it was improbable that he would remain entirely obscure in this realm. To be candid, the royal treasury also houses works by the master artisan Jera, each piece deserving of the title National Treasure. Vivian's tone bore no hint of boastfulness. She simply relished the rare opportunity to converse with a peer and felt compelled to share. If my brother Einar were to meet you, he might invite you to appreciate some works together. On second thought, it would be better if you did not become acquainted with him. Should you ever encounter a third-year student named Einar at the Magecraft Academy, it is wise to steer clear. Vivian abruptly halted mid-sentence, her expression shifting to one of discomfort. Is Prince Einar not as approachable as you, Your Highness Vivian? Ranch inquired, for he had an aversion to those who spoke only in half-truths and riddles. However, out of courtesy, he articulated his inquiries in a more suitable manner. Am I approachable? Well, indeed, his elder brother possesses a certain amiability. Yet his inquiries often border on excessive familiarity. After a moment of contemplation, Vivian nodded and proceeded to elaborate. Her brother, the second prince of the Hutton Kingdom, is a person of remarkably unique disposition. As a member of the royal family, he harbors a disdain for power and status, yet he holds a profound affection for elegance and the arts. Moreover, he relishes in showcasing his talents in public. Should Einar discover that Ranchi possesses a keen appreciation for art, he would undoubtedly extend an invitation for Ranchi to explore the royal palace. to admire and critique his numerous collections, thereby displaying his own pretentiousness. I see. Prince Aina seems to be a rather amiable individual. I shall be careful to avoid causing him any inconvenience. Ranchi began to comprehend. It was simply that this prince was overly enthusiastic, easily losing restraint in the company of those he connected with. Nevertheless, there was no cause for excessive concern. Vivian was confident that even if her foolish royal brother were to encounter Ranchi and feel an instant camaraderie, he would not pursue Ranchi unduly. Clearly, given Ranchi's age, there was no possibility that he could be a genuine master of the arts. Thus, her brother would likely only indulge in a brief display of superiority without any further repercussions. As they conversed, they observed that the old liberal arts building had resumed its regular operations. The two of them entered the edifice to complete their enrollment procedures, accompanied by Vivian. Everything transpired with remarkable ease, and Ranchi felt as though he had transformed into a minister. Within less than half an hour, he joyfully departed from the Magecraft Academy, making his way toward the dormitory. The Student Service Center will subsequently deliver the temporarily stored luggage of students directly to their respective dormitories. Regarding the services provided by the school, Ranchi feels quite satisfied. Do you currently have a team that you admire? If you do not join a team, it is likely that you will find it challenging to confront the shadow world. Vivian strolled leisurely with her arms crossed, her fingertips lightly tapping against her elbows. She inquired of Ranchi as they walked together. Today, she too planned to visit the dormitory building, as they would soon become classmates in the Sage Academy. Students granted the status of registered challengers by the Southern Continent Shadow World Management Association are permitted to engage with the authentic shadow world, and they may also form teams. As such, numerous formidable and renowned teams exist within the school. There is a clear regulation prohibiting first-year students from participating in the shadow world challenges alone. Therefore, even if some students obtain their registered challenger licenses in their first year, they typically join teams to challenge alongside upperclassmen. Ranchi curiously asked, "Is it not possible for me to find a first-year companion to form a team for the challenge?" He genuinely wished to confront the real shadow world as soon as possible, unwilling to squander any time. This is because once the shadow world is activated, there will be a period of exclusion that prevents re-entry, hence the adage, the sooner you engage, the sooner you can recover. Moreover, joining a team entails various adjustments, arrangements, and preparation periods, making it quite difficult for a newcomer to jump directly into the fray. That would be a purely reckless endeavor. Vivian regarded Ranchi with a frosty demeanor and remarked coldly. She did not wish for Ranchi to jeopardize himself due to excessive arrogance and ignorance, for he was indeed a talent of considerable potential in the kingdom of Hutton. Ranchi sensed that Vivian's demeanor had become somewhat alarming, though he was aware that her concern stemmed from a desire to ensure his safety. His understanding of the true shadow realm was limited to a collection of combat records and analytical literature. As a princess, Vivian was acquainted with numerous formidable challengers and undoubtedly possessed a greater comprehension of the actual circumstances. Comparatively speaking, the difficulty of the genuine third-order shadow realm far exceeded that of the second-order infinite Mirage Canyon. Even with the most stringent modifiers, they were not of the same caliber. Vivian realized that Ranchi was evidently oblivious to the perils of the real shadow realm. If he were to become arrogant and complacent simply because he had passed the entrance examination and obtained his license, he would inevitably encounter severe troubles within the shadow realm. Taking a deep breath, Vivian resolved that even if she had to adopt a villainous role, she would sternly admonish Ranchi. However, before she could gather her thoughts, Ranchi inquired, "Hypothetically speaking, if we were to impose the negative modifiers of hilly terrain, examiner rank from 4 to 5, and examiner starting distance halved upon the infinite Mirage Canyon examination, would it then be comparable to the third-order shadow realm?" Upon hearing this, Vivian was momentarily taken aback. What sort of diabolical modifiers were these? Such notions seemed beyond the realm of sanity. The very nature of the examination would be utterly transformed. What a jest, if those 3 modifiers were applied. I firmly believe no new student would pass. It would be akin to the near-unstoppable third-order shadow realm, Vivian murmured hesitantly. Typically, when a shadow realm experiences a grave error that prevents a challenger from successfully navigating its mechanisms to ultimately conquer the final formidable adversary, resulting instead in their own premature capture by this ultimate foe, it is often referred to as the realm entering a state of rampage. In the third-tier shadow realm engulfed in such chaos, challengers may find themselves facing the relentless pursuit of fifth-tier adversaries. After expressing this notion, Vivian cast a puzzled glance at Ranchi. Surely, it couldn't be the case that both Lanqi and Hubrian had encountered such terminology. If both had successfully passed the trials, how extraordinarily exceptional must Lanqi be? This led her to cultivate a clearer understanding of the challenges presented by the third-tier shadow realm. Lanqi, resting his chin on his hand, nodded in affirmation. By enlisting his former teammate Hubrian, they could seamlessly match into a genuine shadow realm, where their respective tiers were 2 and 3, suggesting that they would likely engage in a second or third-tier shadow realm. This seemed considerably more manageable than joining a team to tackle the third or fourth-tier advanced groups. Wouldn't he happen to have encountered those 3 terms alongside Hubrian, would you? Vivian inquired, tilting her head in skepticism as she scrutinized Lanqi. Despite her doubts, she sensed an inexplicable air of calm and confidence emanating from him. Even with her royal lineage and keen discernment, she found herself somewhat perplexed by Lanqi's depth. Of course not. How could it be those 3? Lanqi chuckled, waving his hand dismissively and shaking his head. His experience had involved a plain terrain, an enraged fellrat, and a third of the distance concerning those 3 terms, differing somewhat from what he had just conveyed to Vivian. Chapter 37. Lanqi receives an invitation. The towering red brick edifices, solemn and majestic, embody the ancient engineering and wisdom of the Magic Engineering Institute. The 2 individuals traversed the pathways of the school. Beside them, a crystal-clear brook meandered, reflecting the verdant foliage of the trees, enveloping the serene morning in tranquility. In the distance, the flower fields across the bank formed part of the Alchemical Institute's botanical garden, serving as a hub for teaching and research in bioengineering. By passing through a shaded path, one could reach the residential area of the Sage Institute. If one wishes to swiftly confront the challenges of the shadow world, it would be prudent to contemplate joining a team, perhaps to investigate and gather insights. Selecting a suitable team could yield significant benefits and support. Vivian pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding against reprimanding Lanqi, opting instead to guide him thoughtfully. Since Lanqi had humbly sought her counsel regarding the difficulties of the third-tier shadow world, he could not be deemed a reckless fool, merely a young man with a modicum of confidence commensurate with his talents. Such traits are commonplace among youth. Moreover, even if she were to chastise Lanqi, he would still wear that gentle demeanor. Vivian was particularly reluctant to harm the disposition of a kind-hearted individual. To reprimand such a person would only leave her with a sense of guilt. Lanqi fell into a brief silence, reflecting on Vivian's words. After passing the exam, he had engaged in conversation with Hubrian on the steps of the Learning and Education Building, and he had taken the initiative to investigate the challenges posed by the Academy's shadow world. Indeed, several of the strongest teams were recognized and passed down among the students of this institution, including some that had been established in recent years. For many years, the leadership of established teams has undergone several transitions, yet they continue to uphold the legacy of their original names even to this day. These teams are revered as the strongest not merely due to their illustrious and seasoned leaders, but also because some of the historically significant teams boast platinum-level 4th-year students or part-time members among their ranks. Although the top-tier platinum champions often serve more as figureheads, refraining from interfering in the captain's decision-making, their occasional guidance proves to be an invaluable resource for newcomers. Furthermore, each platinum-level member possesses a legitimate top-tier association with a permanent team. Should one be fortunate enough to catch their attention, they might be recommended to a team that stands at the pinnacle of the southern continent, providing a potential shortcut to ascending to platinum status. However, such considerations are not within the realm of Rand's immediate contemplation, as he still has a considerable journey ahead before reaching the copper or silver ranks. Today, Rand received notification from the Southern Continent Shadow World Management Association that the school has submitted all necessary documentation for his exam exemption, and he merely needs to finalize the last steps with the association to become a registered iron-level challenger. Alas, he remains uncertain about which team would suit him best. In the royal capital, he possesses little in the way of connections, and much of his knowledge has been generously imparted by Shepley and Vivian. Do not worry. Once school commences, there will be numerous avenues to explore, and it is possible that teams may even approach you, Vivian remarked nonchalantly. To claim that Vivian harbored no envy towards Rand's first place would indeed be a falsehood. Initially, she believed herself to be a formidable contender for the top position in the Sage Academy. To her astonishment, her final cumulative score was significantly surpassed by the polished young gentleman before her. Throughout the years, new students who excelled in the entrance examinations have been sought after by numerous teams as promising prospects. She added, although your prowess remains an enigma to all upperclassmen. Your first place entrance score in the Sage Academy will undoubtedly attract those eager to recruit you. Ranqi's performance in the third round of examinations had been personally sealed by the Academy's dean, Loren, and even Vivian could glean no insights. Consequently, many voices of skepticism regarding Ranqi have emerged, suggesting that his success was merely fortuitous, having coincided with the examiner Fielart's sudden health crisis that allowed him to pass through the third round with ease. The Sage Academy has not issued any clarifications, and the influential figures aligned with examiner Fielart, even if privy to certain truths, have remained silent about the examination circumstances. Is that so? Ranqi did not anticipate that he might be actively courted after the commencement of his studies. However, selecting a team and declining the earnest invitations of others could prove to be a rather arduous endeavor. Ranqi was uncertain which team would suit him best or if there were superior alternatives. Thus, it would require time and effort to discern. Do you not relish this feeling of being sought after? Vivian inquired, observing Ranqi's momentary lapse into thought with curiosity. She found it puzzling that Ranqi did not exhibit much joy, but instead seemed somewhat troubled. The expectation and admiration from unfamiliar individuals. Did it not amplify one's sense of pressure? Ranqi smiled modestly, turning his head to glance at Vivian. Although her interpretation of his thoughts was somewhat askew, he effortlessly discerned what lingered in her mind. Indeed, after a brief pause, Vivian nodded. As a princess, burdened by the weight of public expectation, it must surely be exhausting. Ranqi's expression remained serene, his voice gentle. Ah, it is quite tiring, Vivian sighed. Despite the responsibilities that came with her royal lineage, she found herself reluctantly agreeing with Ranqi's somewhat self-indulgent and laid-back perspective. How she longed to lie upon the grass and succumb to slumber, rather than tirelessly striving to embody the dignified and noble princess she was expected to be. Wait a moment. Vivian quickly realized that she had initiated a conversation with Ranqi. Yet somehow it had morphed into a discussion about life's burdens. The more they spoke, the more she felt an inclination to yield to her inner desires. This fellow, merely engaging in natural discourse, had unwittingly stirred within her the long-suppressed yearning for idleness, akin to the whisper of a devil. Vivian promptly shook her head, resolving to divert the conversation away from this irrelevant topic. Ranqi, if you have no particular intentions, you might consider joining the team I am part of. I would be happy to recommend you. The majority are students from the Sage Institute and the Magic Engineering Institute, which would be convenient should you receive any card-making commissions. Moreover, there is a platinum-level student, the most skilled mechanic among the fourth-year students of the Magic Engineering Institute. Vivian had already secured her place in the team, having grown up in the royal capital, where her esteemed position afforded her numerous acquaintances. She also believed that this team was exceptionally appealing and not merely recommending Lanqi indiscriminately. As one of the strongest teams within the academy, their most distinguishing feature, compared to others, was their remarkably ample logistical support. For instance, seeking the assistance of an exceptional card maker from the Card Maker Association often entailed numerous arduous experiences, such as pitfalls, exorbitant prices, lengthy waiting times, and outright rejections. In contrast, within their team, conversations flowed more easily, fostering friendships with card makers. Does the Magic Artisan Academy also have combat positions? Lanqi inquired, his focus evidently not on the team itself. This left Vivian feeling somewhat frustrated, as she believed her description should have been captivating. Lanqi, it seemed, was entirely oblivious to the value of befriending potential card makers from the Magic Artisan Academy. Indeed, this youth from the border appeared to possess a rather limited understanding of the shadow world. Vivian sighed in exasperation and continued to explain to Lanqi. The Magic Artisan Academy's ability to traverse the shadow world does not solely pertain to battlefield card makers. Truly formidable magic artisans are not inferior in combat to students from the Night Battle Department. Furthermore, do not underestimate the Alchemy Institute. Provoking certain troublesome individuals there could lead to significant problems. As Vivian recalled something unsettling, she added, Lanqi uttered in confusion. He was aware that the Alchemy Institute housed a multitude of scholars, physicians, pharmacists, and alchemists with a stronger emphasis on research. However, based on Vivian's remarks, it was evident that there were indeed a few who excelled in combat. Yet, who precisely could be deemed as troublesome individuals? Vivian shook her head in anguish, expressing her discontent as if she were deeply afflicted. The information science program at the Alchemy Institute, I do not know who initiated it, has gradually veered towards the path of unscrupulous journalism in recent years. The Hutton Times was originally published by the Alchemy Institute, and it has grown increasingly formidable. If you offend them, you may find yourself subject to relentless defamation. As a highly scrutinized princess, Vivian feared that one day her indiscretions might lead to her downfall. Lanqi gasped in disbelief. He sensed that, rather than joining a team, he was more inclined to become part of a newspaper. In a society governed by law, manipulating public opinion is arguably more potent than engaging in violence. Chapter 38. Lanqi's fire safety awareness. Sunlight cascaded through the verdant leaves, illuminating the stone steps of the Sage Institute's ancient library. A handful of early risers hurried past in the morning glow, while a gentle breeze carried with it the mingled fragrances of flowers and ink. One might wonder what challenges the Shadow Realm would present if one were to join a team. Lanqi was in no rush to commit to any team. Rather, he engaged in a natural conversation with Vivian. Due to the restrictions placed on first-year students, he could not undertake solo challenges in the Shadow Realm. Upon entering the Void Gate, the Shadow Realm would automatically adjust the difficulty of the challenges based on the challenger's overall rank. In instances where a team was not fully assembled, challengers from various corners of the world entering through the Void Gate would often be matched together. There will be silver-level second- and third-year students accompanying you to challenge the Shadow World. Given your perceptiveness, you will swiftly become acquainted with and adapt to the practical combat within this realm. Upon witnessing the significant landmark of the library belonging to the Sage Academy, they will recognize that they have entered the territory of the Academy. Gold-level registered challengers are predominantly found among the third-year students, and they will not fall below the fifth tier. Setting aside the question of fairness, these challengers, by regulation, cannot team up with second-tier Lanqi. The Southern Continent Shadow World Management Association stipulates that, in consideration of the safety of all challengers, it is prohibited for participants whose ranks differ by more than 2 levels to form teams, significantly heightening the challenge. Therefore, even if one joins a team, they will be led and guided by a seasoned silver-level senior of at least the 4th tier. Must I merely follow orders and focus on providing support? The answer is affirmative. Allow me a moment to ponder this further. However, Vivian understands that this implies his refusal. Typically, the rewards for successfully navigating the Shadow World correlate with the achievements attained throughout the journey, as well as one's final evaluation. If one merely schemes through the challenges, the rewards will be scant. The Southern Continent Shadow World Management Association will assign minimal advancement points upon review. Yet, generally speaking, it is already a considerable feat for newcomers to successfully navigate the realm. Moreover, attaining an exceptionally high personal evaluation during the clearance assessment is rarely achievable, unless one is a sovereign of humanity, wreaking havoc in the Shadow World. Vivian's thoughts shifted. Do you wish to take command yourself? She inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Surely, Lanqi could not be so audacious? Even if the commander within a team is assumed by a support role, it is utterly inconceivable to appoint a novice to lead. After all, the Shadow World poses a challenge that risks the lives of the entire team. It is a matter of great gravity. I am not particularly adept at directing a multitude of individuals, Lanqi quickly refuted. Engaging in the Shadow World demands utmost caution. It is far more perilous than one might imagine, especially for a newcomer like you. Do not harbor an inflated sense of self-worth. First, take the time to learn and observe diligently. Vivian, with a serious demeanor, advised, sensing that Lanqi seemed oblivious to the dangers of the Shadow World. Should you consider our team favorably after careful deliberation, feel free to approach me directly. Furthermore, there exist teams with formidable strength yet poor character. Exercise caution. Vivian was not in haste to recruit Lanqi, merely expressing her thoughts. After all, there would be numerous teams for Lanqi to compare and choose from, and she did not wish for him to settle for less by joining them. Unbeknownst to them, Lanqi and Vivian had arrived at a towering red brick edifice resembling a manor hotel. Thank you, Your Highness Vivian, Lanqi said with a smile of gratitude as he passed through the revolving glass doors of the Sage Academy's dormitory. It appeared that some individuals within the school had already taken an interest in him, regardless of whether he joined a team. His challenge in the Shadow World would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. To register as a challenger for the Shadow World, one must carry the official Shadow World Record Program magical card issued by the Southern Continent Shadow World Management Association in accordance with the regulations. It will be able to live record all circumstances and intelligence regarding challengers as they engage in their trials within the Shadow Realm, serving as the most crucial reliance for numerous research societies in their retrospective analysis of information pertaining to the Shadow Realm. Furthermore, it is only with this device that the Shadow Realm Administration Association can compute promotion points for registered challengers after their endeavors conclude. However, the most pivotal feature of the Shadow Realm recording program is its live broadcasting capability, akin to that found in the artificial Shadow Realm activation terminal. For instance, with the exiled Academy serving as an official partner of the Shadow Realm Administration Association, the internal publicity department of the Magic Engineering Institute can broadcast live significant student challenges that hold considerable educational value or have garnered substantial attention on the magical screens throughout the campus. Should Lanqi attract enough attention, he could very well be caught by the faculty of the Magic Engineering Institute. The thought of public humiliation unsettled Lanqi. The feedback from his last assessment, Flame of Winter's Concealment, had not been particularly favorable. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a refreshing breeze greeted him, accompanied by a lively melody in his ears. Upon entering the dormitory building of the Sage Institute, one could behold the grand lobby adorned with opulent platinum chandeliers, resembling bright stars illuminating the entire space. The lobby on the first floor featured sofas and coffee tables, providing students with a place to relax at their leisure. Even in the early morning, some students were already seated on the sofas, sipping tea or engaging in cheerful conversation, exuding an air of relaxation and joy. They hardly paid any heed to Lanqi and Vivian. For them, the arrival of new students over the past few days had become a commonplace occurrence. Lanqi and Vivian stepped across the ancient carpeted floors and approached the reception desk in the lobby. The administrator lifted his gaze towards them. "Are you moving into the dormitory starting today?" he inquired with a smile, donning the identification badge of the exiled Academy, addressing Ranch and Vivian. "Indeed," they replied. "The male dormitory is situated in the left building, while the female dormitory is in the right. The structure behind them houses the dining hall. Room selection operates on a first-come, first-served basis, and as the earliest registrants for both the male and female dormitories, they have the privilege of choosing their preferred accommodation, with vacancies available on every floor." The administrator cheerfully explained that due to the recent departure of the graduating third-year students, the dormitories they once occupied are now vacated. Vivian promptly made her decision. After receiving the key handed to her by the administrator, she turned and departed. "Goodbye," Ranch waved. In his moment of hesitation, Ranch contemplated that the second floor of the male dormitory would be a commendable choice. It offered the convenience of easy access to both floors, unlike the first floor, which was prone to dampness and noise from the constant foot traffic. To clarify, while the first floor does contain a few rooms in addition to the lobby, it has traditionally been less popular. Consequently, the school, in an effort to address the long-term vacancies, remodeled the first-floor accommodations by merging rooms, resulting in spaces that are twice the size of those on the other floors. The administrator remarked with a hint of exasperation, noting how the princess had decisively opted for the second floor without granting him the opportunity to offer recommendations. He dared not linger in the presence of royalty. He couldn't fathom how this ebony-haired, emerald-eyed youth could remain so composed before the princess. "Very well, I shall reside on the first floor," he decided. Sensing that the dormitory administrator appeared eager for someone to occupy the first level. "Certainly, here is the refined and improved translation. Here is the key to room 101. The administrator said with a smile, handing over the silver key inscribed with magical symbols to Lanqi. Despite the annual recommendations for the first-floor rooms, they are not always occupied. This year, however, the first student chose a room on the ground floor, much to the administrator's delight. "Thank you. May I inquire about the location of the fire safety equipment?" Lanqi politely asked after accepting the key. Although the administrator recognized that Ranchi's question was indeed quite reasonable, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease, as it was the first time he encountered a student moving into the dormitory who prioritized fire safety. The reception area of the Sage Academy's first-floor dormitory momentarily fell into silence. The administrator scrutinized Lanqi, who tilted his head with an innocent and puzzled expression, clearing his throat. The administrator soon broke the silence. This student appeared to embody all the virtues of gentleness and humility, which led him to believe that Lanqi could not possibly be a threat. "Of course, my dear student, our institution places great emphasis on the safety of its students, and fire safety is undoubtedly a priority. The entire dormitory building has fully complied with and implemented all fire safety regulations and construction standards set forth by the Kingdom of Hutton, upholding his professional duty." The administrator proceeded to explain the locations of the emergency exits and fire safety equipment to Lanqi. Lanqi listened attentively, occasionally nodding, which only intensified the administrator's apprehension. "Forgive me if my question seems a bit intrusive, but you do not possess any hazardous materials, do you?" After thoroughly addressing Ranchi's inquiries, the administrator posed another question. "No." "Rest assured," Lanqi replied. Lanqi assured with unwavering confidence. The administrator, upon hearing this, seemed to concur. The dormitory was equipped with the latest automatic security devices from the Magic Engineering Institute, rendering the entry of flammable and explosive materials into the building utterly impossible. After bidding farewell to the administrator, Lanqi cheerfully took his keys and set off in search of his room. He had made a conscious effort not to bring excessive luggage from the South China border, planning instead to acquire necessities after settling into the capital. This included tools for card making and more. Ideally, if the dormitory could offer ample space, he would love to designate an area as both an art studio and a card-making workshop. This inclination was one of the reasons he preferred a room on the ground floor. Furthermore, failure was an inherent aspect of card making. It was simply part of the craft. Talia had begun to humorously label Lanqi as a card bomb artist. Thus, practicing card making in the dormitory, a ground floor room would surely be the safest option, he mused. After a few steps, he found dormitory 101 along the corridor adjacent to the grand hall. Inserting the key into the lock, he turned it, and with a crisp sound, the solid wooden door swung open, revealing the entrance hall. The entrance was adorned with a large European-style coat rack and shoe cabinet, providing a convenient place for outer garments and footwear. The entire entryway was both functional and elegant. As Lanqi passed through the entrance, he entered the spacious living area of the dormitory. The living room featured a comfortable sofa, a matching coffee table, and a magical screen affixed to the wall. The cushions and blanket on the sofa were in warm tones, complemented by a vintage floor lamp standing nearby. Sunlight filtered through, casting a gentle glow on the various brown wooden furnishings, enveloping the space in a soft and inviting warmth. Lanqi quickly familiarized himself with the layout of his new abode. The living room connected to 4 distinct spaces. One was a bedroom with an ensuite bathroom, another a balcony, a third a study, and the last appeared to be a spacious storage room, seemingly adaptable to the needs of students. Although the room was somewhat excessively large, overly confined spaces would likely lead to complaints from the students. While deep in thought, a knock on the door of Lanqi's dormitory interrupted him. Upon opening the door, he discovered it was an employee from the Student Services Center, delivering the luggage he had stored there. The subsequent organization of his belongings proceeded remarkably smoothly, and by midday, he had arranged everything adequately. The furnishings were comprehensive, and the storage space was ample and well-structured, which was the most satisfying aspect. This marked the first step towards Lanqi becoming a world-renowned card master. The minimum requirement to register as a card master was to reach the 3rd tier, enabling the creation of 3 types of magical cards: summoning cards, spell cards, and equipment cards. He aimed to elevate himself to the 3rd tier as swiftly as possible, allowing him the opportunity to participate in the Card Master examination at the exiled branch of the Card Masters Association in the Southern Continent. Only by becoming a registered card master and obtaining certification could he secure patent protection, bypass numerous cumbersome authentication procedures and certain fees, and sell efficiently under his name on the official trading platform of the Card Masters Association. In the shadow world, he had effortlessly acquired the status of an iron-level registered challenger without examination. He pondered whether he could start at a higher level in the Card Master assessment. Lanqi murmured to himself while flipping through the pages of his book. The card registration examination, also known as the grading test, employs a classification system reminiscent of the iron, copper, silver, gold, platinum, magic crystal, and master levels established by the Shadow World Management Association. The initial grade of a card maker is determined by their inherent potential. Generally, achieving the iron level signifies considerable success. However, there are exceptionally gifted card makers who may be directly classified as copper or silver due to their outstanding performance. Silver-level card makers are already quite formidable, and it is said that gold-level card makers are exceedingly rare in this institution, while the entire southern continent boasts even fewer gold-level challengers. Alas, my craft remains too unstable, sighed Lanqi as he closed the book in his hands. Although he had independently created the 2 purple rare-quality magical cards, basic etiquette, and friendly communication in recent months, he had only managed to produce these 2 cards along with a few blue precious quality 1st-tier cards. The remainder of his erroneous Healing Series magical cards were purchased from the association, fortunately at base prices, rendering them quite affordable. Regardless, it is time to venture into the true shadow world. Without reaching the 3rd tier, one cannot even participate in the card maker examination. Lanqi, ever the optimist, refrains from worrying about the uncertainties of tomorrow. As the saying goes, enjoy today's wine, for tomorrow is another day. Mastery in card crafting cannot be achieved overnight. For now, all he needs to focus on is the commencement of his brand new life at the exiled campus. Chapter 39, Lanqi's first lesson in September. The capital of Eichlight has begun to shed the remnants of summer's heat. In the gentle morning breeze of the Eichlight Magic Academy, a hint of chill stirred, prompting Lanqi, who resided on the ground floor, to stifle a yawn. Today marked the inaugural day of the school year, and lingering in bed was not an option. He rolled out of bed, exited his bedroom, toothbrush in mouth, and with bleary eyes, glanced out through the floor-to-ceiling window of the living room. There, at the edge of a quaint little garden, a few chirping birds had gathered, perched upon the balcony of his dormitory. As Lanqi drew back the curtains and sauntered over to the birds, they continued to hop about, showing no inclination to take flight. Thus, Lanqi lingered in the courtyard for a while, as more and more birds flocked to his side. They seemed to draw near him, as if yearning for his companionship. "I'm not a druid. Why am I so popular with you?" Lanqi mumbled incoherently while brushing his teeth. He had indeed noticed that whether in the border town, where mere walking would attract adorable kittens, or now at the Eichlight Academy, the birds on campus regarded him as a friend. The small creatures exhibited no wariness towards him. Perhaps his emerald green eyes possessed an innate gentleness, or maybe his aura resonated with the essence of poetry and artistry. Regardless, he did not mind being enveloped by these little beings. After completing his morning routine, Lanqi donned the sage's student uniform delivered by the Student Service Center, and then stood before the mirror. The visage of the youth reflected in the mirror is characterized by exquisite contours. With a straight nose and the ends of his hair neatly tucked behind his left ear, his soft, black hair shines with a serene brilliance under the sunlight, while his elongated, delicate eyebrows stand in stark contrast to his emerald green eyes, exuding a gentle warmth and poised elegance. Cloaked in a deep blue long coat, he is gracefully enveloped, the design of the Sage Academy uniform reminiscent of a midnight sky, mysterious and profound. The cuffs of the coat are loose, adorned with golden stitching along the hem, forming a pattern that embodies the artistic style of the Hedon Kingdom, as well as ancient symbols from the southern continent. Beneath the coat lies a pair of dark trousers and polished boots that gleam with a lustrous black sheen. Each step taken by Lanqi is both stable and comfortable, perfectly attuned to the needs of an adventurer. A perfect beginning, the saga of Lanqi's legendary life commences today. At the Eichlight Academy, within the main building of the Sage Institute, this structure stands out amidst the classical architecture of the campus, showcasing an innovative and distinctive design. The rooftop is adorned with a series of folding light-sensitive magical devices, capturing various natural light while shielding against the low-angle sun. This year, the Sage Institute boasts over 100 qualified students who have been randomly assigned to 3 different classes. Elective courses do not have fixed classrooms. Rather, students must navigate to the respective buildings according to their schedules, occasionally venturing to multifunctional teaching rooms or laboratories in other departments. However, compulsory courses are mandatory for all students, regardless of their elective choices, with each class gathering in designated classrooms during these essential periods. In the first semester, first-year students at the Academy of Sages hardly encountered any opportunities to challenge the true Shadow Realm, resulting in a rather packed schedule of fundamental compulsory courses. With a sense of vigor, Lanqi navigated the campus map and swiftly located his classroom. Upon arrival, he noticed several students already inside. Although he had intended to arrive early, he had taken a few extra minutes to feed his animal friends on the balcony. The wooden-floored tiered classroom was impressively spacious, providing each student with ample room and desk space to stretch comfortably. As Lanqi entered, the students within turned to him, collectively displaying expressions of astonishment at the sight of such a rare individual. The young nobleman, with his black hair and green eyes, was none other than the top scorer of this year's entrance examination for the Academy of Sages, the Dark Judge. This title, bestowed upon him by some students, identified him as a novel category among the legal practitioners at the Academy. Despite Lanqi's renowned performance in the second round of examinations, no one was privy to his practical combat abilities. A widely circulated rumor suggested that he had enjoyed an extraordinary stroke of luck, as he had encountered an examiner suffering from a congenital cardiovascular ailment during the third round, thus breezing through the assessment with ease. Consequently, many students harbored feelings of envy, jealousy, and skepticism towards Lanqi. Upon stepping into the classroom, Lanqi surveyed the scattered seating arrangements and quickly identified a solitary figure in the back row, Miss Hubrian, the Duchess. She was his excellent teammate from the third-round practical assessment in the Infinite Mirage Canyon, seemingly having chosen a position towards the rear of the classroom. However, it was not merely this. The entire vicinity around her was devoid of any occupants, as if intentionally avoiding her presence. This created an undeniable aura of isolation surrounding Hubrian. Lanqi perceived this phenomenon as rather unsettling. Thus, he descended the steps toward the back of the classroom, until he reached the row where Hubrian sat, taking a seat nearby. "Good morning, Hubrian," Ranch greeted her with a warm smile. Hubrian glanced at him in surprise, only to swiftly turn her head away, choosing to disregard him thereafter. The conflicted look in her eyes did not seem to indicate a desire to snub Ranch. Rather, it was an attempt to maintain a semblance of distance for his sake. Observing this, Ranch refrained from engaging in further conversation with Hubrian. For him, it mattered little where he sat to attend the lecture, as he was only acquainted with her. Thus, he opened the book titled Judicial Examination of the Kingdom of Hutton, a compilation of real cases, and immersed himself in earnest study. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky had transformed into a hue of orange and red, with the sun soon to begin its gentle descent. The shadows of the trees outside the classroom cast elongated forms upon the grass, while the wind rustled the leaves in a soft whisper. Hubrian remained seated in her position at the back, and Ranch continued to occupy a nearby seat. However, their states were now markedly different from the morning. Hubrian found these subjects to be exceptionally manageable, even exhibiting a sense of ease. In contrast, Ranch had succumbed to fatigue, resting his head upon the desk in a deep slumber. This classroom was situated within the historically rich, renovated edifice of the Sage Institute, where the wooden frames of the doors and windows starkly contrasted with the red brick walls outside. Despite the absence of scheduled classes, the classroom was remarkably more vibrant than in the morning. In stark contrast, the back row appeared desolately empty, as if an invisible barrier insulated the two spaces from one another. With amber-hued eyes, Hiberia sat quietly, her indifferent gaze fixed on the distant sky beyond the window. Her expression remained inscrutable, yet a multitude of thoughts swirled within her gaze. The upperclassmen visiting were either friends from before the freshmen's enrollment or acquaintances, alongside others like Princess Vivian from different classes, who would inevitably be surrounded by admirers even before their official induction. However, none of this commotion concerned Hiberia. Even though she was the second-ranked freshman in the Sage Academy, no team sought to recruit her. Previously, her father's presence deterred anyone from bullying her due to her demon lineage, surrounding her with seemingly kind-hearted individuals. Now, feeling vulnerable, she finally perceived the hostility and suspicion that demons faced in this realm. Merely making it through the afternoon without incident felt like a stroke of luck. Unlike most, she harbored no desire for anyone to approach her. For if upperclassmen were to seek her out, they would undoubtedly be the troublesome figures from the capital, bringing misfortune rather than solace. One fortunate aspect remained, however, the presence of a gentle soul beside her, who never regarded her as a harbinger of calamity and had shown nothing but kindness since their first encounter. Hiberia couldn't help but glance at the talented yet troubled boy lost in slumber beside her. Several students from other classes had already come to investigate Ranchi, but upon noticing him seated beside her, they swiftly sought an excuse to depart. Moreover, Hubrian finally discerned a truth. This seemingly astute individual, Ranchi, was, in fact, rather inept when it came to magic. Aside from utilizing magical cards, he had never learned how to wield any spells, which was far from the norm for someone in a magical combat profession. Yet, he was remarkably straightforward, despite enduring considerable hardship. He refused to skip classes or take his studies lightly. Hubrian let out a resigned sigh, realizing that even this seemingly omnipotent Ranchi had his shortcomings. Despite the chatter of students in the classroom and the cacophony outside the corridor, Hubrian quietly perused her book, gently turning the pages in an effort not to disturb Ranchi, who lay beside her. She was one to hold grudges, yet she also remembered acts of kindness. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, Ranchi's mere presence seemed to exude a certain gift, calming the spirits of those around him, even while he slept there. Unbeknownst to her, her thoughts gradually immersed themselves in the pages of her book. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the sky subtly transformed with each passing moment, as dense clouds drifted by, briefly obscuring the brilliant warmth of the afternoon sun. The natural light within the classroom occasionally dimmed, casting shadows on the floor that appeared veiled by a delicate gossamer. Nevertheless, this did not detract from Huberian's reading. Rather, she felt an inexplicable sense of tranquility, a sensation she had not experienced in quite some time. Hubrian, who would have thought you would successfully enroll after all? Accompanied by a soft yet jarring voice. A chill surged down Bolian's spine, prompting her to hastily turn her head. To her surprise, she found a pale-faced young man standing in the aisle beside her seat, his hands clasped behind his back. His demeanor exuded an air of composure and defiance. Although Bolian's expression remained unchanged, her breath had grown increasingly labored. "Modin, what brings you here?" It was evident that this was someone she was extremely reluctant to encounter. Modin Gaxigas, the second son of the Gaxigas Marquis family, was a formidable challenger in the Shadow Realm and an exceptionally gifted third-year student at the Academy of Sages, in contrast to the nobles aligned with her father, Duke Alansar, who were hostile towards her. The Gaxigas family, which had always maintained a cordial relationship with Duke Alansar, filled her with even greater disdain. Ever since Duke Alansar's disappearance, Modin had shown no intention of extending help. Instead, he had eyed her with predatory intent, seeking to coerce her into marrying into the Marquis to gain control over her. Shobolian, if you wish to challenge the Shadow Realm in your first year, you might consider joining my team. In truth, you can only join my team, for I am the only one willing to guide you through the Shadow Realm. Modin's words were laced with politeness, akin to an elder brother speaking to a younger sister. Yet his gaze betrayed a blatant desire to dominate and possess Shobolian. No need, she replied firmly, fully aware that, like Lanqi, she had been exempted from examinations due to her high evaluation in the entrance test, already attaining the rank of Iron-level adventurer. However, due to the regulations prohibiting first-year students from engaging in solitary challenges, she is destined to squander numerous opportunities for growth during her freshman year. As Modin aptly stated, no team nor its members would be inclined to accept a being of her kind. Upon witnessing the attitude of Hyberian, Modin's lips curled ever so slightly. Yet there was no hint of mirth in his gaze. Hyberian, no one would willingly turn their back on such a tainted soul, but I remain unfazed. For you lack the strength to defy me. The disdain in his eyes suggested that he had long regarded Hyberian as a mere plaything in his grasp. He lowered his voice and spoke beside her, his intent to humiliate her evident, abandoning all pretenses. Hyberian clenched her fists, biting her lip in silence. Though her heart brimmed with a profound and uncontrollable fury, she refused to acknowledge this scoundrel. Moreover, she was acutely aware that she possessed no power to threaten her adversary. All her protests and threats were mere bluster. Such attempts would not instill fear in him, but rather would only serve to delight him further, enticing him to escalate his cruelty. Even if Hyberian yearned to vanquish Modin through a duel and teach him a lesson, it was an impossibility. The gold-tier registered challenger in his third year at the Sage Academy, Modin was already leagues ahead of Hyberian in strength. And coupled with her inability to challenge the Shadow Realm during this precious first year, the chasm between them would only widen. It seems I was correct. You lack even the courage to resist me. Upon witnessing the sight of Shibrian, Modin appeared quite satisfied, even allowing a light chuckle to escape his lips, as if relishing the moment. His intermittent laughter was not merely an insult directed at her, but also a profound affront to her once noble status and dignity. The illustrious Duchess, once heralded as a rare talent of a century in Hutton, now found herself reliant on a rather inadequate lawyer to navigate the entrance examination of the Exiled Academy, a truly lamentable situation. However, after this remark, Shibrian seemed unable to restrain herself any longer, glaring fiercely at Modin. Oh, is someone upset? Modin squinted, realizing he had successfully baited her. This Duchess, known for her ability to endure the sharpest of barbs, could not abide any disparagement of her friends. He understood that all too well. Just as he prepared to further toy with Shibrian's emotions through his words, a slightly drowsy voice diverted their attention. It appeared that their earlier exchange had awakened Ranch. He had been on the verge of dozing off, caught in a state between sleep and wakefulness, but upon hearing Modin's remarks, the nature of the situation had shifted. Ranch, with sleep still evident in his eyes, turned his head, resting on his arm as he scrutinized the two speakers. Modin, classmate? Perhaps you should revisit the student code of conduct at Exiled Academy. You ought not to have referred to Shibrian as filth. On page 35, line 13. It clearly states that personal attacks on fellow students constitute a breach of school regulations. Shobelian instinctively turned her gaze, finding Ranch still sprawled out, exuding a languid demeanor that was markedly different from his usual self. Modin furrowed his brow as he observed this boy, who was murmuring with his head bowed, his emerald green eyes glimmering like elusive gemstones. He had previously overlooked the presence of this seemingly indifferent slumberer, only to discover that the rumored rule-defying figure with black hair and green eyes was indeed here. However, Ranch's remarks indicated a clear intent to stir up trouble, prompting a soft chuckle from Modin. What if I did launch a personal attack against her? Modin's voice sliced through the air like a chilling wind, as if issuing a dire warning to Ranch. Everyone knew that such hollow school regulations, which merely thundered without raining, would never result in any tangible punishment. Ranch's caution sounded as naive and ridiculous as a child seeking to inform their parents. At last, Ranch lifted his head, adjusting his posture slightly. He seemed convinced that this fellow, Modin, relished in mocking others with his words, ready to retaliate at the slightest provocation. Unfortunately, he was but an amateur in the realm of intellect. Although Ranch's tone remained steady, it carried an underlying authority reminiscent of an inescapable net. Following his words, the previously lively chatter in the classroom fell into an almost palpable silence. All the students, whether eavesdropping, curious, or simply staring, directed their attention towards the back of the classroom. It was quite common for upperclassmen to visit the new student's classroom to engage in light conversations with intrigued newcomers at the start of the academic year. Even though Moden's demeanor has indeed made many students in the classroom feel somewhat uncomfortable, the relationship between the Marquis's son and Miss Huberian, the Duchess, is evidently not a mere display of friendly solicitation. Yet, it is Moden who exerts his influence over Huberian, and such intricate personal vendettas among the nobility are seldom interfered with. No one is willing to associate with this ominous Duchess, and even fewer would dare to offend Moden, a powerful and influential leader of an upper-class team. However, the top-ranking freshman of the Sage Academy can no longer tolerate this situation and is set to confront the Marquis's son directly. In truth, many present understand that the charges laid out by Ranch carry minimal threat. At worst, they could be resolved with an admission of guilt and a fine. What is particularly distasteful about Ranch is that if he were to pursue this matter seriously and win against Moden, it would result in the Marquis's son being left with a criminal record for misconduct during his time at school, a disgrace that would serve as a lasting stigma, becoming a subject of ridicule within noble circles throughout his life. However, Moden Gassigus is not an individual to be trifled with. At this moment, Moden remains unperturbed, showing no sign of being swayed by Ranch's words. After listening to Ranch, he merely smiled. Fortunate Ranch Wilford, I know you possess some legal knowledge and enjoy upholding justice, yet such trivial cleverness is of no consequence to me. I could just as easily countersue you for defamation and incitement. His eyes glinted with amusement as he looked down upon Ranch, mocking his naivety and folly. As a noble, he clearly understands the implications of the crime of insulting nobility far better than Ranch does. Even with witnesses present, the act of insult remains merely a subjective judgment by Lanqi. Should the matter reach the court, Lanqi would find it utterly impossible to substantiate, with objective evidence, that Moden harbored any intent to insult. Though the legal system of Hutton Nation is stringent and boasts an efficient judicial process, it does not possess the extreme severity of the Holy Kingdom depicted in the shadowy realm of the Flame Hidden in Winter. Certain offenses are notoriously difficult to prosecute, unless one is aided by a lawyer of unparalleled prowess. I insulted her? How would you prove that to the judge? Can you read my thoughts and intentions? Moden inquired with a tone laced with mockery directed at Lanqi. You confessed yourself. Lanqi's words evidently left everyone in the classroom momentarily stunned. However, they soon realized that Moden had indeed posed a question to Lanqi, asking, so what if I personally attacked her? And thus, the trap was laid. Chapter 41. Lanqi's bad start in the spacious back row of the Wise Academy's first-year lecture hall. The sudden confrontation following Lanqi's declaration seemed to freeze all sounds in the air, leaving only a stifling, pervasive silence that felt unbreakable. Even the afternoon sunlight streaming through the windows appeared to dim slightly. Regardless of the circumstances, the spectators in the back row silently indulged in the unfolding drama. The students, keenly observing, finally grasped the depth of Lanqi's despicable nature. It turned out that his very first utterance was, in fact, a cunningly devised trap. It was only after successfully provoking Moden's habitual sarcasm that the subsequent legal warning ensued. At that moment, Moden's expression darkened ominously, resembling a brooding storm, and he remained silent, feeling as though he had been manipulated by Ranch. In a brief yet seemingly interminable span of seconds, Ranch finally broke the silence, inquiring about Moden's age. Moden, perplexed by Ranch's question, chose not to respond. He was 19 and Hiberlian. Standing nearby, informed Ranch of this fact. Ranch, calculating in his mind, turned to Moden and remarked, Then you shall be free at 27. Moden was momentarily taken aback, only to soon grasp Ranch's implication. It was clear that Ranch was not threatening him with veiled threats. Rather, he was earnestly considering the minimum 8-year sentence he could secure for the defendant in his capacity as the plaintiff's attorney. It felt as if the earlier exchange had merely been a light-hearted jest. Yet, such a friendly demeanor, devoid of malice, only served to elevate Moden's blood pressure. His pupils quivered slightly, his gaze akin to a volatile powder keg, with his facial muscles remaining still. But his throat constricted as if to suppress the impulsive fury threatening to erupt in unrestrained words. Perhaps you should first see if you can await the inheritance of the Duke's daughter from the Alansar family. Otherwise, All discussions are futile. Modin ultimately restrained the inferno of anger and impulsiveness that seemed ignited by a devilish spark. Ranch Wilfort. If you wish to prevent your own Wilfort Trading Company from being embroiled in this matter, it would be prudent to refrain from further interference in her affairs. He glared coldly at the laxly composed Ranch, threatening him in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Ranch's brow furrowed slightly. In other words, if I continue to assist Hubrian, you will find a way to bring down the Wilford Consortium, won't you? At this moment, Modin became exceedingly cautious. He understood that Ranch's previous question was an attempt to once again entice him into revealing incriminating evidence prematurely. Yet, employing the same tactic was undeniably crude. For instance, he could not possibly feign indifference towards his own Wilford Consortium. However, in the next instant, Modin was utterly taken aback as Ranch gazed at him intently, as if he had encountered a savior. That genuine expression of expectation sent a chill down Modin's spine. What normal person would exhibit such an indescribable joy upon hearing that their family business was under threat? What kind of torment did your father inflict upon you in your youth to instill such hatred for the Wilford family? The business world is a realm where the victor reigns and the vanquished are scorned. If you can swallow it, then do so without feeling the need to inform me. Ranch shrugged, closing his eyes in a seemingly carefree manner. Modin took a deep breath, finally feeling a sense of exasperation. Ranch Wilford, mere verbal sparring holds no significance. Your true abilities will soon be revealed in the shadowy world, and I hope you will not bring shame upon yourself before the entire kingdom, as many are watching you. Modin had come to realize that Ranch's complete disregard for kinship resembled that of a demon. No wonder he could resonate so well with Hubrian. Hubrian, may your fragile vessel be swallowed by the depths of the sea, taking your grandiose dreams with it. Casting aside those words, Modin turned away with a shadowed expression. Her utterances were imbued with unwavering conviction. She believed that one day, she would come to understand and seek her out. After Modin departed, a myriad of subtle murmurs began to ripple through the classroom. Some astute students discerned that Lanqi's recent accusations against Modin could mark a pivotal moment in history. 4. In all the esteemed institutions of the southern continent, there had never been a precedent for successfully imprisoning a fellow student from the same school. Should Lanqi set this unfortunate example, and should Bolian engage him as counsel to intimidate Modin, the ethos of the Icrite Academy of Magic might very well be skewed by Lanqi's actions. Traditionally, when insurmountable conflicts arose between students, they would resolve their disputes in the arena or within the safety of an artificial shadow realm. At worst, they would wager something significant, engaging in duels that bore the weight of honor. However, with Lanqi's demonstration, students would gradually come to realize a new paradigm. In the back of the classroom, Bolian sighed with a resigned smile. From the moment she encountered Lanqi, she perceived him as both earnest and absurdly whimsical. As an opponent, he would undoubtedly be a formidable novice, yet as an ally, he would offer a reassuring presence, the epitome of a delightful newcomer. Lanqi, thank you, she mused. I have always abhorred conflict and preferred to advocate for peace. There is no need for meaningless quarrels among classmates. Once Modin had departed, Lanqi rested his head on the desk, murmuring to himself. He felt on the brink of becoming a slumbering monarch once more. With bleary eyes fixed upon the clock, he perceived each passing moment as an agonizing trial. He had no desire to attend class. Now, even the law examination books that he yearned for seemed beyond his capacity to peruse. It is reminiscent of his high school days when encountering subjects he detested. The moment the teacher began to speak, he would find himself collapsing onto the desk. Lanqi pondered whether he should venture into the shadow world today. Furthermore, students participating in the Shadow World challenges would be awarded a modest amount of genuine credits by the school based on the difficulty and completion of the tasks. These credits could serve as elective credits for any semester, and, if accumulated sufficiently, could even offset required course credits. Consequently, many foolish warriors from the Knight Academy exert themselves in the Shadow World, striving to creatively bypass mandatory classes. Lanqi now felt inclined to follow this path as well. He couldn't help but glance at Bolian. She appeared to be studying with remarkable ease today, utterly unlike his own struggle. Moreover, Bolian seemed to possess a cautious and steady temperament. He wondered if she might agree to accompany him on an adventure in the Shadow World. Chapter 42. Lanqi Law Firm. As the clock approached 4:30 in the afternoon, the sun had tilted down from its zenith, casting a slanted glow through the tall floor-to-ceiling windows onto one side of the classroom. The hue of the light deepened, imbued with a soft, golden orange, bestowing a gentle warmth upon the room. The surfaces of the desks, the empty chairs, and the steps shimmered with a flickering radiance, as if quietly narrating tales of time. In the back row of the classroom, Behind the vacant wooden long table, only Xiao Bolian and Lanqi remained. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Bolian was uncertain why Lanqi was gazing at her. After a moment of contemplation, she met Ranchi's gaze, fixating on his striking emerald eyes, and advised, "Ranchi, please do not involve yourself in my affairs any longer. It is unnecessary for you to be entangled in this." However, Ranchi remained unfazed by her words, merely blinking with an expression of calm indifference. "I cannot stand idly by while a friend is mistreated. Besides, when Moden referred to me as a mediocre lawyer, did you not wish to defend my honor? Should you require any legal assistance, feel free to visit me at Dormitory 101 in the Sage's residence. Once I pass the bar exam, I shall proudly display the sign, Ranchi Law Firm, beside my dormitory door." Ranchi's remarks were inadvertently overheard by other students, although no one approached the clearly weary Ranchi, who seemed disinterested in engaging with strangers. Many were keenly attentive to the unfolding conversation between him and Hyberian. The regulations at Ike Wright School are notably accommodating, as it frequently hosts students with unique talents: blacksmiths, sculptors, painters, chefs, apothecaries, card makers, and the like, who transform their dormitories into thriving establishments, drawing visitors from various houses and year groups. The institution tacitly endorses this diverse social dynamic. Yet, the notion of a law firm had rarely been mentioned before. Who on earth seeks a lawyer in a magic academy? This is a school of sorcery, not a law school. The trees on campus swayed gently in the breeze, their shadows dancing across the classroom floor, reminiscent of a silent ballet. Students meander along the pathways of the campus, their distant laughter and conversations occasionally wafting into the classroom, rendering time both ephemeral and strikingly tangible. Ultimately, after much inner turmoil, Hubrian acquiesced to Lanqi's sincere gesture. Hubrian's expression bore the weight of a solemn promise. Although it might merely be an empty pledge, it signified her acknowledgement of Lanqi as a friend, one who also belonged to the esteemed Alansar family. The Alansar family adheres to the principle of repaying kindness. A counselor to the Duke's household? If that were to materialize, it would indeed be a prestigious title. My father, upon learning of my remarkable achievements in the capital, would likely be taken aback. Lanqi smiled at these words, indifferent to the feasibility of the promise, merely reflecting on his new friend. Hubrian, though you often appear cold and unfeeling, within, you possess a surprisingly kind heart. What does that mean? Hubrian was perplexed by Lanqi's statement. With a smile, Lanqi elaborated. After hearing Lanqi's words, Hubrian's gaze gradually fell, as if she were sinking into a sorrowful reverie from which she could not easily extricate herself, remaining silent for some time. Eventually, she murmured, "Father, he will be all right." Her expression remained seemingly unmoved, yet her emotions had undoubtedly grown intricate. She had risked her life to uncover a few elusive clues regarding her father's disappearance, which only vaguely pointed towards the southern region of the Crexia Empire. At present, she felt exceedingly powerless. Not only is she weak and isolated, but she is also unable to discern who among the inhabitants of the capital is foe, friend, or traitor. To venture alone into the Crexia Empire for an investigation would be tantamount to courting death. She must hasten her journey to strength. Perhaps there is still hope for her father, but time is of the essence if she is to find him. However, such matters are ones that Hubrian would never divulge to Ranch. She cannot allow him to be further ensnared in her troubles. Have you considered venturing into the shadow world? Let us form a team and deliver a minor shock to that realm. Seeing Hubrian lost in contemplation and silent for an extended period, Ranch cautiously posed the question. Among those he knows, Hubrian is undoubtedly the most cooperative ally. Not only does she possess experience in collaboration, but she also proved to be exceedingly reliable during their previous engagements. This reliability is precisely why they succeeded together in conquering the super-doubled version of Infinite Phantom Canyon that day. Hubrian's fingers froze upon the page, her gaze vacant as she stared at Ranch. Her lips parted slightly as if she wished to articulate something, yet also yearned for fresh air. Do you truly wish to join me in battle? At last, she managed to clarify her thoughts, gazing at him in bewilderment, still grappling with the abruptness of his message and this implausible invitation. Certainly, Ranch responded with unwavering assurance. Hubrian lowered her head, fixating on the surface of the table, biting her lip in apparent turmoil. Ranch's kindness towards her stems from his ignorance of her half-demonic lineage. She remains uncertain about how to confess her true nature to him. Even though the friendship at this moment may merely be a fleeting bubble accompanied by phantoms, poised to shatter and dissipate at any moment, she remains uncertain about how to puncture it herself. You can always change your mind, whispered Hubrian, lowering her gaze, effectively acquiescing to Ranch's invitation to team up. However, She also accepted the possibility of Ranch retracting his agreement at any time. I knew you would agree. How about we seize the opportunity before the Magic Engineering Institute closes for the day and challenge the Shadow Realm? I can hardly endure this class any longer. Who on earth added silent casting to the compulsory curriculum this year? I simply cannot grasp it. Ranch lamented, unable to suppress the throbbing in his head as he recalled the morning's lesson. He had not anticipated the courses at the Sage Institute to be so formidable. Or perhaps his practical magical aptitude was significantly lacking. Particularly, the silent casting had tormented Ranch. It was glaringly absent from previous syllabi. Only to be introduced this year due to curriculum changes. Today? Hubrian murmured, momentarily taken aback. Clearly, she had not anticipated Ranch's fervent resolve. This was far more surreal than a spontaneous journey, causing her heart to race wildly within her chest. Yes, right now. Ranch stretched vigorously, as if loosening his muscles. Are you coming with me? When he leaned back against his chair and glanced at Hubrian once more, an unmistakable, confident smile adorned his face. Chapter 43. The immediate departure of Ranchi. The sounds of conversation, the rustling of pages, and the gentle clinking of chairs and tables intertwined, creating a delicate harmony. Though somewhat cacophonous, these sounds evoked a sense of comfort, for they were a true reflection of the essence of life. In the back row of the classroom, Shubrian remained silent, her conflicting emotions beginning to intertwine within her. Her gaze flitted between the teacher's desk and the exit, her fingers lightly pinching the pages of her book as the scales of her heart wavered. Generally speaking, one must undertake various preparations prior to challenging the Shadow Realm. Finally, Shubrian endeavored to quell her tumultuous thoughts, her voice flowing like a gentle stream as she spoke. Of course, we must also consider whether our teammates are suitable. Furthermore, we should practice a bit more to ascertain that our companions are trustworthy, and so forth. In any case, departing immediately feels too abrupt and impulsive. Perhaps we should postpone our journey for a few days. I implore you to contemplate this thoroughly. Her voice grew increasingly subdued. Perhaps by tomorrow, Ranchi would learn of her demonic heritage from Modin or others, unveiling her true self. Then, as agreed, she could retract her decision and make a wiser choice. This, perhaps, would be a more favorable outcome for Ranchi. Observing Shubrian's hesitance and her gradual withdrawal, Ranchi seemed to comprehend the turmoil within her. It became clear that what she truly needed was a more resolute ally to assist her in making a decision. Shobalian, at times, appears to be merely a matter of long-term planning, yet it can inexorably lead to endless procrastination, ultimately culminating in abandonment. Ranchi, with a broad grin, radiated an invigorated spirit. Buoyed by his legitimate plan to skip class, fatigue seemed to evaporate from his being, and his words brimmed with vitality. If we do not set forth now, we shall never embark. His voice resonated clearly as he rose, gazing at Shobalian, seemingly eager to whisk her away on a wondrous journey. In that moment, the sky, gradually transitioning to the hues of sunset, was painted with a delicate blush of pink, reminiscent of dawn's awakening. The classroom's floor-to-ceiling glass windows lay tranquil like the surface of the sea, reflecting their silhouettes. Shobalian gazed into Ranchi's clear and earnest emerald eyes, unable to conceal the genuine spark of excitement shimmering within her own. It seemed she had finally resolved to act. Let us go. With a crisp and resolute tone, Shobalian rose and, alongside Ranchi, hastened towards the classroom's exit. As the two departed, the once boisterous classroom felt as though a stone had been cast into a pond, sending ripples that transformed the air into a profound silence. All eyes were fixed upon the two students who had defiantly chosen to flee just as class was about to commence, until they vanished from sight. A wave of astonishment and curiosity surged, accompanied by the cacophony of chatter, flooding the classroom with speculation. What could they be up to? Skipping class for a rendezvous? Some students were engrossed in gossip, while others gathered together, eagerly discussing with excitement illuminating their faces. Even a few who had been quietly reading their books set them aside to join the fervent conversation. I just overheard that the two of them were planning to venture into the shadow world. This revelation quieted the surroundings significantly, drawing numerous curious gazes. Surely, they wouldn't dare to embark on such an adventure on the very first day of school, would they? You must have misheard. They're undoubtedly concocting an excuse for a date. No doubt about it, they have indeed agreed to explore the shadow world together. Just the two of them? Yes, just the two of them. In an instant, the atmosphere in the classroom became charged with tension. All eyes were focused on the few students affirming the conversation between Lanqi and Zayabolian. Immediately, a cacophony of whispers filled the entire classroom. At Agrite Academy, there is virtually no precedent for two freshmen to team up and venture into the real shadow world on the very first day of school. It is important to note that the vast majority of first-year students do not even possess a license yet. Even those exceptional newcomers who manage to acquire the Iron-level Challenger license upon enrollment typically debut alongside upperclassmen. This is not merely a race or a quest for achievement. It is a perilous challenge that risks one's life and soul, if, and I emphasize if, they truly pass the third round of examinations through sheer skill and not by the rumored strokes of luck. Could they really navigate the authentic second-tier shadow world without any prior experience? It is difficult to articulate. The second-tier shadow worlds can indeed be perilous. While the third-tier shadow worlds may offer a semblance of safety, all contingent upon fortune. Certain shadow worlds, corresponding to specific timelines and historical contexts, may inherently possess significant danger. When confronted with such shadow realms, even challengers of a higher tier than the world itself often face substantial casualties. Amidst the murmur of students' discussions, Vice Dean Ron entered the classroom, clutching a hefty tome of ancient texts. After placing the book upon the lectern, he began to survey the room. He sensed the atmosphere within the classroom was excessively animated. Soon, the new students gradually quieted, directing their attention toward the Vice Dean. Yet, at that very moment, a look of perplexity crossed Vice Dean Ron's face. Why did these students appear as if they were on the verge of speaking yet refrained? They seemed to wish to convey something of great importance to him but hesitated, pondering the appropriateness of voicing it. Ron gazed at a student seated in the front row and inquired. Two individuals have ventured into the shadow world, the student stammered under Ron's scrutiny. Ron glanced around, and without needing to ask which two students, he already knew the answer. The individuals he had been concerned about, Ranch and Huberian, were conspicuously absent from the classroom. Subsequently, Ron pinched the bridge of his nose, his expression becoming notably complex. Although none of the students were aware of the duo's cooperation and performance during the third round of assessments, he was well informed. If other students had rushed into the realm of the real shadow world on the very first day of school, Ron would undoubtedly be filled with anxiety, perhaps even necessitating an urgent assembly. However, if it were Rancy and Huberian, the nature of the situation would shift significantly. Chapter 44. Rancy prepares for the debut in the bustling heart of the Icrid Academy. A colossal structure stands proudly. This edifice serves as the nucleus of the entire campus. Encircled by the 4 distinguished faculties, the Academy boasts an array of classical and modern architectures, each exuding its unique allure. Nonetheless, in contrast to this monumental building, they appear somewhat diminished. This is not merely due to its grand dimensions, but also because its essence starkly contrasts with everything surrounding it. Unlike the Gothic or Renaissance edifices that emanate a sense of history, this structure resembles a military fortress. Its walls, a deep shade of blue, are as unyielding as iron, enveloped by formidable layers of protective enchantments, radiating a gentle golden light that creates visible magical barriers. For the students, merely sensing its presence from afar evokes an intangible sense of oppression. Access to this building is granted solely through the official entrance, necessitating proper credentials and passing through several security checks. Surrounding this barrier, numerous members of the opulent armored Royal Knight Order patrol diligently. All of this is due to the fact that within this building lies a portal to the void leading to the shadow world. In order to prevent cultists or malefactors from infiltrating the shadow realm, all fixed portals to the void located in the southern continent are subjected to the utmost defense and regulation by the Shadow Realm Management Association and the United Council of the Southern Continent. Within the Kingdom of Hedon, where Ranch resides, there are 5 prominent portals to the void, one of which is situated within the esteemed Icrid Academy of Magic. This institution was initially established around this very portal, serving as a hub of high-caliber scholarly pursuits. As the sun began its descent, Icrid Academy was enveloped in a molten hue, creating a serene and dreamlike tableau. The silhouettes of Ranch and Hespelia traversed through the building's security, their shadows elongated and stretching across the expansive pathway. Upon finally entering the interior of the structure, they found themselves in a vast space dominated by an unparalleled portal to the void. Its appearance was both enigmatic and mysterious, yet it possessed a beauty reminiscent of the creator's artistry. The frame was composed of a meteorite-like material, its surface smooth as a mirror, with edges adorned by a luminous flow akin to liquid starlight, shifting in hues between deep violet and silvery white. An ethereal purple glow pulsated across the entirety of the portal, resembling the most profound luminescence of the night sky, flickering and elusive. Imbued with an air of mystery as if countless stars were gently swirling within a cosmic whirlpool. What shall we call the next team? Hespelia inquired, glancing at the final security checkpoint and its workstation, along with the spacious venue before them, turning to Ranch for a response. One simply needs to register their challenger license here and have the staff verify the wearing of the Shadow World record program before proceeding into the Void Gate for matchmaking challenges. Should one wish to engage in team challenges using a team card, the name of the team must also be registered. The team card, known in full as the Shadow World Collaboration Program, serves as another form of magical tool card. Lanqi pondered for a moment, deciding that this could be filled out rather casually. Thus, he opted for Civilization Model Team based on their characteristics as a duo. Hyberlian hesitated, wanting to express her thoughts but ultimately nodded in agreement. She felt she had much to critique but chose to let it go, allowing him his moment of joy. Following this, the two presented their respective licenses along with 2 magical tool cards at the security desk, awaiting the staff to process their paperwork. Once they entered the Void Gate, the Shadow World would automatically begin to match challengers with suitable existing realms, a process beyond human control. It is advised not to exit the Void Gate casually once in matchmaking status, as this could lead to separation. The staff, clad in an officer's uniform, registered their information using a magical device, noting that both had a challenge count of 0. He briefly explained some basic precautions. Both nodded in understanding. Given that numerous challengers from various locations would be matching at the same time, it is generally expected that their low ranks would not result in a lengthy wait. The staff meticulously observed the operation of the magical instrument's crystalline screen while simultaneously elucidating common scenarios to the 2 individuals. Even though Lanqi and Hubrian possessed some understanding of this knowledge, they remained attentive listeners. In the realm of authentic Shadow Worlds, lower-tier challengers found it considerably easier to achieve successful matches, given the high frequency and abundance of lower-tier Shadow Worlds. Conversely, the emergence of higher-tier Shadow Worlds was notably scarce. At times, even if challengers were eager to engage, there might be no Shadow World available for their challenge. Should the association detect the emergence of a cataclysmic Shadow World of 7th tier or above, the Southern Continental United Council would issue a warning to various nations, initiating negotiations among multiple countries to dispatch the most formidable and suitable challengers and teams. The higher the tier of the Shadow World, the more severe the consequences of failure. While the repercussions of failures in 2nd and 3rd tier Shadow Worlds might merely cause minor disturbances in the real world, a failure in a Shadow World of 7th tier or higher would herald a genuine large-scale calamity. Thus, every nation and faction would exercise utmost caution regarding high-tier Shadow Worlds, which is why the status of high-tier Shadow World challengers is so esteemed. They wield significant influence not only in their respective kingdoms but also within the Southern Continental United Council. As for the desire to have a fixed combination of challengers enter the same Shadow World, there are 2 approaches. One is that among the elite challengers, due to their scarcity, the suitable Shadow Worlds are also few. Thus, their simultaneous entry would virtually guarantee matching together. One alternative and steadfast method is to carry the team card, Shadow World Collaboration Program, category, spell card, grade, white ordinary, class, 1, passive effect. Matches companions carrying the same numbered collaboration program into the same Shadow World. Note, number 8918522279 team card. This is the team card that Lanqi and Hubrian purchased at the service counter at the entrance. Jointly issued by the Southern Continent Shadow World Management Association and the Card Makers Association. It is crafted from the natural team functionality card derived from the birth of the Shadow World. Generally, the greater the number of participants in a team, the more challenging it becomes to match into the Shadow World, resulting in longer waiting times and a heightened difficulty compared to solo challenges. However, if only 2 individuals are teamed, the adverse effects are minimal. The staff returned their magical tool cards, and the gate before them swung open. With a wave of his hand, he signaled that they could proceed. Lanqi and Hubrian accepted the magical tool cards with gratitude and then walked towards the Void Gate. After several hundred steps, the 2 remained silent until they stood before the Gate of Void. Are you ready? Lanqi turned his head, smiling at Hubrian. Of course. Hubrian nodded in agreement. Unlike the doors manufactured by artificial Shadow World terminals, the true Void Gate is an unfathomable black hole. Merely approaching it evokes an intangible force, as if it seeks to draw the very souls of those who dare to enter into this endless realm of the unknown. However, Lanqi proceeded without hesitation, stepping forward as if traversing the surface of water. In that instant, sound, vision, consciousness, and even time vanished entirely. The only sensations that remained were the breath of the cosmos, the infinite stars, and the unfathomable void. It felt as though 2 worlds were intricately woven together, interdependent and taking form. Everything had been inverted and reversed, ultimately arriving at a wholly new realm. A tale interwoven with shadows and reality, today, once again, unfolds. Chapter 45, Shadow World. The Purgatory Corridor Academy. As Lanqi regained his awareness, the surroundings gradually illuminated and his vision sharpened. He found himself seated in the back row of a classroom that resembled an expansive theater. In the dimly lit space, the sole source of illumination emanated from a few oil lamps hanging on the walls, casting a faint, nearly tangible golden hue. They flickered continuously, akin to the pulse of life, providing just enough visibility while imbuing the place with an aura of enigmatic drama. Under the soft, waning light, the shadows of the desks and chairs twisted and elongated, mingling with some shifting silhouettes, whispering in the silence. Although Lanqi's gaze fell upon what appeared to be a classroom adorned with red tablecloths and neatly arranged long tables, with a pristine black and gold chalkboard looming at the far end of the classroom stage, the window frames and ornate carvings exuded an antique elegance. Yet, this space, estimated to be around 300 square meters, which should have imparted a sense of spaciousness, inexplicably felt devoid of such comfort. Instead, an intense, sanguine aroma mingled with an indescribable sense of eeriness, momentarily leading Lanqi to question whether he had arrived in the realm of the dead. His gaze descended, revealing an ancient, coarse parchment resting upon a crimson tablecloth, accompanied by an ink bottle and a quill. The surface of the parchment bore inscriptions of a mysterious script, alien to human language. Yet through the innate translation magic of the Shadow Realm, Lanqi surmised that this was an examination paper imbued with the essence of demonic lore. How could this still be a school? Lanqi was profoundly shaken. He believed he had finally escaped the confines of academia, only to discover he had merely transitioned to another institution of learning. To make matters worse, while he had merely attended lectures at the Institute of Icarit, it appeared that at this infernal school he was to plunge directly into examinations, with a sense akin to attending a funeral. Lanqi hesitantly raised his head to survey the surroundings, only to be enveloped by an abrupt wave of alienation that surged through the air. The students within this classroom were a bizarre assortment, each more peculiar than the last. They bore indescribable traits, most adorned with sharp horns, their skin marked with eerie patterns and exoskeletons, with some even sporting elongated black tails. Meanwhile, in the aisles of the classroom, two figures resembling examiners ambled about with a disquieting calm, clad in classical garments reminiscent of suits, neat yet somber. Yet, surrounded by the stench of blood and an aura of malevolence, they appeared particularly sinister. It was evidently a dire situation. In contrast to his previous experiences in the relatively benign-themed shadow realms of the Flames of Winter's Concealment and the Endless Phantom Canyon, this authentic shadow realm was evidently not one of a lighter nature. Soon, pertinent information regarding the shadow realm unfurled before Lanqi's eyes. This is a hint visible only to challengers of the Shadow Realm. Level, 4th tier, number of challengers, 6. Mission overview. You are infiltrating a grotesque academy of the Demon Realm. Far too absurd for human civilization, gathering intelligence. Tonight shall prove to be the most perilous night. You must strive to survive. Time remaining, 11 hours 59 minutes. Mission Objective 1. Achieve over 60 exploration of the academy. Current progress, 3. Mission Objective 2. Investigate the source of tonight's dangers. Mission Objective 3. Ensure at least one individual survives until the time limit expires. Current survival status, 6-6. Challengers Lanqi and Shibelian commence at the examination venue. Duration, 2 hours. Subject, Demon Magic Literature. Any form of cheating during the examination, if detected by the proctor, will grant the proctor the authority to eliminate the examinee. Should a participant be assessed with a score below 50 at the conclusion of the examination, they will be deemed unqualified, and the proctor will immediately enact elimination. Examinees may submit their papers early and may raise their hands to seek assistance from the proctor if needed. Time remaining in examination, 1 hour 59 minutes, as Lanqi focused his thoughts. This information panel, akin to that of the artificial Shadow Realm, could be concealed or revealed anew. However, after comprehending the contents of his inaugural experience in the true Shadow Realm, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. 4th tier, what on earth is this? Lanqi refrained from commenting on the nightmarish examination scenario. He, being of the 2nd tier, and Shibelian of the 3rd tier, should not, by any means of mathematical logic within the realm of shadows, have been matched in a 4th tier Shadow Realm. However, what Lanqi was more concerned about was whether, as per the indications from the Shadow World, he was currently masquerading as a demon due to the mechanisms of that realm. Would this tarnish his image? As he touched his head, he indeed felt 2 horns protruding. The faint reflection from the inkwell revealed that his black hair and green eyes remained unchanged, while the horns and the patterns on his face were pure white. Meanwhile, within the campus of Icarit, The tranquility of the late afternoon was palpable. At 5 o'clock, the academy was enveloped in a profound stillness. The sun was slowly descending towards the western horizon, casting its final golden red hues upon every corner of the campus. Not far from the entrance, in the Jarrah Memorial Square, a group of students meandered, relishing their post-class moments, discussing options for dinner. Many students perched on the steps of the square, watching the outdoor giant screen that displayed a continuous stream of campus news. Occasionally, this outdoor screen showcased the current challenges that students were undertaking in the shadow world, serving both as entertainment and a means of learning. Of course, several students sat leisurely on the steps before the screen, engaging in casual discussions about the recently concluded classes or quietly perusing books, lost in their own worlds. A new fourth-tier shadow world? Remarkably, it is a rare historical realm of the Demon Clan. A student suddenly murmured to himself from the steps, prompting many others to lift their gaze towards the screen at that moment. On the first day of school, few students dared to challenge the shadow world. Thus, a new challenge emerged, immediately recognizable. Moreover, it was characterized by a distinctly dark and thematic aesthetic. Wait, are those two new students? Soon, a chorus of astonished exclamations arose as students noticed the Challenger information section beneath the live broadcast of the Shadow World. Chapter 46. The Thirst for Knowledge. Inside the classroom of the Demon Academy in the Shadow World, a unique dim atmosphere seemed to slow the passage of time. Each second suspended like an eternal moment encased in amber. The crimson tablecloth, illuminated by the faintest glimmer of light, stood out remarkably and intense. Rich shade of red that was absurd yet brimming with artistry. In this classroom, light and shadow, clarity and obscurity, stillness and motion, shifted in a harmonious and orderly manner. It was evident that the examination had commenced. Ranqi understood that upon entering the shadow world, the essence lay in observing and comprehending the circumstances and reality at hand. The shadow world often adhered to a sense of logic. Unless the challengers made errors in judgment or failed, scenarios of certain death or insurmountable challenges would not arise. With his keen emerald eyes, Ranqi scanned the environment of the classroom, the dim light flickering within his pupils. Despite his efforts to minimize his movements, he quickly noticed several students engaging in irregular behavior. Their eyes flickered, and their heads occasionally turned, each one plotting to cheat. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sliced through the oppressive silence of the space, declaring, "This is a warning. Any whispering will be regarded as cheating." The once aspiring demon examinee, who had contemplated a furtive glance, was immediately petrified by the chilling warning that echoed through the air. Those nearly scrutinized demon candidates swiftly bowed their heads, momentarily diverting their entire focus to their examination papers, their faces a tableau of terror and anxiety. Beads of sweat trickled down their foreheads like dewdrops on leaves, trembling and poised to fall at any moment. Despite their inherently fearsome visages, the overwhelming presence of the demon examiners rendered the hierarchy of strength unmistakable. Subsequently, the examiners resumed their methodical surveillance. Yet, when one of them turned his head, a sinister grin betrayed his demeanor, akin to a beast long confined, yearning for carnage. Fixated on its cage, biding its time for the perfect moment to pounce, Lanqi observed this scene with silent intensity. The prowess of the demon students was relatively easy to gauge. Their magical intensity was not exaggerated, predominantly hovering around the second and third tiers, similar to that of Lanqi and Shoberian. The formidable demon examiner who instilled such fear among them was likely no less than fourth tier, possibly even fifth. With two terrifying fifth-tier demons overseeing the initial demon examination, brute force would certainly not suffice for passage to other realms. However, Lanqi discerned a silver lining. Shoberian was seated to his left, merely an empty seat separating them. This proximity evoked a sense of familiarity reminiscent of their days in the back row of the Sage Academy before their truancy. Shoberian's appearance had undergone little change, save for the addition of certain demonic traits, leading Lanqi to surmise that his own transformation was likewise minimal. Their brief exchange of glances confirmed Shoberian's recognition of him. Yet, for reasons unknown to Ranqi, the typically composed and rational Hyberlian appeared to be in a rather dismal state. Moreover, during their earlier exchange of glances, her averted gaze suggested a profound fear of revealing her demonic visage to him. Consequently, Ranqi chose to lower his head and fixate on the items before him. The parchment examination paper, adorned with the emblem of the school, resembled the grim countenance of a ferocious demon, its fiery eyes seemingly gazing at him from another realm. Beside it, an ink bottle crafted from magical crystal boasted a mouth lined with mithril, its interior filled with ink as dark as the night, appearing to harbor an immense, immobilized magical force. The feather of the quill, jet black and sharp as a blade, glimmered with a metallic sheen. while its handle was inscribed with enigmatic patterns that reflected a chilling crimson hue, reminiscent of a set of vintage magical scroll-making tools. Indeed, this was an examination on demonic magical script, where the candidate's responses required not only writing but also the meticulous crafting akin to that of creating magical scrolls. He directly encountered the final, pivotal question, as he was unable to comprehend the preceding ones. Question 10, 12 points. Please delineate the magical formulas applicable in handling precious materials, each capable of achieving the following effects. 1. Causing the beast to swiftly shed its sharp fur. 2. Altering the color of the beast's hide. 3. Inducing a slight hardening or softening of the beast's fur. Having briefly scanned the entirety of the examination paper, Lanqi could not help but draw a deep breath. He truly found himself unable to compose even a single response. Lanqi discovered that, although the magic of demons was peculiar, it indeed possessed a certain substance, as it encompassed principles of spellcraft unattainable by human magic. For instance, these 3 forms of life magic found in the present human realm were entirely non-existent. He was finally convinced that these questions were not meant for humans. Even Talia might not be familiar with the ancient demonic spells on this examination paper, given the vast temporal chasm that separated them. Many civilizations across various races had experienced fractures and disappearances over time. Nonetheless, Lanqi was undeterred. Like a pioneer uncovering a new world, he gradually tightened his grip on the parchment scroll, his gaze betraying a burgeoning excitement. The 3 spells mentioned at the conclusion of the paper ignited a fervent desire within him to learn. The existence of such magic within the exam signified that the school must provide instruction on it as well. If these ancient demonic spells could be employed by beasts, might it be conceivable for a master of both demonic and human magic, utilizing the latest modern techniques, to enhance them into a version applicable to humans? Lanqi found himself deep in contemplation, his thirst for knowledge intensifying. In his mind, he began to envision a grand unveiling of Autumn's new products. In our everyday lives, we often encounter individuals whose hairstyles leave much to be desired, even igniting an impulse to assist in altering their appearance. Thus, the magic of modifying another's hairstyle becomes exceedingly practical. As an artist, Lanqi deemed it essential to master this theoretically achievable magic. Therefore, he must expedite his success in the current examination. For the moment, Lanqi seized the opportunity while both examiners were momentarily distracted, casting a glance at Brian. The reasons behind Huberian's current state remain inexplicable. She appears unusually fragile, as if enduring a FAAD. He has had little opportunity to engage in meaningful conversation with her, contemplating that he can only inquire about her well-being after they navigate this examination together. Chapter 47. Ranch begins to misbehave within the spacious classroom of the Academy of Demons. The interplay of dim light casts an air of inexplicable melancholy and obsession upon the oak floor and carpeting, with the sole clarity emanating from the resolute footsteps of the examiner, as if an ominous intent lingers within the examination hall. In the rear of the examination room, Huberian bows her head, her gaze trembling slightly, her mind a blank canvas. She never anticipated finding herself in a realm that necessitates the guise of a demon. For her, this is an extreme form of punishment. Unlike other challengers who temporarily donned a demonic guise against the backdrop of the shadowy world, she has been stripped of her usual magical disguise, revealing her truest demonic form. This visage is one she would rather perish than allow the denizens of the capital to witness, especially in such a public setting. Huberian is at a loss for how to confront Ranch in this guise. However, the only clarity in her mind at this moment is the realization that her and Ranch's shadowy world is being showcased on the screens within the academy. This is a performance, a veritable execution. She must strive to calm her tumultuous emotions and attempt to comprehend the examination questions before her. Though Huberian possesses a remarkable affinity for demonic magic due to her half-demon lineage and is innately equipped with some demonic spells, she has been raised as a duchess in the human realm and is utterly bewildered by the complexities of the chaotic demonic magic that she is expected to master. If even she cannot accomplish it, it signifies that these questions are undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of the challengers themselves. To successfully navigate this examination and depart from the testing room, the answer is evidently clear. The challengers within the examination hall must discern which fellow candidates possess the ability to solve the problems, surreptitiously transcribing their answers while evading the watchful gaze of the 2 examiners. Furthermore, cooperation between Huberian and Ranch is essential, otherwise, within the span of 2 hours, they may not manage to gather sufficient and acceptable answers. Among the demon students, there exists a mutual wariness. For instance, the students in the front row are particularly cautious about others seeing their papers. And it is not beyond the realm of possibility that there are some with malicious intent who might deliberately mislead others with incorrect answers. Hubrian exhaled deeply, striving to steady her erratic breathing. The sole source of reassurance for her was the calm presence of Ranch nearby. Presumably, he has also grasped the rules for navigating this examination. Naturally, Hubrian was uncertain whether her envisioned strategy for success aligned with Ranch's, hence she refrained from any action. Their agreement was simple. Ranch would observe the adversaries, while she need only keep her eyes on him. Not far to her right, Ranch leaned back in his chair, head raised, contemplatively gazing at the two examiners. They were impeccably dressed, outwardly polite, yet exuding an unmistakable aura of terror that could not be concealed. Another demon, adorned with dragon horns and scales, exuded an aura of majesty and strength. Within its pupils flickered what appeared to be flames. Possessing a physique akin to that of a human, it was clad in an opulent, vintage suit embellished with intricate patterns, reminiscent of a symbol of power. It seemed to be one of the esteemed faculty members of the institution. Although the two examiners noticed Rancher's gaze, they chose to remain silent. Rancher's expression was earnest, as if his heart were as clear as a pristine mirror, displaying no semblance of a desire to cheat. Rather, he appeared fatigued from the examinations, seeking merely to relieve his eyes. Crucially, paying respect to the examiners did not constitute any form of conspiratorial behavior. Nevertheless, such an action would undoubtedly attract a degree of their attention, consequently escalating the difficulty of any potential dishonesty. However, this was not without purpose. After several minutes of observation, Rancher uncovered numerous details. For instance, the movements and velocities of the two examiners were remarkably systematic. Moreover, it was evident that instances of malpractice were present within the classroom. Several demon students in the front rows, upon recognizing a mutual blind spot in the examiner's line of sight, would seize that fleeting moment to engage in furtive activities. Just moments ago, one of the demons in the front row appeared to have employed mental magic to momentarily seize Rancher's vision, plunging him into darkness. Subsequently, Rancher felt as though he had been marked as an academic underachiever, a group of cheaters, upon realizing his inability to solve the problems. Offered him no opportunity to glean any insights, effectively ostracizing him from participating in their academic deceit. Fortunately, my mental fortitude and magical resistance are sufficiently robust. Otherwise, being subjected to such a spell that obscures vision would indeed be quite nauseating, Lanqi mused. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, feeling as though he was gradually grasping the entirety of the situation. It was time for him to begin showcasing his prowess. In Lanqi's location, every minute or so, an opportune moment would arise when both examiners would simultaneously fall into a blind spot. There existed a fleeting window of 1 second, a prime opportunity to attempt a bit of subterfuge. This rare moment was about to present itself once more. At that instant, Lanqi observed the two demon students seated in front of him, unable to resist turning sideways, their hands clenching their papers, their demeanor taut with tension. Their plan was to each complete the questions they knew and then, during this fleeting moment, attempt to exchange their examination papers. All of this unfolded under Lanqi's watchful gaze. Though simple and rather crude, their scheme proved effective, as both demon students had astutely refrained from writing their names on the papers. Meanwhile, Shobolian quietly observed Lanqi from the side. Following the direction of Lanqi's intense focus, she too took note of the movements of the two demon students in front. Shobolian could not help but acknowledge that Lanqi's audacious decision to openly survey the entire scene, while increasing the examiner's scrutiny, also allowed him to efficiently gather a wealth of information. For instance, it was highly probable that the two candidates in front would soon attempt to swap their papers. If Lanqi reacted swiftly enough, he could employ the auxiliary function of the magical card, Shadow World Record Program, to capture the information on the two examination papers at the precise moment they exchanged them. To a certain extent. Subsequently, she surveyed her surroundings, a privilege solely possessed by challengers, granting them a distinctive advantage and access to information others lacked. As blind spots emerged, the two demon students in the front row began to stir. Hubrian eagerly anticipated that Lanqi would successfully seize the answers. By leveraging the two students in front as a springboard, perhaps they could obtain more answers from their peers, allowing them to submit their work and leave the examination hall well before the tower mark. Just as this thought crossed Hubrian's mind, Lanqi raised her right hand. "Teacher, they are cheating. I saw you both." Thus commenced a brutal slaughter. The piercing screams seemed to be compressed within the air, leaving the other demon students gasping for breath. In the next moment, the classroom echoed with the sounds of shattered bones and splattering blood and entrails. The cheating demon candidates had, in a mere instant, been transformed into lifeless corpses. Chapter 48. Ranchi plays a grand game in the spacious and classical examination hall. Very well. Maintaining order in the examination room is our solemn duty. Ranchi nodded, exuding the aura of a class monitor. Following this, as Hubrian felt a chill run down her spine. Unable to comprehend the unfolding events, Ranchi not only refrained from halting her actions, but also entered a frenzy of reporting. Although the two examiners had their blind spots. With Ranchi seated in the back row, these blind spots were significantly diminished. Thus, the entire classroom transformed into a space overseen by 3 examiners. Ranchi, now neglecting her own exam, focused entirely on invigilating. The other demon students cast resentful glances at Ranchi, as if they could depict countless breeds of horses yet be utterly incapable of capturing the essence of Ranchi's steed. The clock tower of exiled Academy indicated 5 o'clock. While the outdoor giant screen at Jarrah Memorial Square, encircled by various teaching buildings, was broadcasting the day's campus news and the ongoing challenges in the Shadow Realm. Typically, this grand magical screen, stationed at the heart of the square, would come to life with a vibrant atmosphere akin to an outdoor film screening as night fell. Students would then gather, holding beverages or snacks, lounging on the steps opposite the screen, engaging in leisurely conversation. At this moment, however, the crowd in the square was sparse. The surrounding pathways were mostly occupied by passers-by, either meandering leisurely or heading to dinner. Some glanced at the outdoor screen before continuing on their way. The setting sun cast its rays upon the windows of nearby buildings, reflecting a dazzling light that illuminated the square, the giant screen, and the steps, as if adorned by the sun's brilliance. Yet, in stark contrast to the usual ambience, the students gathered in the square were palpably more agitated. Their chatter far from the languidness typical of an afternoon. What is that fool doing? If other demons won't let him copy, does he intend to make it difficult for them as well? Insanity. Students witnessing Ranchi's bewildering antics began to shout. Though he sought swift retribution, he was equally at a loss for answers. Newcomers like him remained utterly perplexed by the mechanisms at play. Many upperclassmen shook their heads in despair, their expressions pained. So arrogant, so foolish, and cursed with wretched luck. The gravity of the situation is no longer merely the fact that 2 first-year freshmen ventured into the Shadow Realm on their very first day of school. The critical question lies in why they became entangled in a 4th-order Shadow Realm, a domain that is unequivocally beyond the grasp of novices. Typically, even silver-tier challengers may find themselves under considerable strain when confronting such peril. Moreover, the scene depicted is one of extraordinary danger. The initial location is steeped in lethal threats, leaving no time for adaptation or strategizing before the instinct to survive must kick in. An incident has occurred, and the faculty of the Sage Academy should have already convened an emergency meeting. Before the grand open screen at Jarrah Memorial Square, the number of onlooking students continues to swell, accompanied by a cacophony of discussion. "Isn't that the fellow named Ranchi Wilford?" remarked a student who paused to gaze at the screen, brows furrowed in concentration. "Who? Is he well known?" he asked the dark horse who unexpectedly clinched first place in this year's Sage Academy entrance examination, though his true capabilities remain shrouded in mystery. The information from the 3rd round has been personally sealed by the Academy's principal, Loren. All that is known is that his magical prowess in combat, particularly in the arcane arts, is surprisingly feeble. Once the spectacle of onlookers begins, it tends to amplify rapidly, much like dough rising. Within mere minutes, the steps facing the open screen are nearly filled with students from the exiled Academy, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The 2 calamities have come together again, someone mused. Ah, that is indeed the true visage of Hiberlian. So wicked, so vile. Heh, I wonder how that Na'vi young man will react upon discovering the truth. Noble passers-by scoffed and departed from the scene, seemingly indifferent to the fates of the 2 individuals. The once elegant classroom was now suffused with a pungent odor of blood. The atmosphere of refined indulgence shattered, replaced by a palpable aura of frenzied slaughter. The 2 demonic invigilators patrolling the room were stained with blood. Each step they took leaving grotesque crimson imprints on the floor. The suit of the dragon-horned demon was drenched in red, his eyes brimming with cruelty and satisfaction. While the owl demon quietly wiped the blood from his hands, his gaze shrouded in darkness, betraying no emotion. In a matter of mere minutes, the classroom transformed from an examination hall into a grotesque banquet of carnage, imbued with an ineffable sense of absurdity. Yet, even as Ranchi remained neither demon nor human, becoming the 3rd examiner, some demonic students still chose to risk it all and attempt to cheat. For those demons who could not solve the problems, cheating was the only alternative to death. Success and cheating offered a slender glimmer of hope. At times, Ranqi would deliberately turn a blind eye, refraining from reporting the cheating demons even when he witnessed their transgressions. In a sense, this provided a modicum of hope for those students. The two demonic examiners seemed to tacitly condone Ranqi's actions, their ears perked up, eagerly awaiting his next report. At the back of the examination hall, Brian buried her face in her arms on the desk, her hands covering her face. Already fraught with confusion and unease, she now found herself utterly bewildered by Ranqi's maneuvers. Moreover, she felt that, in comparison to Ranqi, she was accentuated as more of an individual. Nevertheless, even if she were to exit this examination hall alongside Ranqi today, their identities would likely be lost. However, neither the demonic students within the examination hall, nor the vigilant Brian, nor the students from Ikrit Academy observing the shadow world from outside, noticed the subtle transformation occurring within the classroom. Although Ranqi appeared to be indiscriminately hunting down the demonic students violating examination protocols, an uneven distribution gradually emerged, reminiscent of a matter of luck or perhaps a deliberate action by Ranqi. It seemed he intentionally reported those students at moments that brought the dragon demon examiners closer to the candidates engaged in deceit. Consequently, in most instances, it was the dragon demon who managed to catch the cheating candidates, while the owl demon could only watch in helplessness. As a result, the owl's gaze began to fill with a burgeoning envy towards the dragon demon. Ranqi rested his left hand on the table, cradling his chin, the corners of his mouth subtly quivering, as if he were on the verge of laughter. In Chapter 49, Ranqi garnered attention. At the same moment in Ikrit Academy of Magic, the Vice Principal Ron, who was initially engaged in a lecture within the teaching building, received an urgent message. Instantly, his expression turned grave as he announced an early dismissal, hastening to the conference room in the Hall of the Sage. As he pushed open the heavy door, despite the soft color palette of the conference room's decor, a palpable tension seemed to hang in the air, solidifying within that enclosed space. The faces of each teacher appeared particularly grave, their gazes fixated intently on the screen at the center of the conference room. "Loren, what is their situation?" Vice Dean Ron inquired anxiously as he took a seat beside Dean Loren. Initially, Ron believed that neither the second-tier Shadow World would pose a challenge to Ranqi and Hubrian, nor would the third tier, which they could likely navigate with ease. After all, with their ranks, they would either enter a more challenging second-tier Shadow World or a simpler third-tier one. However, Ron never anticipated that these two complete novices would, in their inaugural attempt at the Shadow World, become ensnared in the perilous fourth-tier Shadow World, the demon realm of unknown time and space, a realm inhospitable to ordinary humans. There are two potential explanations for being matched with a Shadow World significantly above one's rank. The first scenario entails an unfortunate stroke of luck triggering a low-probability event, though in such cases, the other teammates typically possess above-average capabilities. The second scenario suggests a violation of protocol, where higher-ranked individuals deliberately team up with lower-ranked ones, intending to overwhelmingly dominate a lower-tier Shadow World, thereby disrupting the normal matching mechanism of the Shadow World. Generally, this constitutes a serious incident, however. It does not necessarily imply a poor compatibility with the Shadow World for the two in question. Dean Loren contemplated the magical screen at the center of the conference room, broadcasting images from the Magical Engineering Institute, and mused thoughtfully. Vice Dean Ron nodded in understanding, grasping Loren's implication, albeit recognizing that certain matters could only be delicately articulated by Loren in his capacity as dean. Most challengers, particularly those beneath the platinum rank with insufficient experience, find themselves unable to perform adequately in the perilous realm of shadows, hindered by the bizarre environment, peculiar rules, and the excessively violent and chaotic historical context. However, there exist individuals who, upon entering this frenzied world, discover talents that remain dormant in the mundane realm. In the dominion of demons, human laws hold no sway. Once the shackles of legality are cast aside, the nature of these beings becomes difficult to assess. Within the domain of the Sage Academy lies a quaint loft designed as a library. Towering, ornate bookshelves stretch from the floor to the ceiling, resembling the ramparts of an ancient castle. On the second floor of this edifice, independent magical screens exist, capable of selecting images from the rotating display. Ha ha ha, Modin. It seems you have been outwitted by a fool today. A young woman clad in a black dress sits in the principal's seat, laughing heartily as she clutches her stomach and kicks her legs in amusement. This structure belongs to their team and serves as a uniquely sanctioned venue for their activities by the Academy. Despite Modin being a gold-ranked challenger and the leader of this group, the true authority in this space is unmistakable. The woman in the flowing black gown is a platinum-level fourth-year student, possessing immense power and a prestigious status that surpasses that of most faculty members. Indeed, it appears he will not be seen again for some time. The once solemn expression of Modin Gassigus, the young Marquis, has now transformed into one of considerable ease. However, one must be prepared for the possibility that he is not a simpleton. Within an independent laboratory affiliated with the Magic Engineering Institute, the spacious and luminous design is exquisitely refined, predominantly adorned in shades of white and gray, evoking a sense of tranquility and focus. The lofty ceiling is illuminated evenly, casting a gentle glow upon every corner, while the entirety of the circular walls is embedded with magical screens, displaying various data and information. Scattered throughout the laboratory are workstations of diverse shapes, where diligent magic engineers are engrossed in their studies. Is that truly the young man mentioned by Her Highness, Princess Vivian, the top scholar of the Sage Institute this year? From a distance, the voice of a companion standing before the magical screen can be heard. A striking young man, clad in work attire and wearing heavy gauntlets, is diligently repairing magical apparatus, lifting his goggles to gaze at the images on the screen. Thankfully, he was not summoned here. A girl beside him, dressed in a different style of uniform from the Magic Engineering Institute, remarked. The young man scratched his head in confusion, muttering to himself. But the current scene in the Demon Examination Hall, where the mechanism has been utterly dismantled, appears to be a deadlock. Do you not understand? The young man removed his gauntlets, set down his tools, and seated himself at the table, contemplatively observing the magical screen. He shared the same light golden hair as Princess Vivian, yet his attire was remarkably unpretentious, resembling that of an ordinary citizen. Consequently, many often fail to recognize him as a prince, perceiving instead his extraordinary demeanor. Have you discerned anything? The girl inquired. I'm not entirely certain, the young man replied. The young girl fell silent, standing aside with her arms crossed and her head turned. Were it not for the repercussions of assaulting royalty, she would have taken action by now. In the dormitory of the Night Academy, students began to emerge from the hallways and staircases, having just concluded a day of studies. Some appeared invigorated, while others bore the marks of fatigue. As the time for classes to end and dinner to commence approached, the number of individuals in the corridors noticeably increased. One must hurry to Gerald Memorial Square, lest the steps be overcrowded. Unexpectedly, the Sage Academy also harbored its fair share of reckless individuals. Not far away, at the corner of the first-floor corridor, stood a student with grayish-white hair. His sunglasses perched arrogantly upon his nose, he held 2 nails between his lips as he affixed a plaque inscribed with Freya Detective Agency beside his dormitory door. Passers-by who caught sight of Freya wore expressions of mild astonishment, setting aside the peculiar notion of a detective agency existing within the school. One might ponder the presence of a detective at the Night Academy. However, upon recognizing the white-haired man with violet eyes, exuding an aura of untamed strength akin to that of a wild wolf, the new students found it hardly surprising. Freya fixated on the plaque, lost in thought. He remained unaware of the unusual disturbances that had transpired within the school, prompting the evening's commotion. Perhaps he would investigate further later. With renewed focus on his task, Freya continued his work. Chapter 50. The opening performance of Lanqi within this classroom, transformed into a grotesque banquet of slaughter, time seemed to stretch interminably, each second manifesting as an agonizing eternity. The flickering candlelight on the wall cast a gentle, wavering glow, oscillating between brightness and dimness, as if counting down to the impending conclusion of an examination that drew ever closer to death. Seated in the back row, Shobalian relinquished her thoughts. She found herself utterly bewildered by Lanqi's intentions. However, her previous experiences of interaction and collaboration indicated that it was prudent to momentarily refrain from grasping Lanqi's thoughts. At least it reassured her of her own normalcy. She merely needed to keep a vigilant eye on Lanqi, her role resembling that of a caretaker, responsible for providing support. It felt as though she was biding her time for an opportune moment. After several seconds had elapsed, Lanqi set down his pen and naturally leaned back in his chair, once again embodying the persona of the third proctor. In a brief moment, he identified a student who had successfully engaged in cheating and promptly raised his hand to report the transgression. Shobalian remained quietly bowed beside him. Although she could not fathom what Lanqi was anticipating, an instinct warned her that something abnormal was on the verge of unfolding. This time, the malevolent demon drew closer to the reported student. He began to stride forward with an air of cruel delight, ready to exact punishment on the cheating candidate. Lanqi observed the scene with leisurely composure, yet his gaze remained sharply focused on the 2 demonic proctors. Presently, there existed a fleeting window, a period that Lanqi could artificially create. characterized by the longest blind spot in the dual proctor's line of sight. He silently counted the seconds in his mind. And as he cradled a magical card concealed within his palm, it seemed he had finally discerned the arrival of a pivotal moment. With decisive intent, Lanqi unleashed the basic etiquette card he held, compelling a demon candidate positioned diagonally before him to kneel. Thud. In an instant, the demonic examinee lost all control. Twisting his body and kneeling before Lanqi, the unfortunate demon, adorned with green scales around his neck, gazed with tear-filled eyes, his trembling lips failing to utter a word. However, such a grand gesture left little room for denial. Thus, in a state of psychological collapse, the two examiners hastened towards him. Unlike any previous occasion, they seemed to adhere to an unspoken rule, swiftly determining who could reach the cheating examinee first, while the other continued to monitor the surroundings. Yet, on this particular instance, an apparent coincidence led them both to believe they could be the first to reach the transgressor and enact punishment. Consequently, the owl demon and the dragon demon both sprang into action. In the rear, Lanqi lowered his head, his index finger tapping rhythmically against his elbows. As he continued to calculate in his mind, the current situation mirrored precisely what he had anticipated. He had meticulously recorded the movements of the two examiners based on their previous actions and deduced the speed at which both demons operated. Thus, he could easily ascertain a critical moment. If a specific examinee was reported at these calculated times, both examiners would arrive simultaneously at the accused side. Given their unabashed thirst for retribution, neither would relinquish this opportunity lightly. Now, this scenario had been successfully orchestrated by Lanqi, just 2 rows ahead of Lanqi. At the edge of the aisle, the dragon demon was poised to strike down the cheating examinee when his wrist was seized by the owl demon. "I was here first," he declared. "Do not be overly greedy. Release your grip." The words of the owl demon were chilling, as if harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the dragon demon. The murderous intent of the two high-ranking demons seemed to intensify with their rising anger, clearly shifting towards each other. Although Shibarian did not turn her gaze to observe the situation 2 rows to her right, her heart raced with fervor. She began to grasp what Ringi intended to do. It seemed as though Ringi had lost his mind. Yet, Shibarian remained uncertain, even if Ringi summoned his trump card, the great love poet, at this moment. Could it truly ignite the fury of the 2 demon examiners, driving them into madness? No matter how potent their murderous intent, the 2 high-ranking demons maintained their rationality, adhering to the examination rules without resorting to violence. However, Shibarian sensed Ringi's faint chuckle. No other demon in the examination hall noticed the almost imperceptible tiny insect on the ground, stealthily crawling up the dragon demon's suit along the tips of his shoes. Friendship Forever Bug, category, summoning card, grade, blue rare class, 1. Effect, able to learn and hear the target's voice, and then articulate according to the summoner's intent. Note, you cannot speak. I will assist you in speaking. This was one of the few finished cards Ringi had crafted, aside from basic etiquette and friendly communication. The 2 demon examiners continued to threaten one another, their gazes icy, enveloping the examination hall in a tense atmosphere. Just as the ambience approached freezing point, the dragon demon, feeling a surge of fury, unleashed a torrent of insults, threatening to tear the feathers from the owl demon's head and stuff them into his mouth, akin to the disgraceful fate of his lineage. Suddenly, a voice emanated from within him, resonating with an intensity that startled him. As the dragon demon opened his mouth to retort, a sharp pain in his throat rendered him incapable of articulating anything but a hoarse growl. He could not discern the source of the voice, but he sensed the owl demon's grip on his wrist tightening inexorably. The astonishment in the dragon demon's wide-eyed expression was perceived by the owl demon as a brazen challenge. The Friendship Forever Bug is a magical card crafted by Lanqi to complement friendly communication. In direct combat, this creature is limited to buzzing and disrupting the opponent's mentality. Lacking any substantial impact, it is easily vanquished by even the most modest area spells. During the previous round of entrance examinations, facing a solitary examiner, Lanqi prudently equipped himself with the most efficient rage-boosting healing spell cards, specializing in dueling with mages. However, upon entering the true Shadow World, he anticipated encountering a myriad of complex scenarios and thus brought along several exquisite blue, rare-grade cards from his collection. In the realm of colleagues, when conflicts arise, it is unwise to endure in silence. Only by expressing the grievances harbored within can one discover the opportunity for reconciliation. Lanqi reclined in the back seat, chin resting leisurely in his hand, observing the impending clash between the dragon demon and the owl demon. He discerned that it was time for them to engage in heartfelt dialogue. Chapter 51. The poet of great love is joyful with a gentle flick. Ranchi cast his final magical card, radiating an orange glow. Instantly, a soft and enchanting voice resonated within the space. At this moment, love shall descend. A silver-haired demon materialized beside Ranchi, her left hand gracefully covering her chest while her right hand was raised high, palm facing upwards. With a radiant smile, she spoke. Her form draped in a crimson gown, moving as if engaged in a refined dance. Not far ahead, the owl demon felt an inferno raging within, akin to being doused in a bucket of oil, leaving his mind blank and oblivious to the melodious voice of the female demon. The fury surging within him erupted like a volcano, shattering the restraints of reason in the face of this unstoppable force. The owl demon, taut as a drawn bowstring, unleashed all his strength and rage, his claws lunging mercilessly towards the dragon demon's eyes. Amidst a shower of blood, the dragon demon, caught off guard, let out a harrowing shriek as his visage became a grotesque mask of flesh and blood. His hands trembled, desperately clinging to the last vestiges of reason, yet this power, enveloped by the demon's song, rendered him impotent. Compelled by the torrent of wrath, he instinctively lunged forward, driven by an overwhelming desire to annihilate the owl demon, who had struck him without regard for consequence. The two examiners clashed fiercely, devoid of any trace of rationality. Their sole objective was to annihilate each other. Once the moment of violence commenced, the situation became utterly incomprehensible. The classroom erupted into chaos as the dragon demon and the owl demon engaged in a brutal, unrestrained confrontation, channeling their primal urges to kill. The struggle transcended mere physical blows, evolving into a metaphysical battle for supremacy as they sought to utterly obliterate one another. They even resorted to biting, their sharp fangs sinking deeply into flesh, blood and sinew spilling forth like a beast devouring its prey. The force of their assault reduced intricately carved desks and chairs to mere fragments, as blood and ink mingled on the floor, transforming the once dim walls into a vivid crimson, resembling a gruesome mural depicting unfathomable cruelty. Within mere seconds, the examination hall descended into a frenzied pandemonium, the demons within behaving as if possessed by madness. Only a select few students, endowed with exceptional mental fortitude, managed to retain their composure and instinctively sought to escape. Meanwhile, the two examiners were utterly oblivious to the potential flight of the students. The first to flee was, naturally, the instigator, Ranch. He swiftly pocketed the engraved pen and ink bottle from the table before making his hasty exit, just before hearing the familiar voice of the great love poet. Hiberlian had already anticipated Ranch's imminent outburst, even without witnessing the unfolding events. Fortunately, she was mentally prepared, although her own negative emotions were amplified by the great love poet. She soon heard Ranch's calm and gentle voice urging her to run. Hesperian swiftly steadied her mind, her gaze resolute, as she raced alongside Ranch down the leftmost corridor towards the grand entrance. However, she soon noticed that Ranch, amidst the chaos, had not neglected to pilfer items from the bodies of the demon students he had previously vanquished with his formidable spell. He was even broadcasting the unfolding scene live. As a duchess raised in the traditions of etiquette, Hesperian found it difficult to pass judgment on Ranch's actions. Yet she sensed that he was rather eager for her to join in his mischief. Thus, with a firm resolve, she cast an invisibility spell, rendering herself unseen, and moved with the swiftness of a breeze to assist Ranch in rummaging through more corpses. In the Jarrah Memorial Square of Eclatry Academy, the sky gradually transformed from the warm orange of sunset to the deep blue of night, while the clock leisurely approached 6 o'clock. The outlines of the buildings became indistinct in the encroaching darkness, and the enormous outdoor screen at the square's center grew increasingly prominent against the twilight backdrop. The number of students in the square had noticeably swelled, as they congregated from all directions, with many already seated on the steps. What had transpired just moments ago? Most students had witnessed Ranch deploying several magical cards, and in an instant, the two demon examiners in the testing area had inexplicably descended into madness. If I am not mistaken, he is reveling in this fourth-tier shadow realm? In a heartbeat. They found themselves too astonished to process the fact that Ranch possessed an orange epic grade card, despite the unfamiliarity of the magical cards presented by Lanqi. In the absence of any identification results from the Magic Institute, the general effects of the cards, apart from the epic one, could be surmised. They likely involved mental interference, silence, and the like. Gradually, those before the magical screen began to unravel Lanqi's rapid strategy to directly confront the examiner. I can't shake the feeling that Hubrian might be led astray by him. Shouldn't she be the demon instead? At the edge of the square, a gray-haired figure with golden eyes strolled leisurely by, holding a piece of cheesecake with a small bite taken out, while chewing on something. She cast a fleeting glance toward the bustling crowd, only to furrow her brows and pause in her tracks. The ancient demon realm. Talia murmured to herself as she gazed at the shadow world. Observing the real-time broadcast of the shadow world held some value for her. Thus, whenever she passed by the exiled Academy, she would occasionally check the magical screen. However, today her visit to exiled Academy was solely for the purpose of indulging in a dessert from a shop that deserved a score of 95. It was all Lanqi's fault for giving her so much money and always choosing exceptionally delicious places when dining together, leading her into a life of waiting for debts to be repaid, thus forcing her to relax somewhat. Or rather, aside from enjoying life at exiled, she had little else to occupy her time. To her surprise, she encountered a demon-themed shadow world on the giant screen today. Generally speaking, it is quite challenging to access a shadow world steeped in the history of the demon race solely through human matchmaking. Before her lay the ominous realm of shadows, a dimension so steeped in mystery that even Talia could not discern how far back it traced within the annals of demonkind's history. Chapter 52. Lanqi. Greetings. The street flanking the Garris Square began to illuminate in orderly succession, resembling a flowing river of light. In the distance, the iconic skyline of Icarith rose majestically against the night sky, its towering edifices appearing even more magnificent under the celestial canopy. Yet, as she stood upon this thoroughfare, Talia cursed inwardly. It was infuriating that this realm had been awakened by humanity. Her fists clenched tightly, a simmering resentment brewed within her. This shadowy dimension, steeped in an unknown past, undoubtedly harbored a wealth of knowledge that would be invaluable to her. The more comprehensive and specific intelligence would only be retained by the Challenger's Shadow Realm record program. It appeared that today, she could only observe and glean what she could from this place. Just as these thoughts coursed through her mind, Talia's brow furrowed in realization. The challenger within the shadowy world was none other than her infernal student. This individual, although Talia could not fathom why something so wretched would transform into a radiant demon rather than a denizen of the abyss, she felt an overwhelming surge of delight. Lanqi was akin to a mysterious emporium, poised to offer her fresh wares once more. Every item in Lanqi's possession could potentially be exchanged for something she coveted, such as the entirety of the information contained within his Shadow Realm record program. Talia truly believed that each encounter with Lanqi brought her closer to her desires, as though he were her guiding star. Were it not for her incessant suspicions regarding the dubious thoughts that lingered in his mind, she might have maintained a more amiable disposition towards him. However, in the very next moment as Talia beheld the visage of the great poet on the screen, a face strikingly akin to her own, her eyelids drooped in dismay, an expression that seemed to convey a desire to obliterate Lanqi. Without a moment's hesitation, she pivoted and hastily exited the vicinity. Seething as she bit into a morsel of cheesecake, fearful of being discovered by the students of the Elysium Academy and their uncanny resemblance to this macabre summoning, that wretched individual, indeed, proved to be even more loathsome. The corridors of the Demon Academy exuded an air of classical grandeur, dimly lit and imbued with the scent of ancient timber, as if infused with a magic that transcended the annals of time. At the far end of the path, darkness seemed to eternally engulf the way forward, shrouded in an unfathomable mystery. The floor, crafted from dark marble, was adorned with golden patterns, while a carpet featuring a grotesque floral design lay at its center. On the walls, peculiar portraits and mirrors appeared at intervals, seemingly gazing upon the students traversing the corridor. The hastily retreating figures appeared even more terrified under the subdued glow, as if they had just escaped from some unspeakable nightmare. Although their intentions remained unclear for a fleeting moment, the frantic demeanor suggested that they yearned to distance themselves as far as possible from that maddening examination venue. Yet, amidst the throng, two demons with less frantic expressions blended in seamlessly, unnoticed by the panicked students ahead. Given the current uncertainty regarding the rules of the Demon Academy, Lanqi and Hyberlian refrained from making any rash moves against the other demon students, collectively acknowledging the inherent risks in forcibly apprehending a student for interrogation. In this corridor, the unsettling sensation of being scrutinized by paintings and mirrors always sends a chill down one's spine, leaving one uncertain of what latent mechanisms might be triggered. Thus, the wisest course of action is to temporarily align oneself with this group of well-mannered students, seeking the optimal strategy for survival, and to bide one's time for a more opportune moment to influence others through virtue alone. Hyberlian turned her head to glance at Lanqi. She merely extended her hand to pass him several heavy coins she had just pilfered from a corpse, confident that Lanqi, with his clever ideas, would adeptly manage the finances of their group, especially since these spoils were indeed his merit. Lanqi said nothing, merely nodding as he accepted the mysterious coins. Although Hubelian felt a sense of security in Ranchi's presence, as though this academy's safest haven resided near him, her emotions were quite tumultuous. She yearned to inquire something of Ranchi but hesitated, grappling with the fear that upon learning of her true nature as a demon, he might transform into a demon hunter, subjecting her to the same torment as those students and examiners in the demon trials. Ranchi, what is your perspective on demons? Hubelian finally ventured to ask, her voice low and tentative as she moved. Ranchi, taken aback by her question, paused momentarily. He had lived for centuries, appearing youthful yet possessing the wisdom of ages, and had longed to speak freely on such matters, though no one had ever broached the subject with him. To his surprise, it seemed Hubelian shared an interest in demons as well. However, she felt somewhat offended by Ranchi's words. Although she was indeed a genuine teenager, her lifespan as a half-demon was undoubtedly longer than that of a human. A century later, Ranchi's words would undoubtedly wound her. But why was his focus so peculiar? If one were to encounter a demon in the present world, would they react in the same manner as before? Hubelian, feeling slightly anxious, pressed on with a question. Ranchi merely gazed at her in silence, a silence that spoke volumes. Do you think I am an ancient being, consuming poison and yearning for longevity? Setting aside the danger of provoking demons, there might well be benevolent beings among them. Hubelian, do not harbor prejudices against their kind, Ranchi earnestly advised her. Upon hearing this, Hubelian was momentarily taken aback, then lowered her gaze, biting her lip softly as she replied, for reasons unknown. The heavy burden that had weighed upon her heart seemed to dissipate entirely, as if Ranchi's earnest words had lifted the fog. She had never anticipated that one day someone would urge her to cease her discrimination against demons. Though Ranchi's words bore a certain saintly quality, Hubelian firmly believed he was not a hypocritical figure cloaked in false virtue, but rather a true embodiment of righteousness. He was indeed capable of treating all beings with impartiality, and when it came to tormenting humans, he was equally merciless. In the brief span of mere seconds, demon students fled down the corridor, some appearing to search for something, while others recklessly darted back into classrooms, undeterred by the risks. Thus, it seemed that the corridor was equally a place of peril, perhaps even more so than the classroom, for these students were fervently seeking refuge in their lessons. We should soon seek an opportunity to act. If possible, Ranchi would prefer not to casually enter any classroom and squander time. The pressing priority is to gather intelligence about the Demon Academy. Only by comprehending the rules can one act with confidence and even seek a swift passage to discover the ancient magic of hairstyle modification that he wishes to learn. Hubelian naturally understood Ranchi's intention. At present, there remained only one student ahead, and it seemed opportune for a thorough exchange. She quickened her pace, silently darting forward to seize that fortunate student. Yet, the moment his pupils focused and he discerned the proctor Ranchi standing behind Hubelian. A wave of primal terror surged within the heart of the green-scaled demon, leaving his hand suspended in midair, utterly motionless, as if devoid of a place to rest. Ranchi, observing the state of the green-scaled demon, felt a hint of surprise, her lips parting slightly. It turned out that they had fortuitously apprehended the very demon candidate who had been selected earlier by Ranchi using basic etiquette, and who had been thoroughly frightened by the dragon demon and the owl for a good several seconds, ultimately managing to escape right under their noses. What a remarkable coincidence. Ranchi couldn't help but smile faintly at him. Even before Ranchi could utter a word, the green-scaled demon student was already trembling uncontrollably. Ranchi, hello. A simple greeting resonated within the demon as if it were a summons from the depths of hell, making him feel as though his ancestors were calling him for a reunion. Classmate, how should I address you? Ranchi, with both hands clasped behind his back, exuded the demeanor of an examiner as he approached the green-scaled demon student, his smile radiating a peculiar warmth. B. Bachelor. Chapter 53. Ranchi's harvesting technique. In stark contrast to the majority of demon students, Ranchi's demonic traits were entirely white, bestowing upon him an air of elegance and harmlessness, reminiscent of a medical or supportive demon. Yet, to the fortunate demon student bachelor, who had been ensnared by Ranchi and Hubelian, this purgatorial white luminescence was imbued with endless strangeness and dissonance. Bachelor, as a victim, was acutely aware of the maddening and sinister deeds this alabaster demon had enacted in the examination hall. Why did you flee? Ranchi inquired, his voice gentle as a breeze caressing the surface of a serene lake, yet underpinned by an unassailable gravity. How dare you even ask me? At the very moment Bachelor heard Ranchi's question, a spark of fury ignited in his eyes, his teeth grinding audibly from the tension. If it were not for this insufferable creature, he could have navigated the examination with ease, securing at least one credit coin. However, the burgeoning wrath within Bachelor was swiftly extinguished by a wave of fear and the instinct for survival. To preserve his life, even with his second-tier abilities, he could not afford to provoke these two entities before him. This clarity and instinct for survival were precisely why he had managed to endure thus far, even escaping under the watchful eyes of the two demonic examiners. Without the credit coin, being caught by the director during his rounds would mean immediate obliteration. Lanqi observed the flustered demeanor of Bachelor, and though he grasped only a fraction of the answer, he began to understand why the other demonic students preferred to rush into a classroom fraught with life-threatening dangers rather than linger in the corridor. "Would you like this?" Lanqi inquired, retrieving several coins that appeared to be crafted from black gold from his pocket and waving them before Bachelor. The coins, each approximately half an inch in diameter, were exquisitely made and substantial in weight, exuding a sense of gravitas. The profound black hue, under the dim light of the corridor, shimmered with a scarlet glow reminiscent of molten lava in the depths of hell. The center of each coin bore the emblem of the Demon Academy, encircled by tightly inscribed runes written in the demonic script, rendering them impossible to counterfeit. Lanqi surmised that these were indeed the credit coins Bachelor had mentioned, but he deemed it inappropriate to inquire directly. Instead, he opted for a different approach. Bachelor gazed at Lanqi in disbelief, perplexed as to how Lanqi had acquired such an abundance of credit coins. Nevertheless, he nodded vigorously in affirmation. Observing Bachelor's reaction, Lanqi understood. These coins were precisely what they had seized from the bodies of demonic students upon their departure from the demon examination grounds, the majority of which had been efficiently pilfered by the stealthy assassin, Hyberian, in her guise as a thief. "For every piece of information you share regarding the school, I shall grant you one credit coin." "How does that sound?" Lanqi tossed one credit coin to Hyberian to ensure her safety, then raised another, its brilliance refracting as he turned to Bachelor and asked. "Of course." Bachelor nodded eagerly, accepting the terms of the deal. Typically, pacts with demons are rather reliable, and this individual named Bachelor exuded a certain noble demeanor, likely indicating he hailed from a prestigious family within this era's demonic realm. For a demon, such transactions carry the weight of upholding familial honor. Lanqi casually tossed the promised credit coin to Bachelor, remarking that in order to prevent Bachelor from realizing his ignorance of the school's regulations, he would allow Bachelor to divulge the information voluntarily. "All right." Bachelor gazed at the credit coin, anxious about the potential arrival of the dean, and quickly spoke up. "Successfully completing the courses in the classroom will earn you credit coins, while survival at this institution during other times demands a significant expenditure of these coins. The classrooms feature a variety of teaching methods and examination formats, all of which require one to gamble with their very life to learn. As for the functional areas, such as libraries, dining halls, and infirmaries, they generally pose no danger, but do necessitate the use of credit coins." Lanqi nodded frequently as he absorbed Bachelor's words. He was beginning to grasp the fundamental operational rules of the school. The doors of classrooms where credit coins could be earned bore distinct markings, signifying the varying levels of difficulty, with the lowest being 1 and the highest 3. The difficulty level also correlated with the minimum number of credit coins one could obtain upon successful completion. For instance, the earlier demonic examination had a difficulty rating of 1, guaranteeing at least 1 credit coin upon passage with the possibility of additional rewards for exceptional performance. For instance, although the demon examination requires a passing score of 50, achieving an astonishing score of 90 would undoubtedly yield additional rewards. Bachelor continued, hesitatingly, to elaborate. As for the exceedingly exaggerated score of 100, Bachelor could hardly fathom what hidden rewards such an accomplishment might trigger, especially since no student had ever achieved it. Students like Lanqi, who brazenly dismantled the examination setting, would find it impossible to receive credit coins from the demon instructor, even if they managed to complete the task. However, upon further reflection, Bachelor suddenly comprehended the origins of the ill-gotten gains in Lanqi's possession. This audacious act of accumulating coins was evidently a far swifter means of earning money than adhering to the conventional method of examination. "What are your thoughts on classrooms of difficulty level 2 and 3? Lanqi interjected, breaking Bachelor's train of thought with an inquisitive tone. Bachelor, embodying the archetype of a weary student with little surplus, seemed taken aback. Chapter 54. Lanqi's artistic faith. In a corridor where the light flickered erratically, 3 figures stood silently, their forms enveloped in shadows, rendering their appearance even more sinister and enigmatic. Classrooms designated as difficulty level 3 are typically not accessible to ordinary students, They are usually reserved for specialized courses or high-stakes evaluations. After listening to Bakhel for a while longer, Ranchi handed over a credit coin to him. Bakhel accepted it with the reverence one would accord a talisman of invincibility. Ranchi then summoned the task information from the shadow world once more. Time remaining, 11 hours and 42 minutes. Task Objective 1. Exploration of the Academy exceeds 60. Current progress 4. Task Objective 2. Investigate the source of danger tonight. Task Objective 3. At least one person survives until the deadline. Current survival 6-6. It was observed that the initial progress of 3-4, Task Objective 1, had increased to 4. This indicates that after successfully navigating the demon examination room, an additional one was accrued. Based on the previous discussions between Ranch and Huberian along their journey, the Shadow Realm displayed a total of 6 challengers, likely divided into 3 pairs. Thus, the data alteration suggests that entering a difficulty level 1 demon classroom should yield an exploration rate of 1, and completing it would similarly augment the exploration rate by 1. By extension, it is probable that classrooms of difficulty levels 2 and 3 would offer even greater exploration rates if they operate with 3 teams. Completing 5 difficulty level 1 classrooms within the 12-hour time frame would only yield a maximum of 2 to 5 exploration rate. Therefore, they must contemplate the option of splitting into individuals to simultaneously challenge more difficulty level 1 classrooms or attempt to confront the more challenging difficulty levels 2 and 3. In order to reach the 60 exploration rate stipulated in Task Objective 1 within the 12-hour task limit, Ranch glanced at Huberian, who nodded in agreement. Her arithmetic skills were commendable, and she evidently grasped the mechanics of the Shadow Realm. Consequently, their forthcoming strategy became unequivocally clear. They would endeavor to challenge the higher difficulty classrooms while concurrently investigating the potential threats indicated by Task Objective 2, lurking within the Demon Academy tonight. Bakhel, are you aware of any recent anomalies at the Academy? Or are there any perilous factors tonight that instill fear? Bakhel gazed at Ranchi, remaining silent for an extended period, unable to articulate a response. He did not comprehend Ranchi's meaning, nor could he fathom what could possibly be more dangerous than Ranchi himself. Very well. Ranchi nodded with resignation, realizing that Bakhel, as a student, possessed limited intelligence and was evidently oblivious to the clandestine affairs of the school. Regarding Task Target 2, he would have to consult the teachers or even higher-ranking staff members, such as the principal. Unfortunately, the 2 examiners in the examination hall were not approachable for inquiries. Nevertheless, Ranchi was confident that he was ahead of schedule. Under normal circumstances, he would have to wait over an hour after the exam to acquire such crucial information. And it was uncertain whether he would encounter a classmate as friendly and forthcoming as Bakhel, willing to share all relevant details. It was time to immerse himself in rigorous study. Survival hinged upon it, in contrast to the courses at the Exiled Academy that made him yearn for escape. Ranchi found himself surprisingly not averse to studying in this extraordinary, fantastical magic academy, and even felt a twinge of anticipation. Hesperian, she sensed that Ranchi seemed eager to move on to the next classroom. The Ranchi she had seen during the day in the Sage's Hall bore no resemblance to this insatiably curious persona. However, she felt it was inappropriate to voice her thoughts, considering she was not exactly a person herself. As Hesperian pondered this, Bakhel, my hometown has an ancient saying, those who understand the times are the true heroes. I trust you would not decline our collaboration, would you? As Ranch spoke, he gently patted Bachel's shoulder. Of course, Bakhel replied. If matters are handled well, we shall not neglect your contributions. Please guide me to an art classroom. Ranch sought a sincere and astute demon to illuminate his path, thus saving considerable time. This way, please. Bakhel instinctively extended his left hand with the elegance befitting nobility, leading the way for the 2. Their steps were both steady and swift. Moments later, a broad door loomed ahead, standing like a silent giant guarding its inner secrets. Bakhel halted, turning to face Ranch. It is said that behind this door lies a music classroom, perhaps the closest art space available. Should it not suffice? I can lead you elsewhere. Ranch's gaze followed Bachel's gesture to the artistically adorned door, which bore 2 peculiar demon insignias, evidently indicating a difficulty level of 2. Nodding in apparent approval, Ranch placed his palm against the ancient and sturdy door. This will do. I shudder to think how much time we might waste searching further. Are you truly ready to challenge a level 2 classroom? Bakhel inquired, concern evident in his voice, as he had never ventured into such a space. Fear not. For art subjects hold no terrors for me. Having spoken, Lanqi confidently pushed open the grand door. In the very next moment, as he stepped into the classroom, the interior scene unfolded before his eyes. Compared to the colossal lecture hall, this space resembled a vast theater. The opulent decorations, the crimson velvet seats, and the dignified stage all exuded an air of luxury and nobility. At the edge of the stage, a formally attired teacher was faintly discernible, akin to the overseer of the entire classroom. He stood beside the curtain, instantly spotting the arrival of Lanqi and his companions, and promptly gestured for them to proceed to the rear seats, his motion imbued with an unmistakable commanding presence. Lanqi and his friends nodded and slowly ascended towards the highest tier of the classroom, finally able to better observe the entirety of this theatrical setting. In addition to the demonic students seated in the rear tier, akin to an audience savoring a performance, for demonic teachers occupied large chairs directly facing the stage, listening intently to the students' musical presentation as though they were judges. Lanqi gazed upon this exceedingly bizarre arrangement, although he remained unaware of the classroom's rules. An inexplicable sense of déjà vu surged within him. The voice of demons. Lanqi felt that this classroom was rather extraordinary. Chapter 55. Lanqi arrives at the performance venue within the Grand Theater of the Demon Academy's music classroom. An immersive concert was underway. At the center of the stage, a demon with blue flames erupting from its head passionately sang, its form illuminated by the spotlight. The creature's roar echoed powerfully and expansively, as if emanating from the very depths of hell, each note infused with the vigor of death metal. The faces of the judges revealed expressions of earnestness and engagement, brows furrowed or eyes closed as they listened intently to the singer's voice. As the lights dimmed, the entire venue was enveloped in darkness, and then, with a transformation of light and shadow upon the stage, the song erupted in the silence, marking the pinnacle of the performance. The dazzling magic burst forth, illuminating the stage, prompting an immediate eruption of cheers from the students in the back rows, reverberating throughout the theater. In that moment, Lanqi felt as though the Demon Academy was experimenting with an entirely novel teaching approach. Yet, the more peculiar it became, the more daunting this Level 2 challenge appeared. According to Backhel, it was undoubtedly several times more difficult than the Level 1 Demon Magic written examination they had just encountered. Lanqi scanned the entire grand music classroom. The 4 individuals seated at the front, presumably music mentors, appeared to hold high status, yet their magical prowess was not particularly formidable. In stark contrast, the teacher standing behind the curtain, resembling a host, emanated a terrifying wave of magical energy. This host teacher seemed to be the true master and enforcer of the rules within the classroom, and his impeccable attire and adornments suggested a rank even higher than the dragon and all demons encountered in the previous examination room. Indeed, seated in the audience, Lanqi, a Burlean, and Backhel soon received the examination guidelines delivered by the winged, black-eyed assistant familiar, as instructed by the host teacher. The manual, with its brown cover, bore the title Demon Realm Music, Graduation Examination and Performance. Another examination? Lanqi mused aloud as he opened the manual. With the semester nearing its end, it was inevitable that there would be an increase in courses related to graduation assessments. Backhel murmured beside himself, feeling a sense of trepidation as this was his inaugural experience in a Level 2 classroom. Upon entering, he was completely overwhelmed. However, in pursuit of the 5 credit coins he was obligated to pay daily, he steeled himself to take the examination. For failing to submit the requisite credit coins would result in dire consequences. Having arrived, he found the manual to be quite slender, easily perused in a minute or two. The rules were, in essence, straightforward. Students in the classroom could freely choose when to present, showcasing their musical talents in a performance before the audience. Assessment requirement: your music must earn the approval of at least 2 music mentors. Performance time limit: 2 minutes. Each invited music mentor has sworn an oath to the Demon King, pledging to evaluate the performance with strict and impartial judgment based on their musical expertise. Note: students must refrain from utilizing any magic while observing performances. However, they may employ any magic that enhances the performance during their time on stage. The use of offensive magic to harm the music mentors in attendance is strictly prohibited. Violators of these rules will be subject to immediate annihilation by the Demon Eye. Those who fail to meet the stipulated conditions will face execution on the spot, and those who do not perform by the conclusion will also be executed. Students who satisfy the assessment requirements may leave the examination hall at the end of the class. Additionally, it was explained that whether one performed early or late, leaving midway through was forbidden, as students were required to remain as an audience throughout, providing feedback and basic interaction during the live performances. This was not merely a final examination. It also served as a grand showcase in the demon realm, and the vibrant element of excitement could not be lost. As Lanqi raised her gaze, she immediately noticed a colossal magical eye suspended from the ceiling, seemingly observing the entire classroom and transmitting its visuals elsewhere. Lanqi, are you proficient in music? Asked Hubrian, who had just finished reviewing the manual and placed it flat on her lap, turning to Lanqi with curiosity. Since Lanqi had chosen this classroom, she must possess a certain level of confidence. Although Hubrian had been nurtured in artistic refinement since childhood, she could not claim to be an expert. Her musical abilities were average. However, she believed that there were always some commonalities when it came to matters of art. With her arms crossed and her expression contemplative, Lanqi fixated on the performance on stage. Music is not an art that can be mastered overnight. In the shadow realm, unless through erroneous actions, there should be no unsolvable situations. Thus, this examination should not solely assess the challenger's artistic cultivation. There must also be a hidden method to pass. She continued, of course, there are instances where an exceptionally talented challenger might bypass the usual mechanisms for a swift completion. For example, in the previous Demon Magic Literature exam, if someone truly had the audacity to simply write out the answers, they could confidently exit the examination hall without a care. I will keep an eye on you. Hubrian nodded. Since Lanqi had not given any specific instructions, her role would be to protect her when needed. However, she had not anticipated Lanqi's remarkable confidence in the realm of art. All is lost. Bachel's face turned pale as he finished reading the guide. He now deeply regretted his impulsive decision to follow Lanqi into this level 2 classroom. Observing the calm demeanor of Lanqi, one might speculate that there exists a pathway forward. However, this solitary performance renders it impossible for him to accompany others. It is essential to maintain composure, as you must guide us, and thus we shall shield you. Lanqi gently patted Bachel's shoulder, reassuring him not to panic. In response, Bachel fervently nodded, his last vestige of solace derived from the presence of this luminous demon. Subsequently, Lanqi cast his gaze upon the stage and the 4 mentors. The extent of the challenge in gaining the music mentor's approval remained uncertain. As they awaited the outcome, Lanqi exchanged a glance with Hyberian. What are your thoughts? Quite impressive. They both acknowledged the exceptional caliber of this musical performance, which, to be fair, had garnered the recognition of both Lanqi and Hyberian. Nevertheless, among the 4 grand chairs facing the stage, only one mentor's expression hinted at satisfaction with the performance, while the other 3 bore countenances as grim as iron. I find it acceptable. I am not particularly convinced. No, it is inadequate. It is simply poor. Thus, the host, in a wordless declaration, raised his hand, revealing his distinctive coldness and resolve. In the next moment, the demon student's body erupted like a blossoming bloodflower. His lifeless form collapsing onto the stage, a damp crimson spreading beneath him, as if an impromptu revelry had abruptly concluded. Chapter 56. Lanqi is a model student everywhere. The once vibrant stage, now transformed into a scene of horror, seemed to extinguish the atmosphere that the performance had initially conjured. Yet, this silence was merely a reflection of Lanqi and Hyberian's perspective. Soon, a multitude of students on stage erupted into a chorus of jubilant cheers, as if the dramatic intensity of the slaughter had utterly captivated them. The summoned familiars commenced their duties, efficiently restoring the stage to its original state of neatness and order within mere seconds. Meanwhile, the host teacher maintained an air of composure, sporting an elegant smile as they methodically invited the next student performer to take the stage. The grotesque and absurd spectacle unfolded, revealing a performance that the demon race found delightfully entertaining. Even Hyberian, who bore half-demon lineage, felt the absurdity of this era's demon realm was beyond her comprehension. Is this truly the essence of demon music? Lanqi murmured, fixated on the 4 figures of the mentors, akin to a diligent student absorbed in a lecture. The figure seated on the far left was encased in pitch-black armor, enveloped in a gossamer veil of soul fire, resembling a specter of animated ghostly flames. Beside them was a music mentor, a spirit of half-ethereal form, whose eyes remained eternally shut, seemingly lost in perpetual slumber. The 3rd figure was adorned with intricate patterns of toxic runes, reminiscent of a mysterious and perilous forbidden experiment. Lastly, the 4th appeared sculpted from a pristine snow-capped mountain, their skin resembling freshly fallen snow, with fluffy hair cloaking their form, emanating a chilling mist. Lanqi recalled from the handbook that these 4 music mentors were named the Phantom Armor, the Slumbering Spirit, the Corrupted Toxic Body, and the Demon of Snow. They themselves are not particularly adept at combat and hold a low status, yet they have achieved considerable renown in the music scene of the demon realm. Thus, they were specially invited to serve as music mentors for the Demon Academy, participating in the evaluation of this graduation assessment. If the examination guidelines are to be believed, Each invited music mentor will assess performances with strictness and fairness based on their own areas of expertise. It follows that only upon meeting certain explicit criteria will the respective mentors bestow their approval. For a full 50 minutes, Lanqi and Hubelian sat in the audience, observing numerous performances and ultimately discerned the 4 conditions that were required. The phantom armor focused solely on the ambience of the live setting. The fervor and fervent cries of the demon students were his sole criteria for judgment. If the music could become so raucous and intoxicating that even the slumbering spirits were lulled to sleep, it would earn his tacit endorsement. The corrupted toxic body yearned for a cacophony that could induce a level of spiritual assault akin to a wailing ghost. The snow demon demanded exceedingly extravagant visual effects in stage performances. These, after much deliberation, were the absurd conclusions that Lanqi and Hubelian arrived at. Indeed, the music of the demon realm diverges significantly from the human understanding of music. When considered separately, each requirement appears manageable. However, should a single musical performance embody any 2 of these criteria simultaneously, the resulting soundscape would be one that humans could scarcely endure, a veritable hellish spectacle. To their astonishment, Lanqi and his companions observed that a performance had emerged within the classroom that garnered the recognition of 3 mentors. The explosive intensity of that performance reverberated through to the audience watching the live broadcast in the mortal realm. What manner of music is this? The students at the Exiled Academy, gathered before the grand outdoor screen, instinctively covered their ears. Many contorted their faces in agony, tears brimming at the corners of their eyes, as their facial muscles tensed uncontrollably, rendering their complexions ghostly pale. It felt as though their heads had been struck with a heavy blow, a sensation akin to electric shock radiating from their foreheads to the nape of their necks. This cacophony seemed capable of tearing a gaping hole in the very air around them. Ever since Lanqi and Huberian entered this music classroom, the students in the Jera Memorial Square had been subjected to this auditory assault for what felt like an eternity. The less competent candidates fared better, but any performance deemed adequate by the 2 music instructors was nothing short of a lethal mental assault. The previous performer, who had garnered the approval of 3 demonic instructors, nearly sent me away from the screen in despair. The sheer force of that infernal sound crashing against my eardrums was akin to being force-fed a 1,000-fold concentrated brine of sour pickles and infernal peppers while pinching my nose shut. Pray, do not subject us to another performance sanctioned by 3 instructors. I am utterly unprepared for such avant-garde artistry. Might there be a scenario where all 4 instructors simultaneously bestow their approval? A student asked anxiously. He recalled that the guidebook perused earlier by Lanqi and Huberian had not specified the rewards for a performance recognized by 4 music instructors. It is impossible. The conditions set forth by these 4 instructors are inherently contradictory, and the most one could hope for is the approval of 3. There is no way to satisfy them all at once. If there truly exists a performance of universally acknowledged caliber, one can only imagine the number of souls that would succumb to the torment within the classroom, setting aside the demons therein. At this juncture, the students of the Ecliptic Academy have come to comprehend why this music classroom is designated as a difficulty level 2. Challengers must wield exceedingly malevolent harmonics, mental magic, illusions, and other spells that intertwine with music on stage to fulfill the demands of at least 2 of the 4 mentors and thereby earn a reward of 2 credit tokens. Moreover, should one possess an extraordinary repertoire of spells and musical prowess, satisfying the approval of all 3 music mentors, they would not only receive 3 credit tokens, but also an additional reward in the form of a magical instrument that amplifies the effects of demonic music magic. The most sinister aspect of this classroom lies in the fact that the earlier one performs, the less time they have for preparation and gathering intel. Conversely, a later performance subjects the individual to increasingly harrowing mental assaults inflicted by the cacophony. Within this grand theater, malevolent demon students, upon noticing those unable to withstand their music, will intensify their efforts to torment the weak. This is a triad of trials involving judgment, spell repertoire, and endurance. On the expansive screen broadcasting the event, Heberly uncovers her ears and buries her head, her feet incessantly tapping the ground as if she can scarcely endure the auditory onslaught. In contrast to the students watching from afar, she is immersed in an experiential torment at the concert, while Bachelor has already succumbed, frothing at the mouth and losing consciousness. However, the heavyweight contender, Lanqi, beside them, was currently filled with an exuberant gleam in his eyes, occasionally applauding and cheering for the demonic peers performing on stage, as if he had seamlessly integrated into this class. Chapter 57. The first drop of blood in Lanqi's art. Every light within the theater seemed to be imbued with life. and at the very instant the music concluded, it illuminated the entire auditorium. The soft golden light flowed over the black marble like a murmuring stream in the night. In the back row of the audience, I had initially thought this classroom was an exploration of art, only to discover that it was, in fact, a profound examination of the art of destruction. It turned out that the art of destruction is, in itself, a form of artistry. Lanqi exhaled deeply, his tone tinged with a sense of relief, as if he had cast off some binding constraint. He now bore a confident smile, seemingly eager to showcase his talents to his classmates on stage. Hesperian turned her head to observe Lanqi's demeanor, feeling a lump in her throat. It appeared that he had derived substantial benefit from this demonic academy. While others might come to challenge the shadowy realm, Lanqi was genuinely here to learn. Logically, his wholehearted approach to life ought to be commendable. However, she could not articulate what the underlying issue was. "Take care of yourself," Lanqi remarked as he stood up, passing by Hesperian and leaving those words in his wake as he ascended the crimson-carpeted steps toward the stage. "All right," Hesperian responded. Given her repertoire of spells, she deemed herself ill-suited for this examination. As a versatile support character, Lanqi finds an unusual sense of reassurance in her spell repertoire amidst bizarre circumstances. Theoretically, she would precede her companion, allowing them to temporarily exchange purple and lower-tier spell cards from the audience, thereby reorganizing their spell library to facilitate Hubrian's passage as well. The time allocated for the musical assessment has already surpassed the halfway mark, enveloping the classroom in an ambience of silence interwoven with anticipation. Students confident in their abilities have largely completed their performances, leaving behind either those lacking in skill or the headlining contenders. Since the earlier acts, a pattern had emerged where the demonic students would take to the stage only after a brief interlude following each performance. Before long, Lanqi made her way to the stage. Her presence strikingly illuminated under the theater's lights, her aura seemingly merging with the entire performance environment, drawing the gaze of every spectator towards her. "Are you prepared?" inquired the host teacher, standing beside Lanqi. Typically, prior to the commencement of any examination, students are permitted to voice any compliant requests or inquiries to the host teacher, a practice consistent across all examination venues. Thus, the host teacher initiated the inquiry. Should students have no questions, the official 2-minute performance timer would commence, granting them the liberty to utilize their spells freely on stage. What rewards might be bestowed if all 4 music instructors were to acknowledge me simultaneously? Lanqi inquired, her curiosity piqued by the perplexing nature of the course design, which seemingly lacked a scenario for such unanimous approval. The host teacher gazed at him, shaking his head with a smile that bore an ineffable authority. But what if such a situation were to arise? The guidelines did not address it. This was not due to an oversight or concealment, but rather because the criteria for the approval of the 4 music mentors evidently contained contradictions that rendered simultaneous fulfillment impossible. For instance, there cannot exist a musical composition so raucous as to lull a slumbering spirit while simultaneously possessing the chilling intensity required to captivate a corrupted body, as well as the fervent atmosphere sought by the spectral armor. Throughout the years, no student, regardless of their exceptional talent, has managed to gain the approval of all 4 music mentors at once. The host teacher added that he hoped Lanqi could comprehend his point. Their course design was beyond question. "Teacher, I genuinely believe I can achieve this," Lanqi replied, gazing earnestly at the host teacher. "If you succeed, it would indeed indicate a flaw in our examination design, and your musical prowess would transcend our understanding, rendering your talents underutilized in the role of a music mentor." The host teacher's words seemed to mock Lanqi's audacity. After all, this was a performance being observed by numerous influential figures from the demon realm, and a student repeatedly challenging the rules was tantamount to undermining the event. If acknowledged by the 4 music mentors, you would be directly appointed as a teacher in our music department. Would that suffice? The host teacher gazed towards the audience below the stage, raising his voice slightly as he made the announcement, then turned to Lanqi and inquired. As the words fell, a rustle of laughter arose from the audience. "Are you certain, teacher? What if, after the performance, the music instructor lacks the composure to render a judgment? This stage is indeed the theater bestowed by the Demon King, under the gaze of the magical eye. And it is a performance being witnessed by the aristocrats of the demon realm. Should one dare to go back on their word upon this stage, even I, as the head of the music department in this academy, would not escape unscathed. Furthermore, if the music instructor is unable to evaluate, say, if the slumbering Mr. Dream Spirit falls into a deep sleep, I shall take it upon myself to judge according to the standards he had previously reported to the academy. So you may rest assured of my impartiality." The host teacher gazed at the magical eye hovering above the center of the theater and passed the microphone to Lanqi, feeling a hint of amusement. Well then, do you have any more questions? No questions, we may commence. With that, Lanqi took the microphone, shook his collar, and stepped into the center of the stage. His demeanor had completely transformed, akin to a colossal star poised to rise in the demon realm. Once one steps onto this stage and the performance begins, any spell may be employed. Without further ado, Lanqi summoned the great love poet. In response to his call, a stunning beauty clad in a crimson gown materialized on stage, enveloped in an ethereal floral fragrance. As she awoke from her dreamlike state, her hair and gown swayed gently, reminiscent of a soft summer ballad or the whispering autumn breeze, leaving many demons in the audience utterly entranced by her presence. The great love poet gazed upon everything within the theater with her radiant eyes, as if comprehending some profound truth. A subtle blend of wistfulness and joy graced her lips. Yet she refrained from using her enchanting voice to sway the hearts of any beings. As summoning spells are indeed a form of magic, it posed no issue for her to conjure a familiar bound by a soul contract during the performance. You shall take the lead in song. It is time for our mentors and classmates to witness the fruits of our labor, said Lanqi as she handed the microphone to the great love poet. With a smile as resplendent as blossoms, the great love poet nodded gently, her eyes shimmering with unparalleled confidence. Meanwhile, Lanqi approached a magical instrument resembling a piano, seated herself with grace and composure, and lifted the lid. From a distance in the audience, Hubrian instinctively felt the urge to flee upon seeing the great love poet wielding the microphone. The thought of unleashing her full vocal prowess in the theater was simply unimaginable to her. Chapter 58. Lanqi's hellish nuclear fusion. The dimly lit stage was awash with brilliant beams of light, akin to stars igniting in the night sky. As the great love poet placed her hand over her heart and bowed elegantly, the stage lights dimmed, and a melody began to resonate. In the forefront, the great love poet revealed a carefree smile as she recited with her ethereal voice. The four mentors in the audience furrowed their brows, their gazes wandering across the stage, their expressions shifting to dissatisfaction and impatience. This seemingly feeble prelude was not what they had anticipated. Yet, at this moment, they had yet to decipher Lanqi's intentions. Lanqi pressed the piano keys with his left hand, while his right hand conjured magical cards that seemed to materialize out of thin air, deploying them with a flourish. All were from the Healing Restoration series, imbued with the essence of rejuvenation and revival. Without hesitation, Lanqi resolutely directed these restorative spells with unwavering determination towards the ailing body of his music mentor, applying a potent remedy to the grievous affliction. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events, a voice emerged from the side of the stage, the host examiner attempting to halt Lanqi's actions. Yet to his astonishment, he realized that the magical gaze had not reacted at all. This revelation enlightened him to the fact that Lanqi's intervention was not aggressive and had inflicted no harm. However, the subsequent scene shattered the host examiner's attempt to maintain his composure. The transformation occurred with such rapidity that none of the demons present could immediately grasp the calamity that had transpired. Stop. Please, spare me. The anguished wails of the afflicted body echoed like a beast torn asunder in the night, its tormenting cries possessing an unparalleled mental assault that rendered all present demons incapable of comparison. The students recoiled as if struck by a violent jolt of electricity, clutching their heads in a desperate attempt to withstand this overwhelming psychic onslaught. Meanwhile, on stage, the great love poet stood bathed in the spotlight, joyously singing, her melodious voice resonating throughout the theater, creating a striking contrast to the lamentations of the suffering body. Yet her dulcet tones did not ease the atmosphere, rather, they amplified the emotional torment inflicted upon all the students by the malignant affliction, magnifying their suffering tenfold. These newly emerged sounds, akin to a malevolent incantation, began to influence and torment one another, repeatedly exacerbating the sorrowful lament that echoed through the theater. The students, further tormented, transmitted even more agonizing sounds, creating a cyclical torment that surged between them, transforming the theater into a veritable inferno of despair, akin to a cataclysmic landslide or tsunami. Initially, Lanqi merely dislodged a small stone, setting the entire classroom in motion, but this malignant cycle, like a boulder cascading down a mountain, became impossible to halt. No matter how tightly she clasped her ears or buried her head in her lap, reciting fervent prayers to the goddess, Hubrian was on the brink of madness. Had she not already prepared herself to maintain her composure in the face of the poet of great love? To one side of the stage, the once suave host teacher was rendered speechless by the hellish scene, his complexion draining from confident to ashen, his previously erect posture now wavering. As his trembling hands sought support against the wall, as if he might collapse at any moment. His eyes, wide with terror, were witness to the unimaginable chaos unfolding before him. "What are you doing?" The host teacher's voice nearly erupted into a scream. Fully aware of the grave severity of the performance's predicament, yet Lanqi, standing at the center of the stage, seemed oblivious, continuing to play her music. He even had the leisure to explain the principles of physics as if engaging in a soliloquy. In the realm of nuclear fusion, when the temperature, pressure, and time reach a certain threshold, the heat generated can sustain a continuous occurrence of new nuclear fusion. This phenomenon is known as self-sustaining combustion. His voice resonated like a poet's recitation, calm yet profound. Lanqi's state of mind was tranquil, as if the chaos of the theater held no sway over him. "What on earth are you talking about?" The host teacher's voice became increasingly sharp. He sensed that Lanqi was uttering incomprehensible, bizarre, and terrifying jargon. "This is the culmination of my studies, intertwined with the artistic conception of this performance," Lanqi elaborated earnestly. "Once self-sustaining combustion is achieved, nuclear fusion will persist without the need for any additional energy input." He surveyed the theater, feeling that the pressure within was sufficient. There remained just over a minute of time to freely wield magic. Only when the 4 music mentors and all the demonic students had burned out completely and lost consciousness would this cacophony of hellish nuclear fusion come to an end. He believed that this performance, whether through the emotions and cries of the demonic students, the visual and auditory effects, or the final collective plunge into a slumbering stupor, fully adhered to the prior expectations of the 4 mentors. Surely, this would satisfy everyone. Sitting before the piano, Lanqi lifted his gaze to observe the enjoyment of the 4 music mentors, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment today. Chapter 59, The Onboarding of Lanqi at Last. The longest 2 minutes bestowed by the Demon King upon the theatrical stage came to a definitive conclusion. Lanqi and the great poet of love finally completed their performance. On stage, tranquility enveloped the atmosphere, while beneath it, the cacophony of hellish sound had seemingly fused into an eternal resonance. Rising from the piano, Lanqi stepped into the center of the stage, illuminated by the spotlight. His figure appeared solitary and transcendent, as if the air still lingered with the remnants of the extraordinary performance. In the reverberations of music and song, Lanqi gradually raised his hand, bowing deeply towards the audience. This gesture was that of an artist, imbued with sincerity and gratitude. He expressed his heartfelt thanks to the students and esteemed judges for their affirmation. In response, a surge of applause erupted. Hesperian clasped her hands over her face, leaning against the rigid back of her chair, as if a vessel battered by stormy seas had finally reached the shore. Her voice was laced with exhaustion, her spirit subjected to an endless inquisition, the lengthy performance still haunting her. Had it not been for her experience and preparation in dealing with the great poet of love, which fortified her resolve, she too might have succumbed to this inescapable cycle. Meanwhile, at the side of the stage, the music department head, once with neatly arranged silver hair, now appeared disheveled. As if he had just emerged from a tempest, his complexion pale, having witnessed a disaster. Below the stage, the 4 music mentors and the demon students were either convulsing in their seats or shrieking hoarsely, their faces contorted, utterly driven mad, ensnared in a hell from which there was no escape. In the grand theater bestowed by the Demon King, aside from Lanqi, only the esteemed head of the music department, who possesses the highest rank and unparalleled resistance to melodic magic within the academy, remained standing. "Teacher, how are you?" Lanqi inquired, hastening forward to offer support. "I am quite well, thank you," the head of the music department replied, brushing aside Ranchi's hand. Though his voice quivered slightly, his resolve was unwavering. As the director of the music department, succumbing to the performance of a mere student would bring shame upon him before the noble class of the demon realm. Perceiving the head's determination, Lanqi nodded appreciatively. "May I inquire how many music mentors will acknowledge my efforts this time?" His gaze shifted towards the 4 music mentors in the audience, who were now somewhat disoriented, before returning to the director, seeking his earnest counsel. The head of the music department gritted his teeth, his eyes darting between Ranchi's face and the 4 mentors below, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Gradually, his expression grew increasingly complex. "According to the oaths taken by the 4 mentors before the Demon King, you shall undoubtedly receive their full endorsement." Finally, the director conceded, presenting 4 credit tokens into Ranchi's hands. His voice was somewhat hoarse, laced with an air of reluctant acknowledgement. "Regardless, it does require considerable effort from both student and teacher. Please hand me your student ID," he continued. Given that he stood there presiding over a grand performance for the noble class of the demon realm and had made a promise, there was no room for deceit. Upon hearing this, Lanqi rummaged through his pocket and swiftly produced a sleek black metal card, which he presented to the head of the music department. Subsequently, the head momentarily exited the grand theater stage, disappearing through a side door whose destination remained unknown. After a brief interval of over 10 minutes, the head of the music department reappeared at the theater's entrance, holding not only Lanqi's original student ID but also a finely crafted small plaque and a silver gleaming card. The plaque signified his identity as a faculty member of the music department, while the teacher's card, akin in function to the student ID, primarily served for the purpose of salary collection. Henceforth, you shall become a member of our music faculty, the director announced, distributing these accolades to Lanqi. With this transformation into a staff member, his demeanor softened compared to before, casting aside any doubts about Lanqi's potential to become a formidable entity. As Lanqi accepted the teacher's card and the intricately designed plaque, its edges adorned with a delicate pattern of musical notes, and a line of golden text embedded within. Reading Lanqi, music department teacher, he inquired, "What teaching responsibilities will I have?" While admiring the credentials in his hands, Lanqi posed the question. The head of the music department remained silent, gazing at Lanqi before shifting his gaze toward the infernal scrolls depicted in the audience seats. This gesture implied that Lanqi should reflect on the implications himself. "From the next semester onward, you may commence your teaching in the music department," he remarked coldly. "This semester has little left in terms of students for you to engage with." Oh, it felt like a delightful dream, yet just as the most joyous moments approached, one must awaken to confront reality. Can I withdraw from school now and become a full-time teacher? Ranjit pondered before asking. He recalled from the school regulations discussed in Bachelor that students who fail to pay 5 credit coins each morning would be expelled, and the consequences of being advised to leave were equally dire. However, there were certain exceptional circumstances under which the school would permit a formal withdrawal, such as being summoned by significant institutions or power holders from the demon realm. One could apply to the principal for this, though he happened to be absent from the school for the next few days. Furthermore, if Ranjit wished to obtain a diploma from the academy to pursue better opportunities in the demon realm, it was advisable for him to continue his studies. As long as he managed his time effectively, he could teach music while attending classes. Ranjit began to grasp the situation. He was now in a mode akin to that of a doctoral student, able to pursue his studies while teaching at staggered times. However, he quickly noted a pivotal point in the music department head's words. The principal was not in the school. This inadvertently acquired critical information felt likely to be connected to task objective 2, investigate the source of tonight's danger. After all, if the principal, who wielded the highest authority within the academy, was absent, it was plausible that some vulnerabilities might arise within the institution. Chapter 60. Ranjit's promising future in the demon realm. The theater lights dimmed after the performance, and the illumination on stage gradually receded, leaving only a residual glow swirling mystically and chaotically in the air. After a moment of contemplation, Ranjit decided to seize the opportunity to inquire further with the head of the music department. However, Ranjit could not directly inquire of the director of the music department about any changes at the school, as he did with Bakel. He did not wish to arouse the director's suspicion. Thus, he opted for a more tactful approach. A high-level meeting? Is something amiss at the school? Ranjit murmured, appearing entirely devoid of ulterior motives, simply expressing curiosity. Such meetings, attended solely by the principal, vice principal, and a select few senior professors, invariably indicated some troubling matters. Yet, there was no need for concern. This prestigious institution boasted several alumni of the Great Demon Clan, and as long as the rules were adhered to, even the Education Bureau would think twice before acting recklessly. In the demon realm, those referred to as Great Demon Clan leaders were at least of the 8th tier or higher, each wielding significant influence. The director remarked that it was uncertain whether this radiant demon before him might one day grow into a being with a unique moniker synonymous with the Great Demon Clan. Ranjit nodded eagerly, sensing that the danger tonight mentioned in Task Objective 2 was likely linked to the discussions of this high-level meeting. However, to uncover more critical clues, it would probably require insights from the classrooms of higher-tier teachers, classified as Difficulty 3. Moreover, the duo of Ranjit and Shubbalin would likely prove insufficient. They would need to exchange and share intelligence with the other 4 challengers to unravel the truth behind the high-difficulty task, which was the challenge posed by this 4th-tier shadow world. Certainly, it seems that Ranjit has unexpectedly stumbled upon an alternative pathway to success. If he could ingratiate himself with the higher echelons of the school, perhaps he could bypass all the troublesome decoding steps altogether. Alas, he is destined to remain within this academy for a mere 10 hours, making it rather challenging to pursue this unconventional route to promotion. Now, it's your turn, Shibelian. Lanqi gestured invitingly, beckoning Shibelian to step into this hallowed hall of music and commence her performance. Here she comes. Shibelian lowered her voice, rising slowly from her seat. Her shoulders squared, resolutely striding through the infernal musical realm conjured by Lanqi. Despite the classroom's music being as terrifying as ever, relentlessly assaulting her eardrums and tearing at her nerves, Shibelian astonishingly discovered a semblance of equilibrium amid the ceaseless agony. To her surprise, she seemed to have developed a certain resistance to the melodic sorcery under Lanqi's rigorous training within this classroom. Meanwhile, the head of the music department resumed his duties overseeing the performance assessments. He was weary of indulging Lanqi's antics and merely wished to expedite his departure. However, given the significant changes in the classroom dynamics in the presence of 5 music instructors, he felt compelled to explain the new circumstances to Shibelian, who was still eligible to perform. The classroom had now devolved into an automated loop, with the slumbering spirits oscillating between fainting and awakening. Regardless of the performance presented by the students, it would be deemed acceptable, for the spirit would inevitably fall asleep during the act. As a music mentor, Lanqi has conveyed to the head of the music department that his philosophy of music is one of profound love and inclusivity, regardless of the form of art. He extends his respect. In other words, as long as a student can produce sound on stage, Lanqi will acknowledge them. Thus, it can be confidently asserted that there are at least 2 music mentors who have endorsed this endeavor. Amidst the cacophonous cries of the audience, Shibelian stepped onto the stage. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from the spectators, gritting her teeth, she sang with fervor, her voice resounding beautifully, an ethereal melody. Following a bout of insincere flattery from Lanqi, Shibelian successfully passed the assessment. She was baffled at how Lanqi could utter such words with a clear conscience. Perfection. It can only be described as perfect. Under the solitary commendation of the only discerning judge, Lanqi, Baghel also managed to qualify, though he himself was perplexed as to how he had succeeded. The lengthy final minutes dragged on. This marked the first 30-minute intermission. Uniquely, as the class concluded, the spacious corridor lay deserted, devoid of any student presence. After a while, 3 students finally emerged from the back door, one of whom was being dragged out like a lifeless body. Time remaining, 9 hours 59 minutes. Task Objective 1. Exploration of the Academy exceeds 60. Current progress, 10. A young man furrowed his brow as he surveyed the meager 10 progress. Logically, the classroom marked by a single insignia should have increased our exploration percentage by 1 upon entry, and at the moment we cleared the challenge, it should have risen by another 1. Thus, we ought to have contributed a total of 2 to the exploration degree. Why then has it escalated to 10? He murmured in bewilderment. Could it be that the other 2 teams contributed 4 each, leaving them behind? Or perhaps a single team managed to contribute as much as 6? Brother, could it be that a formidable individual has been matched with us? The girl beside him, seemingly in a state of prayer and penance, finally lifted her gaze and spoke to him. The young man pursed his lips and shook his head. Such an absurd and malevolent theme, even within the 4th-tier shadow world, represents one of the most perilous categories. A normal human could scarcely adapt to the ancient ethics and rules of this demonic realm. Even among gold-tier challengers, there are scarcely any who are adept in the art of the demon shadow world. As silver-tier challengers of the Holy Teaching Research Society, their acceptance of mingling with demons, disguising themselves as such, and mimicking their behaviors is a torturous ordeal for them. As she listened, the girl took a deep breath, seemingly beginning to feel a sense of dread. Could it be that genuine demons have infiltrated the challengers? Chapter 61. The Awakening Magic of Lanqi at that moment. Shrouded in the chilling sounds of demons, the Demon King's theater concluded its inaugural lesson. The stage lights gradually dimmed, leaving only the quivering notes of a dark infernal melody enveloping the entire audience in a heavy shroud of darkness. In the corridors outside the theater, soon, all the mischievous students of the school would be graced with their first 30-minute respite. This interlude could be utilized to seek out a more desirable classroom. After Hebrian dragged Bachel out of the classroom, he unceremoniously dropped him onto the carpeted corridor floor. Rancid felt as if he had just emerged from an opera house, stretching languidly, seemingly reluctant to part with the enchanting experience. Where shall we venture next? Hebrian inquired. Are you hungry? Rancid hesitated for a moment, glancing at Hebrian for clarification. A little, she replied, inexplicably feeling as though they were deliberating on their itinerary after attending a concert together. Rancid grinned broadly. In stark contrast to his earlier tormented state at the Icarus Academy, he now radiated genuine joy. "All right," Hebrian remarked, observing Rancid's revitalized demeanor. Feeling that even the authorities at Icarus Academy would find themselves in contemplation upon witnessing it. Although accompanying Rancid in this mischievous academy was somewhat exhausting, having him as a companion always instilled a profound sense of reassurance. How is he going to guide us now? Hebrian quickly diverted her gaze back to the unconscious Bachel on the floor. Since being extracted from the Demon King's theater, Bachel had not been stirred from his slumber by the torturous sounds of hell, appearing as if he had been powered down. As Hebrian lacked a comprehensive understanding of healing and awakening magic, she turned to Rancid, who might possess greater expertise. "Hebrian, did you know? There exists a remedy that can both anesthetize a patient and awaken them," Rancid remarked with a smile, sighing deeply, embodying the seasoned wisdom of a compassionate healer. While casting a questioning glance at Hebrian, Hesperian pondered, unsure of the specific medication Ranch was referring to. Was it truly possible to swiftly locate such a remedy within the confines of the Demon Academy? However, following Ranch's gaze downward, she discovered that he was fixated on her clenched fist. Hesperian felt that if she continued this discourse with Ranch, her merits might be irrevocably diminished. "Come on, Hesperian. Quickly use your magic to awaken him," Ranch urged. Hesperian could only nod in response, fearing to utter a word lest the divine presence overhear. Subsequently, they assumed the roles akin to that of a physician and a nurse, commencing the treatment of Bachel. At long last, amid Bachel's anguished cries, he regained consciousness. "I must say, your vitality is truly remarkable," Ranch remarked, gazing at the revived Bachel with the admiration of a saint celebrating life. How did you manage to awaken me?" At this juncture, although he had returned to consciousness, he felt as though his entire being remained ensnared in a quagmire of despair. "I am a healing demon. Naturally, I possess the means," Ranch declared, her divine and enigmatic radiance enveloping Bachel as though he were bathed in celestial light, granting him redemption. "Why do I feel something is amiss? What transpired in the classroom moments ago?" Bachel questioned, still uncertain. He had the distinct impression of having endured an exceptionally prolonged nightmare, wherein a gray-haired demon, shrouded in swirling dark mist, ensnared him in an inescapable hell of torment. "Do not dwell on such illusory matters. They are but figments of your imagination. Can you distinguish between reality and the unreal? Check your pocket." Prompted by Ranchi, Bachel reached into his pocket and discovered 2 additional credit coins. These were a reward bestowed upon him by the director following his successful completion of the challenge. As Bachel had been unconscious at the time, the director had discreetly placed the coins into his pocket. Prior to this moment, Bachel had never dared to imagine such a fortune. "Do you believe this is a beautiful dream?" Ranchi inquired with a cheerful smile. Seeing Bachel's happiness brought him joy as well. "Where shall we go next?" Bachel felt as if the pain that had plagued him was momentarily dispelled. He quickly rose to his feet, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and asked Ranchi, "Bachel, lead us to the Demon King's esteemed restaurant branch at the Academy." Ranchi responded. Earlier, Bachel had mentioned an extraordinarily expensive restaurant within the school that offered the highest quality cuisine from the demon realm. Some of its limited menu items could even enhance one's attributes within a single day. This was the only thing Ranchi could do for the homesick Talia. However, upon hearing Ranchi's intended destination, Bachel seemed to hesitate. "What's wrong? Isn't the functional area supposed to be quite safe?" he asked. "That area is frequented only by students who possess an abundance of credit coins, and those who regularly visit are among the most dangerous students in the school. If you're not a renowned student and venture there to consume their resources, you might easily incur their resentment." Bachel expressed his concerns apprehensively. Although the functional area is relatively safe, Bachel harbored a profound fear of encountering the most formidable demon students within the school. In this light, Ranch produced the teaching badge bestowed upon him by the head of the music department from his pocket and affixed it to the chest of his outer garment, declaring, "But I am now a school teacher." Bachel gaped in astonishment at the exquisite badge adorning Ranch's chest. It turned out that the luminescent demon he had been in the company of for half a day was, in fact, a teacher, engaging in part-time studies while playfully disrupting the classroom. Chapter 62. Ranch's upright values. Ranch gazed at Bachel with a calm demeanor. Though the confidence radiating from his eyes was unmistakable, Bachel was clearly reluctant to expend his precious credit coins, for to a student teetering on the brink of expulsion, every surplus credit coin was of immense value. "Very well," he said hastily, bowing in gratitude towards Ranch. Bachel's greatest fear was to be targeted by a powerful upper-class demon or to be enslaved. In this world, the weak often find themselves as prey. However, his interaction with the formidable Ranch was astonishing. Though fearsome, This luminescent demon exhibited a rationality that transcended the typical malevolence associated with demons. Such demons, possessing these qualities, are often the most powerful and terrifying. Yet, correspondingly, as long as one does not provoke them, they disdainfully overlook the plight of weaker demons. Subsequently, Bachel fully embraced his role as a guide, his voice imbued with respect and certainty as he began to lead Ranch and Hubrian towards their new destination. Upon entering the realm of the functional zone, the corridor exudes a refreshing atmosphere, contrasting starkly with the dimly lit passage of the classroom, as if they belong to entirely different worlds. Here, the oppressive aura of the abyss seems less pronounced, replaced instead by a tranquil purity. His voice carries a hint of relief, akin to the satisfaction of completing a formidable task. Very well, do exercise caution. This name seems to promise a noble enjoyment. As night descends, the twinkling starlight appears to reflect upon the dining table, evoking an absurd yet dreamlike beauty. Esteemed guests, please take a look at this. The demonic waiter, while guiding them to their seats, presents a meticulously crafted black leather guide. The cover boasts a distinctive diamond pattern, emanating a subtle aroma of leather, reminiscent of an antiquated world. Ranchi's gaze is drawn to the elegant script upon the cover. Several lines of exquisite text are inscribed, detailing the dining etiquette of the Demon Lord's esteemed establishment. Patrons must be appropriately attired. No fighting, brawling, or instigation. Pets, summoned creatures, or familiars are prohibited. No dine and dash. No insults towards fellow guests. Violators will be penalized by the restaurant manager, should any guest suffer due to the misconduct of others. The establishment will provide compensation. The embossed lettering is meticulously arranged on the cover, truly embodying the essence of the demonic realm. Ranchi could not help but exclaim to the nearby Hesperian. One cannot help but acknowledge that the strict enforcement of regulations has led to a commendable decorum and atmosphere within the demon realm. Indeed, Hesperian nodded in agreement. The restaurant was bathed in soft lighting, and a rich aroma of exquisite cuisine wafted through the air. At this moment, only a few students occupied the corners of the establishment, their heads bowed over menus or patiently awaiting the arrival of their dishes. Each figure contributed to a unique ambience that enveloped the restaurant. The demon waiter approached them once more, wearing a sincere smile tinged with apology. I apologize for the delay. As we have been quite busy, I hope you can forgive us, he earnestly addressed the two, showing marked respect towards Ranchi due to his status as a teacher. Not a problem, Ranchi replied, cradling an elegantly crafted menu in his hands. His fingers glided gently over the pages, his gaze traversing the printed words and illustrations as he endeavored to comprehend the distinctive qualities and flavors of each dish. Eventually, his attention settled upon one particular page. This esteemed establishment, bestowed by the Demon King, harmoniously blended the essence of the demon realm with local ingredients from the netherworld, innovating a unique style of contemporary demon cuisine. Although he was not entirely familiar with the specific names of the demon ingredients, one dish that promised to enhance attributes resembled charcoal-grilled potato balls paired with smoked eel, complemented by a sauce that bore a resemblance to smoked onion and eel broth, finished with a drizzle of dill oil for a refreshing touch. Another dish, the dark chocolate souffle, appeared to be the pièce de resistance of desserts. It showcased a fluffy, warm dark chocolate custard, accompanied by crystalline custard sauce, promising a delightful interplay of temperatures, rich yet airy. Two exclusive dishes are a must-try, each priced at 5 credits, which can bestow upon Hyberlian a specialized attack attribute, enabling her to achieve a 4th-tier combat prowess tonight. With such a formidable ally capable of rivaling the ranks of the Shadow Realm, their operational latitude would expand significantly. The other offerings, while delectable, lack any accompanying effects and are consequently more affordable. They can be ordered as deemed appropriate. However, the demon waiter, seemingly attuned to Ranchi's intentions, displayed a hint of distress, and with a melodious tone tinged with undeniable regret, remarked, "Sir, I'm afraid those 2 items have already been sold out today. Are there truly no exclusive dishes left?" Ranchi furrowed his brow, a look of perplexity crossing his face. What further confounded him was the observation that, despite the restaurant's seemingly spacious and opulent environment, only a scant few patrons were present, yet the waiter appeared exceedingly busy. The demon waiter, with a resigned nod, clarified for Ranchi, "Alas, there are none left, and the ingredients for standard dishes are also running low. Currently, we only have." As she spoke, she attentively pointed out the remaining options on the menu for Ranchi. Ranchi, engulfed in confusion, surveyed the restaurant and soon discerned the source of the issue. At a lavish long table sat a rather striking demon. His silver hair seemed to shimmer like a constellation of stars, exuding an air of aristocratic elegance and aloofness. Yet, In a fleeting glance, one could perceive the barely concealed scrutiny and dissatisfaction in his gaze. The waitstaff bustled around him like ants burdened with heavy loads, delivering exquisite dishes one after another. Yet, the silver-haired demon merely inclined his head slightly, took a fork or spoon, and after delicately sampling a bite or two, he furrowed his brow and pushed the plate aside, revealing an expression of utter dissatisfaction. The discarded food was promptly whisked away by the servers, destined for the trash bin. The meals he rejected were scarcely savored, creating a stark contrast between the waitstaff's frantic activity and his fastidiousness. All the demons sought guidance in the silver-haired demon's gaze and gestures, akin to mice compelled to spin in circles, caught in a whirlwind of busyness. Even the restaurant manager approached his table, reluctantly submitting to his sharp critiques and reproaches. Lanqi silently observed the dining behavior, appearing somewhat discontented. This unwavering gaze quickly caught the attention of the silver-haired demon, who turned his head, locking eyes with Lanqi for a moment, the chill in his stare palpable. Subsequently, a hint of displeasure flickered in the demon's eyes, seemingly irked by Lanqi's scrutiny. The corners of his mouth dipped slightly, forming a stern arc, accompanied by a dismissive snort. The silver-haired demon's gaze swept over Lanqi and Hubrian, as if appraising two trinkets of little value, his expression rife with disdain. He then gestured for the nearby restaurant manager to approach, and with an air of indifference, uttered, "Today, I shall order all the premium ingredients you possess." The air of dominance in his words was as unmistakable as the noble aura that enveloped him. It was evident that he sought to display the absolute disparity between himself and both Lanqi and Hubrian, while simultaneously depriving them of the pleasure of indulging in exquisite cuisine. Perhaps it was Lanqi's fleeting glance that prompted him to decide that these two impudent devils would not partake in food of the same caliber as his on that day. Nevertheless, Lanqi continued to furrow his brow, gazing at the long table occupied by the silver-haired devil, remaining silent. "Lanqi, let it go," Hubrian spoke gently, seemingly attempting to alleviate Lanqi's discomfort. She was acutely aware that the silver-haired student, whose abundance of credit coins was nothing short of extravagant, was certainly not one to be trifled with. In this designated area, there was scarcely any room for confrontation. The tactics Lanqi favored, such as biting sarcasm coupled with grandiloquent poetry or silencing and manipulating discourse, were rendered ineffective in this restaurant where summoning was prohibited. A heavy silence hung between the silver-haired devil and the distant table of Lanqi, who seemed to heed Huberian's counsel. His gaze shifted from the devil's table to Huberian's face. Finally, Lanqi spoke, earnestly elucidating his values to Huberian. Huberian felt a peculiar sensation, although Lanqi's thoughts were not without merit. His articulation of them bore an inexplicable undertone of something darker. This was largely due to his rather unique interpretation of concepts such as virtue. Chapter 63, Lanqi's public service advertisement. The resplendent illumination of the Demon King's restaurant dances upon the high-quality black decor, casting an air of opulence with its elegant dining tables, plush seating, and exquisite tableware. Each detail radiates luxury. The light flickers across the tiled corners, highlighting the crystalline handcrafted ice, the gleam of wine bottles, and the steam rising from newly served dishes, all rendered even more captivating under the refracted glow. We prioritize the honesty, integrity, and natural essence of our ingredients. Should you have any feedback or suggestions, please do not hesitate to share. The demon waiter gracefully presented the ordered dishes to Lanqi and Shobalian, akin to a skilled noble steward, her movements steady and fluid. One dish comprised succulent, freshly grilled beef, artfully diced and adorned with herbs, fried saltgrass, and translucent pear slices, elegantly arranged atop a thin slice of black bread as an appetizer. Another featured thick slices of marinated venison, seasoned with salt and black pepper, seared to a crisp exterior while remaining tender within, complemented by delicate shavings of black truffle interspersed among the meat, exuding a rich aroma, alongside a sprinkle of spiced snowflakes and a glass of red wine reduction. Lastly, a dessert showcased a spherical dark chocolate shell encasing a layer of caramel cheese, topped with sea salt to enhance its complexity. Its enticingly crisp appearance promising that a gentle tap with a spoon would release a cascade of velvety caramel sauce. Alas, due to the silver-haired demon's preemptive actions, Lanqi and Shobalian were unable to order more exquisite dishes and had to settle for a selection of modest fare. However, the present scene is sufficient to convey the respect that this branch of the Demon King's gracious restaurant holds for both food and guests. Hubrian gazed at the dishes laid out on the table, uncertain of what plans Lanqi was concocting. "Lanqi, summons are not permitted here," Hubrian whispered, reminding him. "This establishment enforces a strict rule against bringing pets, disallowing any demon from summoning familiars or beasts, without the pivotal card known as the Great Love Poet. which serves as Ranchi's ultimate trump card. The majority of his strategies would be rendered ineffective. Moreover, the restaurant forbids any verbal provocations. Even if Ranchi wished to engage in psychological warfare, he would find himself at a loss. Ranchi's words were imbued with sincerity. He was largely unconcerned with the silver-haired demon's previously pointed behavior. His sole apprehension lay in the fear that the demon's hedonistic and extravagant demeanor would negatively influence the youth who were watching the live broadcast. As members of a civil exemplary team, it was imperative for them to lead by example and impart positive and healthy values. A foreboding sense stirred within Hubrian. Yet before she could articulate her concerns, she noticed that Ranchi had already commenced. Suddenly, the color drained from Ranchi's face for reasons unbeknownst to her. "Manager," Ranchi called out. Raising his hand, the manager approached them with a worldly gait, appearing far more approachable than the silver-haired demon who had cast an air of tension over the entire restaurant. "I beg your pardon, dear manager. I am experiencing a slight discomfort in my chest. Might you have any beverages here that could provide warmth to my body?" Lanqi gazed at the manager, his trembling hand barely able to hold the glass. His voice emerged strained and hoarse, reminiscent of an injured beast striving to conceal its affliction. "Indeed, we do. Please hold on," the manager replied with a nod, taking the empty cup from Lanqi's grasp and proceeding towards the distant wine cabinet to fulfill his request. In the meantime, Lanqi appeared akin to a physically and mentally challenged individual, his quivering hands clutching the utensils as he consumed his meal, emitting soft, plaintive groans. Were he in the realm of humanity, such pronounced characteristics might provoke the ridicule of ill-mannered children who could mimic his condition. Such behavior would indeed be reprehensible. However, one would seldom encounter such trivial demons in the upscale establishments of the demon realm. Across the restaurant, at a lengthy table, a feeble and powerless luminescent demon required the compassion and care of a female companion, reduced to a pitiable existence unworthy of note within the demon world, even after graduation. The silver-haired demon gently tilted a bottle of red wine, allowing the deep crimson liquid to flow into the glass like a slender ribbon. On his face, the expression of impatience gradually faded, replaced by a look of indulgent satisfaction. For him, Lanqi's presence served as a fleeting jest, a brief curiosity, swiftly submerged amidst the meals he had consumed and the wines he had savored. The atmosphere within the restaurant has settled into a tranquil hush, resembling a dark treasure chest, where small lights twinkle like diamonds. The black tablecloths are adorned with cutlery and glass containers, each table accompanied by a modest menu, while the patrons, engaged in their meals, mostly remain silent or converse in hushed tones. Outside the window sprawls the nocturnal panorama of Hell City, its lights streaking across the sky like shooting stars. With the air thick with the tantalizing aroma of infernal cuisine, enveloping the scene in an aura of mystery and elegance. In this cinematic moment, Ranchi seizes an unnoticed opportunity to discreetly administer a few healing spells to the silver-haired demon. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain seizes the silver-haired demon, causing his expression to contort dramatically, his hands trembling as they emit a mournful sound. The silver-haired demon realizes that Ranchi is employing non-aggressive magic against him, even going so far as to mock his condition. Initially, the silver-haired demon had no intention of engaging with Ranchi, but the latter's reckless provocation could lead to dire consequences. He glanced at the silver-haired demon, then at Ranchi. Both demons appeared disabled, their movements and sounds almost synchronized. Abruptly, the manager hastened towards the silver-haired demon. "Do not mock or torment the disabled demon," the manager shouted, delivering a sharp slap to the silver-haired demon's head, causing it to tilt askew. In this establishment, any form of insult towards fellow patrons is utterly intolerable. Ranchi continued to tremble nonchalantly, seemingly oblivious to the silver-haired demon who had collapsed in the distance, focusing solely on the meal before her. From every angle, it appeared that the silver-haired demon had merely been imitating the true disabled Ranchi. Cherishing food begins with the smallest of actions. Finally, Ranchi spoke these words of advocacy with a sense of relief, marking the conclusion of the public service announcement. Hesperian's eyelids fluttered incessantly. She had ultimately underestimated the depths to which this entity could descend, forsaking its humanity. Chapter 64. Ranchi. Brimming with positive energy beneath the warm glow of candlelight, the Demon Lord's dining hall appeared suffused with a golden hue. The silver candlesticks at the center of the table exuded an air of dignity and solemnity, their flickering flames reflecting bright light upon the surrounding vessels. The orange-red flames infused the air with a hint of enchantment. Shadows danced upon the table, the white tablecloth adorned with golden edges contrasting beautifully with the dark texture of the surface, creating an atmosphere that was both cozy and delightful, capable of easing one's worries. Hesperian, did you see? I have successfully curbed the wastefulness of food, Lanqi declared, turning to Hesperian with a voice full of positivity. Hesperian. Her head bowed, hesitated to respond to Lanqi's statement, fearful of incurring the wrath of the goddess should she decide to penalize Lanqi, inadvertently including her in the reprimand. Regardless of the circumstances, having been raised as a human in the realm of humanity, she still harbored a desire to be recognized as one. In the distance, after the restaurant manager dealt with the silver-haired demon who had contravened the establishment's rules, he approached Lanqi with a concerned expression, hastening his steps. Within moments, he expressed his sincerest apologies for the unfortunate dining experience Lanqi had endured in their establishment, assuring him that they would make every effort to provide a satisfactory compensation. The manager promptly placed a warming potion from the demon realm beside Lanqi and earnestly addressed him. No, it is not your fault. I sincerely thank you, Lanqi replied, his fingers trembling slightly as he grasped the wine glass. After taking a sip, the distress he had been experiencing, akin to struggling in the snow, began to dissipate. He inhaled deeply and turned his gaze back to the manager. Sir, may I inquire if the dishes that the silver-haired customer had ordered earlier, which were ultimately not served, are now available? Additionally, do we have the opportunity to order some new dishes? Previously, Lanqi had not observed those two exclusive dishes at the table of the silver-haired demon. It was evident that he had placed his order in advance, intending to enjoy them as a grand finale. Of course, the manager replied, slightly inclining his body and nodding towards Lanqi. Now, regarding those two dishes, Lanqi opened the menu, presenting the pages featuring the two exclusive items to the manager, and continued, no problem, and as per the restaurant's customary practice, we shall also extend compensation to you. The manager accepted the menu from Lanqi's hand, bowing slightly to both of them. Lanqi regarded the manager with a brief hesitation before letting out a sigh. I believe you bear no responsibility. If there is to be any fault, it should lie with that individual who carelessly squandered food and failed to appreciate the exquisite dishes crafted with dedication by the chefs. Lanqi's words were imbued with both regret and resignation as he gazed upon the lifeless form of the silver-haired demon. The matter of compensation should not rest upon your shoulders. This is a restaurant that has brought me immense satisfaction. I cherish it and hope for its continued prosperity, nothing more. The manager, upon hearing this, fell silent for a moment before nodding in gratitude once more. As an establishment that prioritizes service quality and adheres to the highest standards, they naturally harbored a sense of anger and dissatisfaction towards overly critical patrons, particularly those like the silver-haired demon who looked down upon their efforts with disdain. In stark contrast, Lanqi, who understood the value of food and approached their offerings with appreciation and gratitude, was a breath of fresh air. However, the matter of grievances must be addressed appropriately. If possible, may I take possession of that individual's remains? I wish to personally lay him to rest and offer a requiem in his honor. Lanqi continued to gaze at the motionless body of the silver-haired demon, revealing his true desire for the gold coins that might emerge from the fallen creature. Who knows what treasures this hidden monster might possess, along with a plethora of academic credits. Of course, that can be arranged. I will ensure everything is packaged for you. The restaurant manager remarked, having already noticed the music department badge on Lanqi's chest, swiftly grasping the implication of his request. He was aware that there existed certain forbidden soul-calling incantations within the realm of music, and it was evident that this silver-haired demon made for an excellent vessel. Sir, we shall endeavor to provide you with the finest service throughout your dining experience, and we hope you find satisfaction in it. The manager bowed to Lanqi before stepping aside. The passage of time that followed seemed to flow with an extraordinary slowness and tranquility. Within the restaurant, the music flowed softly, occasionally interrupted by the crisp clinking of silverware, accompanied by the faint aroma of dishes wafting from the distant kitchen, creating an atmosphere of sheer wonder and harmony. Let us first indulge ourselves, and then we shall tally our spoils, Lanqi cheerfully remarked, extending his fork towards the fresh vegetables and delicately placing a small piece into his mouth. A genuine sense of satisfaction and happiness flickered across his face. He had safeguarded the restaurant's ingredients from waste, and in return, the establishment rewarded him with a substantial sum of gold coins. Today, he had done a commendable deed. Shobarian stole a glance at Lanqi, harboring words she wished to convey yet found herself unable to articulate. I feel the need to confess, Shobarian whispered. She believed that she needed to atone, and that Lanqi required it even more. The act of sacrificial merit should not be taken lightly, even for the sake of her missing father. She needed to cultivate more virtue, so perhaps the goddess might bestow her favor. Since childhood, Shobarian had heard tales of the goddess's impartial love for all beings, even demons, As long as one harbored good intentions, she would offer guidance and redemption. No problem, but alas, this flag is raised. Lanqi abruptly sensed the perilous nature of Xiao Barian's words. 12 hours truly felt insufferably brief. Shepard raised her gaze to observe the subtle changes in Ranch's expression, sensing an unusual turbulence within him, yet unable to comprehend it. She was uncertain whether this disconnect stemmed from her own inability to understand human emotions or a lack of insight into the heart of a demon. After spending considerable time with Ranch, a rather unfamiliar human, Shepard often found herself engulfed in confusion, even grappling with self-doubt. Shaking her head, she resolved that the matters at hand had progressed far enough. It was time to indulge in a meal. Chapter 65. Ranch remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. An hour and a half slipped by unnoticed. The dining hall of the Demon King, illuminated in the shadows, exuded an ethereal charm, radiating an air of nobility and unique magic, accompanied by the delicate melodies of the restaurant's instrumental ensemble. Ranch and Shepard concluded their dinner, although Shepard inadvertently succumbed to the enchanting atmosphere of the demon realm. It was not until she stepped through the glass doors of the restaurant that she realized the ominous portent of her awakened bloodline, leaving her feeling increasingly distant from humanity. Ranch walked ahead, as if on a leisurely stroll, while Shepard trailed behind, dragging a coffin-like gift box. The corridor was flanked by magnificent skylights, through which the celestial tapestry of the demon realm's night sky was vividly visible. The scene was undeniably beautiful, yet the two figures within it appeared to be in stark contrast. Inside the coffin-like gift box, a silver-haired demon lay in serene repose. His presence resembled a cold gemstone, bestowed with a noble resting place. The corridor, bathed in both the gentle glow of the lights and the twinkling stars, mirrored a tranquil radiance. This passage would extend towards the educational district, their forthcoming destination. For if they were to wander aimlessly, their navigation demon, Bachel, might struggle to locate them by the next recess. This place, in stark contrast to the bustling corridors, exuded an eerie tranquility, with the gentle luminescence of the demon realm's starry sky softly cascading around them. The two settled side by side, beginning to tally their spoils. A simple foray yielded a substantial handful of credit coins, a bountiful harvest indeed. Good deeds were surely rewarded. What a delightful surprise! Exclaimed Ranchi with unabashed joy. Indeed, responded Hubrian, a hint of reluctant amusement curling her lips as she gently echoed his sentiment. She often felt an inexplicable sense of exasperation, akin to that of a caregiver, when accompanying Ranchi. After thoroughly rifling through the silver-haired demon's possessions, their expressions gradually morphed into astonishment. This individual is far wealthier than anticipated. It was only upon closer inspection of the gathered credit coins that they realized each coin from the silver-haired demon was denominated in tens. The black gold credit coins, adorned with unique symbols, sparkled under the starlight, each one convertible into 10 standard coins or usable as 10 credits. Thus, the silver-haired demon's wealth was, in fact, tenfold greater than Ranchi initially surmised. Ranchi's gaze shifted to another item discovered within the inner pocket of the silver-haired demon's attire. He endeavored to ascertain whether it was a magical artifact, yet even he struggled to discern its true purpose. Ultimately, he stared at the identification card belonging to the silver-haired demon, his expression increasingly perplexed. Why did he possess no student ID, but rather a credential from the Demon King's castle? On the other side, the lofty dome cast a faint starlight, projecting moon shadows and stardust into the corners of the conference room. A massive circular table occupied the center, surrounded by several esteemed professors, each face etched with concern and gravity. Their silhouettes flickered in the dim starlight, accompanied by an oppressive atmosphere, as if the air in the room had solidified, where even the faintest sound could evoke a profound resonance. The vice principal sat in the prominent position, his brow furrowed, remaining silent. He surveyed each professor in the room and solemnly remarked, "Esteemed colleagues, the commissioner dispatched from the Demon King's city is expected to arrive at our institution within the next few days. However, according to the principal, this envoy is highly skilled in disguise and may pose as a student or a teacher to conduct preliminary observations and inquiries within the school. During the principal's absence, we must adhere strictly to the regulations and ensure we do not inadvertently offend the envoy of the Demon Lord." As the vice principal's words hung in the air, the other professors nodded in agreement, yet remained silent. They understood that what truly troubled the vice principal was not merely the envoy from the Demon King's city, but rather another, far more troublesome entity, the Blood Clan envoy, who was also on the verge of arriving at the school. The vice principal's hand rubbed his forehead, exhibiting evident fatigue. as the breath he exhaled resembled the delicate mist of winter, swiftly absorbed by the atmosphere. He lifted his head, his gaze fixed ahead, his tone feeble, as if speaking to himself, while simultaneously seeking answers from the professors. The pressure from the Department of Education in the demon realm is overwhelming. The envoy of the Blood Clan is soon to arrive in the city of Purgatory. Should the Blood Clan discover that humans have indeed infiltrated our school, we would be in grave trouble for violating the South-North Treaty. The South-North Treaty, also known as the Treaty of Non-Interference between the Blood Clan and the Demon Clan, was established in this tumultuous era, where the Blood Clan dominates the South, and many rulers of human realms are but vassals to them. Conversely, the Demon Clan in the North is relatively weak compared to the Blood Clan, merely sheltered by the icy fortifications of the far North. The Demon Clan must maintain a neutral stance concerning any affairs between the Blood Clan and humans, which constitutes the fundamental condition for the Blood Clan refraining from provoking the Demon Clan. However, at present, the Blood Clan has begun to suspect that the Demon Clan is covertly attempting to disrupt this delicate balance. The origin of this turmoil reportedly stems from the Blood Clan's discovery of individuals suspected of masquerading as demons, attempting to infiltrate the demon realm to acquire forbidden knowledge. Initially, the Demon Clan was incredulous, as it is typically demons who disguise themselves as humans, not the other way around. However, in due course, the Blood Clan's Archduke seemingly extracted crucial intelligence through merciless interrogation of the family members of researchers from the Imperial Experimental Facility. Chapter 66. The Joy of Lanqi revisited in response to the Blood Clan's resolute pressure. The stance of the Demon Realm's Inspectorate is unwavering. They are committed to adhering to established protocols. They guided the Blood Clan's envoy across the treacherous icy terrains of the north to the Demon Realm, and will accompany them to the Academy for an investigation. The envoy of the Blood Clan possesses a unique power of blood, enabling him to discern humans disguised as demons. In an effort to quell the wrath of the Blood Clan, the demons may resort to making them sacrificial pawns. Furthermore, to prevent any interference from the principal, the Ministry of Education has preemptively reassigned him under the pretense of an important agenda, effectively sidelining him. According to expectations, the envoy of the Blood Clan will arrive at the school in a few hours. The vice principal's voice is laced with exhaustion. At this juncture, the only glimmer of hope for the Academy lies in the clandestine support of the Demon King. Although the Demon King's stance appears ambiguous on the surface, it is paramount from his perspective not to overtly assist the school in deceiving the Blood Clan, as this would provoke their ire and violate treaties. However, prior to the principal's reassignment, the Demon King had discreetly communicated with him, indicating that if the Blood Clan indeed dispatched an envoy, he would send a resourceful confidant to aid the school, should there be a lurking human sought by the Blood Clan within the Academy. This emissary from the Demon King would be their last lifeline. Yet, with the envoy's arrival imminent, the emissary remains utterly elusive. Where on earth could the esteemed emissary be? The vice principal rests his hands on the desk, his brow furrowed in distress, his expression one of deep turmoil, his gaze seemingly searching for a way out of the darkness. In this moment, all he can hope for is that the emissary, bearing the dark jade token of the Demon King, will soon reveal himself to assist them in confronting the envoy of the Blood Clan. Meanwhile, on the other side, could this individual not be a student? It feels rather like being in a privileged relationship, thought Lanqi to herself, akin to the inexplicable sensation of having vanquished a concealed monster, only to be rewarded with a collection of enigmatic artifacts. She was at a loss for how to assess the situation. This silver-haired demon, according to the mechanics of the Shadow World, should not have been slain within the safety of the Demon King's bestowed restaurant in the functional zone. Alas, it was unfortunate that Lanqi, a veritable harbinger of dread, had crossed its path. Therefore, the presence of some peculiar items on his person was hardly surprising. Rising to her feet, Lanqi declared, "One can only encounter high-ranking professor-level demons within a classroom of difficulty level 3. She glanced at the mission objectives. The current exploration rate of the Academy had reached 18. Entering the restaurant had not contributed to this figure, indicating that the functional zone does not facilitate growth and exploration. The other two teams likely contributed 4 each, suggesting they had each entered and cleared a classroom of difficulty level 2. It seemed our progress was somewhat lagging. Hence, we must strive harder." Lanqi, brimming with a sense of responsibility, encouraged both herself and Hubrian. After all, failing to successfully navigate the Shadow World could unleash calamities in the real world. Very well, Hubrian mused, observing Lanqi's natural exuberance, suspecting that he was simply well-fed and eager to resume their escapades in the amusement park. She sighed and followed the effervescent Lanqi. The challenges of the shadow world were altogether different from her previous expectations. It felt as though she were indulging in a delightful adventure alongside Lanqi in a demon-themed amusement park. Beneath the radiant expanse of the starlit sky, Ranch and Heberly united their efforts to transport the lifeless form of the silver-haired demon to the window's edge. Heberly exhaled in relief, grateful for Ranch's considerate assistance, which spared her from shouldering the burdensome labor alone. Thus, the shared toil meant that the consequences would be evenly distributed, alleviating the weight from her shoulders. Leaning against the wall, they engaged in light conversation to pass the time until the ancient and melodious chimes resonated throughout the school, shattering the tranquil atmosphere. The sound of stones rolling and clashing echoed like a pendulum striking against iron, creating a thunderous reverberation. Meanwhile, the winding, obsidian staircase spiraled downward, devoid of any supports, as if it were suspended in midair. Surrounding the staircase was an endless void of darkness, rendering any sense of direction utterly futile. After approximately 10 minutes, they spotted Batchel hastily ascending the stairs. His steps were marked by urgency as he deftly navigated the gaps in the staircase. "My apologies for my tardiness," Batchel said respectfully, bowing his head in deference to Ranch and Heberly. "It's quite all right, Batchel," Ranch replied with a smile, patting him on the shoulder in a friendly manner. "Please lead us to a level 3 classroom, preferably one focused on the arts." A flicker of surprise crossed Batchel's face, quickly replaced by astonishment at the sudden escalation and challenge. Aiming for the most demanding classroom across all disciplines in the academy. "You may wait in the corridor, and I shall reward you with 3 credit coins directly." Ranchi shrugged his shoulders, clearly perceiving Batchel's trepidation. Backhel was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in gratitude. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he harbored a persistent suspicion that since Ranchi and Shibarian had graced the Demon King's banquet with their presence, they not only retained their credits but had seemingly struck a fortune like nouveau riche. Yet, in such a strictly regulated area, the notion of credits reversing was utterly implausible. "Lead the way," Ranchi smiled broadly. He was now immensely wealthy, with credits beyond counting, and felt no reluctance in assisting Backhel with a few of his own. All he needed was to remain alongside Shibarian, whose prowess had been augmented to a 4th-tier status by the meal's enchantment, ensuring mutual protection. Ranchi sensed that by conquering just one more classroom of difficulty level 3, the hidden perils within this academy would soon be illuminated. Chapter 67, Ranchi's art class at last. Backhel halted before an exquisitely crafted, diminutive wooden door, marked with 3 formidable demonic insignias. It was rumored to be an art classroom, one of the few with a difficulty rating of 3. Backhel elucidated this to the duo. Upon hearing this, Shibarian instinctively took a step back, as if haunted by a past trauma. To her, the artistic expressions of the demon realm were somewhat daunting. The memory of the previous level 2 music classroom still lingered painfully in her mind. Nevertheless, the melodic magic had fortuitously aligned with Ranchi's greatest strength. As his signature spell card, the Great Love Poet belonged to the melodic magic category. Now, they found themselves confronted with an even greater challenge in the painting classroom. "How are your painting skills, Ranch?" asked Huberian, glancing at him. "I possess a modicum of understanding," Ranch replied with a calm smile. This reassurance eased Huberian's mind. Though uncertain of Ranch's precise level of confidence, he trusted him implicitly. Subsequently, Ranch stepped forward and pushed open the door, with Huberian following him into a refreshingly inviting classroom. The room was circular, its walls adorned with gray-white stone slabs and murals, eschewing traditional front and back orientation. Instead, all the seats were arranged around a central round table, forming a complete circle that offered an unobstructed view from every angle. This design facilitated easier interaction between the teacher and each student, allowing for more fluid discussions among the students. It was, to Ranch's knowledge, the most conventional classroom he had encountered thus far. The seminar titled Appreciation of Art from the Demon Realm was inscribed clearly on the gray-white stone walls. It appeared that every wall in this classroom could serve as a whiteboard for instructional purposes, and the fundamental rules were straightforward. Do not attack other students. The seminar's content was as follows. The task is to discern whether the artworks were created by the professors of the academy. Senior Professor Mogit would randomly select pieces from the art repository. The works could range from those crafted by the academy's art professors to pieces by former students, showcasing varying levels of proficiency in painting. Students were required to differentiate between them. Upon Ranch and Huberian taking their seats, there were only 5 students in total present. An elderly demon professor stood at one end of the classroom, glancing at the pocket watch in his hand, sensing that class time was drawing near. The demon professor, Morgoth, silently opened the door behind him and wheeled out a small cart laden with paintings. from which he selected 4 pieces to hang on the wall for the 5 students to observe clearly. I am the senior professor of the Fine Arts Department at this academy. I shall first present to you a few examples. The 2 pieces on this side are the works of the Academy's fine arts professors, while the other 2 are creations by students, Morgut stated, pointing at the paintings on the wall with a measured tone. The students in the classroom immediately turned their attention to the artworks, observing them intently. Given the varying styles of the paintings, comprising oil, watercolor, and charcoal, Chubrian found it difficult to discern any significant contrasts among them, to the extent that she could not determine the merit of each piece. Meanwhile, Lanqi rested her chin in her hand, glancing at the 4 paintings before gently nodding in acknowledgement. The rules for the upcoming activity were clear. A correct answer would yield a point, while an incorrect one would result in a deduction of 1 point. Failure to respond within 5 minutes would incur an automatic penalty of 1 point. And in a state of negative points, the professor would impose a punishment. Morgut surveyed the 5 students as he elaborated on the guidelines. The recent students appeared rather unremarkable, leaving little hope for breaking any records. Within the laboratory of the Magic Engineering Institute, the bright yellow lights illuminated the cluttered workbench and an array of tools. Despite the late hour, a few students could be seen seated before a large screen, engrossed in a breathtakingly realistic live broadcast from the demon realm. The faces of these students appeared weary yet exhilarated, their gazes fixed upon the screen as if they were spectators at a grand competition. Despite having previously donned the masks of anguish in the music classroom under Ranchi's guidance, they had gradually come to realize that Ranchi was, in fact, quite the jester, revealing to them a world of humor they had never encountered before. Would the classroom of Level 3 prove more daunting than the earlier Level 2 music class? A few magical artisans found themselves sharing the same trepidation as Shibirian. Certainly, yet even amidst the torment, I yearned to witness the great love poet. She is truly enchanting. And I longed to cough. One must not, nor should one ever, fall in love with enchanted cards. You must revisit Professor Palaio's treatise on the ethical standards of card masters. That said, how can one discern the nuances of artistry without an understanding of art appreciation? After absorbing the rules, the magical artisans engaged in a spirited discussion before a workbench, while a young man seated on a nearby sofa raised his hand and interjected, in truth, aside from the variance in skill, a painting should also bear traces of magical essence. If one possesses an exceptionally keen ability to detect magical signatures, one could identify the artist's magical traits. By answering a few more questions and correlating them with previous responses, one would gradually memorize the magical signatures of several professors at the academy, making future identifications increasingly effortless. The youth's words resonated with the second-year students seated in the front row, illuminating their understanding. Indeed, it is none other than His Highness Aner. The young man reclining on the sofa is none other than Aner, the second prince of the Hutton Kingdom, who beams with a grin. He bears no trace of aristocratic demeanor, appearing much like an ordinary upperclassman. Did not Princess Vivian mention that this fellow named Ranch is quite adept at appreciating artwork? Wouldn't that mean he would thrive in this classroom? The silver-tier card master, a young girl, remained by his side, posing a question to Aner. No. The difficulty is exceedingly high. The artistic style of the lost era of the demon realm is remarkably unfamiliar to us humans. As for the 4 paintings used as examples, even my own appraisal cannot guarantee a high degree of certainty. Aner furrowed his brow and pondered. What would be the probability of success if you were to evaluate the next painting? The girl gazed at Aner's otherworldly handsome visage and inquired. A solid 50%. The girl paused momentarily. She contemplated that multiple-choice questions typically offer at least a 50 chance of a correct guess. Subsequently, she bit her lip, suppressing her anger, and clenched her fists tightly. Chapter 68. The sincerity of Ranch within the painting classroom. The lesson commenced in a tranquil atmosphere. The slender silver lamps suspended from the walls emitted a warm glow, casting light upon the neatly arranged frames and illuminating the classroom furnished with elongated wooden benches. The air was infused with a subtle scent of paint and canvas. The ambience was quiet yet laden with tension, if not for Professor Morgut, who was poised to randomly select a student to initiate the first round of questioning. However, at that moment, an unexpected hand was raised. All the demons' gazes were directed towards the raised hand. Hubrian stood there, her right hand lifted, her amber eyes wide open, as if in disbelief of her own actions, as though her arm were under some external compulsion. After a moment, she seemed to come to a realization. She turned her head and saw an eagle-eyed demon seated to her right, his pupils fixed intently upon her, the brightness of his gaze stark against the dim classroom environment. Clearly, this eagle-eyed demon was the source of her sudden gesture, employing mental magic upon her. since Huberian had initiated. The eagle-eyed demon would be able to respond fifth in the first round, affording him ample time for analysis. Then, let us begin. Professor Mogit seemed aware of the unfolding situation. Yet, the classroom rules permitted such tactics, allowing students to leverage their strengths. Huberian's complexion soured immediately. She cast a guilty glance at Ranch, feeling as though she had ensnared him in this predicament. Simultaneously, her gaze shifted towards Professor Mogit. But she could not discern the quality of the drawing in his hands. Was it merely a matter of guessing? There was a 50% chance of surviving this round, or facing immediate failure. Just as Huberian's spirits plummeted, descending into an abyss of despair, Ranch whispered beside her. "It is drawn by the professor." Instantly, his words elicited derisive laughter from the demons. In this classroom, how could there possibly be a student capable of making such a quick identification? It was evidently a shot in the dark. The demon beside him, no matter how foolish, would never take his jest lightly when it comes to wagering one's life. Professor Mogit remained expressionless, clutching the painting, offering his students no hint of insight into his thoughts. The artwork was created by her, and she placed her unwavering trust in Ranqi. Their collaboration was fortified by an absolute commitment to execution. Oh, indeed. The professor set down the painting but cast a surprised glance at Ranqi. In this classroom, there was no prohibition against sharing answers with fellow students. As the very essence of the session was a seminar, Professor Mogit had never encountered a student so resolutely convinced of an answer, nor one who exhibited such faith in their fellow demons. The next should be Ranqi. Just as Professor Mogit reached for another painting from the cart, the students stared in astonishment at this luminous demon. Even Professor Mogit hesitated, half holding the painting before gradually lowering it and nodding in affirmation. Correct. This revelation sparked surprise among the other students in the room. Was it mere luck, or could he truly discern the truth? At such a pace, it seemed even the professor would struggle to keep up. At that moment, Huberian gazed at Ranqi with profound confusion. Her earlier unhesitating faith in him had stemmed from instinct rather than reflection. Ranqi's arsenal of spells had been revealed to her in advance, and she was aware that apart from the previously utilized magical cards, he possessed only one elemental magic and one psychic magic, rendering it impossible for him to identify the painting with such precision. Amidst her bewilderment, Huberian pondered the enigma. The turn to answer had arrived for the student seated to the left of Ranqi, a female demon whose brow furrowed in concentration as she endeavored to scrutinize the painting once again presented by Professor Mogit, with the reference of the 6 previous artworks. Discerning the current piece had become somewhat easier. However, she had not anticipated that the clockwise progression would reach her so swiftly. With the information at her disposal thus far, she found herself unable to ascertain its essence through magical means. Ranqi, seated beside her, quietly offered a gentle reminder. The female demon appeared hesitant, struggling to trust Ranqi's insight. Yet, upon further contemplation, she increasingly sensed a lack of spirit in the painting. Thus, she lingered in indecision for nearly 5 full minutes. The artwork is indeed that of a student, Professor Mogit acknowledged with a nod, casting a profound glance at Ranqi. If the previous 2 instances could be attributed to mere fortune, this third occurrence diminished the likelihood of chance. He had never encountered a student who evoked such an enigmatic impression upon him. In the far corner of the classroom, a demon student rose, fixated on the painting held by Professor Mogit, yet he found himself at a loss. While he excelled in magical discernment, he lacked confidence in his ability to appreciate art. Unfortunately, he had not encountered any familiar magical signatures in the earlier pieces. The corner demon timidly glanced at Ranqi, uncertain if he would receive assistance. "It is a student's work," Ranqi calmly informed him. Indeed, Professor Mogit confirmed once more. The demon in the corner, elated, returned to his seat, offering a grateful nod to Ranqi. At last, the circle had turned, and it was finally the turn of the eagle-eyed demon seated on the far right. On the opposite side of Brian, the demon initially controlled her hand with mental magic. The eagle-eyed demon scrutinized the painting held by the professor, convinced that Ranch would never divulge the answer, having observed that Ranch entered the classroom alongside Brian. Moreover, the previous mental magic had, to some extent, ensnared Ranch as well. Yet, at that moment, a gentle smile graced Ranch's face as he addressed the eagle-eyed demon. This time, it is the professor who painted it. All the demon students present were acutely aware that Ranch was unlikely to harbor benevolent intentions towards the eagle-eyed demon. Thus, this seemingly ambiguous act of providing an answer appeared to be a psychological game, as it had gradually transformed an art appreciation or magical identification question into a psychological analysis challenge. The veracity of this statement now rested upon the judgment of the eagle-eyed demon. Chapter 69. How could Ranch possibly harbor malicious thoughts? Doubts spread like vines throughout every corner of the art classroom, rendering the once lively artistic space abruptly silent. All gazes converged on the singular target, Ranch, as if yearning to extract an explanation from his inherently innocent expression. However, his visage resembled a painting even more enigmatic than that in the professor's hands, eluding comprehension. For consecutive rapid answers struck the correct choices like lightning, defying mere coincidence. No demon remained skeptical that Ranch's success was merely a stroke of luck, although they were perplexed by the peculiar magic employed by the luminous demon, which allowed it to analyze the answers with such precision and swiftness. The eagle-eyed demon sat in contemplation, agitated and conflicted by Ranchi's subtle hints. He recognized that Ranchi's inclination towards revenge was entirely justified. However, as he delved deeper into analysis, he found himself ensnared in a web of confusion. Unable to ascertain the exact level at which Ranchi operated, gradually suspecting that Ranchi was merely toying with his psyche. After a considerable period of reflection, the eagle-eyed demon stumbled upon a clue, a slow smile creeping across his lips as if he had grasped the course of action he ought to take. You are intelligent, yet you have overlooked a crucial detail. He directed his gaze towards Ranchi, akin to an officer who has uncovered a lead on a suspect. As a specialist in mental magic, he could distinctly perceive the mental fluctuations of other demons. When Ranchi had provided him with the answer, there had been an absence of complex thoughts. His words were too calm, his expression too innocent. In the demon realm, it was inconceivable for any demon to convey the correct answer so sincerely to an adversary, devoid of ulterior motives. This was the sole flaw in the trap laid by the luminous demon. He must have harbored the inherent malice of the demon race. Uttering the incorrect answer, it is drawn by a student. The eagle-eyed demon dismissed Ranchi's response with unwavering conviction, his voice resonating through the empty classroom. He then cast a scornful glance at Ranchi, as if mocking his futile scheme, which not only failed to harm him but inadvertently aided him instead. Professor Mogat remained silent, shaking his head in disapproval. No, this is my painting, he asserted, a hint of irritation in his voice. Lanqi gazed at the eagle-eyed demon with a mix of pity and disbelief. I have already provided you with the correct answer. Why do you refuse to trust me? He appeared genuinely intent on assisting his classmate, devoid of any malicious intent. Beside them, Hubrian scrutinized Lanchi's expression, instinctively aware that he spoke the truth. Yet the eagle-eyed demon remained unconvinced. Contemplating the situation, Hubrian sensed that the demon had unwittingly become a pawn in Lanchi's game. Regardless of whether the eagle-eyed demon believed him, Lanchi's revelation had unsettled the demon's emotions, as he had inadvertently shifted his focus entirely from the painting to Lanqi himself. What is the matter? Lanqi seemed to notice Hubrian's gaze, turning his head with a smile that radiated like a crystal-clear spring. Nothing, Hubrian replied, choosing not to engage further. She was aware that even if she inquired, Lanqi would feign ignorance, claiming, I have no knowledge of it. He has misjudged my intentions. How could I possibly harm a fellow student? This juxtaposition of his innate goodness and darkness had become so seamlessly intertwined that she found herself unable to discern whether he was performing an act of kindness or malice. Even beginning to perceive a duality within him, the entire right side of the classroom fell into a profound silence, etched deeply into their minds. Oh. The visage of the eagle-eyed demon was marred by sheer terror, his eyes reflecting the intertwining shadows cast by Ranchi, as if the grotesque features of a demon were mirrored in an abyss of darkness. His countenance contorted, rife with resentment and helplessness, as he beheld the approaching professor. The once piercing gaze of the eagle-eye dwindled into an unfathomable despair. At this juncture, he remained unable to fathom how that resplendent demon could manifest such unblemished purity of goodwill, an essence foreign to his kind. Professor Morgoth's strides were steady and resolute, each step resonating like a funeral knell upon the heart of the eagle-eyed demon, stirring the remnants of his terror. Soon, Professor Morgoth's hand gently rested upon the head of the eagle-eyed demon, causing his skin to wither, blood to evaporate, and muscles to atrophy, ultimately rendering him a deflated husk. The glimmer in his eyes gradually extinguished. The expression of fear and despair was forever frozen upon the visage of the eagle-eyed demon. Before unveiling the next painting, Professor Morgoth held aloft the lifeless form, casting a profound gaze at Ranchi. This classroom might pose a challenge rated 3 for other students. Yet for this resplendent demon, the difficulty felt akin to a -3. Over an hour later, the melodious chime resonated once more, an intangible tension permeating the walls and saturating every corner of the classroom. Professor Morgoth stood at one end of the round table, brow furrowed, his gaze laden with skepticism towards the demonic realm. He had methodically replaced each painting in an effort to escalate the difficulty, endeavoring to challenge Ranchi's discerning eye. Yet, to his dismay, not once did Ranchi exhibit even the slightest hint of struggle. Professor Morgoth now found himself reflecting on how it had come to be that he was the one challenging the student. Mogit was certain that when Ranch was discerning the paintings, there was not a flicker of magic within him. It was solely his keen eyesight that meticulously observed every corner. It was unfathomable why such a remarkably talented student in the art of appreciation existed in this institution, as if possessed by the very spirit of art. Who exactly are you? Professor Mogit gazed intently at Ranch, profoundly shaken by him. At this moment, Ranch appeared to Mogit, the esteemed senior professor of fine arts. As an enigmatic master of artistry, Mogit could not help but wonder what caliber of artwork could be produced if a brush were placed in the hands of this luminous demon. So, Professor, could you first enlighten me on what the reward of 263 points entails? Ranch asked, nonchalantly resting his chin on the back of his hand. A smile gracing his lips as he leaned back in his chair. Chapter 70, The Arrival of Ranch, the savior in the art classroom. Bright lights illuminated the walls, casting a gentle halo. Each vividly colored canvas hanging on the wall seemed to possess its own vitality, perpetually whispering ancient secrets. The atmosphere in the classroom appeared to momentarily solidify, thick with an unspoken tension. Ranch's gaze shifted away from the artwork, gently turning towards Professor Mogit. A soft smile playing on his lips, his eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. After class, they quickly collected their credit tokens and exited the classroom. Only Professor Mogit, Ranch, and Hubrian remained, engaged in a discussion about how to implement Ranch's qualifying reward. Feel free to inquire, if it is within my capacity. I shall endeavor to fulfill your request, Professor Morgoth mused, the depths of his dark eyes sparkling with a profound light. He found himself at a loss for an appropriate reward for Ranchi. Even the previous highest score of 21 points had yielded rewards limited to selections from the realm of fine arts. In these extraordinary times, the vice principal had cautioned them to adhere strictly to the regulations, thus even if Ranchi were to demand exorbitantly, he would have to acquiesce. Moreover, Ranchi possessed an artistic talent that piqued Morgot's curiosity, and he was loath to stifle such exceptional potential. I wish to pose 2 questions. Can you assure me that you will answer without reservation and alleviate my confusion? Ranchi inquired politely, remaining humble despite his classroom performance. Professor Morgoth hesitated momentarily before solemnly accepting the request. Such a straightforward inquiry posed no challenge to him, suggesting that the student was on a promising path. However, just as Professor Morgot's thoughts began to ease, Ranchi's questions erupted within him like thunderclaps. Please tell me, what do you believe will be the greatest imminent crisis facing the Academy, and what, in your view, might serve as a turning point? Ranchi asked, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon Professor Morgoth. Now convinced that their exchange had been established and having secured the professor's unwavering assurance, he felt emboldened to ask directly, even if his inquiries were somewhat audacious. Yet, what followed was an unforeseen intensity in Professor Morgot's reaction. How could you possibly know? Professor Mogit exclaimed, almost shouting the question. His gaze was fixed intensely on Ranchi, as if he had suddenly realized something, yet struggled to accept it. However, Mogit dared not challenge Ranchi. His heart raced uncontrollably, as if it sought to leap from his chest. Something was beginning to align. Ranchi intoned gravely. He could not allow this esteemed professor to discover that his insights had stemmed from the realm of shadows in the music classroom. For now, it was imperative that the professor fulfill their prior agreement. Upon hearing this, Professor Mogit's brow twitched. Faced with Ranchi's profound gaze, his heart felt increasingly beyond his control. He attempted to decipher the meaning behind Ranchi's eyes, but found that within those emerald orbs, there was no hint of any secret to be unveiled. Mogit lowered his head, striving to regulate his breath and regain his composure. Finally, he let out a deep sigh. Everything led Mogit to believe that this luminous demon before him was indeed the special envoy from the Demon King's city, as the vice principal had mentioned. The envoy's current inquiry seemed a means to establish contact with the higher echelons of the school. After all, aside from the vice principal, only a handful of senior professors were privy to the envoy's true identity. To converse privately with a senior professor, one could only do so in a classroom with a difficulty level of 3. Mogit came to understand that today, regardless of whether Ranchi was indeed this envoy, having made the aforementioned agreement, he should naturally disclose the truth. Indeed, our academy is currently facing a grave crisis. The crisis may erupt tonight. Morgoth slowly acknowledged this. His voice laden with helplessness and concern, his gaze once again fixed upon Ranchi, as if anxiously awaiting his every reaction. Soon, A messenger from the Blood Clan would arrive at the academy to investigate the potential presence of humans within its walls. Should these suspicions be confirmed, those of us in the upper echelons of the academy would not escape unscathed. If the academy is indeed compromised, our only hope lies with the emissary dispatched from the Demon King's castle. As he spoke these words, Morgoth looked at Lanqi with a glimmer of hope, as if his final statement was directed solely at him. He pondered whether this individual might indeed be the esteemed emissary. At this juncture, it seemed time to lay all cards on the table. Lanqi remained impassive, seemingly deep in thought, grappling with the overwhelming influx of information. Meanwhile, Hubrian struggled to maintain a neutral expression, her mind already in a tumultuous uproar. The emissary from the Demon King's castle? Could it possibly be the silver-haired demon that Lanqi had vanquished in the Demon King's banquet hall? It appeared that the concealed narrative within this shadowy realm involved humans masquerading as demons, desperate to avoid calamity. While the Academy's leaders sought to unearth the human Blood Clan messenger, all amidst the chaotic clash of differing allegiances between the Demon King's inspectors and the Blood Clan emissaries. For the challenger to survive this night, the sole path to salvation lay in swiftly acquiring intelligence and deftly maneuvering among the divergent factions of demons, exploiting the internal strife within the demon realm to carve out a narrow escape. It is a life-and-death challenge and a terrifying game that demands the utmost strategy, courage, and survival instinct. Upon contemplating the multitude of hidden adversaries in this fourth-order shadow world that seek to challenge the lives of competitors, even Hubrian felt an instantaneous chill of dread. However, now Hubrian has come to realize that an unforeseen danger exists in the form of Lanqi, a force that no demon or Blood Clan had anticipated. With sheer determination, Lanqi has plunged this murky chaos into darkness unbeknownst to anyone. Lanqi remained silent, yet his presence was vividly etched in Professor Morgoth's gaze. In this moment of silence, the unspoken words resonated louder than any spoken ones. Chapter 71. How did Lanqi become the principal? In the painting classroom, the light that fell beside Lanqi appeared to grow more brilliant, akin to the long-awaited sunshine after a prolonged period of gloom. As the radiant demon, Lanqi embodied the essence of a true savior, his figure radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Professor Morgoth slightly bowed his head in a gesture of respect towards Lanqi. The arrival of the envoy signified salvation for the academy. The entire classroom descended into a serene and solemn stillness, the only sound being the gentle ticking of the clock's second hand. At last, Lanqi spoke again. "Take me to see the vice principal. I will assist you in dealing with the Blood Clan envoy." "Certainly," came the reply. And then his gaze sharpened as he turned towards Hubrian. "What about her?" Professor Morgoth sensed that Hubrian was privy to far too much information. With the envoy's appearance, it seemed unnecessary for the faculty to rigidly adhere to the Academy's regulations any longer. "Everything will prioritize whether the Academy can overcome the challenge posed by the Blood Envoy," remarked Lanqi, casting a fleeting glance at Shobalian with an air of indifference. "Understood." Professor Morgoth nodded briskly, beginning to comprehend why the envoy had remained in hiding for so long and dared not to take actions that might offend this woman. Regardless of the veracity of Lanqi's claims regarding another mission, it was clear that such matters were beyond the purview of a mere professor. "Please follow me. I shall escort you to an urgent meeting of the Academy's senior officials," Professor Morgoth stated urgently, hastening towards the classroom door to bring the envoy to the vice principal without delay. "Very well," Lanqi replied, hands clasped behind his back, nodding slightly, exuding an aura reminiscent of a leader inspecting a subordinate unit. In the dim, stone corridor, Bakhel anxiously gazed at the wooden door of the painting classroom. At last, upon hearing the crisp sound of the lock disengaging, his body froze in place. He lifted his gaze to see a familiar figure emerging from the doorway. It was Lanqi, as composed and unruffled as ever, as if he had just concluded not a rigorous lesson, but a leisurely afternoon conversation. Professor Morgoth's gaze swept past Bakhel, an invisible chill emanating from him, enveloping Bakhel in a profound sense of cold. He had never envisioned that he would one day stand so close to the esteemed leaders of the school. Just as Bakhel was about to call out to Lanqi, an icy dread surged from the depths of his being, as if he had suddenly found himself in the depths of a frigid cavern. The murderous intent emanating from Professor Morgoth was palpable, seemingly intolerant of a mere individual like Bachelor daring to offend Lanqi, even if only by slightly delaying their time. Yet, in the face of such a scene, Lanqi remained unfazed, merely offering a gentle smile and raising his hand in a gesture that signaled to Professor Morgoth to relax. To Bachelor's astonishment, Professor Morgoth indeed reigned in all hostility, complying with Lanqi's unspoken request. "Bachelor, do attend your classes diligently. I too have matters to attend to." Lanqi, as if the game had reached its conclusion, lightly patted Bachelor S' shoulder in farewell as he passed by. Bachelor S' mind raced, struggling to comprehend this unsettling revelation. He had long suspected that this radiating demon was extraordinary, yet he had not anticipated that his true identity and status were far superior, even beyond that of a senior professor. Just then, as Bachelor faltered, uncertain of how to address Lanqi, a crisp sound resonated. Lanqi tossed him a credit coin as a parting gift. Bachelor swiftly caught it. "Thank you." As Lanqi's figure faded into the depths of the corridor, Bachelor gradually straightened up. With a furtive glance downward, he opened his palm to behold the credit coin resting within. There lay a coin of peculiar design, one he had never encountered before. Its presence felt surreal, igniting an uncontrollable tremor in Bachelor S' serpentine eyes, as if the very blood coursing through him had begun to boil. It was a legendary 10 credit coin. Bachelor stood motionless, his mind consumed by a restless turmoil. After several seconds, he tightly grasped the 10 credit coin in his hand. "I too yearn to become a powerful being capable of commanding other demons." His voice was hoarse, as if a long-buried desire within him had been irrepressibly stirred. Half an hour later, in the depths of night at the exiled Academy, the Jarrah Memorial Square glimmered with a soft, ethereal light. The clock tower indicated that it was midnight. Yet, this hour did not render the square silent. Rather, the vicinity of the open-air giant screen remained quite lively, imbued with an atmosphere of anticipation and joy. Students who had decided to stay up all night had brought their blankets and found their spots on the steps of the square. Many held cups of steaming coffee to fend off the chill of the night, while some students, reminiscent of a picnic, had set out wooden wine boxes beside them. The barbecue grill was ablaze, wafting the tantalizing aroma of grilled meats and vegetables that made one's mouth water in the late hours. In the distance, illuminated by the streetlights, a figure strolled leisurely, gazing toward the giant screen in the square. Her gray hair was intricately braided, and she wore a pair of plain glasses, exuding an air of tranquility and grace. This was Talia, meticulously disguised, once appearing as cold as ice. She now bore a hint of the solitary charm of a literary girl. In the dim light of midnight, the resemblance between her and the great love poet seemed even more obscured, making it nearly impossible for anyone to discern their similarities. She held a box of succulent roasted chicken, drizzled with a rich and aromatic sauce, occasionally lifting a piece to her lips, savoring it slowly as if to forget the weariness that had settled upon her in the late hours of the night. Just a few minutes prior, she recalled the ancient Demon Realm film she had seen that afternoon, tossing and turning in bed, unable to find slumber. She felt a pang of hunger and decided to venture out once more to the exiled Academy. However, what puzzled Talia was the unexpected liveliness of the Academy at this hour, far beyond her anticipations. Occasional murmurs and cheers emanated from the direction of the square, reminiscent of those late-night vigils during a thrilling championship final. How captivating could it be? Was it merely Rand's examination and classes? Talia murmured in confusion. Chapter 72. Mr. Rand's significant address. The colossal screen in Jarrah Memorial Square shimmered with undulating light, at times radiant, at others dim, resembling a solitary lighthouse quietly guiding through the darkness. On the stone steps facing the open-air screen, Talia, adorned in a comfortable white dress, appeared as a refreshing beacon in the night, quietly settling at the edge of the square. Here, the view was unobstructed, allowing her to behold the entire screen in its grandeur. She gently adjusted the hem of her dress and seated herself upon the textured stone steps, gazing towards the open screen. Gradually, her brow furrowed. On the screen, Rand sat at the forefront, a teacup before him, speaking as he occasionally tapped lightly on the table. Each individual was dressed exquisitely, appearing even more resplendent and solemn beneath the radiant chandelier in the conference room. At this moment, Lanqi had long since shed his school uniform jacket, donning instead a vintage suit, his nameplate prominently displaying the words acting principal in the language of the Demon Realm. In the square of exiled Academy, Talia furrowed her brows, rubbing her eyes before glancing back at the scene. There was no mistake. Talia pondered. Hadn't I merely stepped away for a few hours? How has this individual ascended from student to principal? The atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat tense yet imbued with respect and anticipation. All the school leaders sat in perfect unison, quietly listening to Lanqi's insights. Subsequently, Lanqi proposed several ideas regarding educational reform within the Demon Academy, including the promotion of educational equity, enhancement of teaching quality, and a focus on the development of faculty strength. He emphasized that education is the cornerstone of the Demon Realm, a cradle for the future pillars of society, and that every educator present bore the significant responsibility of nurturing the new stars of the demon world. I hope we can work together to ensure education that is equitable, high quality, and characterized by modernity. We must also prioritize and enhance the professional development of our teachers while paying attention to the comprehensive growth of each student, igniting their potential. Just as Lanqi was articulating the future strategic direction of the school, the door to the conference room was pushed open. Commissioner, the new regulations for the academy have been promulgated and are now in effect as per your request. Additionally, the envoy from the Blood Clan and the inspector from the Demon Inspection Bureau have arrived in Purgatory City and are expected to reach the academy within the hour. Very well, Lanqi nodded. Previously, when Professor Mogit escorted him to the conference room, he encountered the Vice-Chancellor. It can only be said that due to Professor Mogit's unwavering confidence in him, many troubles were averted. Furthermore, it appeared that during Professor Mogit's earlier private audience with the Vice-Chancellor, he had conveyed details regarding Ranch's performance in the painting classroom. Consequently, the Academy convened a series of urgent high-level meetings, during which the Vice-Chancellor personally undertook the necessary measures as outlined by Ranch to address the demands posed by the Bloodline emissary. Ranch cast a glance at the Vice-Chancellor and then at the other senior officials, inquiring. Half a day passed, yet no one in the conference room dared to respond. They all understood that the esteemed confidant of the Demon King was there to rectify their mess, and receiving a reprimand was entirely to be expected. Indeed, his tone had been remarkably courteous. Hesperian stood behind Ranch, resembling his secretary, internally grappling with a myriad of emotions, perplexed as to why the situation had suddenly transformed. She endeavored to maintain a neutral expression. Before her, Ranch reclined against the chair, his hand resting on the table, addressing all the school leaders present in the conference room. Hesperian could scarcely fathom how Ranch possessed the audacity to sit there so calmly, admonishing a group of high-ranking demons. He seemed to genuinely regard himself as an official envoy, seamlessly reintegrating into the institution. However, it cannot be entirely attributed to their shortcomings. The transformation technology from the Empire indeed surpassed our expectations, and moreover, the Bloodline entities have shown us a striking lack of respect. Lanqi sighed, his tone softening slightly. During this visit to your esteemed institution, I have had the opportunity to experience student life firsthand, which has left an indelible impression on me. I shall convey the positive experiences I have garnered to Lord Demon King, as conducting research and inspections is indeed one of my responsibilities. Upon the conclusion of Lanqi's statement, a collective sigh of relief emanated from all the professors. Despite the severity of this commissioner's words, he did not conceal his optimism regarding the school. His intentions were unmistakably clear. He would ensure the preservation of the institution. In summary, to prevent the recurrence of such incidents and potential hazards in the future. Once I have safely escorted this Bloodline envoy away, I will require your cooperation in rectifying matters, optimizing the selection mechanism, and preventing any malevolent entities from infiltrating our school. Do you understand? Lanqi's voice resonated with strength and confidence. The palpable sense of responsibility and mission he exuded left no room for doubt among the other academic leaders regarding his profound attachment to the institution. Such fervor could not be feigned. More importantly, he possessed the ability to instill conviction in them. In the eyes of this commissioner, the Bloodline envoy was hardly a source of trouble. Rest assured, he reassured them. The vice principal, leading the way, sincerely vowed to Lanqi. Having previously listened to Lanqi's strategies for addressing the Bloodline envoy in the office, the vice principal was now utterly convinced that this formidable envoy of the Demon King was the sole wise and cunning savior they had been seeking. I apologize for the slight delay. There were minor issues in the background. Tomorrow, I will certainly provide at least 4 updates. And I will endeavor to complete the main storyline of the Demon Academy in one go, although it may be somewhat late by the time I finish. I assure you that it will be posted no later than 10 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 73. This glorious demon must be the most malevolent. The classroom deviates from the conventional square design, presenting an oval-shaped arena structure with tiered seating resembling a grandstand, ascending layer by layer until the final row nearly grazes the ceiling. At the heart of the arena, demons are engaged in fervent combat. In the back row of the audience, a pair of siblings sits quietly, awaiting the unfolding events. Time remaining, 3 hours and 30 minutes. Task Objective 1. Exploration of the Academy exceeds 60. Current progress, 748. They are silver-tier challengers of the Sacred Teaching Research Society. Previously, there had been suspicions regarding the infiltration of the demon race among the challengers, and now they silently observe the fluctuations in the objectives within the shadow world. This figure appears to be malfunctioning. Despite their exploration of the Academy, they have likely discerned that, given the school's expanse, a thorough exploration of the teaching area would undoubtedly yield an exploration rate exceeding 100. However, logically speaking, 100 should represent the maximum extent of exploration achievable by all challengers within a 12-hour time frame, as calculated by the Shadow World. Clearly, the current situation surpasses reason. This number continues to increment sporadically, relentlessly on the rise. The siblings are utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Task Objective 2, the source of tonight's danger, undoubtedly refers to the patrollers. To discern their identities, intentions, and their connection to the humans lurking within the Demon Academy. It is imperative for the three groups of challengers to converge and exchange intelligence, piecing together the key necessary to unravel the enigma. This constitutes the proper mechanism of the Shadow World. However, despite their efforts to leave clues and signals during class breaks in an attempt to reach out to the other four challengers, those challengers displayed no inclination whatsoever to join them. In this fragmented and clandestine realm of shadows, without a means to rendezvous, the challengers remain oblivious to one another's identities. Just moments ago, the school instituted an urgent new regulation, a decree that seemed almost farcical, as if the Shadow World had abruptly accelerated into a state of chaos. Brother, could it be that someone made an erroneous move, triggering the perilous mechanism prematurely? The girl's voice trembled, her vacant gaze searching for a glimmer of hope, yet finding none. His own heart was besieged by an overwhelming tide of fear and anxiety, nearly consuming him. Yet, as an older brother, he understood the necessity of not exacerbating his sister's terror. "Do not worry," he murmured softly, offering her solace. Although two challengers had been methodically navigating the educational district, their progress mirroring that of the siblings, they exhibited no desire for convergence, their demeanor peculiarly indifferent, as if they were unconcerned with the prospect of overcoming the Shadow World. "O revered goddess, we have committed no wrongdoing. Why, then, have we found ourselves in such a nefarious academy? If you still wish to protect us, I beseech you, send someone to rescue us." The young girl lowered her head, her hands trembling as they clasped in fervent prayer. When one can only turn to the divine, it signifies a profound despair. At that moment, the classroom door swung open, and a throng of demonic instructors strode in with resolute steps, seemingly parting the way for someone waiting just beyond the threshold. This sudden intrusion captured the attention of all the demonic students present, as if time itself had been momentarily suspended. Then, from behind the door, a radiant demon with flowing black hair and emerald eyes entered, pausing briefly to survey the classroom. "Bring all the students in this classroom to the principal's office," he commanded with an air of authority, effectively terminating the educational proceedings and ordering the escort of all students. It bore an unsettling resemblance to sending captives to a concentration camp. In an instant, the youth and maiden seated at the back felt a crushing sense of hopelessness. The inevitable had finally arrived. Yet, they remained perplexed by the chaotic mechanisms of the Shadow World that had summoned the principal to personally annihilate them. The radiant demon seemed to sense the atmosphere of unease permeating the classroom, his brow furrowing slightly. He raised his hand, signaling for all the demonic students to calm themselves, and spoke swiftly. Instantly, silence fell upon the classroom, the students' expressions shifting to one of astonishment at this unexpected turn of events. They naturally harbored little doubt regarding the principal's words. The principal, accompanied by numerous esteemed professors, seemed to harbor no ulterior motive against them, rendering the situation unnecessarily intricate. In the back row, the two siblings exchanged glances, their unease intermingled with confusion. Why did it feel as though this principal was, in fact, assisting them? Perhaps he intended to safeguard them? Yet, regardless of their contemplations, the principal of the Demon Academy, this resplendent demon, could never be an ally to challengers. His enigmatic aura commanded the utmost respect from even the mightiest of demonic educators, undeniably placing him at the pinnacle of malevolence within the shadowy realm. Surely, the institution must be grappling with some predicament, causing the intricacies of the Shadow World to align fortuitously, offering them a glimmer of hope. Although the mechanisms of the Shadow World grew increasingly perplexing, it appeared that a faint path to survival had emerged for the siblings. Chapter 74. The proper use of the great love poet The Demon Realm, a place of torment. After an entire night of flight and turbulence, the inspector's guard finally arrived at their destination just past midnight aboard the Dragon of the Demon Realm. This institution could be regarded as one of the most prestigious in the Demon Realm, situated in the Inferno, which housed the infamous 9 layers of demon prison, a source of dread for all demonic beings. Following a thorough inspection at the Academy's perimeter, they approached the restricted area for foreign beasts. The Dragon of the Demon Legion circled above, ultimately landing steadily in an open space. The officer demons disembarked from the dragon in succession, surveying their surroundings to ensure safety before a figure gradually descended the staircase from the dragon. His gait exuded an air of composure, as if he were the sovereign of the midnight hour. The starlight in the night sky intertwined with the infernal crimson glow, each illuminating the other, infusing the dark surroundings with an ethereal allure. Under the guidance of the officer from the Guard Corps, they advanced along the Grand Avenue, the searing heat emanating from the realm of torment rendering the very atmosphere oppressively heavy. In the distance, the colossal main gate of the academy gradually swung open, seemingly offering a warm welcome to the envoy of the bloodline. This envoy did not conceal his extraordinary aura of magical energy. His scarlet eyes seemed to harbor a profound and enigmatic power known as truth, as he strode gracefully along the thoroughfare, clad in a dark and exquisite noble attire, his demeanor both austere and dignified. As they proceeded, the officer responsible for accompanying this blood envoy, walking closely behind, felt compelled to boldly ascertain the bloodline stance. Now that they were on the verge of meeting with the academy, in a hushed tone, he inquired, "Baron Sanchez, should we take the initiative in terms of force?" Prior to their departure, the upper echelons of the guard had instructed them to disregard any obstacles posed by the academy, prioritizing the satisfaction of the bloodline. Naturally, the directives were quite flexible. The course of action depended on the envoy's disposition. "Not necessary, but if I uncover any humans, and the academy attempts to feign or deny culpability, you shall proceed as you see fit," Sanchez replied with a light chuckle and a nod. Although the current stance of the demon race was to avoid confrontation with the bloodline, the air was thick with unspoken tension. However, if the Blood Clan appears excessively domineering towards the demon race, it may inadvertently undermine their own principles, potentially providing the demons with an opportunity to retaliate. As long as they can identify the humans concealed within the school, the evidence will render the demons speechless. Should the school administration dare to resist at that juncture, it would be a grievous error, for the Blood Clan possesses ample means to exert pressure on the Demon King in exchange for greater benefits. The reason Baron Sanchez exudes such confidence lies in the fact that neither the Demon Realms Inspection Bureau, the Ministry of Education, nor the Academy of Purgatory has any demon aware of the precise nature of his powers. Even though he himself is merely at the 5th tier, he possesses a unique innate ability known as the True Blood Eye, which allows him to see through all disguises and perceive the fundamental essence of any target's soul. Once within Sanchez's perceptual range, both magical and physical deceptions become utterly meaningless. Although the Empire's transformation procedures can enable humans to convincingly masquerade as demons, the soul remains immutable. Demons and humans have existed as fundamentally distinct species since their inception. Before Sanchez, any who harbor a sense of complacency and attempt to deceive him through disguise will only appear exceedingly foolish. Even the upper echelons of the academy, including the principal, cannot fool him. Baron Sanchez, the envoy of the Blood Clan, along with his accompanying officers, walked for some time along the stone-paved road, until they reached the end where the delegation from the Demon Academy awaited them, composed of all the high-ranking officials of the institution to welcome this esteemed guest. The high-ranking officials of the academy stood together with a solemnity that belied their lack of enthusiasm for the ceremony. Despite the superficiality of the proceedings, which seemed somewhat reluctant, they ultimately completed the necessary formalities. A diminutive envoy of the Blood Clan, albeit small in stature, was backed by the formidable power that ruled the entire southern continent. Even the demon race was loath to confront those born with terrifying abilities and immortality. The acting principal of the Demon Academy welcomed the blood envoy with a beaming smile. Her graceful demeanor accompanied by a slight bow, flanked by the vice principal and other esteemed members of the academy's hierarchy. Baron Sanchez's crimson eyes flickered with life as they locked onto the principal, seemingly attempting to pierce through her exterior to unveil her soul and essence. His scrutiny extending to the other academy officials, as if to assess their integrity. While it was unlikely that any human could infiltrate the ranks of the Demon Academy's faculty or ascend to high positions, a thorough inspection was deemed prudent. Soon, his eyes returned to their normal state, confirming that there were no issues. The faculty members of the Demon Academy were indeed unblemished. Although the principal was undeniably weak, she was undoubtedly a genuine high-ranking demon, noble and enigmatic. "Lord Baron Sanchez, do you suspect that I am merely a human impostor?" inquired the acting principal, dressed in a crimson gown, as she gracefully brushed her gray hair with a poised hand, her tone laced with intrigue. Before Baron Sanchez, the Blood Clan envoy, stood a female demon who inquired of him, momentarily causing him to lose his composure. Merely hearing her soft voice sent ripples through his heart, as if this gray-haired demoness with her bright, captivating eyes embodied allure and beauty itself. Quickly, Sanchez reined in his vampiric powers, averting his gaze from her. Surely, she must belong to a prestigious lineage within the demon realm, a noble and esteemed higher-ranking demon. The Baron offered a slight bow and remarked that he must exercise caution in his work, and if he had caused any offense, he hoped for her understanding. The gray-haired demon smiled silently. Her eyes resembled a shimmering lake, and her lips curled slightly, revealing a trace of mischievous satisfaction. She was not Lanqi, but rather someone deeply attuned to her, acting in concert with Lanqi, who was seated in the principal's office, playing a role in welcoming the Blood Clan envoy as the great poet of love. Chapter 75. Lanqi's substitute envoy. At one end of the stone bridge before the Purgatory Academy, Baron Sanchez recalled that, according to the inspectorate, the original principal should have been reassigned by now. The newly emerged demon, capable of commanding the vice principal and a multitude of senior professors, must be the temporary new principal. It was unclear what credentials allowed her to gain the trust of such high-ranking demons within the academy. "How shall I address you, Miss Principal?" Baron Sanchez inquired. "You may call me Lanfu," she replied, a name hastily bestowed upon her by Lanqi, the one she found to be quite agreeable. The voice of the beloved poet resonates like sweet red wine, carrying an inexplicable yet alluring sense of provocation, seemingly capable of melting the minds of all present. Even the demon guards gradually succumb to her charm, unconsciously directing their gaze toward her. "Miss Lanfu, might I kindly request that you temper your voice a tad? It poses a considerable danger," remarked Sanchez, the envoy of the Blood Clan, shaking his head. Despite sensing the low rank of this acting principal, Sanchez dared not underestimate her. This female demon possessed a formidable talent for melodic magic. Her ability to effortlessly strike a chord of enchantment transcended mere first-tier classification. The vice principal nodded, fully comprehending her implication. She stepped forward, addressing Baron Sanchez, the blood envoy, with solemnity. "Very well." Baron Sanchez's expression remained unchanged. Yet he was taken aback by the school's unexpected cooperation with his duties. "Thank you for your collaboration, Principal. Now, I shall assign the inspectors to take over the monitoring of your faculty's responsibilities. I trust you have no objections?" he inquired. The task of preventing students from sneaking out of classrooms naturally fell to the inspectors. It was inconceivable to grant the school an opportunity to mislead simply because of their goodwill. Of course, the beloved poet gracefully nodded. Meanwhile, in a spacious office on the uppermost floor of the school, the uniquely high ceiling exuded a sense of history. A chandelier cast a soft glow, illuminating the deep brown wooden floor beneath. Opposite the marble fireplace, a comfortable single armchair rests alongside a spacious desk, atop which lies a tome. Its cover worn by the passage of time, its edges slightly curled, a book of magic presented by the instructor of the magical arts, chronicling spells capable of manipulating the fur of magical beasts. Rancid reclines leisurely in the principal's office, nestled into the deep-hued leather cushion. The other demon students, brought here, remain obediently on the opposite side of the office, under the vigilant watch of a cadre of fifth-tier demon educators, none daring to utter a sound. "Oh, beloved bard, the task now falls to you," Rancid murmurs, closing his eyes to commune with the bard whose spirit resonates with his own. "You truly know how to summon my talents. However, rest assured, I shall handle this with finesse." While it would be utterly inconceivable for Rancid to request her assistance with mundane chores such as laundry or cooking, when it comes to matters that align perfectly with her inclinations, she exhibits an enthusiasm that surpasses even his own. "May you guide the envoy of the bloodline on a most wondrous journey of healing," Rancid silently wishes, thereafter refraining from further interruption of the bard's focus, aware that excessive chatter would test her patience. For tasks of such specialized nature, once the plan is divulged to the bard, all that remains is to await her extraordinary execution. The bard, a purebred demon, serves as Rancid's substitute envoy, and he harbors no concerns regarding the envoy discerning any racial discrepancies. During the card creation process, Talia had, unbeknownst to Rancid, mingled a trace of blood to break the seal of the compassionate Candos. Talia presumed Rancid was oblivious, yet he was acutely aware of the intricate demonic sealing techniques embedded within the compassionate Candos. This ancient relic seems to have been left behind by a powerful demon clan, destined to eventually find its way to Talia through the passage of time and the guidance of fate, for only Talia possesses the ability to unlock it. This led to the eventual acquisition of a portion of Talia's blood by the illustrious bard, who, like Talia, bears an exceptionally noble lineage of demon blood. Even the vice principal was momentarily astonished upon witnessing the bard, realizing that Rancid had forged a summoning pact with a being of such caliber. Yet, considering the presence of this esteemed envoy, the vice principal found it less surprising. Rancid sat up, perusing the school's official documents, occasionally making annotations. After a while, as if struck by a sudden thought, he lifted his gaze to the expansive foyer of the principal's office. Observing the students who stood there with an air of anxious anticipation akin to that of a military drill, he spoke gently. He was quite certain that the remaining 4 challengers were among this group of students, although he could not pinpoint exactly who they were. Previously, he had conducted thorough inspections with a team of teachers, classroom by classroom, rapidly increasing the exploration rate. Upon entering a classroom, if he noticed that the exploration rate on the Shadow World information panel remained unchanged the moment he stepped inside, it indicated one of 2 possibilities. Either the classroom had already been challenged, or a challenger was currently engaged in a trial within its confines. Thus, by gathering all students from such classrooms into the principal's office, the Blood Envoy would naturally be unable to locate the human challengers disguised as demons in the ordinary classrooms. This was the students' first visit to the principal's office, and they stood in proximity to the school's head for the very first time. Relax, relax. If such a situation arises again in the future, we shall not allow you to linger in the principal's office in such tedium. Lanqi primarily felt it necessary to consider the emotions of the other 4 challengers. While speaking, he glanced at the teachers waiting nearby. What do you think about transforming the principal's office into a swimming pool? The space here is so vast, leaving it empty would be a waste. Instead, let us renovate it, allowing students to host swimming pool parties in the future. The nearby demonic teacher stood like a lackey, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Unable to discern whether the principal was serious or jesting, and thus refrained from responding, even if he were to set aside any potential ridicule. Who among the reckless students would dare to swim in the principal's office? Lanqi couldn't help but chuckle helplessly as he continued to review the documents before him. On the interface of the Shadow World information, the exploration level had already transformed due to his thorough inspections throughout the school. Now reading, Task Objective 1. Academy exploration level exceeds 60, current progress 1200. Over 1,000 of that had been accumulated during his visits in the capacity of principal. Lanqi felt a sense of satisfaction. The ratings and rewards for this Shadow World endeavor should be quite commendable. Chapter 76. The Poet of Great Love is bad to the core. A group of figures stood before the enormous mithril gate, coming to a halt. Suddenly, at the front of the line, the vampire envoy, Baron Sanchez, paused in his tracks. Consequently, the entire group gradually slowed, directing their attention entirely towards him. What is it? Baron Sanchez raised his hand, signaling the demonic officer responsible for his protection to present a map to him. As he unfolded the map and confirmed his thoughts, his expression gradually cooled, fixating on the great poet and the vice principal with a questioning gaze. However, Baron Sanchez had already memorized the overall structure of the academy. Despite the seemingly flawless guidance offered by the principal and her entourage of demons, Sanchez found himself inadvertently gazing at her a moment longer, as if wishing to delve deeply into her eyes. Take me there. Sanchez's voice shattered the brief silence, a glint of sharp perception flickering in his blood-red irises. The great poet maintained an outward composure, yet her soul stirred with subtle fluctuations for reasons unknown. Her voice remained calm, her expression unperturbed. Immediately, take me there. Sanchez's tone escalated, tinged with irritation. His patience waned under the great poet's meaningless evasions. The more the acting principal resisted his request, the stronger the intense intuition blossomed within him, whispering of hidden truths. The great poet pressed her lips together in silence, her thoughts a mystery to all. Yet it was evident that she felt a twinge of guilt upon being seen through by Baron Sanchez. If you will not lead us, we shall find our way ourselves. The officers behind Baron Sanchez sensed the rising tension among the academy's higher-ups, creating an atmosphere of palpable discord between the educators and the military. I will take you. The great poet's voice finally trembled with a hint of resignation, as if she had come to terms with the consequences and wished to avoid escalating the situation further. The gaze of the vice principal and the other malevolent educators was fraught with hesitation and concern, as if they wished to advise the compassionate poet, yet found themselves at a loss for words in this delicate situation. Baron Sanchez, with an impassive visage, inwardly scoffed at the petty cunning displayed by the female demon before him. In his eyes, even the slightest flaw would be swiftly laid bare. Ahead, a grand doorway loomed, standing like a silent giant, guarding the secrets within. As the emissary of the bloodline approached this soundproof portal, the compassionate poet and the vice principal moved forward, seemingly intent on pushing the door open to enter. Wait, Sanchez called out, halting them. By this point, he had gleaned that the classroom was filled with numerous demon students engaged in lessons, among whom lurked a suspicious soul that appeared to be human. The Baron was now convinced that this seemingly ordinary classroom harbored significant evidence of human concealment. No wonder the academy had remained so composed at the outset. They were merely employing a labyrinthine ruse to mislead them. Let them depart, Sanchez commanded coldly. You are to maintain your distance. No one shall approach this classroom until after the inspection. Upon receiving Baron Sanchez's directive, the demonic officers unceremoniously expelled the compassionate poet, who had attempted a final act of defiance, and commanded an elite squad to accompany him into the classroom for the apprehension. Subsequently, Baron Sanchez led the accompanying officers into the classroom. Due to the soundproof barrier of the classroom, the corridor lay enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the anxious beating of hearts and the faint sound of breath. Thus, 10 seconds elapsed. 30 seconds passed. 2 minutes lingered on. No one could ascertain what transpired within the classroom. Perhaps they had successfully apprehended a concealed criminal among humanity, heralding a grave predicament for the school's administration. Or perhaps Baron Sanchez would return empty-handed this time. Yet, there remained an unsettling stillness. Neither the Viscount Sanchez nor the officers showed any sign of emerging. The demonic sentinels of the Demon Realms Inspection Bureau, waiting outside, wore expressions of perplexity, utterly bewildered by the events unfolding within. Unexpectedly, the once dejected and hollow-eyed poet of grand love, who had been slumped with a sense of defeat, suddenly let out a soft chuckle through gritted teeth. At last, she could no longer contain herself. Akin to having sore feet, she sank to the ground, clutching her belly as she erupted into hearty laughter. This is hardly my fault. Is it? He chose to barge into that classroom. I couldn't have stopped him even if I tried. The grand love poet delicately wiped away the tears of mirth from the corners of her eyes, her face alight with a triumphant smile as she addressed the surrounding demons. It was the disaster zone, the Demon King's gifted theater, previously triggered by the infernal resonance fusion induced by Lanqi. At this moment, the cacophony continued to play on a relentless loop. Except for the head of the music department, a demon endowed with exceptional resistance to melodic magic. Any other being that ventured inside would find it impossible to extricate themselves unaided. From now on, the update time will be fixed at 9 p.m. Chapter 77, The Blissful Moment of the Great Love Poet. The once bewildered demons of the regiment instantaneously transformed into a state of panic. Confused voices of discord echoed throughout the ranks of the Demon Legion. Ultimately, all gazes converged upon the Great Love Poet, who, like a figure illuminated by a spotlight, became the sole protagonist. You have betrayed our commander and the envoy of the Blood Clan. The demons stationed outside the Demon Realm Inspectorate finally grasped the reality of the situation, incredulously shouting at the Great Love Poet and the Vice Principal. However, the Great Love Poet calmly rose from the ground, regaining her previous graceful poise. You all witnessed it, did you not? I advised the envoy of the Blood Clan and attempted to intervene. Every word I spoke was true, yet he chose not to believe me, did he? What? Are you so unreasonable as to bully a mere woman like me? She slightly raised her chin, her voice dripping with a sweet yet provocative tone as she challenged all the demons of the Guard Regiment. Do you dare to lay traps within the academy? Do you understand the consequences? Immediately, another officer, with a stern expression, fixed a harsh gaze upon the Great Love Poet, seemingly finding justification, as if contemplating the use of force to apprehend the principal. A trap? What are you talking about? I do not comprehend, the Great Love Poet said, her left eye narrowing slightly as she chuckled and shook her head. Before she could elaborate further, the Vice Principal stepped forward, emanating a terrifying aura that repelled the impudent inspectors. The performance in the Demon King's bestowed theater has always been transmitted through magical eyes to the nobles. They can all attest that this was an utterly ordinary show, not a trap set by us. It was merely that the Blood Envoy insisted on barging in. The guards, who had initially braced for confrontation, gradually retreated a few steps. The school's explanation was flawless. The more the military pressed, the more they found themselves at a disadvantage. Seal off the entrance. We cannot allow such a tragedy to occur again. The expression of the great poet transformed, imbued with righteousness as he commanded. The guards, though aware that the actions of these shameless educators were transparently aimed at thwarting any possibility of rescuing the Blood Envoys and their officers, found themselves stymied by the audacious principal, who seemed to occupy the moral high ground, effectively silencing their rebuttals. Thus, the demon soldiers gradually calmed. Pondering a terrifying realization, the Inspectorate and the Education Department had already acted against the Academy, removing the most formidable principal. Yet, not only had an acting principal emerged effortlessly, but they had also deftly manipulated both the Blood Envoy and the Inspectorate. Everything unfolded like a perfect coincidence, yet also bore an undeniable sense of inevitability. As if a great hand were orchestrating events from the shadows, it seemed highly likely that powerful allies stood behind the institution. continuing to confront the academy. The inspectors present might not escape unscathed, perhaps even meeting their demise without a trace. The demons of the inspectorate, seemingly enduring torturous agony, squirmed restlessly, observing their torment. The great poet, filled with compassion, smiled contentedly, as though having feasted heartily. With her flowing gray hair cascading elegantly, she turned away without a care, feeling it was time to indulge in some relaxation after all her labor. Rest assured, the vice principal expressed with a bow, overflowing with gratitude towards the retreating figure of the great poet. He recognized that expressing thanks to this noble demoness would equally convey his appreciation to her esteemed patron. Despite the presence of patrolling teachers, any who beheld the demoness in her gray hair and crimson attire would respectfully nod in her direction. Previously, it was Hubrian who had played the role of bait within the theater bestowed by the Demon King to lure the emissaries of the Blood Clan. Having already developed some resistance to melodic magic, she had prepared her defenses in advance, enabling her to escape from the theater's grasp safely. Once confirming that the Blood Clan emissaries and other officers of the inspectorate had joined in the grand chorus, she stealthily slipped away, undetected. Rest assured, I have confirmed that the Blood Clan emissaries and other inspectors have indeed joined the grand choir, Hubrian sighed. In just 12 short hours at the Demon Academy, she felt as though the merits she had accumulated over the years had been entirely depleted. Hubrian knew that through the great poet, she could reach out to Lanqi, who was diligently working in the principal's office, fully embracing his role as the principal. The great poet nodded, establishing a mental connection with Lanqi. He expressed his gratitude, urging Hubrian to take him out for some leisure. The great poet smiled and quickly addressed Hubrian. For the great poet, aside from Lanqi, Hubrian was the most familiar presence, having met her on several occasions. Moreover, for reasons unknown to her, the great poet felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy emanating from Hubrian, as if they shared a faint, blood-like connection. Wherever you wish to go, Hubrian said, opening her palm to reveal a handful of 10 credit coins. Hubrian felt herself gradually transforming into a caretaker. The final task assigned to her by Lanqi was to accompany the great poet to the functional area as a reward. This endeavor, ostensibly to entertain the great poet, was, in truth, a request for Hubrian to keep a watchful eye on this uncontrollable, demonic force. Watch me deplete his powers and revel in the fun. The great poet joyfully leapt into a ballet dance. Lanqi had promised her that once this task was completed, she would be granted a taste of freedom, akin to the gentle caress of the wind. Lanqi fulfilled this promise, albeit with the caution of not wanting to release her into the real world, opting instead to allow her some indulgence in this conquered shadow realm. Where do you wish to go? Hubrian inquired, leaning in closer to examine the map in the great poet's hands. She was aware that such an epic summoning would possess a unique consciousness and personality. However, she remained curious about what disturbing delights might captivate a demon of the great poet's notoriously malevolent disposition. Let us first visit the Demon King's gracious dining establishment to procure some sustenance, and thereafter, I wish to explore the botanical cultivation garden of the demon realm. The beloved poet, brimming with enthusiasm, trod ahead, unable to contain their eagerness. Hesperian tilted her head in confusion. Could it be that this silver-haired succubus holds a profound affection for Flora? Chapter 78. Lanqi begins his scholarly pursuits. The heavy oak door emitted a low, sonorous creak as it was gently pulled, its sound softened by the passage of time. Subsequently, the door to the principal's office was quietly closed as the last of the demon instructors departed. Outside the ornately framed window, the starlight of the demon realm poured into the room, blending with the warm glow of the lamps to create a resplendent illumination. Nestled beside the square tea table, Lanqi sat comfortably in a plush, woven armchair, exuding an air of leisurely retirement. Time remaining, 0 hours 57 minutes, Objective 1. Explore the Academy to over 60. Current progress, 1200, Objective 2. Investigate the source of tonight's peril. Current status, crisis resolved. Objective 3. Ensure at least one individual survives until the deadline. Current survival, 6-6. Upon receiving the joyous report from the beloved poet, he glanced at the information panel of the Shadow World. As anticipated, the status of the task had altered. In the near future, the Shadow World would reach its conclusion. No. With that, Lanqi deactivated the recording function of the Shadow World record program. The live broadcasting feature could be turned off or on at will, for often. In the protracted realms of advanced Shadow Worlds spanning days or months, challengers frequently need to lead their own lives, as it is not always suitable to broadcast. As the objectives of the task had been accomplished, even if Lanqi continued to document his findings, It would not affect the academic credits or the promotion points calculated by the Southern Continent Shadow World Management Association. Thus, he now sought solitude to diligently study and record the beast hair processing magic sent by the magic teacher to the principal's office. He preferred that these spells not be documented by the association. Instead, he wished to collaborate with Talia to delve into their intricacies. There was no need for others to comprehend the principles of such forbidden magic. Perhaps it would be best to end the broadcast and share something lighthearted and enjoyable with the audience. Once Lanqi ceased his transmission, the live coverage would solely showcase the perspective of Hesperian. He believed that, rather than witnessing him seated in the principal's office engrossed in study, the audience would much prefer to see the joyous smile of the great love poet. Let me experience the brilliance of this remarkable creation of the demon race. Satisfied, Lanqi reclined in his chair and began to peruse the tome on magical principles. However, he pondered why he and Hesperian were matched into the fourth-tier shadow world. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he murmured to himself, could it be that a fifth-tier challenger had entered, raising the average difficulty? Given that both he and Hesperian were below the tier of the shadow world, it would seem that at least one challenger must exceed that tier for balance to be achieved. Of course, the four challengers remained blissfully unaware that Lanqi, as the principal, was also a challenger. After all, it is not typical for one to consider that a student could ascend to the role of principal of the Demon Academy within just a few hours. What if they mistakenly perceive me as a hidden NPC within the shadowy realm? It would undoubtedly lead to an awkward encounter should we meet in the real world. Lanqi suddenly realized, never mind. He shook his head. Having already completed the quest, there was nothing else to fret over. He now longed to immerse himself in the study of the enchanting magic that had captivated his thoughts throughout much of the shadow world. Above the foundational level, separated by doorways that wafted forth the fragrance of flowers, lay the magical botanical laboratory. Upon entering this classroom, one's gaze was immediately drawn to an expansive lawn. Unfurling like a verdant carpet, meandering pathways were flanked by a myriad of magical plants, ranging from towering magical eucalyptus trees to delicate wildflowers. From vividly colored tropical flora to thorny vines, each seemingly a natural treasure exclusive to this land. The luminous and robust specimens, illuminated by the subtle glow of magical lamps, appeared ethereal in the twilight, resembling phantoms amidst the night mist. Their beauty was not defined by flamboyant hues or ostentatious forms. Rather, they stood serenely, akin to a poem, quietly enduring the passage of time, steadfastly witnessing each sunrise and sunset. The great poet and Hesperian spread a picnic blanket beneath a tree, preparing to indulge in the magical delicacies procured from the Demon King's esteemed restaurant, as the faint starlight illuminated the early dawn. It was now 4 a.m, barely qualifying as breakfast. The joy radiating from the poet's countenance seemed on the verge of overflowing. She lay on the ground, one hand propping her face, while the other delicately caressed the flower's stamen with her fingertips. Suddenly, the flowers seemed to sense her warmth, and clusters of petals blossomed miraculously. The entrance of the great love poet was designed to make flowers bloom rapidly across the land. However, to trigger such a splendid effect, Lanqi needed to expend a considerable amount of her magical energy while summoning her. Correspondingly, she possessed a slight ability to promote plant growth, albeit at the cost of Lanqi's mana. Now that Lanqi had permitted her to play freely, she unabashedly squandered Lanqi's magical reserves. Hesperian gazed at the great love poet, uncertain of what to say, yet gradually feeling more at ease. At that moment, the great love poet appeared to be entirely different from the mischievous succubus she once was. With the arrival of Hesperian and the great love poet, the demon instructor of the plant science class, which was of difficulty level 1, temporarily altered the curriculum to free observation. This meant that as long as the plants were not harmed, students could relax freely in the classroom and still achieve a passing grade. Following the assembly and announcements convened by the vice principal, the teachers were, of course, aware of the identities of these two female demons. Time seemed to dissolve in this tranquil atmosphere, making it easy to lose track of it. A gust of chilling wind swept through, causing the grass to rustle softly. The great love poet looked up in confusion, sensing that the surroundings had inexplicably darkened for a moment. The gradually cooling starlight transformed the tranquility of the botanical garden into an indescribable stillness. In the next instant, a potent aura of danger sent a shiver down Hesperian's spine, and she immediately braced herself, every muscle tensed. There are still 2 more updates to come. Today marks the 4th update, Chapter 79, The Grave Crisis of Hesperian. She witnessed the silvery, liquid alien entity charging through the classroom like a cannonball, each collision sending forth a spray of silver and crimson, reminiscent of steel ravaging through a confection. The fifth-tier demonic instructor, who had stood at the doorway of the classroom, was now engulfed by the silvery entity, a substantial portion of his body torn away. Gaping wounds marred his form, blood gushing forth like a fountain from between his shattered bones, saturating the grass below. The remnants of his body lay severed in two, quivering gently like a marionette with severed strings, resting lifelessly upon the ground. The traces of life had almost entirely faded from him, leaving only his hollow eyes, helplessly gazing at the dome of the botanical garden. The once peaceful botanical garden had undergone a violent transformation in an instant, tranquility devoured by a searing black mist, plunging it into a cacophony of anguished cries. The ominous specter of death clutched tightly at Huberian's heart like an invisible claw, a chilling wave ascending from the base of her spine to her throat, making each breath feel unbearably heavy. Her heart raced, threatening to leap from her chest. "Miss Huberian, at last, I have found you." Accompanied by this raspy voice, the shadowy figure approaching from the distant doorway grew increasingly distinct, radiating a palpable malice that sent shivers down Huberian's spine. Her limbs became rigid, immobilized as though ensnared by some arcane magic. The fragile first-tier poet of great love seemed utterly incapable of withstanding the corrosive onslaught of the toxic fog, swiftly dissolving into a haze of orange luminescence. This rare, ephemeral paradise for observation had now transformed into a chaotic and fearsome botanical garden steeped in bloodshed. The anguished cries of the demon students gradually diminished as the silver aberration rampaged among them, voraciously consuming them all, akin to a harvester devouring weeds. The size of the silver entity continued to swell ominously. At that moment, Shobolian set aside her concerns for the poet of great love. Her foremost worry was her own survival. The dense garden was suffused with the noxious black mist conjured by dark magic, while the crimson blood splattered across the trunks of trees. A shadowy figure drew ever closer to Shobolian, resembling a predator that had locked onto its prey. The cloak of the shadow rustled ominously and the slight breeze stirred within the garden, its measured and coldly ruthless strides resonating with an impending sense of lethal intent. At last, Shobolian discerned the true visage of her pursuer, a woman bearing a grotesque scar upon her cheek, followed closely by a shadowy sorcerer who served as her attendant. Had it not been for those scars, the woman might have appeared quite exquisite, yet the chaotic aggression reflected in her dual eyes hinted at an unfathomable history of bloodshed. A fifth-tier challenger? The formidable aura of power threatened to engulf Shobolian. In an instant, she unleashed the purification spell, liberating herself from the constraints that bound her, and stealthily distanced herself from the encroaching danger. Even though Shobolian had temporarily concealed her form at this moment, the classroom's exit had been obstructed by a silver aberration, seemingly sealing off her last glimmer of hope and leaving her with no opportunity for escape. Originally, she merely needed to succumb to the mechanism and perish naturally in the shadowy realm. The woman appeared reluctant, yet compelled to personally handle the situation concerning Shobolian. Uncertain whether she had indeed made contact with the Duke's daughter, she had, along her journey, interrogated numerous demonic students and finally gleaned intelligence regarding the whereabouts of the elusive Shobolian. Having indeed encountered a tall girl with silver hair and amber eyes within the confines of the school, the woman controlling the silver aberration seemed acutely aware that Shobolian had now vanished, leaving behind merely a decoy, rendering her efforts to attack futile. This time, the Shadow World had evidently paired two formidable opponents, successfully triggering the protective mechanism of the Academy's principle, thus achieving the mission objective of the shadowy domain. The woman spoke slowly, stating, "However, for you, such fortune shall not present itself a second time." Although the whereabouts of Shobolian's companions remained unknown, prior to the match aimed at ambushing her, information had been relayed by their informants in the capital of Hertund, Ekrite, indicating that the chief freshman from the Sage Academy had entered the Void Gate alongside Shobolian, a challenger of iron rank classified as a second-tier support. With practical examination details concealed by the Sage Academy's principal, Loren revealed potential but presently posed a low threat. Shobolian maintained her invisible state, holding her breath and focusing intently. Were it not for the limited delicacies bestowed upon her by the Dark Lord, elevating her to a formidable fourth tier, she would have lacked the confidence to contend with this fifth-tier adversary. Even so, she remained uncertain about how long she could endure. "Duchess, step forward. I can render your corpse less unsightly." The shadowy woman's words dripped with a chilling malevolence as she addressed the surrounding atmosphere, declaring with unwavering conviction, "No one can save you." At 4:30 in the morning, at the Elysium Academy, the outdoor giant screen in Jarrus Square continued to gleam, projecting the real-time events of the Shadow World beneath the moonlight. The surrounding edifices stood majestic and serene in the nocturnal embrace, with only a few scattered windows emanating warm glows. Students began to rise from the steps, stretching languidly, exchanging sleepy smiles and conversation. Despite the potential fatigue from daytime classes, the experience of witnessing such a spectacle in the shadow world made the all-nighter utterly worthwhile. As the game concluded and the visuals faded, the square-S steps began to empty, reminiscent of the end of a film. The throng gradually thinned, with some students still captivated by the healing moments of the great poet amidst the botanical garden, while others slowly gathered their belongings in preparation for departure. I shall attend the next Shadow World session as well. However, regarding the 4th-tier Shadow World, there was a 2-month cooldown, meaning he would not be able to challenge it again until half the semester had passed. Suddenly, the warm and tranquil giant screen surged in brightness once more, as if a momentous shift had transpired within the imagery. This shift did not herald delight, but rather an unsettling cacophony of terror that sent shivers down the spine. The screen abruptly transformed, causing a shiver to run through many students who were tidying up the litter around them, prompting them to quickly lift their heads. An assailant from the Shadow Realm? The students remaining on the steps were the first to exclaim. Their gazes were fixed intently on the screen, captivated by the terrifying imagery that unfolded with alarming rapidity. Chapter 80. The Lanqi Summoning Technique Around the Square. Students who had just stepped away turned back in response to this sudden change, casting their eyes toward the outdoor giant screen. Their expressions, once filled with confusion, swiftly morphed into solemnity. In an instant, the entire square erupted into a cacophony of murmurs, while the images on the screen continued to shift relentlessly. Although Habarian had temporarily concealed herself, the observing students were now gripped with trepidation at the gruesome scenes that had suddenly emerged from the botanical garden. Such entities capable of launching attacks on other challengers within the Shadow Realm were nothing short of deranged criminals marked in red. These ruthless malefactors often disregarded the potential calamities that could arise from failure in the Shadow Realm, employing small, transient void gates that appeared in the wilderness to infiltrate lower-tiered shadow worlds and enact their brutal agendas. They were particularly adept at concealing their identities, manipulating circumstances, and even engaging in life-or-death battles with challengers. Due to their extensive experiences in hunting and plundering, their strength and magical cards were invariably formidable. Generally speaking, encountering such a red-named criminal was a rare occurrence, a mere stroke of extraordinarily bad luck. However, the situation that Hyberlian encountered was likely premeditated. It is probable that someone has been covertly observing this young duchess, ready to alert others the moment she approaches the building that secures the Void Gate. This could even prompt numerous assassins from distant lands to converge upon the Shadow World, increasing the likelihood of an encounter with Hyberlian. The sight of that repugnant Mercury, a senior student from the Alchemy Academy, deeply furrowing his brow, rested his chin in contemplation as he watched the Mercury mass manipulated by a woman on the screen. Soon, new information from the Southern Continent's Shadow World Management Association appeared on the display. Information match successful, summon identified as Immortal Mercury. Holder is S-Class Fugitive Lilith. Follower of the Church of Rebirth, Corrupted Bishop. Immortal Mercury, Category, Summoning Card, Grade, Pink Sacred, Class, 5, Effect, 50 Immunity to Physical Attacks. Engaging in contact attacks and being attacked will inflict a devouring effect on living beings, enhancing own attributes and size for 10 minutes. Note: merge with me, and your body shall never decay. The scoundrels of the Church of Rebirth? Instantly, many senior students erupted in anger. The Church of Rebirth? A few freshmen in the square appeared somewhat perplexed by this term, as they had yet to obtain their Challenger registration license. They had not truly engaged with the real Shadow World in its deepest, darkest facets. They are a clandestine cult lurking above the continents of the North and South, akin to a swarm of insatiable venomous creatures, with numerous recorded activities long preceding historical documentation. Even if the world were to perish and history were to fracture, they would remain undying. The shadows of this organization can be detected throughout various epochs of the Shadow Realm. When the Resurrection Church is mentioned, many upperclassmen grit their teeth, their trembling voices seemingly infused with a mixture of rage and trepidation. A significant portion of the mortality rate within the current Shadow Realm is attributed to the followers of the Resurrection. Moreover, some psychologically twisted adherents derive pleasure from forcing exhausted challengers to perish in despair amidst their torment, showcasing these atrocities for the world to witness. Even those upperclassmen of the Eichright Academy who have not personally encountered the followers of the Resurrection have heard tales or know individuals who have suffered at their hands, losing young lives due to these malevolent cultists. The peril posed by these zealots extends beyond the Shadow Realm. as the influence of the Resurrection Church resonates profoundly in the material world. Although the upperclassmen may be reluctant to admit their fear of this nefarious sect, they cannot mislead the newcomers about the dangers posed by the Resurrection Church. Besides these inhumane cultists, what instills dread even in the mightiest powers of the age are the 10 cardinal bishops of the Resurrection Church who walk as harbingers of calamity, wielding the power to bring nations to ruin. They seem to embody the very essence of humanity's malevolence. Even the kingdom of Hedon would hesitate to provoke the presence of any bishop from the Resurrection Church upon its lands. Lady Huberian, why has she attracted the attention of this group of cultists? For many newcomers, this marks their first encounter with the presence of the Resurrection cult. Even through the magical screen, one can palpably sense the malevolence accompanying death, seemingly drawing ever closer. The disappearance of Duke Alansar is likely inextricably linked to the Resurrection Church. Many upperclassmen, well-versed in the anecdotes of the noble circles of the royal capital, have now come to a profound realization. Those great nobles originally aligned with the Alansar faction were not unwilling to investigate the Duke's whereabouts. Rather, they were too fearful to do so. Lady Huberian must have uncovered some forbidden truths, prompting an urgent need for her silencing. In an instant, the entire Jera Memorial Square fell into a rare silence, with students holding their breath, riveted by Huberian's plight. Even though many students harbored a strong aversion to this half-demon, none amongst the spectators wished for her to meet a gruesome fate at the hands of these cultists. Minutes elapsed. In the botanical experiment garden of the demon realm, the now visible Huberian coughed blood mid-air, straining to regain her balance before she barely managed to touch down on the ground. The figure engaged in battle with Huberian grinned malevolently and surged towards her once more. Huberian's eyelids fluttered, her lips stained with blood. Her body swayed precariously, clearly overwhelmed by the burdens it bore. Even as she discerned the enemy's movements, she found herself too weak to evade, resorting to a desperate parry with her dagger. Yet, she was met with a brutal kick, rolling several times across the grass before coming to a halt. With a heavy heart, Huberian lay on the grass, struggling to rise. Her head weighed down by injuries and toxic mist. Even with the temporary boon of the Demon Lord's culinary offerings, she found it exceedingly difficult to contend with the fifth-tier cultist, Lilith. Had it not been for the latter's reluctance to grant her an opportunity to escape the classroom, she would have already been devoured by the terrifying silver aberration stationed at the door. Behind this fifth-tier cultist loomed a second-tier sorcerer, persistently attempting to impose control and debilitating spells. The botanical garden had transformed into a veritable prison from which there was no escape. Huberian understood that should she exhaust her final life-saving card, death would be imminent. Surely, her misdeeds with Lanqi had incurred a heavy toll on her merits, bringing forth such calamity. However, at this moment, there was but one thing she could do. Taking a deep breath, she cried out in desperation, "Lanqi, save me." If he did not arrive soon, she would truly be unable to endure any longer. "Your companion?" Lilith sneered, finding Huberian's plea as comical as a baby's frantic cries. The second-tier freshman from the Ike Academy would merely accompany the Duchess to her doom. Yet, 2 seconds later, with a thunderous crash, the entrance to the botanical garden, previously blocked by the silver aberration, shattered open. In that instant, her cold pupils narrowed in shock, for she beheld a demon who, against all reason, should never have appeared in this place. The manuscript had run dry, and the dusk was extinguished. "Tomorrow, I shall restore 2 updates, yet this month I shall devote my heart and soul to fervently crafting words, striving to increase the frequency of my updates." Chapter 81. The absolute justice of Lanqi. At the terminus of the black mist that enveloped the botanical garden stood a nebulous figure, akin to a sovereign upon a dark reef, with only the shimmering radiance emanating from him and his emerald-hued eyes, dancing within the obsidian haze, remaining distinctly clear. He let out a gentle sigh, and his melodious voice followed suit. Why must the principal be burdened with overtime? In his hands, he clutched a tome, as if he were a teacher arriving to impart knowledge. At this moment, the cultist, Lilith, could no longer afford to concern herself with Huberian. An overwhelming sense of peril surged from her toes, enveloping her entire being, rendering the air within the botanical garden oppressively heavy. Logically, even if one were to contravene the classroom's regulations, as long as the principal did not conduct an inspection, no issues would arise. Typically, the principal of this academy seldom inspected such subordinate classrooms, except for the previously necessary special mechanism that propelled the principal into action. The objective of this Shadow World mission had now concluded. Following the majority of the Shadow World's mechanisms, a demon of such high caliber should no longer exhibit any further activity. In that fleeting moment, Lilith felt that it was not solely Hyberian who needed to break free from this classroom. The silver aberration blocking the doorway, the immortal Mercury, had now engaged in fierce combat with the superior demon teacher who had just blasted open the door with magic. Furthermore, 2 fifth-tier demon teachers accompanied the principal. Despite this, Lilith held confidence in her ability to escape from those 2 fifth-tier demon teachers. But what is truly terrifying is that enigmatic and unfathomable demon headmaster, who can bring esteemed professors to their knees in submission. The magical aura surrounding him is intricately controlled, so faint and stable that she can scarcely perceive it. Such a situation typically presents 2 possibilities. Either the opponent's magic is genuinely feeble, or they possess an unparalleled mastery over their magical prowess, far surpassing your own. Clearly, the headmaster of this demonic academy belongs to the latter category. The sacred yet eerie glow emanating from him, standing at the entrance, appears to form an insurmountable barrier, obstructing any hope of escape. Just as Lilith is at a loss for how to respond, Hespelia has already dashed toward the headmaster with all her might. Foolish. A desperate act akin to a cornered animal, and Lilith certainly does not intend to intervene. Presently, the Duke's daughter is determined to court her own demise, precisely aligning with Lilith's intentions. This demon, wielding absolute power and strength, is indifferent to the devastation wrought upon the greenhouse by any particular student. All 3 students present bear evident signs of having engaged in combat. However, just as Lilith anticipates that the headmaster or one of the demonic instructors at his side will swiftly eliminate Hespelia, she observes, to her astonishment, that the headmaster allows Hespelia to approach him without any response whatsoever. Lilith gazes in disbelief at the luminescent demon shrouded in black mist. She recalls that this headmaster exuded a similar non-aggressive demeanor in his office previously. This is precisely what instills in her a deep sense of unease. For the more benevolent and rational a demon appears, the more likely they are to possess an extreme psychological deviation that is utterly incomprehensible to human thought. In the distance, upon witnessing that Hyberian had emerged from peril, Lanqi finally resumed her reading. Her nonchalant demeanor suggested that she regarded the 5th-tier female assassin in the botanical garden as a foe unworthy of serious consideration. Classmate, please describe the situation unfolding in this classroom. Lanqi gently inquired of the distant Hyberian while perusing her book. Hyberian hesitated momentarily, as if beginning to grasp Lanqi's sentiments. Together, they had vanquished the demonic instructor and all the students within the classroom. Casting a fearful glance towards the cultist Lilith and her accompanying sorceress of shadows, Hyberian tremulously asked, "Do you two have anything to say?" Lanqi's gaze remained fixed upon the pages of her book, turning them delicately without lifting her head as she inquired of the 2 cultists. No. Lilith, perceiving the principal's neutral stance, quickly suppressed her impulsive desire to forcefully escape. Indeed, the shadow world always operated under a semblance of rationale. Even with the principal's arrival, mechanisms existed for retreat, thus offering a glimmer of hope. Even if the escape plan faltered, prolonging the conversation with the principal for a few more minutes could significantly enhance her chances of survival. It was that individual behind you who disrupted the classroom's rules, summoned the silver beings to slay the teachers, and blocked the classroom door in an attempt to obliterate us and seize our credit coins. Lilith vehemently defended herself, seemingly unable to tolerate Hyberian's portrayal as meek and innocent, thus inverting the truth. Indeed, Lanqi's voice exuded an air of distraction, as if the book before him held greater significance than anything else. From the moment he entered the classroom, the arrangement of positions suggested a confrontation, resembling a scene where Hesperian, accompanied by the silver entity, faced off against Lilith and the shadow sorcerer in a 2-on-2 scenario. "Do you have any objections?" Lanqi inquired once more of Hesperian. "They're lying. That silver summoning creature is not mine at all. I could never accomplish such a feat," Hesperian lamented, her performance laced with tears. Although she recognized this was not typical of her character, she felt compelled to embrace a darker persona to align with Lanqi's intentions. Hesperian understood that Lanqi, in his haste to arrive, had been unable to summon more demonic instructors. At this moment, numerous demonic teachers were likely en route to the classroom. Lanqi's seemingly composed demeanor, with his thoughts solely fixated on the book before him, was actually a deliberate act to buy time with his natural talent for performance. In the distance, Lilith had already begun to subtly manipulate the eternal Mercury, attempting to break free and direct it towards herself, feigning hostility against the eternal Mercury. Upon witnessing Hesperian's flustered state, struggling to maintain a coherent rationale, Lilith felt a surge of hope that her cunning deception might succeed. "Mr. Principal, you may allow the director to cease obstructing the silver familiar and observe whom it will automatically target when not under command." Lilith was aware that she might not be able to deceive the principal. However, in comparison to Huberian, she possesses an undeniable advantage of control within this classroom. Equipped with numerous schemes to orchestrate the framing of Huberian, both parties maintain their respective assertions, and indeed, there is a lack of concrete evidence present. However, from what I have gathered, I tend to lean towards the latter narrative. It appears you are entangled in a prolonged stalemate of 2 against 2. Lanqi's voice was measured and unhurried as he continued, "Let us not squander any more time. Whoever assists the director in dealing with this silver familiar, I shall consider their words to be the truth." He seemed somewhat weary, desiring only to immerse himself in his reading. Upon hearing this, Huberian was momentarily taken aback. The truth had finally revealed itself. She realized that Lanqi was once again manipulating the sentiments of others. Chapter 82. How could Lanqi possibly be the principal? Upon the emerald leaves of the plants, a peculiar crimson glistened, as droplets of blood slowly cascaded down the petals, releasing a pungent scent that shattered the stillness. The cultist Lilith fought valiantly to suppress her rising elation, determined not to let her lips quiver. She was convinced that Huberian would never dare to assault the undying Mercury. For if Huberian approached, she would also have to be wary of the covert collaboration between Lilith and the undying Mercury. Only Lilith had the audacity to eliminate the undying Mercury without reservation. For Huberian, this was, in truth, an invisible deadlock. In the distance, Huberian appeared to comprehend this predicament, collapsing to the ground in despair. Meanwhile, Lilith rushed towards the undying Mercury without hesitation. Lanqi's gaze momentarily shifted from the pages of his book, catching sight of Lilith in a frenzy, mercilessly attacking the summoned beast. The nefarious individual appeared to be quite enamored with orchestrating their own performance, occasionally allowing the silver aberration to rebound against them, creating an illusion of a genuine enmity with the summoned entity, all while striving to frame Huberian for their misdeeds. Lanqi tilted her head, casting a glance at Huberian sprawled on the ground, their eyes meeting fortuitously. With a subtle blink, Lanqi conveyed the message: the plan is in motion. Huberian's gaze was filled with exasperation and resignation. She harbored doubts that even with 2 demon instructors laboriously restraining the cultists, Lanqi would not necessarily falter. Of course, achieving victory without bloodshed would be ideal. Yet, Huberian suspected that Lanqi relished the thought of witnessing the cultists' eventual realization of the truth, collapsing under the weight of their own naivety. Moments later, amidst the chaotic remnants of the botanical garden's lawn, through the collaborative efforts of the director of the magical department and Lilith, the silver aberration summoned had finally been vanquished. Lilith exhaled a sigh of relief, directing her gaze towards the principal, confident that the mechanism had successfully passed. She believed the principal would assist in dealing with the Duke's daughter. However, this sense of reassurance lasted barely a second. In that fleeting moment of relaxation, an eerie, non-human magical force surged from her side, akin to the sudden clap of thunder from the heavens, striking without warning. It was an ambush from the director of the magical department. Lilith's reflexes were remarkably swift. Almost instantaneously, she sensed the imminent danger and instinctively bent her body, narrowly evading the lethal assault. Nonetheless, her outer garment was still rent by the magical force, a gash appearing from which blood oozed, staining her dress crimson. In that moment, terror once again enveloped Lilith's heart. In the distance, the principal continued to read, while Huberian remained seated on the ground. This harmonious state suggested that the principal had no intention of fulfilling his promise to execute Huberian. Why? Lilith swiftly fended off the lethal onslaught from the head of the magical department, her eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. Were it not for her remarkably quick reflexes, she might have already met her demise. Meanwhile, a demon instructor beside the principal had already sprung into action, directly assaulting the second-tier sorcerer shrouded in black mist, severing his head. "Foolish wretch, did you truly believe you could deceive the esteemed principal?" The head of the magical department sneered derisively. He comprehended the principal's cunning plan, and at that moment, he idolized the principal's astonishing wisdom, akin to that of a sage from the demon realm. With nothing more than mere words, the principal orchestrated the downfall of this rogue student, compelling him to eliminate the troublesome silver summoning. Was the principal not neutral? Lilith's heart raced like a frantic drumbeat, chaotic and disordered, as the heavy despair imposed by reality caused her mind to tremble. She could not grasp why the shadowy world was so unjust. It felt as if, no matter how she maneuvered, she would be the one condemned. "I am, of course, neutral. However, it is you who has violated the school rules. Do you expect to turn the tables on a model student? If I do not execute you, who then shall I execute?" Ranch spoke calmly, as if leisurely perusing a book in his own garden, disregarding the buzzing pests. Meanwhile, Huberian, seated on the ground, finally ceased her act, displaying a smile of vindication, as if mocking Lilith. The scene that unfolded before Lilith momentarily instilled in her a deceptive illusion, leading her to question whether the principal was, in fact, exhibiting gross favoritism towards Shibelian. Lanqi, may I reveal the truth to her? Haven't you already disclosed the truth? Lanqi replied nonchalantly, his fingers grazing the pages of the book without lifting his gaze. Lanqi. At that moment, Lilith, from a distance, was engulfed by a tumult of suspicion and discontent. She heard Shibelian calling out the principal's name, Lanqi. A ludicrous yet terrifying conjecture reverberated within Lilith's mind like distant thunder. Simultaneously, a multitude of doubts began to coalesce in her heart. Why had Shibelian's teammates not made an appearance? Why was the power of this luminous demon so formidable that it was nearly imperceptible? And why had the principal previously allowed the challengers to navigate the mechanisms with ease? As all these questions intertwined, coupled with the revelation that Lanqi was the principal, it seemed to unravel everything. Could it be that you were Lanqi? The only explanation Lilith could grasp was this one. Indeed, it was the principal, without a doubt. Lanqi elegantly retrieved the nameplate he had initially acquired in the music classroom, inscribed with Lanqi, music teacher, and affixed it to his chest, as if to convey to Lilith that he was not only the principal but also a formally appointed teacher at the institution. His demeanor, which had never once regarded her directly, seemed to underscore the stark disparity in their statuses within the Demon Academy at that moment. Lanqi, you scoundrel. Her eyes were swollen and reddened, the glimmer of tears seemingly threatening to spill forth with crimson hues. She finally realized that she had been utterly deceived by this individual. Much like a fool ensnared in a web of manipulation, not only had she been misled by the evident hierarchical relationship between him and the malevolent professor during their previous encounter in the principal's office, but now she was further entranced by his aura and words, leading her to obliterate her most significant means of escape. At that moment, the corridor was already teeming with a multitude of demonic teachers, poised to act at a mere command from Lanqi. Esteemed faculty, I implore you to impose penalties upon this student for her transgressions against school discipline, her harm to both peers and educators, and her grievous destruction of school property. Lanqi, engrossed in his book with one hand, raised his right hand, his index finger twitching ever so slightly. In Liloite's horrified gaze, she beheld an imposing wall of demonic instructors, ready to crush the botanical garden beneath their feet. The earth itself trembled with a rumble, even as her mental state crumbled. She could not fathom what sort of lunatic could ascend from a mere student to the principal within a single night in an academy rife with demons. Hesperian, your efforts to entertain the grand poet of love are commendable, Lanqi remarked, still fervently immersed in his reading. There was less than a minute remaining in the shadow realm. From the instant the grand poet of love was defeated, he had sensed the upheaval within the botanical garden while seated in the principal's office and had immediately set off. Fortunately, he was nearing the conclusion of his reading. If he continued to linger with the grand poet of love, he felt he would officially become part of the demon kin. Exhausted, Hesperian rose to her feet. In this journey through the Demon Academy, she acquired a wealth of knowledge. The fortunate aspect is that all of it was gleaned from Lanqi. The unfortunate reality, however, is that she now feels as though her bloodline has awakened. Theoretically, one should learn how to be human from humanity itself, yet from Lanqi, she has absorbed none of the essential human elements. As they awaited the impending conclusion of this fourth-tier shadow world, a sudden voice echoed from a distance, a place soon to be engulfed by the demonic instructors. Lanqi, you will regret aiding this half-blood demon duchess. The utterance hung in the air like a final curse before death, abruptly silenced. The voice of the cultist, Lilith, was soon drowned out by the sounds of flesh being torn apart amidst the tidal wave of demons. Lanqi appeared unfazed, showing no reaction, as he continued to read his book. In stark contrast, Shobulyan's complexion turned pale in an instant. The secret she had long concealed from Lanqi was unexpectedly unveiled at this final moment in the shadow world. Although she knew that the truth of her demonic heritage could not remain hidden for long, hearing it from him felt as though she had been deceiving him all along. Lanqi, listen to me, I had intended to tell you sooner. The weighty silence pressed upon her, stifling her words, rendering each sentence abruptly halted. Yet, Lanqi's gaze remained fixated on the book in his hands, seemingly disinterested in her explanation. I truly did not mean to deceive you. The voice of Hubrian grew increasingly faint, akin to the breath of winter, gently dissipating into the frigid air. Chapter 83. Rancher's affinity with the Demon Clan. As the clock in the Demon Academy struck 5 o'clock, time seemed to slow momentarily, poised for a transformation. A delicate glimmer of dawn stealthily crept through the window of the botanical garden, casting its light through the gaps in the leaves. In the haze, a soft radiance permeated, and the entire shadowy realm of demons began to rise and disperse like ephemeral bubbles. Rancher finally closed the ancient tome in his hands, which appeared to have been worn by the passage of time, and in the next instant, the scene of the botanical experimentation garden in the demon realm slowly dissolved along with the book. In the blink of an eye, Rancher and Hubrian found themselves standing in a transparent chamber enveloped by an eternal night sky, where sparse starlight shimmered around them, providing sufficient illumination to discern the surrounding scenery. This was a liminal space, a nexus between the real world and the realm of shadows. Rancher noticed a slender fissure in the nearby transparent barrier, from which delicate tendrils of serene purple light flowed, revealing a small void gate. Yet, it seemed that the resolution of the shadow realm had yet to manifest. Although the genuine shadow world does not suffer from the same indecisiveness as its artificial counterpart, Rancher had heard that if too many irregularities occurred during the challenge in the authentic shadow realm, the resolution process could be slightly prolonged. He pondered how long this particular encounter might last. With a smile, Rancher lifted his gaze to Hubrian, preparing to engage her in conversation. He recalled that Hubalian had been conversing with him just moments ago, yet he had been far too engrossed in the final passages of his book to fully engage. A hint of confusion flickered across Rancher's face. "Hubalian, what troubles you?" he murmured, gazing at her with a perplexed expression. "Ah, is it because that individual claimed you are of mixed demon blood?" Suddenly, Ranch realized that Hubalian had been perfectly fine until that outlaw, consumed by demons, uttered the words about her heritage, after which her demeanor had shifted noticeably. Hubalian met Ranch's ever-gentle gaze, and for reasons unknown, her anxious heart began to ease. At that moment, she felt an unwavering conviction that she did not wish to lose Ranch as a friend. However, what transpired next took her completely by surprise. "My goodness, you possess demon lineage?" Ranch exclaimed, his eyes shining with admiration as he fixated on her. This left Hubalian utterly bewildered. It was her first experience witnessing someone's reaction to her mixed demon heritage manifesting not in revulsion, but in genuine affection. "You truly do not despise demons?" "You spent an entire day with one," she said incredulously. She had never encountered anyone in this world who held such a congenial attitude towards demons. Even her father's initial disposition towards them had been one of disdain, only shifting gradually after meeting her mother. Hubalian found herself at a loss for words. "Never mind, this fellow is undoubtedly a true enigma, a being of profound mystery. If he were to befriend a demon, it would hardly be surprising. Ultimately, I have come to terms with it. My mother, a member of the great demon clan, wandered down from the north, disguised as a common girl. She fell in love with my father, Duke Miguel Lanther, and eventually gave birth to me." Hubrian cast her gaze downward, her eyes seemingly lost in a myriad of thoughts as she confided in Ranch. She pondered whether her father, Duke Lanther, ever realized her mother's lineage or if he had been aware all along, choosing to feign ignorance. It was only with the birth of this half-demon infant that the truth could no longer remain concealed, and shortly thereafter, her mother quietly departed from the capital of Hurton. Duke Lanther had once been the only person Hubrian believed would genuinely accept a demon in the heart of Hurton. Of course, it seemed there might be another kind-hearted anomaly. Upon hearing this, Ranch scratched his head in confusion. Why does this sound so familiar? Another demon from the north, and a prominent one at that. Could she be a relative of Talia? I have found the demons I encountered to be quite amiable. Why does everyone harbor such disdain for them? Ranch remarked, bewildered. He felt that the world's animosity towards demons was exceedingly harsh, especially when they posed no threat whatsoever. Could it be that you are simply too benevolent? Hubrian found it difficult to retort against Ranch's musings. Had this audacious statement been uttered by another in the realm of humanity, it might have provoked a collective backlash, labeling the speaker as a self-righteous hypocrite. Yet, when the speaker is raunchy, the situation takes on a different hue, for indeed, the demon can appear as gentle and harmless as little lambs in his presence. Alas, this is also the reason why I, as a duchess, am met with disdain in the capital of Icrite. Decades after the war, everyone remains convinced that the demon race cannot coexist with humanity, even one such as I, possessing only a fraction of demon blood. Hyberlian seems to finally voice the sentiments she has long harbored, words that had found no ear to listen, as she addresses Ranchi. Having recently arrived in the war-torn northern capital from the southern frontier, and being but the second day of the new term at dawn's early light, Ranchi finds himself in unfamiliar territory. In truth, if he were to spend just a few more days in the academy, engaging with his peers, he would inevitably uncover the truth of Hyberlian's half-demon heritage. It would become apparent that the populace of this capital, even upon learning of one's demon lineage. Still regards you with reverence as a duchess. A faint smile graces Ranchi's lips as he speaks. Hiberlian, taken aback by his words, gazes into his warm, verdant eyes, perplexed. She cannot comprehend why her noble status as a duchess, marred by her demon blood, incites such rejection from all. Yet, in Ranchi's articulation, it seems to transform into a matter of fortune. She gazed at Ranch with a sense of resignation, her expression conveying a silent surrender. You truly are something else, she remarked, recalling how he had spoken in a similar manner during the previous encounter between herself and Vivian, leaving one at a loss for words. Despite the semblance of complaint, a genuine smile broke across her face, not a fade nor a performance honed in this fourth-tier demon shadow realm, but rather a sincere expression emanating from her humanity. Chapter 84. Ranch's spoils. The radiance shimmered like distant stardust, adorning the profound, inky void of the liminal space. The two awaited the resolution of the shadow realm and the rewards for their passage. By the way, since you possess such an officially recognized demon lineage, Ranch mused contemplatively. What do you mean? Hubrian pondered, sensing that Ranch's reference to an officially recognized demon was not a veiled insult, but rather an indication of his underlying thoughts. In truth, I find myself more intrigued by the study of demonic magic scripts than by those of human origin. It is conceivable that I might create some demon-related magical artifacts in the future, but there are potential market risks involved. As Ranch articulated this, Hubrian began to understand. While the laws of the Hutton Kingdom do not explicitly prohibit the circulation of magical cards from other races, any transaction conducted through official channels or reputable stores necessitates a declaration of provenance for such unique magical cards. Should Ranch declare himself as the sole creator in the sourcing documentation, it may not only raise doubts about the legitimacy of his endeavors but also invite scrutiny, leading to suspicions of smuggling or illicit origins. There is even a possibility that others might speculate he harbors a demon assisting him in the creation of magical artifacts. Are you suggesting that I become your agent? Hubrian inquired. Although she firmly believed that Rancy could not possibly share the same ideals as her father, engaging in the perilous act of harboring demonic entities, she recognized that excessive scrutiny during business dealings could ultimately hinder his sales endeavors. As a half-blood demon duchess, publicly acknowledged and officially permitted by the high-ranking officials of the Hutton Kingdom, her partnership with Rancy in establishing a company under the name of the Alansar family would ensure that even if Rancy introduced demonic magic cards into the market, it would not provoke any discontent from the kingdom. Indeed, the plan was to establish a company and cultivate it into a thriving enterprise. Rancy nodded, his eyes alight with the fervor of entrepreneurship. Relying on Hubrian as the figurehead, there was even the possibility of eventually inviting Talia into their venture. That old fellow would surely dream of obtaining a legitimate business license. It was indeed fortuitous that her demonic heritage could one day serve a constructive purpose. Just as they were deliberating their ambitious business plans, a sudden flicker of task information emerged in the serene, yet peculiar space. Contrasting sharply against the dark surroundings with its pure white glow, the lines of text scrolling methodically. Calculation complete. Evaluation in progress. Due to challenger Rancy Hubrian forming a team settlement method will be employed in this exploration of the Shadow Realm. The team successfully completed 80 ordinary classrooms, 40 advanced classrooms, 15 ultra-difficult classrooms, 20 non-conquerable facilities, and 1 principal's office. The team achieved the following accolades: Integrity Model A, who resolutely refrained from cheating and actively upheld the order of the examination hall. Master of Musical Arts S, proficient in instruments and a musical maestro of the demon race. Explosive Indicator SSS, having exceeded the conventional task completion by 2,000. Guardian of the Campus SSS, who sheltered the entire school from the wrath of the Blood Clan. Renovation of the Principal's Office S, which, despite the initial impossibility of constructing a swimming pool, has now been included in the subsequent renovation agenda by the loyal Vice Principal. With the completion of the achievement assessment, the evaluation was generated. After a day of learning, you have emerged as exemplary graduates and principals of this academy. The accomplishments you have attained have not only diverged from the human path, but have also strayed from the demon path. Overall evaluation, SSS. Tier enhancement, Ranchi from 2nd to 3rd tier, Hiberian from 3rd to 4th tier. In that moment of reward settlement, both Ranchi and Hiberian felt an enlightening surge akin to divine grace, instantly prompting a breakthrough in their tiers. Ranchi even realized that despite just reaching the 3rd tier, the 4th tier was not so distant. Am I already at the 4th tier? Hiberian murmured in disbelief. As she had initially contemplated merely coasting through her 1st year, unable to challenge the Shadow Realm. On the second day of her enrollment, before dawn had even broken, she had already attained the 4th tier, equivalent to that of a second-year student. It felt more surreal than a dream. Shall we engage in high-intensity battles in the Shadow Realm from now on? Lanqi grinned as he spoke. After traversing the demonic Shadow World, Shobalian had completely transitioned from a melee mage to a demon thief adept in stealth and corpse looting, possessing resistance to melodic magic and the acting prowess of a Shadow Queen. Yes, let us do so in 2 months, Shobalian replied earnestly, nodding her head. The cooldown for the 4th tier Shadow Realm was 2 months, and once the cooldown was over, they could engage in battle again. She felt that encountering Lanqi might be a reward for her virtuous deeds, perhaps noticed by the goddess herself. Though she belonged to the demon race, the goddess had also dispatched a more suitable harbinger for her kind. Reward settlement. Sound of Purgatory. Tier 3 Epic Summoning Card. Transformation. Demon. Tier 2 Rare Spell Card. Transformation. Human. Tier 2 Rare Spell Card. Soon, 3 orbs of ethereal light, each radiating different colors like stars, appeared before them. 2 floated towards Lanqi, while 1 drifted towards Shobalian, seemingly distributed according to their contributions. An epic. Lanqi furrowed his brow at the sight of the orange orb. Even with his previous use of the epic-grade material, Lament of Compassion, combined with the craftsmanship of the demon race's renowned card master Talia, in his own final artwork as the principal artist, he had only managed to create the Great Love Poet, a first-tier epic card, incurring a debt of 75,000 pounds. Having merely indulged in a 12-hour dreamlike experience, I astonishingly acquired yet another epic card, this time, a Tier 3 natural epic card. Even Hubrian gazed in astonishment at the radiant orange orb. Natural magic cards often embody magical principles that are related to the shadow world of challenges and are not of the present era. Thus, natural magic cards generally possess a value that surpasses that of artificially created epic cards of the same quality and tier. This phenomenon may indeed be linked to Lanqi's extraordinary achievement of an SSS rating, had the rating been B or A. Obtaining a rare quality natural magic card would have been commendable. Although Hubrian had previously witnessed her father, Duke Miguel Lancer's orange epic card. This marked her inaugural encounter with a natural epic magic card born from the shadow world. Sound of the Inferno category, summoning card, grade, orange epic, tier 3, effect, continuously expends a significant amount of mana to summon the demonic souls of the Inferno theater, invoking a lamentation that inflicts mental anguish and paralysis upon all targets. In enclosed spaces, the effect intensifies while it wanes in open terrains. Chapter 85. Lanqi's return to the mortal realm. Unbound magic cards remain in a sealed state, and their effects can easily be discerned through identification magic. Before using this card in the future, give me a glance. Shobalian felt a sense of foreboding as she realized that with this card, which could bring discontent to everyone, teaming up with Lanqi would be a trial. The only solace for Shobalian was that she had now developed a resistance to the magic of melodies. Lanqi nodded, gently reaching for the magic card emanating an orange glow before him. However, as he gazed at it, a frown creased his brow, indicating his discontent. What's wrong? Shobalian inquired, puzzled. Is the effect unsatisfactory? Lanqi spoke with a serious demeanor. In his previous life, the kingdom he belonged to imposed stringent regulations and a high degree of harmony concerning violent and bloody game narratives and illustrations. Lanqi himself was a staunch supporter of such initiatives. What are you going to rename it? Shobalian sensed something ominous. Let us call it Melodious Notes. Lanqi replied with a composed smile. Shobalian. It seemed that this card had not initially been so raw, but with Lanqi's renaming, it felt just right. Unable to voice her thoughts, Shobalian could only join Lanqi in gazing at the remaining 2 orbs of purple radiance, each representing a magic card for them. Before Lanqi lay a card seemingly woven from the fabric of human magic literature, transformation spell, demon, category, spell card, rarity, purple rare, level 2, effect, upon use. It allows the user to transform into a demon without altering their true attributes or appearance. Cooldown period of 24 hours. The last surviving member of the Imperial Infiltration Team, inspired by the forbidden surgeries of the Imperial Testing Grounds, has successfully crafted the ultimate disguise magic. Before Hubrian, a magical card exudes a potent demonic aura, transformation, human, category, spell card, grade, purple rare, level 2, effect, upon use. It allows the user to transform into a human without altering their true attributes or distinctive features, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. A curious expression crossed Ranchi's face as he gazed at the transformation demon card. Meanwhile, Hubrian anxiously caressed the transformation human card, her emotions more fervent than ever. For her, this was a genuine card that could transform her into a human, as opposed to the simplistic illusion magic she maintained in the mortal realm. Given the strength of the transformation demon card, capable of evading detection from the Demon Academy, it stood to reason that its counterpart, transformation human, would possess the ability to nearly entirely transform her into a human at a level beyond the soul. Well, it's time to rest, even though it's quite late, Hubrian remarked with a smile. Sometimes, one might perceive a day as ordinary, yet it could very well be the most remarkable day of one's life. She felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The days that once dragged on like years had dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning anticipation for the morrow. As the two prepared to step through the void gate, departing from the liminal space, a sense of hope enveloped them. What was initially thought to be a concluded settlement has resurfaced with new information, accompanied by blood-red text. The message reads, "The series Shadow World of the Blood Moon Catastrophe has anchored its historical coordinates, and its current completion rate stands at 1/4." It further states, before the conclusion of the series Shadow World, the current challengers possess a heightened probability of entering the era of the Blood Moon Catastrophe. Blood Moon Catastrophe. The two individuals gazed at the suddenly revealed settlement information, their expressions reflecting profound confusion. This vast realm is home to numerous ancient epics. Centuries, even millennia ago, countless nations rose and fell, and heroes returned to dust, weaving the fabric of history. With the gaps in history from millennia past, records of many earlier epics have vanished without a trace. Although there are no corresponding shadow worlds to illustrate the downfall of the Holy Kingdom, the nearly 20,000 years since its dark realm has also failed to yield any evidence of a lost era known as the Blood Moon Catastrophe. By the way, Hubrian, have you encountered such a series shadow world? Ranchi had neither heard of a series shadow world in the context of the game nor seen any related information in the tomes of this world. There are ancient texts that document. If one successfully navigates the shadow world and achieves the highest evaluation, they might encounter it. Yet very few reach such a condition. Completing the final step of a series shadow world is akin to scaling a monumental peak. Indeed, no one has succeeded in fulfilling the series shadow world tasks for nearly a millennium. Xiao Berlian did not anticipate encountering such a rumored hidden mission target during her first foray into the shadow world with Lanqi. However, the historical intelligence value of this realm, as opposed to individual rewards, is far more formidable. For instance, humanity unearthed the shadow world from the era of the Holy Kingdom demon realm, which provided numerous strategies against the demon race derived from the ancient holy wars. The defeat and downfall of the demon race decades ago were intricately linked to the intelligence analyzed by human scholars from the mid-era shadow world of the Holy Kingdom demon realm. Xiao Berlian remarked that upon arriving in this liminal space, they had deactivated the shadow world recording program. Most challengers were reluctant to have their potential spoils, powerful magical cards, documented. Although the blood race currently remains low-key and concealed in the south, they are formidable adversaries to humanity, posing a threat that far surpasses that of the demon race. As the most powerful singular beings, the blood race possesses irrational powers and immortality. In a direct confrontation, neither humans nor demons could stand against them. Even if one could triumph, they would ultimately be drained of life. The ancient shadow world of the Lost Era, known as the Blood Moon Cataclysm, likely harbors methods to combat the blood race. Enough. I shall pretend I have never seen this hidden mission, Lanqi declared, waving his hand as he stepped towards the threshold of the liminal space, unwilling to recklessly engage in a life-or-death struggle with the blood race. Indeed, the blood race had not provoked them. Their opinions were in perfect accord. This hidden mission must not be reported. As they were about to step into the swirling void mirror, by the way, Ranch, there is something I have never quite understood. Hubrian suddenly halted her steps, hesitatingly speaking. What is it? In the art classroom, how did you discern which paintings were created by the professor and which by the students, without the use of magic? Hubrian's gaze towards Ranch was filled with confusion, as if she had been pondering throughout their journey without arriving at an answer. Ranch initially appeared slightly taken aback, only to soon reveal a mischievous and radiant smile. Such a simple matter does not require magic. Chapter 86, A Brand New Day for Ranch in the Southern Continent. The Kratia Empire. Hidden deep beneath the earth lies a dark palace, a symbol of absolute power. This ancient underground city is enveloped in night. Yet magical devices skillfully mimic the shadows cast by the blood moon, illuminating the expansive streets. The buildings on either side are constructed of dark stone, towering and substantial, their outlines depicting the shadows of ancient artistry, quietly resting in the shadowy city, frozen in the dust of countless ages. At the terminus of the underground city, a chilling and eerie potent magic emanates from a towering castle, its exterior walls crafted from natural obsidian, adorned with cold silver edges and medieval-style transparent red crystal decorations. A figure clad in a long robe approaches the castle's entrance, stepping deeper within. After traversing through layers of opulent decor and corridors, he pushes open the heavy black iron gates before him, revealing a magnificent hall reminiscent of a council chamber, imbued with a profound aura of power and a weighty sense of history. Beneath the rose window adorned with immortal crystals, cold iron chains suspend a chandelier that radiates an opulent glow. The carpet flows like a crimson river, extending to the horizon of one's vision. Light refracts through the crystals, resembling scattered stars, bestowing a touch of somber beauty upon the entire space. In this expansive chamber with a lofty ceiling, the focal point is dominated by a banquet table stretching several meters in length, crafted from jet black iron, intricately inscribed with the arcane symbols of the bloodline. This table serves as a symbol of the artistic style intrinsic to the realm of the vampiric. Flanking the table, each high-backed chair resembles a throne, with the apex of each backrest engraved with a gem totem corresponding to its occupant. Yet, at this moment, the assembly hall exudes an unusual stillness, as only a solitary figure occupies one of the 13 high-backed chairs. The figure, standing gracefully at the far end of the long table, refrains from taking a seat. Marquis Helathier, a devotee of the Resurrection Church, encountered the half-demon but failed in his endeavor. He inclined his head and spoke, his voice resonating with masculinity. In the distance, the figure seated in the 7th high-backed chair kept their eyes closed, gradually lifting their gaze as if they could perceive the totem woven from stars shimmering in the profound night sky through the domed ceiling. It should not be, she murmured to herself. The death omen of that half-blood demon has manifested twice, yet both times it was averted. The man remained silent, fully aware of which two omens the Marquis referenced. The first instance occurred when Hiberlian was expected to fail his entrance and met a tragic end in the royal capital of Hedon. The second instance was when Hiberlian was destined to be slain by the followers of the Resurrection Church within the realm of shadows. Yet the expected events did not unfold as anticipated. Instead, the conclusion was irrevocably altered. Everything was intricately connected to the emergence of a remarkable new student at the Icrite Academy. The remnants of the demonic race must be eradicated at all costs. The voice of the bloodline Marquis echoed with a distant chill, imbued with a sense of lamentation, an air of bitterness, and a hint of unavoidable regret that even time could not erase. Historical wisdom teaches us that only when the powers of humanity and the demonic converge can a force arise that poses a genuine threat to our existence. The Marquise finally opened her deep crimson eyes. Beneath the shadows, none could discern the ancient memories concealed within their depths. In this era, the demonic race has been systematically obliterated by human hands. Amidst insatiable desires, heretical cults proliferate unchecked, causing the northern and southern continents to fracture, while humanity remains embroiled in relentless civil strife for power. Such foolish actions signify but one thing. The Marquise's once cold visage now bore an unsettling calm, radiating an air of distant authority that none dared to defile. In the kingdom of Hedon, in the capital city of Icrite, as the golden rays of the rising sun gently bathed the ancient campus of Icrite Academy, the stone edifices were adorned with a warm, golden hue, enveloping them in a sense of historical gravitas. The dormitories of the Sages' Hall appeared as though awakened, with students occasionally passing through the entrance. It was now the third morning of the new academic term. Rangier, cradling a cup of coffee, leaned against the threshold of his balcony, listening to the melodious chirping of birds among the trees, bidding farewell to his classmates as they set off for school. He had now attained the 3rd tier, earning the most basic qualifications for reference. Only by becoming a registered card maker within the Southern Continent Card Maker Association can one attain official patent protection, thereby alleviating the cumbersome authentication and guarantee procedures, as well as reducing fees. The extent of benefits is also contingent upon the level of the card maker. If one aspires to establish a shop selling exclusive magical cards, it is imperative to secure the necessary licenses from Shibuya, while concurrently obtaining the status of a registered card maker, with a higher level being preferable, as it directly influences the pace of their entrepreneurial endeavors. The upcoming examination for registered card makers, held in the capital city of Hutton, is scheduled to take place in just over a month. Although this may seem like an eternity, even an additional month may not significantly bolster Rancie's confidence in passing the exam. he still needs to seek instruction from Talia regarding the crafting of third-tier magical cards. His card-making skills remain insufficiently stable, without substantial improvement. The likelihood of producing a finished card during the examination hinges precariously on fortune. Nevertheless, hope is not entirely lost. Lanqi recalls Talia advising him that to pursue the highest success rate in card crafting, one should select a type of magic that aligns most harmoniously with their own affinity during the examination. This choice directly affects the card maker's success rate. This is why advanced card makers often choose to specialize in their own unique direction. For instance, Talia's three primary strengths lie in the realms of curse, mind, and poison magic, which are also the types with which she has the greatest affinity. Among these, curse is exceptionally proficient, while mind and poison are both commendable, leading Talia to specialize as a card maker of curse-type magical cards. As for other forms of magic, such as elemental magic and certain specialized categories, her affinity is rather poor. According to Talia's observations, Lanqi's affinity for mental magic is relatively favorable, while poison is less so, and curse is exceedingly poor. The rest she could hardly be bothered to assess. If only he possessed an affinity for a particular type of magic as exceptional or outstanding as Talia's, then he could excel in the card maker examination. Moreover, these magical categories might potentially become specialized paths in his future career as a card maker. Chapter 87. The aftermath of Lanqi's shadow world bathed in the gentle dawn. The once dull walls and furnishings of the dormitory seemed to be imbued with vitality. Awakening from the slumber of night, I hope there exists a better option for me beyond mental magic. Lanqi stood on the balcony, feeding his feathered friends, conversing with them, though they likely lacked comprehension. The great poet, as a magical card, though intertwined with melodic magic, fundamentally belongs to the mental category, as it primarily influences the spirits of adversaries through rhythm, either directly or indirectly. In fact, the majority of melodic magic is also categorized under the broad spectrum of mental magic. Now at the third tier, having successfully navigated the rigorous entrance exam and completed his exploits in the shadow world, Lanqi found himself with some leisure time. His plan for the day was to request Talia's assistance in determining whether there exists a type of magic with an affinity exceeding that of mental magic. And he also intended to purchase some potted plants to adorn his home. As Lanqi extended his palm to feed the chirping, nodding birds, a sudden thought struck him. He readily agreed to the great poet's request. Upon reflection, it strikes Lanqi that with one cultivating flowers and the other tending to birds, his dormitory is on the verge of transforming into a natural ecological haven. After conquering the fourth-tier shadow realm, the academy permits students a fortnight of discretionary leave, allowing the exceedingly fatigued to recuperate. Currently, Lanqi finds himself in an unusually tranquil state, free from the relentless trials imposed by the sages of the academy for at least 2 weeks. Perhaps he should seek out his mentor first thing in the morning. Today, he had intended to visit Talia, not only to consult her regarding magical affinities but also to engage in an enthusiastic discourse on the critical research project concerning hairstyle transformation magic. Whenever they select dining establishments, although Talia never overtly expresses her preferences, subtle shifts in her gaze reveal her inclinations. This eatery may or may not pique her interest. Conversely, any venue that captures Talia's attention is invariably exceptional. Lanqi has come to regard her as a human culinary detector. Yet, it seems Talia remains oblivious to his clever utilization of her talents. Positioning himself before the mirror, Lanqi retrieves his coat from the solid wood coat rack, donning it in preparation for his outing. The last time he parted ways with Talia, she informed him of her impending relocation. As she intends to reside in the capital for an extended period, living in a hotel seemed an imprudent waste of funds, prompting her to secure a new residence. He recalls the address being situated not far from the eastern side of the school, approximately a leisurely 15-minute walk away. Just then, a sudden knock resounds at the door of dormitory 101. Here it comes. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Lanqi hastily made his way to the entrance. He was uncertain who could possibly be knocking at such an early hour, and he felt relieved that he had not yet set out. Otherwise, the visitor would have made a futile trip. He sensed that once his dormitory address was discovered and circulated, even if he chose to remain in his room and skip classes for a few days, numerous individuals would seek him out. It seemed that his proactive and positive demeanor in the realm of shadows had garnered the acknowledgement of his classmates, who, being very courteous, recognized his need for rest and refrained from disturbing him the previous day. As Lanqi contemplated this, he grasped the doorknob firmly. Upon pulling the door open, He beheld a tall, silver-haired elder with a dignified presence standing on his threshold. "Good day." Lanqi did not recognize this gentleman, but judging by his attire, he appeared to be a professor from the Sage Institute, and one of considerable stature. Despite the visible marks of time etched upon the elder's prominent nose and finely chiseled features, this only served to enhance his aura of wisdom and authority, exuding an unfathomable charm. "It is indeed a professor," Lanqi mused, for it was only natural that he would know which dormitory he resided in. "Do not be troubled." "Lanqi," the elder gently reassured, "I have merely come to converse with you. I am Ron, the vice president of the Sage Institute, and you shall encounter me in your classes henceforth." However, Vice President Ron had already witnessed Lanqi's remarkable performances far too many times in the conference room of the Sage Institute. "Professor Ron, please do come inside." Upon hearing the words, Lanqi seemed initially inclined to clasp his hands behind his back and nod gently, intending to engage the vice dean in a discussion regarding important work matters. However, he swiftly realized that he was in the esteemed Exiled Academy and that he was no longer the principal. Promptly adjusting his demeanor, he graciously invited the visiting Professor Ron to the sitting room to take a seat on the sofa. Lanqi felt a lingering unease, as if he were experiencing some remnants of the shadow world, nearly triggering his former role as principal upon encountering the Academy's leadership. In the sitting room, Ron casually surveyed the layout of Lanqi's dormitory, which was impeccably tidy. It was evident that Lanqi was a student with commendable habits, taking great care of his living space, in stark contrast to the untidy and capricious students. However, Lanqi's gentle and courteous demeanor evoked an unsettling sense of surrealism in Vice Dean Ron. It was difficult to reconcile the image of this seemingly tranquil and virtuous young man with the formidable dark overlord they had witnessed in the conference room just yesterday. Commanding respect in the demon realm, Ron couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate it was that the examiner, Ferrat, had encountered the law-abiding Lanqi in the real world. Had the glowing demon from the shadow world appeared instead, Ferrat might very well have vanished without a trace. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Ron felt as though he were in a different era. He could not comprehend how one individual could embody such stark duality. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Lanqi was, without question, the most outstanding freshman of the current year at their esteemed academy, albeit with a level of excellence that bordered on the extraordinary, accompanied by an unpredictably perilous aura. Certainly, the true danger lies with those who have yet to comprehend the peril posed by this student, and who even intend to provoke him. Chapter 88. The principal's role of Lanqi has been unlocked. The verdant shadows of the trees swayed gently in the breeze, filtering through the glass and curtains, casting slivers of morning sunlight that rendered the entire living room more serene and tranquil. At this moment, Lanqi had prepared 2 cups of tea, carefully placing them on a tray as he carried them from the sink to the living room. Offering 1 cup to Vice Dean Ron, Lanqi chose not to speak first, instead settling into silence, awaiting Ron to break the quiet. After a moment of contemplation, Vice Dean Ron, cradling the teacup, finally spoke. "Lanqi, I have come primarily to inquire on behalf of the Sage Academy about the origin of the friendly exchange spell card you employed during the 3rd round of testing." Ron seemed concerned that Lanqi might feel pressured, his words flowing slowly. The friendly exchange forbidden spell card could significantly influence the future teaching methodologies of the Sage Academy. In a bid to protect Lanqi, Ron, in agreement with Dean Loren, deemed it necessary to first communicate with Lanqi. In this tranquil space, following Ron's utterance, a brief silence enveloped them. Although the card was crafted by Lanqi, the fundamental principles of the toxic magic it contained were derived from Talia. Given that friendly exchange involved poison magic related to the demon race, tracing its origins could potentially cause trouble for Talia. Up to this point, Lanqi has only planned to create 2 copies of the friendly exchange, one for himself and one for Talia. After all, their master-apprentice contract stipulates that any practical magic cards he produces must also be shared with Talia. Moreover, whether these magic cards can be sold requires Talia's prior approval. This intertwining of their interests has solidified their partnership, allowing Talia to confidently devote herself to instructing Lanqi, assisting him in swiftly attaining wealth to repay his debts. Seated beside the sofa, Lanqi remarked on this. After spending considerable time with Talia, he has developed a habit of honesty. So that's how it is. Vice Dean Ron nodded upon hearing this. It seems that the friendly exchange is unlikely to be the creation of a burgeoning card master, but rather an ancient card passed down through generations, which Lanqi has fortuitously acquired. High-ranking magic practitioners often possess the ability to discern a wealth of information from the magical fluctuations of their adversaries. Consequently, the higher one ascends in rank, the more they practice controlling their own magical energy to deceive their opponents. Evidently, Lanqi has yet to master this control over his magic. Ron does not intend to test Lanqi. He merely recognizes that should Lanqi be questioned by those with ulterior motives in the future, he may inadvertently divulge sensitive information. In essence, this card is highly likely to be a naturally occurring magic card from the shadow world, rather than an artificially created one, is it not? Ron stroked the stubble on his chin, contemplating as he posed the question. Natural magic cards can only be obtained from the shadow world, and even those of a violet hue may very well possess a uniqueness of their own. Ron indeed felt that the card titled Friendly Exchange resembled something conjured from the shadowy realms, rather than a creation of an individual. To me, it appeared more akin to a card of innate magical essence. Lanqi concurred. After hearing Lanqi's words, Ron finally exhaled with relief. It seemed that the direst outcome of the card having spread throughout the market was likely averted. Subsequently, Vice Dean Ron rose from the sofa, as if he had comprehended the matters he sought to understand. He gazed earnestly at Lanqi, his expression grave, and spoke solemnly. Lanqi nodded in acknowledgement. It turned out that the High Priest Loren had taken protective measures to conceal it. Thus, for the time being, Friendly Exchange had not been made public. Although you had employed it momentarily during the examination in the shadowy realm of the demon world, its effects were subtle, leaving no one the wiser as to its distinction from silence. Ron continued, aware of Lanqi's unparalleled talent for torment, yet recognizing that those reckless cultists, devoid of any logical adherence to rules and driven to madness, could falter countless times. In contrast, the young Lanqi possessed but a single precious life, rendering it unwise for him, as a student, to engage in a life-or-death struggle against these malignant cultists deeply entrenched upon the northern and southern continents. I understand now. Thank you, Professor Ron, Lanqi replied earnestly, bowing in gratitude to the Vice Dean. I shall take my leave, should you require assistance. Feel free to visit me at the Sages Institute office. Vice Dean Ron had numerous official duties to attend to. It took considerable prior arrangement for him to carve out time for a visit to Lanqi. Furthermore, as the finest freshman of our esteemed academy, you may have the opportunity this semester to accompany the school's delegation on an academic visit to other prestigious institutions within the member states of the Southern Continent Kingdom's Parliament. Should you encounter leaders from other schools at that time, there is no need to be excessively formal, as one ought to embody the vitality of youth. While still maintaining a respectful demeanor, Ron said, looking at Lanqi with a sense of satisfaction. If this young man were one of his own, he would appear increasingly amiable. Rest assured, I will, Lanqi replied, nodding, and promptly rushed ahead to open the dormitory door for Ron. After a brief exchange and interaction, Ron's impression of Lanqi was exceedingly positive, far more so than he had anticipated prior to their meeting. Initially, Ron had harbored concerns about Lanqi's potentially flamboyant personality or an air of arrogance that could lead to future complications in the real world. However, it seemed unnecessary to worry too much about Lanqi. He was a student with discernment, capable of distinguishing between the shadow world and the tangible one. Once the dormitory door was closed, Lanqi leaned against it and exhaled deeply. Phew, that was close. I nearly allowed myself to assume the role of principal again. Upon hearing that Ron was the vice dean, Lanqi instinctively felt the urge to offer him guidance. Throughout their conversation, he diligently restrained himself, adopting the demeanor of a student rather than showcasing the presence of the school's highest authority. However, according to Vice Dean Ron, when engaging in academic visits to other institutions, there is no need for such restraint. The vigor of youth is something that Lanqi still possesses confidence in showcasing. Chapter 89, Lanqi is but a step away from paradise. In the early morning of Ike in the royal capital, a soft blue hue enveloped the sky. And during this refreshing autumn season, the air throughout the city felt particularly invigorating. On the eastern side of Ike Academy, after traversing 2 streets, the thoroughfare was lined with numerous shops. From a quaint little restaurant wafted the fragrant aroma of breakfast oats and cheese, accompanied by rising smoke. Lanqi stood at the entrance of the establishment, his expression tinged with curiosity as he gazed up at the building, a quintessential 2-story wooden structure. A sign adorned the entrance, inscribed with Cat Master Restaurant. Although constructed from somewhat antiquated brown wood, the architecture and embellishments exuded an old Victorian charm. The expansive roof gracefully arched, with eaves extending far beyond the walls, imparting a sense of spaciousness. Beneath the eaves lay a delightful space for relaxation, conversation, and even dining, where a string of wind chimes hung, producing melodious sounds whenever the gentle breeze caressed them. This was the new abode that Talia had informed Ranchi about. Though it appeared to be a restaurant, the second floor was also available for rent as a lodging. If one were to lease here long-term, the rent would likely be quite reasonable. Most importantly, Ranchi was confident that the culinary offerings of this establishment must be distinctive and delectable, which had undoubtedly caught the attention of the food connoisseur Talia. As Ringi gently pushed open the door, a melodious chime greeted him, revealing the restaurant's exquisite pavilions and intricate architecture. The simple layout divided the ground floor into several distinct areas, with a counter at the entrance and passages leading to the kitchen and the second floor. It appeared that breakfast was not the establishment's primary offering. As the clientele at this hour was sparse, even the attendant behind the counter was tasked with delivering meals. "Hello, I am looking for Miss Talia, who is staying here," Ringi inquired. "Miss Talia, I apologize, but I have only recently begun working here and am not well acquainted with the guests," the young attendant replied, her expression slightly perplexed. She seemed to be around the same age as Ringi and was working part-time. "If you could describe her features. Although I cannot disclose which room she occupies, I can certainly assist you in searching for her on the second floor," the attendant offered kindly. She sensed that Ringi was not a malicious individual. He appeared to be a very amiable and gentle youth. She is extraordinarily beautiful, standing at 168 centimeters tall, seemingly aged between 20 and 25. She has long gray hair and golden eyes. Her physique is that of an ideal healthy body, and she has never borne children. She speaks very little and never smiles. Ringi began to vividly portray Talia's characteristics, having struggled to articulate Talia's essence to the steward back in Nanwantina. Ringi had since contemplated how to convey her likeness in the most detailed and perfect manner through written descriptions. Before Ringi could finish his account, an inexplicable chill suddenly enveloped him from behind. Soon, a frigid hand pressed upon his shoulder, and behind him seemed to loom a pair of indifferently golden eyes, exuding an oppressive and terrifying aura that weighed upon his entire being. The waitress, sensing a palpable drop in the restaurant's temperature, instinctively rubbed her shoulders, trembling with a chill. "Are you referring to the lady behind you?" she asked, her voice laced with slight confusion as she raised her hand and cautiously pointed towards the side of Ranchi. It must be her, Ranchi thought, maintaining his unchanging smile as he slowly turned his head. His body felt as if it were pinned under a mountain, rendering him immobile save for the movement of his neck. He beheld Talia standing directly behind him, her slender fingers seemingly capable of crushing his shoulder at any moment, while the other hand cradled a paper box containing savory icratite, sea salt-flavored cheese biscuits. These biscuits were notoriously quick to sell out each morning, compelling the denizens of the capital to rise early and queue for them. "Good morning, Teacher Tarda," Ranchi greeted, relieved to see Talia's appetite as robust as ever, indicating that she had managed to enjoy herself in his absence over the past 2 days. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed his mind regarding her potential weight gain. After all, with her advancing age and difficult temperament, any added bulk would only complicate her prospects for marriage. "Come with me," Talia commanded, her voice devoid of discernible emotion. Yet each word dripped with lethal intent. Ranchi, having offered his gratitude to the waitress, dared not utter another sound and obediently followed Talia up the creaking wooden staircase toward the second floor. Talia ventured to the depths of the corridor, retrieving her key from her pocket to unlock the door to her new abode. "Enter," she commanded with a frigid tone. Naturally, Ranch dared not hesitate and promptly stepped inside the quaint dwelling. "Your taste is commendable," he remarked, surveying the modest space in admiration. The ceiling, adorned with wooden beams and a glass skylight, created an ambience reminiscent of a terrace where one could gaze upon the night sky. The walls were painted in a gentle cream hue, interwoven with soft orange and beige, radiating warmth and brightness. The wooden furniture, meticulously polished by the owner of the dining area, displayed a natural luster. Ignoring Ranch, Talia passed by him and settled into the sole wooden armchair in the living room. Observing the small coffee table beside the chair, laden with an assortment of newspapers and magazines, Ranch could easily envision Talia's leisurely moments spent at home. As he pondered, Talia's gaze returned to him. Although lacking concrete evidence, she increasingly felt an intense intuition that Ranch was perpetually consumed by particularly troublesome thoughts. Over time, her curiosity and the thrill of discovery had intensified her innate magical abilities. She was now certain that each moment spent in Ranch's company revealed a tumultuous inner dialogue. Beyond her aspirations for restoration, the only desire that consumed her was to elevate her gift from mere lie detection to the profound ability of mind reading, to uncover the true nature of Ranch's thoughts. "What brings you here?" Talia inquired coldly, her expression as frosty as her voice. She had long contemplated seeking out Ranqi to inquire about the events in the shadow world of the demon realm from a couple of days ago. However, the thought that Ranqi might be wearing a facade of cheerfulness while harboring thoughts deserving of the gravest punishment ignited a furious blaze within her. Consequently, she had yet to determine an appropriate moment to reach out to him, choosing instead to await his approach. To her surprise, Ranqi sought her out sooner than expected. It seemed this human relied on her more than she had previously imagined. Yet, as fate would have it, upon seeing him, her mood soured once again. Chapter 90. Talia's emotional turmoil. The morning light streamed through the glass skylight, enveloping the wooden beams and bookshelves in a gentle glow. The subtle fragrance of wood mingled with the aroma of the bedroom incense that Talia had placed on the dresser, exuding a refined freshness reminiscent of vanilla and rum, yet not overly sweet. Ranqi, it appeared, had not anticipated the deteriorating nature of Talia's disposition towards him. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed, for he had come bearing a gift he was certain she would appreciate. "I've come to pay my tuition," he said with a playful grin, his signature smile revealing a touch of innocence and mischief. He extended a magical card towards Talia. Shadow World Record Program. Type: Spell Card. Grade: Purple Rare. Rank: 1. Passive Effect: records the challenger's information within the Shadow World, with the ability to activate or deactivate at will. Note: issued by the Southern Continent Shadow World Management Association. Registered Challenger: Ranqi Wolfort. Talia cast a cold glance at the card, seemingly devoid of interest. "What use do I have for this?" Her words escaped her lips, yet her heartbeat quickened ever so slightly. Talia had not yet devised a subtle approach to broach the subject with Ranqi regarding her desire for that particular item. To her astonishment, he directly presented her with the magical card containing the complete contents of the Shadow Realm. This left Talia perplexed. How could Ranqi possibly know that she sought this? He had no way of knowing her lineage as a demon. "Tada. The Shadow Realm I am challenging this time is quite extraordinary. Can you guess what I discovered within?" Ranqi proclaimed triumphantly, as if he were certain that his next words would pique Talia's interest. "What?" Talia replied, crossing her arms and casting a curious glance at Ranqi's expression. "A spell capable of transforming the fur of magical beasts," Ranqi announced with a snap of his fingers. Upon hearing this, Talia's expression darkened. The flicker of interest she had felt was extinguished entirely. She sensed that Ranqi was once again jesting without restraint. This fellow was becoming increasingly irksome. However, as if anticipating Talia's reaction, Ranqi leaned slightly closer to her chair, bending down to whisper, "We could collaborate, joining forces to explore a spell that alters human hair. Just imagine, during a battle, being able to style your opponent's hair. It would be a true embodiment of friendship first, respect for the opponent." Talia immediately turned to Ranqi's smiling face, realizing that this naive soul seemed poised to unlock yet another forbidden door. In the midst of combat, he might just render the enemy's hair non-existent. The enemy will not rest until they have vanquished Ranqi. However, knowing that this magic poses a greater peril than surrender or silence, Talia, having witnessed Ranqi's previous magical card creations, could not help but feel an overwhelming curiosity once more. Thus, Talia, as Ranqi gazed into her golden eyes, understood that she was intrigued. Although the intricacies of the beast hide transformation magic were etched in my mind and not recorded by the Shadow World Recording Program, to prevent others or the Management Association from discovering the embryonic form of this core technology, the Shadow World Recording Program had indeed documented my entire challenge within the Shadow Realm. I believed it prudent for you to comprehend the relevant processes and background before embarking on the development of new magic. Perhaps there is something I have overlooked?" He continued to speak slowly into Talia's ear. His words appealed to her emotions and reason, entirely unlike the whispers of a demon. Talia lowered her head and pressed her fingers to her brow. She couldn't shake the feeling that she had fallen under Ranqi's mental magic, as she found herself unable to refuse him time and again. The complete historical intelligence of the demon realm contained within the recording program was merely a bonus. Yet it was precisely what she desired most. The transformation magic of beast hides, as the subject of their transaction, stirred her enthusiasm immensely. Once again, Ranqi seemed to possess an innate understanding of her desires, providing her with everything advantageous without worry or concern. Initially, Talia had thought to distance herself from Ranqi today. Yet now she felt compelled to treat him with greater kindness. Human life is fleeting, and this youth is imbued with immeasurable worth. It is highly probable that I will remain by his side for decades, fully realizing his potential. Therefore, rather than perpetually doubting him, it would be more prudent to show him a modicum of kindness, thus encouraging him to willingly dedicate himself to my cause. This knowledge suffices for me to impart to you up to the 4th tier. Talia, having temporarily refrained from taking the magical card from Ranch, softened her tone and remarked that if she were to continue teaching, she would have little left in terms of universal card-making techniques to offer, unless she were to impart the intricate and chaotic methods of demon card creation, which is categorically impossible. Having taught Ranch up to the 3rd tier is already the limit. Regardless of what he might express thereafter, she would not extend her teachings further. Understood, Ranch replied decisively. And Talia subsequently withdrew the card labeled Shadow World Record Program from his grasp, stating, "I shall return it once I have finished reviewing it." Very well. There is no need to rush. Beyond establishing a new agreement with Talia, the next imperative was to contemplate the trajectory of his future career as a card maker. The card maker examination. Talia recognized that Ranch needed to attain the status of a registered card maker in the southern continent to rapidly amass wealth. The higher the initial rank of a card maker, the greater the benefits and exemptions they could receive. The money Ranch earned ultimately belonged to her. Thus, it was indeed in her best interest to assist him in passing this somewhat challenging examination. Currently, even if Ranch, who had just reached the 3rd tier, were to create his most proficient type of magical card, the success rate within the limited opportunities available during the examination would still be rather low. It would not be surprising if it took him 1 or 2 years to pass. It remains to be determined whether Ranch possesses a higher affinity for other types of magic. However, Talia cannot guarantee that the superior affinity for mental magic is indeed the pinnacle of Ranch's compatibility with all magical forms. "Follow me," she instructed, rising from her seat and leading Ranch into an adjoining room. Chapter 91. Ranch's talents. As Ranch stepped into the room behind Talia, he realized it was her bedroom. Talia illuminated the floor lamp beside the plush carpet, and the white walls reflected a gentle glow, instantly transforming the space into a spacious and radiant haven. Standing by the door, Ranch noticed an oak cabinet brimming with sealed meal containers. Beneath the transparent lids lay an array of delectable treats: cream puffs, flaky cheese pastries, mango pancakes, seemingly the companions to her breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even late-night snacks. Ranch merely glanced at the assortment, yet before he could ponder further, he felt Talia's piercing gaze filled with intent. "Do not look around," she admonished, as if these sweets, so incongruous with her character, were not meant for him to see. Talia retrieved a small suitcase from beneath the bed. With the sound of a metallic hinge opening, she unveiled a set of high-quality portable card-making tools. And then she gathered some card-making materials from the storage cabinet. "Sit down," she gestured towards the desk on one side of the room, indicating that Ranch should take a seat. Meanwhile, she settled on the edge of her bed, facing him across the long table. "Next, I shall commence the creation of the most fundamental magical cards, serving as semi-finished products of various kinds. I will impart to you a universal principle of incantation. You need only to complete a remarkably simple step, after which I shall finalize it. The disparity in the completion will reveal the compatibility between you and this form of magic." As Talia spoke, she began to gather her card-making tools and set to work. "What if I accidentally destroy the card?" Ranchi appeared to survey the room for fire-extinguishing equipment. The thought of potentially damaging Talia's chamber filled him with trepidation. Especially with the shop operating downstairs, consideration for others weighed heavily on his mind. "Just give it a try," Talia said, lifting her gaze to fixate on Ranchi, her eyes gleaming like a cold moon. A chill ran down Ranchi's spine, for it was evident that Talia was serious this time. "I will not ruin the card," he assured with conviction, his grip on the card-making tools tightening slightly. Despite Talia's demeanor being more severe than ever, Ranchi adhered to the traditional virtue of respecting the elderly, treating the centuries-old woman with utmost kindness. Subsequently, Talia momentarily dismissed him from her thoughts, concentrating intently on her preparatory tasks. This was the manner in which the demon race treated their apprentices. If she was to teach, she would do so earnestly. Although Talia lacked extensive experience as an instructor, she felt confident that educating Ranchi, a half-demon, would not lead her astray. Since Ranchi had embarked on his card-making journey, she had been observing him closely, well aware of his challenges and how to cultivate his considerable talent into that of an exceptional card maker. The principal dilemma confronting this affluent youth lies not only in his extraordinary talent for explosive magic card creation but also in his previously lax approach to card crafting, which is decidedly abnormal. Although maintaining a nonchalant demeanor during card creation is an enviable trait among most card artisans, perpetually adhering to such a mindset leads Lanqi into a different pitfall of excessive detachment, resulting in persistently low success rates. In Talia's perspective, the interplay between challenge objectives and card crafting skills significantly influences the card crafting state. if the challenge is set too high. The artisan may feel a lack of control over themselves and the magical cards, leading to anxiety or a sense of frustration. Conversely, if the challenge is set too low, the artisan may find the process mundane, losing interest and treating card crafting with undue casualness. The optimal state of complete immersion in card crafting occurs when there is a harmonious balance between challenge objectives and crafting skills. Given that Lanqi tends to favor a carefree state where his abilities and talents surpass the challenges presented, this indirectly results in a careless attitude towards his card detonations. Thus, Talia resolves to train Lanqi in a manner akin to that of the demon race, where failure could lead to dire consequences, even transcending death. In order to elevate Lanqi's card crafting state to a balanced level of pressure, Talia then presents Lanqi with the first semi-finished spiritual magic card she has crafted, stating, "I have inscribed the fundamental structure of spiritual influence for you. You must embed an additional incantation within the array, which can be understood as a means of enhancement or magical identification, to augment directional targeting or to authenticate friend from foe." Talia patiently instructed Ranch while personally demonstrating how to complete the task at hand. The card she used was merely for demonstration. Henceforth, every card would be entrusted entirely to him. Ranch nodded solemnly, understanding that Talia's gentle yet thorough explanations were predicated on his absolute compliance with her directives. Any misstep on his part could spell his undoing. Concurrently, Ranch began to grasp the profound essence of the demonic pedagogical methods he had previously struggled to comprehend at the Demon Academy, an approach that stimulated students' potential under the pressures of life and death. He was confident that, should he need to guide fellow students in his own institution or elsewhere, he could readily apply these principles. Ranch felt that his role as a principal had become even more refined. As time passed, the room fell into a profound silence. They ceased all verbal communication, each engrossed in their respective tasks, yet a silent understanding passed between them whenever they exchanged cards. When one immerses oneself entirely in a singular pursuit, the distractions of their surroundings and the passage of time fade away, yielding a heightened sense of satisfaction, joy, and experience. Talia occasionally glanced at Ranch, assured that his card-making state had markedly evolved since earlier. It seemed she would need to keep a closer watch on his teaching in the future. Outside, the sky underwent subtle transformations. The once brilliant morning sky was gradually cloaked in soft hues of orange and red. Clouds glowed like torches beneath the setting sun. The horizon shifted from azure to violet, then deepened into a profound indigo. The sun sank slowly along the skyline, ultimately vanishing beyond the horizon, leaving a tranquil twilight in its wake. Until the night fell, they were engrossed in card crafting. In Talia's room, accompanied by the gentle sound of breathing, Ranch lay asleep at the table, his face exuding the innocence of a child. Perhaps it was due to his intense focus, or perhaps the pressure exerted by Talia was too great, rendering him unable to relax. He was oblivious to the fact that he had reached his limit. After completing the final card and handing it to Talia, his head drooped, and he succumbed to slumber at the table. Talia gazed at the stack of magical cards before her, which also represented the test results. Aside from the mental category of magic, the healing type was commendable as well. Among all elemental magics, only light was somewhat acceptable, though not particularly outstanding. The other minor categories of magic exhibited compatibility that was generally as bleak as the curse and poison she had initially deduced. Yet, there was one card inscribed with a colorless rune, radiating a distinct brilliance, a testament to exceptional compatibility. After Talia had tested all the categorizable types of magic, she indeed discovered a singular magic that was exceptionally compatible with Ranch. She picked up this card, her expression somewhat complex. How curious that he is most suited for sealing magic. She looked at Ranch's naturally peaceful sleeping face, sensing that his innate potential would significantly elevate after the registration examination for card crafters. Chapter 92. Talia's change of heart towards Ranchi as twilight deepened. The world outside began to succumb to the encroaching night. Stars twinkled in the sky of Ikrite, while the full moon hung high, casting a gentle glow. The streetlights gradually illuminated the nocturnal landscape of the royal capital. Eventually, the glimmers on the glass of the bedroom window slowly faded, as if the entire world had slipped into slumber. Observing that Ranchi had fallen asleep due to magical exhaustion, Talia realized that even if she wished to rouse him, it would be futile in the short term. Thus, she left him by the table, disregarding his presence for the moment. Having attended to the duties she had promised Ranchi, she finally retrieved the Shadow World recording program. She had longed to view it at the earliest opportunity. In fact, she deemed this endeavor more significant than having dinner. Beyond the recorded contents of the shadow world, Talia was particularly interested in the silver-haired, amber-eyed half-demon girl who had participated in the challenge alongside Lanqi. She extracted a modified magical projector from the bottom drawer of her nightstand, inserted the recording into the device, and adjusted the volume to the lowest setting to avoid disturbing Lanqi. Then, she extinguished the lights in the room. Immediately, the dim wall opposite the bed began to project images. The room was enveloped in darkness, the sole source of illumination emanating from the quietly operating magical projector. Talia, akin to a late-night moviegoer, sat on her bed with her knees hugged to her chest, silently engrossed in the viewing experience. As she gradually immersed herself in the narrative, it felt as though she had detached from the world, her gaze fixated on the figure of the girl on the screen. Reminiscent of the closest ties she held with the demon race. Aphasia, is she your daughter? Time seemed to stretch endlessly as Talia murmured softly, her voice barely audible. Although their facial features did not bear a striking resemblance, the similarity in hair and eye color was unmistakable. If only she could behold Heberlian in person. Perhaps Talia would discern whether a true blood connection existed between them. Yet, Talia found it rather challenging to approach this controversial duchess in a crowded setting. The more she observed, the more striking the resemblance became. She would have to devise a means to persuade Ranch to arrange a private meeting with the duchess. As she contemplated this, Talia witnessed Ranch's brutal treatment of the demon race in the projection of the examination room, which gradually furrowed her brow. Over time, her prolonged interactions with Ranch had fostered a sense of familiarity. However, at this moment, she felt as though awakening from a dream. Increasingly aware of the animosity and repulsion that existed between humans and demons. Ultimately, it was inconceivable for humanity to coexist amicably with demons. The only reason Ranch was able to engage with her so amiably and conduct transactions was that he remained oblivious to his identity as a high-ranking demon. On the day he unravels the truth, she was certain he would cast a gaze filled with malice upon her. In the projected scene, Heberlian, hesitating for what seemed an eternity, finally lowered her voice to tentatively inquire of Ranch. Ranch, what are your thoughts on demons? They can live for a long time. A few hundred years old yet still appear as youthful as a maiden. At that moment, Talia glanced at Ranch, who lay asleep at the table in her bedroom. She could not discern whether his response was intentional or merely a coincidence. Yet she felt that it was already damned enough for Lanqi to think that way. Just like those humans who were filled with prejudice against the demon race, perceiving them as mere monsters. The imagery continued to play. Then, if you were to encounter a demon in this world, would you react as you did just now? Heberlian asked Lanqi, her heart still slightly anxious. Lanqi gazed at her in silence, appearing to be at a loss for words for quite some time. Finally, he responded with a question of his own. Do you think I am an old man willingly consuming arsenic, longing for a prolonged life? Talia observed Lanqi's reaction on the screen, feeling increasingly annoyed by him. Soon after, Lanqi earnestly advised Heberlian, setting aside the danger of provoking the demon race. There may be good individuals among them as well. Heberlian, do not harbor discrimination against the demon race. Upon hearing this, Talia seemed to be momentarily stunned. It was not until a long while later that she turned her gaze back to the slumbering human boy. As she watched him, no one could discern what thoughts lay hidden within the depths of her golden pupils. A gentle breeze wafted through the half-open window, softly caressing Lanqi's body. Sensing a sudden chill, Lanqi instinctively opened his eyes. What captured his attention was not the cozy wooden furnishings in the dim room, but rather a pair of golden eyes and a beautiful face not far away. Within those cool and noble pupils lingered a hint of confusion, emotion, and bewilderment. As if yearning to keep others at bay while simultaneously wishing to probe a little deeper, Lanqi raised his hand to touch his own face. He thought that something must have smeared across his face while he was deep in slumber, which was why Talia was staring at him with such intensity. Talia? My apologies, I must have dozed off. What time is it? Rancy inquired tentatively, uncertain whether his unintended slumber would provoke Talia's ire. Just past 12, she replied. Rancy exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed Talia was not upset. So you've already begun watching the content from the Shadow Realm. It was then that he noticed the solitary source of light illuminating the room. Talia shifted her gaze back to the screen, remaining silent until a moment had passed. At which point she spoke again. What do you think of the young lady challenging the Duke of the Shadow Realm alongside you? She is quite amiable, Rancy responded. Having intended to introduce Heberlian to Talia once the company was established, given Talia's considerable strength, far surpassing that of Heberlian, she would likely discern Heberlian's half-demon lineage at a glance, while Heberlian would struggle to see through Talia's intricate disguise. As Rancy pondered this, Talia cautioned, do not bully her. The demon race possesses a fierce temperament. Should you provoke her, I may not be able to protect you in time. Talia spoke with a calm demeanor, as if merely fulfilling her duty to safeguard Lanqi, revealing no inclination to shield Heberlian. What do you take me for? I am not a bully. I am an exemplary student, diligent and principled. Lanqi lamented, cradling his head in disbelief. He had no intention of bullying someone as honest as Heberlian. Moreover, the gentle disposition of Heberlian starkly contrasts with the irritable, vengeful nature of Talia, the elderly woman. Apologies. Talia is convinced that Lanqi speaks the truth. While observing the grand outdoor screen at the Icrite Academy, she could distinctly sense the students' disdain towards the Duke's daughter of demonic lineage. Yet, throughout the entirety of Lanqi's cinematic world, he genuinely regarded Heberlian as a trustworthy companion. This sincerity remained unwavering even upon discovering Heberlian's true identity. What did you just say? Tada? Lanqi exclaimed, wide-eyed, placing a hand to his ear and tilting his head, seemingly questioning the reliability of his hearing. I said nothing, Talia responded, feeling somewhat vexed by his presence. He appeared quite animated moments ago. Rest assured, Tada, I will never permit discrimination against kind-hearted classmates within this academy. Lanqi grinned as he spoke to Talia. In her silence, he cheerfully flashed a peace sign. My principle is to love all beings equally. She was certain that this fellow's affection could be somewhat daunting, especially towards those who dared to provoke him. Conversely, he would treat friendly beings, even those of demonic descent, with genuine kindness. After decades of wandering through human realms, Talia had long been convinced that no human could treat demonic beings with such impartiality. That belief shattered the moment she witnessed Lanqi's attitude towards Heberlian. She had finally encountered the first of its kind, right before her very eyes. In the dimly lit room, silence enveloped everyone, persisting for a brief moment. Only the tranquil night of the capital was disturbed by the gentle rustle of the curtains as a light breeze passed through. Are you hungry? Talia inquired. I am quite famished, replied Lanqi, as he rubbed his stomach, feeling the remnants of sleep dissipate, leaving behind a wave of hunger. Let us dine. Today, I shall treat you, Talia stated in a tone devoid of emotion, stepping down from the bed and moving across the soft carpet. It is said that human teachers reward their students for commendable performance, so in an effort to better emulate humanity, it seemed reasonable to indulge him. This was also intended to foster his loyalty. Wait, are you really treating me to a meal? Lanqi exclaimed, pointing at himself in disbelief. Ask again, and it may vanish. My gratitude extends to the Silver Alliance of the Pseudo-Classic for their support. I shall endeavor to provide more content in the coming days.